Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In the last episode, when explaining the first part of After time traveling to the Stone Age, he conquered the female tribal chief and saved a dying tribe. Wang Wei decided to build a greenhouse to raise chickens in order to ensure that the people of the tribe could continue to eat meat. But during the construction process, due to incomplete materials, he had to use other materials as substitutes. At the same time, the people of the Fish tribe had just left the Xia tribe when they were attacked by the Blackstone tribe and the Wild Wolf tribe. Those who were separated on the way also realized the crisis. Will they uncover the conspiracy between the Blackstone and Wolf tribes? And will they tell the Xia tribe, who once helped them, about it? Part 2 of After time traveling to the Stone Age, he conquered the female tribal chief and saved a dying tribe. Officially begins now. In the Xia tribe, Wang Wei and Xia Dao were inspecting the completed chicken house. He had modeled it after a modern chicken house, with brick walls and a thatched roof. The only drawback was the lack of greenhouse insulation, a problem Wang Wei was already considering. The chicken house is not yet equipped with chicken cages, so Wang Wei plans to weave them with bamboo, a material that is easy to obtain and the weaving method is not complicated. Xia Dao, do you know what to pay attention to when raising chickens? Wang Wei asked. I think it's probably keeping the environment clean and paying attention to feeding them. Xia Dao replied. What do you mean by paying attention to feeding? The Xia tribe now provides food for the chickens, including grass leaves, vegetable leaves, and insects. We also make sure they have enough water to drink. Wang Wei nodded in agreement, saying, Not bad, that makes sense. We also need to be careful about preventing illness. Right now, the chickens are free range in the pen outside, so there haven't been any problems. But once they're caged, they need to be well ventilated. If a sick chicken is found, it must be isolated immediately to prevent it from infecting other chickens. The two continued to exchange experiences about raising chickens. Later, they came to the cattle pen. The cows before them hadn't yet had nose rings, and their temperaments were unusually aggressive. These 8 cattle, exchanged from the Shawnee tribe, were surprisingly all males. This left Wang Wei frustrated at the Shawnee tribe's cunning. He realized that primitive people weren't as simple as they appeared, and that they had hidden ulterior motives. He secretly blamed himself for not explaining the details clearly to the Shawnee tribe, allowing them to take advantage of him. Looking at those irritable and aggressive bison, he wondered, will they become more obedient after getting nose rings? My lord, the carpentry team will have the frames to hold the oxen by tomorrow. I plan to put nose rings on them tomorrow, Xia Dao reported. You must be careful. It would be best to find a few slaves from the Shawnee tribe who are familiar with the oxen to assist you, Wang Wei instructed. Xia Dao was moved upon hearing this. Your Majesty, I've heard that the mountain barbarians also eat cattle during famines. These cattle are already quite large. Why don't you just slaughter them and eat them? Xia Dao still thought these cattle were just a source of food, unaware that Wang Wei already had a longer-term plan. They're very useful. If the Xia tribe had enough cattle, we could eat them, Wang Wei replied calmly. He had actually considered slaughtering a few cows to supplement his nutrition. After all, he felt he could still grow taller. Meanwhile, Foxy returns to the Xia tribe with Li, Pa, and Shai, taking them straight to Mei's pharmacy. Along the way, the three are amazed by the Xia tribe's architecture and their unique way of living. Entering the pharmacy, the room was filled with the aroma of herbs, which was obviously a place for medical treatment. Foxy noticed that they had scratches on their bodies, some of which were bleeding, so she brought them in to treat their wounds. There were several women in the room, one of whom was a mature, graceful woman. It was Mei. Mei, these 3 women said they were from the Blackstone tribe and have injuries on their bodies. Could you please take a look? Foxy said. Mei was stunned, unable to believe her ears, and looked at the 3 people in surprise. What did you say? They are from the Blackstone tribe? Foxy nodded and said, Let them speak for themselves. Li briefly introduced their identities, explained the purpose of the Blackrock tribe elders sending them here, and explained how they were hunted by the Wild Wolf tribe on the way. Mei was so moved that tears could not stop flowing down her face, and for a moment she even forgot to treat her wounds. Li and Po were puzzled to see Mei crying for no reason. After being reminded by Humeizi, Mei quickly wiped away her tears and instructed Su Xiaoxiao, Ji Hao and Xia Zhu to help them treat their wounds. Li and Po were unfamiliar with the Xia tribe's methods. they had never seen methods of disinfection, hemostasis, and bandaging. Mei said to Hu Meizi, "Go find the king quickly, and have the kitchen send some food." Hu Meizi arranged the matter personally, but something was amiss. She suddenly remembered that Li was indeed beautiful, and she couldn't help but worry, if the king saw Li, would he like her? She considered herself the king's fourth woman. If Li also became a wife, wouldn't she become the fifth? This thought stunned Hu Meizi for a moment. She hadn't originally planned to go back to the pharmacy, but she decided to see De Wang's reaction after seeing Li. On the way, she ran into Xia Jin, and she asked him to go find De Wang while she went to the kitchen. Xia Chao, in the kitchen, was indifferent to Hu Meizi's arrival. If it weren't for Mei's arrangement, she wouldn't have bothered to even acknowledge her. Xia Chao's hostility towards Hu Meizi stemmed from Xia Dazue's injury. She believed it was Hu Meizi who had caused Xia Dazue's vital organ injury. Hu Meizi didn't know why Xia Chao treated her like this, and she didn't want to care about it. After saying that, she walked out of the kitchen and waited. Xia Chao was in a bad mood and ordered Chao Yi to prepare the food. Soon, 4 kitchen staff members came out with food. Hu Meizi quickly took the pottery jar from one of them, which contained stewed fish soup. She smiled and said she was here to help, which surprised Chao Yi and the others. When Hu Meizi brought the food back to the pharmacy, the king had not yet arrived, and she was secretly happy. Mei was quite surprised to see Hu Meizi actually take the initiative to deliver the food. Given her personality, she didn't seem like the type to do such a thing. Inside the pharmacy stood a wooden table, one of the few in the Xia tribe. It was crude, but functional. They spread the food on it, letting the gravel, rags, and leaves eat first. They were indeed very hungry, especially Chu and Pa, who had barely had a proper meal or rest during their days of fleeing. At mealtime, Mei taught them how to use chopsticks and a spoon, and personally served them food. Foxy watched from the side, her heart filled with ripples. Mei is so gentle, just like treating her own children. No wonder the king can't live without her. Mei's attentiveness and gentleness also touched Li, Pa and Shai. They didn't understand why Mei took such good care of them. This meal was one they would never forget. Although it consisted of only 4 items, Crucian carp soup, barbecued meat, stir-fried vegetables, and steamed meat with pickled vegetables, they devoured it all. Even then, Wang Wei still hadn't appeared. During this time, Mei asked about Leaf's identity and learned that she was not from the Blackstone tribe, but a kind-hearted person who saved Li and Pa on the way. Considering that Leaf had nowhere to go, Mei decided to keep her in the Xia tribe. She knew Wang Wei's thoughts. As long as the people were innocent, the Xia tribe was willing to accept anyone who could help expand the population. "We already have a woman named Yi Zi in the Xia tribe. Why don't you change your name?" The Leaf nodded. "You're a good person. From now on I'll call you Shu Da." Ji Hao, who was standing next to her, suddenly laughed out loud. Mei stared at her and asked, "Why are you laughing?" "Nothing." Mei's tone became serious. "Is it funny to have the word good in your name? Do you know the origin of the word good in your name?" Ji Hao was at a loss, and was shocked when he saw Mei's serious expression. Mei continued, "At first, the king asked me to give you a random name, but I refused. Then the king said that when your tribe was in trouble, you protected several women and children, showing your unyielding spirit, so he suggested the character good as a name. Do you think the king is wrong?" Ji Hao's face flushed red as she realized that her name had come from the king. Her smile had seemed to deny Mei's intentions and disrespect the king, leaving her feeling mortified. "I'm sorry, sister. It's my fault. Nothing. I'll be more careful next time." In fact, Mei had been somewhat dissatisfied with Ji Hao recently. She believed that Ji Hao was to blame for Xia Dazue's injury. If she hadn't seen how attentively she took care of Xia Dazue, she would have exploded long ago. The previous incident made the atmosphere a little cold. At this time, Xia Jin's voice came from outside the pharmacy. "The king is here." As Xia Jin concluded his report, everyone in the room perked up and stood up. Mei's character, as she had just displayed, had given those present a new understanding of her. Even though they had already been in the Xia tribe and thought they knew her, they had only known one side of her. Hu Meizi's impression of Mei has quietly changed. It turns out that Mei is not only gentle, but also has many hidden sides. Perhaps this is why the king loves her so much. Li and Pa still didn't know who the king of the Xia tribe was. They only guessed from the respect everyone showed him that this leader must be a handsome, intelligent, decisive and strong man. However, when Wang Wei entered the house, Li and Pa saw a young man who had just reached adulthood. His hair was tied up in a high ponytail, making him look both comical and ridiculous. Seeing no followers following him, they wondered, could this be the king of the Xia tribe? When Mei and the others addressed him as Great King, Li and Pa finally confirmed in their hearts that the leader of the Xia tribe was indeed this young man. When Wang Wei entered the room, Mei stood up, gave him the main seat, and sat on the other side. This small gesture taught Humeizi another lesson in the ways of life. Su Xiaoxiao was busy pouring dandelion tea for Wang Wei, and Mei began to introduce Li, Pa, and Yi Shu. Wang Wei gestured for them to sit down, then left Mei alone and ordered the other women to leave. Foxy was reluctant to leave at first, but after seeing how soft Mei was in front of Wang Wei, she had no choice but to leave. Suddenly, only 5 people were left in the house. Wang Wei pulled a magnet from his pocket and handed it to Li, asking if she recognized it. Li knew it all too well, she had played with it since she was a child. Her father had once told her what it was and what it meant. "My lord, is this yours? Are you the shaman of the Xia tribe?" Li asked doubtfully. "Haha," Wang Wei chuckled. "The shaman of the Xia tribe used to be Mei. After I became the leader, the Xia tribe no longer had a shaman. So is the Xia tribe still a branch of the Blackstone tribe?" Li continued to inquire. "It should be, but not entirely," Wang Wei said in a steady tone. "Let me put it this way. Before I became leader, it was a branch, now it's not. Because back then, the people of the Xia tribe split off from the Blackstone tribe, and we all shared the same blood. But now, many people in the Xia tribe don't even know the Blackstone tribe, or have even heard of it. They joined the Xia tribe because of the Xia tribe. So the Xia tribe and the Blackstone tribe have long lost their direct relationship." Li and Po were slightly disappointed after hearing this, knowing that asking the powerful Xia tribe for aid from the Blackstone tribe was unlikely. However, Li refused to give up and decided to make a final effort. "But your majesty, you are both the leader of the Xia tribe and a descendant of a branch of the Blackstone tribe. Therefore, the Xia tribe is the continuation of the Blackstone tribe." Wang Wei thought, what's the point of all this talk? Are they still expecting me to obey the Blackrock tribe's orders? "Haha, let's not talk about this for now," Wang Wei said, changing the subject. "It wasn't easy for you to find the Xia tribe, was it? I learned about your tribe's situation through the exchange, and I'm also aware of your current predicament." Li and Po felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. Wang Wei, knowing the Blackrock tribe's hardships, was unwilling to lend a helping hand, which was truly apathetic. "Yes, we suffered greatly on the way. But we still came. Does the king know why we're here?" Li asked, tears welling in his eyes. Wang Wei nodded. "It was Langia of the Wild Wolf tribe who bullied the Blackstone tribe and put you in a desperate situation, right? Can your majesty help us?" Li's voice choked. Mei whispered comforting words beside her and poured her a glass of water. Li suddenly rushed to Mei, crying, "Sister, the Blackstone tribe is almost being forced to death by the Wild Wolf tribe. They say that if we don't move away, they will kill all the men and drive the women to Black Lake as slaves. Sister, what should we do? Please help me beg the king." Pa and Yizi were wiping their tears. Mei patted Li's back and comforted him softly. She looked at Wang Wei, as if waiting for his response, but also as if putting pressure on him. "Li, listen to me, the king will send people to the Blackrock tribe," Mei said softly. Li raised her head, tears still on her face. "Sister, is this true? Will the king really help us?" Wang Wei stared at Li. She was only 15 or 16, yet she displayed such helplessness, pity, and fragility that it moved him to pity. He'd wanted to make a joke, but now wasn't the right time. He'd actually been planning to go to the Blackrock tribe, but now that the little girl was crying like that, he decided to speak frankly. "Yes, I will send people, and I will go myself." "Then, when will we go?" "In the next few days, I have something unfinished. Your Majesty, you must bring more people with you when you go to the Blackrock tribe. The Wild Wolf tribe is large and powerful." "I know. Do you have any other information about the Wild Wolf tribe?" Li then asked Pa to tell him the basic situation of the Wild Wolf tribe, mainly how they bullied the Blackrock tribe, how they extorted money, and even hunted outside the Blackrock tribe, making it impossible for the Blackrock tribe to obtain prey, and they could only eat food in the wetlands that would make them sick. Wang Wei concluded that the Wild Wolf tribe was attempting to cut off the Blackstone tribe's food supply, forcing them to self-destruct. Before Pa could finish his words, the door to the pharmacy opened, and Su Xiaoxiao, Humeizi, and several women from the kitchen entered, carrying food and arranging it in order. Wang Wei once told Su Xiaoxiao to remind him or bring him food whenever and wherever he was if he missed a meal. Because he was so busy, he sometimes easily forgot to eat. To grow taller, he had to try his best to maintain a regular eating habit. Seeing that it was getting late and the king was still busy, Su Xiaoxiao came over with some food and also prepared a portion for Mei, who hadn't eaten yet. After the food was served, Mei lit a thick candle, and the room suddenly became bright. Seeing the candle's gravel, broken pieces, and leaves for the first time, Wang Wei was amazed and felt that the Xia tribe really had everything. Seeing Humeizi there, Wang Wei invited her to join him for dinner. Humeizi understood and politely said she had already eaten. Wang Wei then instructed her to notify the other team leaders and convene a meeting once he was done. After lunch, Wang Wei signaled everyone to continue their previous conversation. Through Li and Po's descriptions, Wang Wei had a rough idea of the Blackrock tribe's current situation. The Blackrock tribe had always been oppressed by the Wild Wolf tribe. The long-standing feud between the two tribes culminated in a tribal war, where the Blackrock tribe was defeated by a combined attack from the Wild Wolf and Grey Wolf tribes, with their leader beheaded. Following this defeat, the Blackrock tribe was forced to cede land and migrate, settling in a barren land where their plight was dire. The Blackrock tribe, now held together by Li's father, Elder Ah Fu, is on the brink of extinction. To make matters worse, someone has defected to the Wild Wolf tribe, increasing its power and making them increasingly aggressive towards the Blackrock tribe. Li Yinpa also revealed to Wang Wei several dangerous people in the Wild Wolf tribe and their brutal behavior. At the same time, Wang Wei also learned that the Blackstone tribe was preparing to migrate to the Great Wasteland Mountain to avoid the danger of genocide. All this left Wang Wei feeling rather helpless, because the Wild Wolf tribe occupied the very land where he desperately needed the magnetic ore, the ore with the highest iron content. To obtain it, he secretly decided to wait until he reached the Blackstone tribe and then try to seize it. He finally understood why Ah Fu had been so stubborn in clinging to that land. It turned out Ah Fu was still waiting for the lost branches of the Blackstone tribe to return. But Wang Wei wondered how many of those scattered tribes still existed. Would they return? How many still remember the Blackstone tribe? Ah Fu's persistence might be meaningless. The Blackrock tribe's persistence would only bring more danger. If the Xia tribe hadn't risen under Wang Wei's leadership, it might have already ceased to exist. Wang Wei couldn't understand Ah Fu's stubborn way of thinking. His only impression was, this old man is too stubborn. However, he heard that the Blackstone tribe was planning to move to the Great Wilderness Mountain, which was a wise move. The evening meeting was a routine one. Mei from the medical team, Xia Dao from the breeding team, and Xia Ting from the wax-making team were absent. During the meeting, Wang Wei solemnly announced that the Xia tribe would formally establish a trading group, with Shi Yun as leader. The former Shi tribe leader, Datu, was renamed Shi De and appointed deputy leader. Then, he informed the members present of several important matters. First, the Yu tribe, which had a feud with the Xia tribe, took the initiative to propose peace, and the two tribes would restart trade in the future, which would undoubtedly provide more security for the Xia tribe's food source. Secondly, regarding the blackmail of the savages, the plan is still proceeding as planned, exchanging pottery in exchange for them not invading the Xia tribe anymore. We still need to wait for a response. The Blackstone tribe has already dispatched personnel to the Xia tribe. Since the Xia tribe is a branch of the Blackstone tribe, they should offer their assistance. Wang Wei had also planned to travel to the Blackstone tribe, but the time had not yet been determined. If the barbarians and the tribe haven't reached an agreement by tomorrow, Xia Dezui, who remains behind, will continue to handle further liaisons with the barbarians. Wang Wei planned to set off the day after tomorrow at the latest and go to the Blackstone tribe in person. The main purpose of this trip was to obtain iron ore. If conditions permit, he would also try to move the entire Blackstone tribe to the Xia tribe. A final decision on the accompanying personnel and the tribe's internal personnel arrangements will be made tomorrow evening. The meeting then shifted to discussing tribal internal affairs, including assigning personnel to cut bamboo, weave chicken coops, and build a bell tower. The weaving team also needed to prepare winter clothing, shoes, and other warm supplies. After the meeting, Wang Wei left Xia Yu from the weaving group and Xia Hua from the carpentry group behind, intending to make other arrangements. However, Wu Meizi was reluctant to leave, seemingly wanting to speak. She had heard at the meeting that Wang Wei was heading to the Blackstone tribe, and she was worried. "What are you going to do? The Blackrock tribe is so dangerous. Everyone said it's dangerous. I'm going to protect the king. I have Xia Feng to protect me. If you go, who will lead the logistics team?" Foxy was speechless for a moment, and Wang Wei smiled at the right time, as if a little proud. She whispered, "My lord, I'll choose one tomorrow. We can't just ask for someone on short notice," Wang Wei said cautiously. "That's none of your business, my lord. I think she can do it. If the logistics team has a deputy team leader, will you agree to let me go?" Wang Wei refused to give in easily. "That depends on who you choose and whether she's up to the task. I don't care, I'll just teach her." Wang Wei immediately became angry and rebuked Hu Meizi for ignoring the overall situation and being unfit to be a team leader. Hu Meizi, infuriated, said she would no longer be the team leader, but would come along no matter what. Xia Yu and Xia Hua tried to persuade her, saying that Hu Meizi's personality was such that they needed to slowly communicate. Wang Wei had no choice but to give in and agreed to let her choose a deputy team leader first, and then decide based on their ability. Hu Meizi left with a beaming smile. Wang Wei then turned to Xia Hua and instructed him to make several wooden barrels with lids to store water. The lids should be fixed, leaving only a round hole for pouring the water. On such a long journey, frequent searches for water were impossible, so these barrels were essential for Wang Wei's journey. The carpentry team had already mastered the craft. They had crafted wooden foot basins for Wang Wei and large vegetable sinks for the kitchen, so making wooden barrels was no problem. He then instructed Xiaoyu to prepare a sufficient supply of leather pants, leather jackets, and leather shoes. The Xia tribe's leather had been refined to be softer, no longer rough or uncomfortable to wear. For this outing, Wang Wei abandoned the leather skirts. Everyone wore leather pants and jackets, all with sleeves. While the colors were a bit chaotic for primitive people, aesthetics hadn't yet formed, and Wang Wei prioritized practicality. We didn't prepare an ox cart for this trip, as we were unsure of the road conditions to the Blackrock tribe. We only took 5 meals to carry the heavy loads, and everyone traveled light. There were still many matters to be determined, and since it was already late at night, we decided to leave it for tomorrow. Wang Wei returned, exhausted. Inside, a group of women sat chatting in a quiet atmosphere tinged with sadness. He immediately noticed someone else, Mei Jiangli. His heart tightened, a vague sense of foreboding. Mei's maternal instincts overflowed, and several people's eyes were red and swollen. Obviously they had just cried. They sat around a wooden table, whispering incessantly, as if recounting some painful past. Li seemed caught off guard by Wang Wei's arrival and appeared a bit flustered. Mei took her hand, reassuring her. "What are you talking about?" Wang Wei asked. "Li suffered a lot along the way, and it took a lot of effort to get to the Xia tribe. We're talking about her experiences along the way," Mei replied. Wang Wei nodded. "After all the storms, there's always a rainbow. I've decided to leave tomorrow. Li, will you stay or come with us to the Blackrock tribe?" Li whispered. "I'd like to go back, but I don't know the way, so I took a long detour here." Wang Wei said comfortingly. "I roughly know the direction. It's okay, we'll look for it together." Mei, however, was a little worried and said, "You just arrived and you're injured. The journey must be too tiring. You should stay in the Xia tribe and let Pa go back." "Sister, I'm fine. You took care of me all the way. This time, with the king here, I'm not afraid." Wang Wei ordered Mei Duo to prepare some herbs in case of emergency. He then asked Li, "What do you think of the Xia tribe?" "Okay, better than the Blackrock tribe. If possible, would the Blackrock tribe be willing to move to the Xia tribe?" Li hesitated for a moment, frankly unsure. "Would Elder Afu agree?" Maybe. Wang Wei pondered. "Now that the Blackstone tribe is leaderless, isn't it Afu who's in charge?" If he nodded, everything would fall into place. "I hope you'll come back with me to persuade your father. If the Blackstone tribe can move to the Xia tribe's strength will surely double. Then, we won't have to fear the Wild Wolf tribe anymore, and we can even fight back and drive them out of the cave." "Can the king really defeat the Wild Wolf tribe?" "Yes." During the casual chat, Wang Wei learned that Li had treated injuries in the Blackstone tribe and had killed people from the Wild Wolf tribe with poison on the way here. He was already interested in poisons, so he asked Li more questions. Sure enough, she knew the properties of several poisonous plants. He then asked her if she had ever used poison to worsen a wound or make it difficult to heal. Li replied that the Blackstone tribe had a herb whose juice would cause intense itching when applied to the body. If it got on a wound, the itching would be even more unbearable, causing the patient to scratch repeatedly, making the wound more difficult to heal. Wang Wei nodded. This was a good idea. It seemed he would have to keep an eye out for this herb on his trip to the Blackstone tribe. It was already late, and lodging was a problem. Mei had already arranged for Li to stay at her house, leaving Wang Wei speechless. She had arranged for Li to sleep on the same bed with Su Xiaoxiao, which seemed fine. Normally, in primitive times, multiple people living in caves was commonplace, and not unusual. But now, with so many people in the Xia tribe, if a new woman moved into the hut, everyone would think she was the king's new wife. Su Xiaoxiao was a lesson learned from this. Wang Wei was puzzled for a moment as to why Mei was so concerned about the Blackstone tribe. She had never been there, yet she cared deeply about it. Perhaps, as the witch legend said, the Blackstone tribe was her mother's tribe, something she had been exposed to since childhood, and it was deeply ingrained in her blood. Wang Wei never understood this. Perhaps it was the stories of her mother clan's prosperity told by generations of witches during their poverty that planted a deep-seated yearning in her heart. In another room in the Xia tribe, Fox Mama, Shiyun, and Fox Little Fox had already fallen asleep. However, Fox Maisie emerged from her room and stood in front of the door, gazing up at the moon in the night sky. Her gaze drifted from time to time to Wang Wei's small room, where the lights were still on, indicating that Wang Wei hadn't retired yet. She wasn't on night watch tonight and should have gone to bed early, but she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She thought to herself, her position might be relegated again. Wang Wei was truly both passionate and heartless, with women coming one after another. Could his small body handle it? Finally, the lights in the hut went out, and Hu Meizhi's heart felt like it was being yanked. The snoring coming from the Xia tribe made her even more upset, as if a huge stone was pressing on her chest. Suddenly, a voice came from the direction of the Xia tribe's main gate. "My king, why aren't you asleep yet? I'm going to sleep in the duty room tonight. Is Xia Dazui here?" "Yes." Then there was silence. A smile quietly appeared on Humeizi's face. Wang Wei was up before dawn. He hadn't slept well all night, and the hunting team's snoring filled the duty room, making it truly lively. He understood their hard work. The hunting team toiled day after day, rarely taking a day off. In fact, he himself had never taken a day off, constantly toiling away. Perhaps, only after the city walls were completed and the houses within the tribe were built would they finally be able to take a break. Leaving the duty room, the outside was shrouded in thick fog, a vast expanse of white. Near the Xia tribe's main gate stood a thatched hut with a fire for warmth. On night duty were 4 hunting teams of 10 each, responsible for patrolling the interior and exterior of the tribe, and now also the banks of the river. Although the journey wasn't far, it was certainly tiring. In a while, the women from the logistics team will take over and the daytime patrol work will be handed over to them. Wang Wei walked towards the straw hut, where Xia Dian was pouring dandelion tea. "My lord, are you exercising?" Xia Dian asked with a smile. "Not exercising today, just taking a walk." Wang Wei shook his head. "Hey, I guessed it. Is the snoring keeping you awake?" Wang Wei nodded. "That's Xia Dazui, the loudest one. I even heard someone grinding their teeth last night. That's Xia Yi's younger brother Birdegg," Xia Dian explained. Wang Wei recalled that when the hunting team expanded from 6 to 10, Xia Dazui specifically asked him for permission to promote Nyadan from the construction site to join the hunting team, and he approved it at the time. "Nyadan is young, can he endure this hardship?" Wang Wei asked doubtfully. "Nyadan seems like a different person now. He used to be always scolded and beaten by Xia Yi, but now he rarely gets scolded. I heard that he is very interested in medicine and often asks Dr. Mei for advice. Now he even claims that besides Dr. Mei, he is the most knowledgeable person in the Xia tribe." "Oh? So powerful?" Wang Wei laughed. "Then let's take Birdegg with us to the Blackrock tribe this time. Your Majesty, I think he might be bragging. The most he can do is treat some simple injuries." "It's great that he can treat external injuries," Wang Wei said seriously. "The Xia tribe is in need of such talents. The king has praised him as a talented person. If he knew, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams." Wang Wei recalled the nonchalant look of Birdegg when he first saw him, and couldn't help laughing. At this time, Humeizi arrived with the women from the logistics team. After handing over the task to Xia Lei, she arranged for the other women to go out on patrol. Wang Wei asked her, "As the team leader, why don't you come along? And since you don't have a deputy team leader, who's going to lead?" "I've already arranged it," Foxy replied. "Until a deputy leader is chosen, everyone will take turns serving as deputy leader for a day." "Great king, isn't that a good idea?" Wang Wei thought her point made sense and secretly admired her cleverness. "Not bad," he said. "But I'm a little worried since you're not sure about the deputy leader." "We'll definitely be able to pick out a suitable one today." Foxy was full of confidence. "Haha, as long as you're satisfied." Wang Wei smiled. "The king slept in the duty room last night?" "Yes, what happened? Why didn't you go back to the hut? Were you kicked out by Mei?" Wang Wei stared at Humeizi, unsure of what she meant. Was she just gossiping, or did she have some other agenda? "Why are you asking so many questions? I sleep wherever I want." Humeizi chuckled. Wang Wei stood up and said, "I'm going to go get something to eat. You should pick a deputy leader quickly. I'm still waiting to see." He returned to the tribe. The light was on in the hut. Mei, Su Xiao Xiao, Hua, and Li were already up and washing up. He walked in and sat on a stool, looking listless. Mei asked, "I knew you shouldn't sleep in the duty room. You didn't sleep well, did you?" He nodded. "You were snoring too loudly and couldn't sleep. Come back to sleep tonight. We are all family. You are the king, so what are you afraid of? I think the king has too few women." Wang Wei couldn't fathom Mei's thoughts. He remembered a past life in history where an empress frequently found beautiful women for the emperor. But this was primitive society, and he was just the leader of a small tribe. How could he possibly have such privileges? Was Mei trying to emulate that empress? But she couldn't possibly know that history. "If I move in, does Li have to move to another room?" "No need." Mei shook her head. "I like Li, and you should like her too. I told Li last night that the women living in this room are the king's women and cannot marry anyone else. Li also agreed and is willing to be the king's woman." Wang Wei was stunned, not understanding why Mei had made such an arrangement. He could only understand that they hadn't yet gotten over their primitive ways of thinking. He didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy that Mei had considered him so much. "Li, are you really willing to be my woman?" Li blushed. She was beautiful and had a striking figure, exactly what Wang Wei liked. It seemed Mei had brainwashed her. She actually nodded in agreement. But you're still so young. You're not that old either, Mei said softly. When you grow up, Li will grow up too. Wang Wei vaguely sensed that Mei seemed to have some ulterior motive, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. In the end, he went along with her. Let's do this for now. At that moment, food arrived from the kitchen. Qiao Yi and two others were in charge of serving the food. Qiao Yi glanced at Li, a look of confusion in his eyes that Wang Wei caught. He chuckled inwardly. The gossip about him, the king of the Xia tribe, would probably spread from today on. But it wouldn't hurt if it got out. They might not be laughing at him, but rather showing concern. He was almost godlike in the Xia tribe. After all, he called himself a god, and everyone in the tribe believed him. Qiao Yi, she is Li from the Blackstone tribe. From now on, she will be the same as Su Xiao Xiao and Hua. Qiao Yi understood what he meant, put the food away with a smile, and left. During dinner, Wang Wei specially served Li a bowl of goat's milk. She was still young, so perhaps she could grow taller. In fact, Li was already half a head taller than Wang Wei, about 1.65 meters tall, about the same height as Mei. The tallest person in the Xia tribe was Foxy. No one knew how she grew. Her height, chest size, and muscular build were all exceptional. When Wang Wei first traveled through time, he was only about 1.4 meters tall. Later, he made a more accurate ruler and measured himself at about 1.48 meters. This suggests he must have been about 1.45 meters tall before traveling through time. If he grew 1.5 centimeters a month, it would take 20 months to reach 1.75 meters, still a bit short of his ideal height of 1.8 meters. He estimated that he would need 2 more years of growth, and by the time he was 17, he might even reach his goal. After they hurriedly finished their meal, Mei took Su Xiao Xiao and Li to the pharmacy to prepare trauma medicine for Wang Wei, such as hemostatics and bandages. Hua was the only one left in the house. Wang Wei asked her, "What did Mei say to Li last night?" Hua replied that she had gone to bed early and hadn't heard clearly. Slightly disappointed, Wang Wei asked what she was going to do later. Hua replied that she was looking after the younger children. He told her to get busy. Taking care of so many children was certainly not easy. As soon as they reached the gate, they saw Xia Yi, deputy leader of the hunting team, rushing over with his men. 2 of them were carrying an injured woman. They said they had been on patrol when they spotted the woman being chased by a pack of vicious dogs. The hunting team chased off the dogs and rescued her. Wang Wei examined her injuries and found them to be not dog bites, but rather scrapes and bruises from a fall. He then asked, "Which tribe are you from? What's your name? Where is your tribe?" The woman replied, "Our tribe doesn't have a name, and I can't find my way back. Everyone calls me Ma." Another small, nameless tribe. Wang Wei ordered the hunting team to take her to the pharmacy for treatment. He also ordered Xia Yi to notify all hunting team members to be on high alert for wild dogs and wolves, to prevent them from sneaking into the Xia tribe and harming anyone. Now that winter is approaching, these wild beasts have little food and are likely to venture too close to the tribe. The solution is to set traps, as many as possible, preferably with bait. Wang Wei had just taken a few steps when he suddenly felt something was amiss. How could a woman escape a vicious dog in the wilderness? And with only scrapes and bruises? He immediately turned around and asked Xia Yi, "Don't you think there's something wrong with that woman? What's the problem? She wasn't seriously injured, so why was she carried back? She couldn't walk when we found her. Then let me ask you, can a woman outrun a vicious dog in the wild? No. I have a mission for you. Secretly investigate where she escaped from and see if there are any other tribes near the unnamed tribe she mentioned." "Okay, my lord." Xia Yi took the order and left. Wang Wei, suspicious, hurried to the pharmacy. The Shani tribe had recently suffered a series of losses in clashes with the Shanbian tribe, both of which ended in crushing defeat and heavy casualties. Several seriously injured warriors died within a few days of returning to the tribe, leaving their leader, Shanqiu, furious but helpless. According to Shanqiu's temper, they should have sent people to wipe out the tribe on this side of the mountain and feed them to the wolves long ago, but they knew that the real defeat came not from this side of the mountain, but from the powerful force that suddenly appeared, the Xia tribe. The Xia tribe was clearly superior in strength, not only formidable in combat but also possessing precious commodities such as salt and pottery. After discussions between the wizard and the hills, they finally realized that the Xia tribe was not only a formidable force, but also possessed wealth that they could not match. Realizing that a head-on confrontation wouldn't work, the Shani tribe temporarily set aside their quest for revenge and decided to consider the Xia tribe's proposal for peaceful trade. This offer presented them with an opportunity. Not only could they exchange goods, but they could also gain a better understanding of the Xia tribe's true capabilities. They planned to form a caravan, take goods to the Xia tribe for communication and trade, and at the same time to inquire about the other side's situation. Shanfu was appointed as the leader of the caravan, but he was extremely resistant to it. Just a few days ago, he had been captured and humiliated by the Xia tribe, beaten almost to a pulp. Now he was going to do business with them again. Where would he put his face? But after Shanqiu scolded him, he could only swallow his anger and set off for the Xia tribe with his people and goods. 2 days ago, Shan Hu led a caravan to the tribe on this side of the mountain, intending to transit and complete a preliminary exchange of goods. Looking at this familiar land, he felt a mixture of emotions. Not long ago, he was a powerful figure here, but now he was forced to bow down to business. In order to avoid the sight of the tribesmen on the other side of the mountain husband hid behind the caravan and asked his confidants to come forward to negotiate with the tribesmen on the other side of the mountain. When the tribesmen on the other side of the mountain saw that the Shawnee tribe had brought goods to trade, they were all confused and unable to react. The two tribes had just fought, and now they were turning into friends. This change was so sudden and confusing. When they carefully examined the cattle brought by the Shawnee, they were furious. They were all bulls. The bulls were unable to reproduce, and the tribes on the other side of the mountain angrily denounced the Shawnee tribe for their lack of sincerity, questioning their ill intentions and humiliation. The scolded Shawnee caravan lowered their heads and dared not retort. In the past, they would have rushed forward to fight, but now they subdued themselves. They had no choice but to return in disgrace, and after replacing the cows with females, they returned again, their attitude much more respectful than before. The next day, the Shawnee tribe brought all the female cows, and the leader of the tribe on the mountainside thought that this batch was a perfect match with the previous batch. So he arranged for Lao Shushu and Guangtou to lead the Shawnee tribe's caravan to the Xia tribe to complete the final transaction. Meanwhile, in the Xia tribe, Wang Wei was watching the barbarians paddling bamboo rafts across the river to negotiate. The river flowed slowly, and the bamboo raft stopped 10 meters from the shore. Wang Wei stood on the raft and called out to the other side. "Difu, did the Beatty people agree to my last suggestion?" Difu nodded and replied, "They agreed, but they said there were too few pottery pieces and they wanted more." Wang Wei asked for the exact quantity, and Difu handed him a piece of animal skin covered in dense black dots, making it difficult to discern at first glance. The large dots represented pots, the smaller ones jars. Wang Wei counted them carefully and found that there were demands for over 80 pieces of pottery. Such a large order put Wang Wei in a difficult position, but after a brief hesitation, he nodded in agreement. He had already planned this, as the pottery workshop had been producing more than it needed to handle sudden transactions like this. He told Difu that he could send a batch first and deliver the rest in 5 days, so that he would have an excuse to delay. Difu smiled brightly when he heard this. He didn't expect that the Xia tribe would actually agree to such a large demand. Wang Wei took the opportunity to ask him questions, asking whether the Beatty people were building city walls, growing crops, and what animal their leader rode. Difu said that the Beatty people were gathering people, but he didn't know what they were doing. He only heard that the leader rode a large beast with a long nose. After hearing the description, Wang Wei roughly guessed that the animal was probably an elephant, but the northern D people's gathering of people seemed to indicate they were planning something big. He asked Difu to find out more next time he came, and the conversation between the two sides came to an end. Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he had successfully delayed the negotiations and had a chance to catch his breath. Chao Zhen and Chao Ming were waiting on the shore, eager to know the outcome of the negotiations. Wang Wei told them that he had gained 7 days. Both men couldn't help but burst into tears after hearing this. Building the city wall was the result of years of hard work, and they couldn't afford to let it fall apart at the last moment. Xia Dazui, however, expressed his concern. "Wang Wei, this isn't a solution. What if they want pottery today and workers tomorrow?" Wang Wei nodded. "You are right, but now we can only delay. We will talk about whatever they want to buy more time." Judging from Difu's words, the northern D people are probably preparing for war. It is not clear who they are going to fight, but they can take care of the Xia tribe for the time being. Wang Wei speculated that the northern D might be engaged in construction or weaponry, perhaps even some large-scale project. Thinking of this, Wang Wei had an idea and decided to improve the pottery workshop's production efficiency. He first went to the carpentry group, called Xiahua, and then took 2 apprentices to the pottery workshop. Today, the pottery workshop has developed into a complete workshop, located near the hot spring valley. There are various pottery kilns inside, large, medium and small, and special thatched sheds for drying the pottery. The ground is littered with pottery, and although there is a lot of it, the quality is always below expectations. Wang Wei had always wanted to improve his craft, but he lacked the right tools, especially a turntable. He had wanted to make bearings, but that required iron and precision technology, which was currently out of reach. But today, he planned to start with the most basic manual turntable. So he called an impromptu meeting with the key members of the pottery and carpentry groups and explained the specific requirements for making the turntable. While the principle behind this device is simple, achieving both fast and stable rotation is a real challenge. Previously, people would have to maneuver around the pottery, a process that was inefficient and exhausting. Now, tools free up the labor. After Wang Wei assigned the tasks, he asked everyone to research and design their own designs, striving to produce a prototype as quickly as possible. In the woods not far from the Xia tribe, a group of people formed a circle. At the core were Wang Wei and the 9 women from the logistics team. Standing in the center were 2 women about to compete. One was Foxy, the other was a woman from the Blackstone tribe. No one expected that the deputy leader that Humezi would choose would be the girl from the Blackstone tribe Pa had not yet realized the real purpose of Humezi looking for her, and thought that what she said yesterday was just a misunderstanding and that the matter was over. She was a stubborn and face-conscious person, and once she made up her mind, she wouldn't look back. This time, she showed up at the competition without even saying hello to Li. Humezi dragged Wang Wei along, wanting him to see for himself whether the person she had chosen was suitable. Wang Wei was working in the pottery group when she pulled him over and insisted on judging the competition in person. After understanding the situation, Wang Wei, considering safety concerns, decisively decided to change the competition format to wrestling to prevent them from getting hurt. He also had the logistics team lay out a large straw mat, about 5 meters square, filled with thick hay. To avoid embarrassment, Wang Wei asked the preparation team to send a set of leather jackets and pants to replace the original leather skirt, which would be more suitable for wrestling moves. They changed into soft-soled animal leather shoes and tied the hems of their leather jackets tightly with ropes to ensure they wouldn't be exposed during the movements. After changing, the 2 were asked to stand in the middle of the straw mat. Wang Wei explained the rules and precautions of the competition to them. The rules are clear: whoever knocks their opponent down first and leaves them unable to get up wins. Kicks are forbidden, so only hands are used for hugging, wrapping, and hooking techniques, with the key being to land on both shoulders. After explaining the rules, Wang Wei looked at the 2 women and asked if they agreed with this format. Humezi, brimming with confidence, signaled to Wang Wei with her eyes. "Just wait and see how I perform." Pa, on the other hand, simply nodded, appearing much more reserved. Judging from her physical condition, Humezi was indeed strong and tall, with well-defined muscles and a very outstanding physique. In comparison, Pa was slightly younger, perhaps 17 or 18 years old. Although not as burly as Humezi, he was also strong and well-proportioned. Wang Wei was actually a little worried. The power of this match seemed a little uneven, and he might be at a disadvantage. With Wang Wei's command, the 2 of them officially entered the competition state. The scene suddenly became quiet and the atmosphere was tense. The 2 female warriors, clad in skin-tight leather jackets, moved swiftly, testing each other, searching for an opening to strike. Foxy suddenly took a step forward, launching an attack, and Pa reacted immediately, stepping forward to meet the challenge. They first shook hands and pulled, then moved closer. Humezi suddenly exerted force, hugged Po's waist, and tried to knock her down. But Pa reacted faster, supporting Humezi's shoulders and thrusting back suddenly, spreading her legs and freeing Humezi from her control. The 2 then went back and forth, their bodies constantly colliding, making dull thuds in a tense atmosphere. Their shoulders, waists, backs, and thighs took turns exerting force. The whole competition felt like a competition and a dance, a thrilling and exhilarating experience. Their toned muscles were faintly revealed under their torn leather jackets, and their abdominal muscles were clearly defined, like a soldier's medal. Wang Wei felt a little embarrassed when he saw it. The leather jackets he had originally arranged were still unable to withstand the tears caused by the intense exercise. Fortunately, the crowd was filled with women, so no one felt awkward. Instead, cheers erupted, creating a lively atmosphere. Finally, Foxy found a moment when she was off balance, and decisively struck, pinning her to the mat. She won the competition. Wang Wei nodded. Although the match was intense, he was impressed by the skill and strength displayed by both sides. After Humezi and Pa adjusted their clothes, they walked over to Wang Wei and patted each other on the shoulders, expressing their mutual respect. This match was exciting. The men of the Xia tribe should try to compete more often in this kind of competition, Wang Wei said jokingly. Humezi's eyes were smiling, while Pa's seemed a little shy, clearly still immersed in the competition. Wang Wei began to comment on Pa. Although she doesn't look as strong as you, she has strong explosive power and good endurance. Pa was a little embarrassed by the praise. She explained. I only had scratches when I came here. My father taught me wrestling. Foxy then asked Wang Wei. Do you think Pa can be the deputy leader? Wang Wei pondered for a moment and asked. But she still belongs to the Blackstone tribe. How can she directly become the deputy leader of the Xia tribe? Foxy didn't care about these boundaries. Isn't the Xia tribe a branch of the Blackstone tribe? Why is it so clear? she started to play tricks. Anyway, I'm going to choose to break it. Seeing her resolute attitude, Wang Wei turned to prefer advice, but didn't react for a moment and was still hesitant. Humeizi advised her. Don't think too much. The Blackstone tribe will be merged into the Xia tribe sooner or later. We are one family. Wang Wei couldn't help but twist her waist as she spoke, but she was caught and couldn't pull her hand away. Seeing that she was still undecided, Wang Wei suggested, let her serve as deputy team leader temporarily, and it wouldn't be too late to return to the Blackrock tribe in the future. Pa nodded in agreement, saying he would go back and discuss it with Li before making a formal response. Wang Wei laughed and said, Then go find Li now, and then come back and familiarize yourself with the environment with Humeizi. After Pa left, Humeizi was a little unhappy and asked Wang Wei why he asked her to go back to discuss it. Wang Wei had to comfort her. Li will definitely support her. This made Humeizi suddenly silent. The deputy leader's job was finally settled. Wang Wei asked Humeizi to lead him to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment, while he returned to the inner part of the tribe. Along the way, he rubbed his hand that was hurt by the scratching, lamenting that Humeizi was too ruthless. This woman should not be provoked. Just as Wang Wei was about to go check on the cattle breeding team getting nose rings, he spotted a group of people approaching the village gate. About 30 or 40 of them were slowly advancing with cattle, goats, and other livestock, some of them scolding the herd. Xia Yi from the hunting team hurried to report. They are people from the Shani tribe, led by Lao Shishu. Wang Wei had long guessed that the Shani tribe would accept the trade proposal, but he didn't expect them to act so quickly. He had suggested that they trade salt and pottery with other tribes, so he could also profit from it. What was even more surprising this time was that the person leading the team was actually a former captive, a mountain man. The slaves of the Xia tribe, who were building a new city wall, were thrilled to see the livestock arriving. After all, there was more food. The Xia tribe's food was diverse and delicious, a real temptation for the other tribes. Chao Zhen and Chao Ming reported that the slaves had been working very hard recently, with some even volunteering for the heavy work. Wang Wei asked them to keep a record of these people and, after the new city was completed, offer them regular jobs or promotions if they showed performance. As the Shani tribe drew closer, Wang Wei arranged for Xia Yi to lead his men to seize their livestock and weapons. He feared potential harm, especially against him, and needed to stabilize the situation. Finally, Wang Wei sent for Shiyun to discuss the details of the transaction with the Shanfu. In the Xia tribe's dining hall, Wang Wei received Shanfu, accompanied by Xia Yi and Shiyun. Xia Yi was a guard, ready to protect Wang Wei's safety at any time, while Shiyun was familiarizing himself with the Shani tribe in advance for the subsequent transaction. The translator, Lao Shushu, was also present, overseeing communication between the two sides to avoid misunderstandings due to language differences. The mountain man felt nervous and mixed upon seeing Wang Wei again. He had once been a respected figure in the Shani tribe, and everyone greeted him with smiles. But since being captured and brought back, he has been treated coldly and talked about behind his back for just a few days. Now he is forced to come, but he secretly made up his mind that if he can bring back salt and pottery, he may be able to win the respect of the tribe again. After Wang Wei and the others sat down, he casually asked Shanfu about his experience traveling to the Xia tribe. Lao Shishi translated for them. The mountain man was reluctant, but forced into a corner, he finally managed to say a few words, praising the Xia tribe's strength and numbers, and their leader, Wang Wei, whom he deeply admired. He even apologized for their previous battle and thanked Wang Wei for sparing his life. Although his words were a bit flattering, they sounded pleasant. Wang Wei smiled and mentioned the last time the Shani tribe sent 8 aggressive bulls, which nearly caused a disaster. The mountain man's heart tightened and he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they were only bringing cows this time. He quickly explained that this was a sincere gesture, and he would not dare to do it again. Wang Wei nodded and didn't pursue the matter further. He began by saying that the two tribes should live in harmony, visit each other frequently, and share what they have. The mountain husband agreed, saying that this was exactly what the Shani tribe wanted. Wang Wei then introduced Shiyun, saying that she would be in charge of future transactions between the two sides. Shanfu was taken aback, not expecting her to be a woman. However, she seemed calm and capable, so he didn't dare underestimate her. This time, the Shani tribe brought 8 cows, over 30 goats, chickens, rabbits, and other livestock. To foster cooperation, Wang Wei offered the Shani tribe salt and pottery, which satisfied the Shani tribe. He also offered to trade seeds, herbs, and stone materials for them in the future. Then he took out a small piece of iron ore and asked the mountain man to take it back. If he could find similar ore, the Xia tribe would double the reward. The mountain man immediately agreed and promised to send people to look for it when he returned. After the transaction, everyone had a meal together, and then Wang Wei personally escorted the Shanfu out of the tribe's gate. As for the Shani tribe's accompanying personnel, they were all arranged to rest in the open space outside the tribe. This was for security reasons. The Xia tribe did not want outsiders to roam freely, and internal secrets had to be kept secret. They were still provided with food and water, so they were well taken care of. This was also the method Wang Wei learned from Chao Ming's experience in trading with the fish tribe. After sending the mountain hand away, Wang Wei was still thinking about checking on the pottery group. However, Xia Jin arrived hurriedly, reporting that 2 people had been injured by a bison. Xia Dao, from the animal husbandry group, was piercing the nostrils of a bison when 2 slaves were gored and seriously injured by the bull. Wang Wei and Xia Yi immediately rushed to investigate. They saw Xia Dao and his men securing a bull to a wooden frame. However, the bull was incredibly strong, and its charge had knocked the frame over. It was restless, its horns sharp, and it kicked relentlessly, appearing extremely dangerous. Wang Wei calmed down and suggested securing the bull's limbs to prevent further movement. The others worked together to secure the bull's legs with ropes and sticks. The bull fell to the ground, struggling desperately, its horns flailing in a piercing roar. The noise was so loud that even the cattle in the nearby pen became restless and started banging their heads against the fence. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Wang Wei pointed at the most frantic cow and ordered Xia Yi to slaughter it. Xia Yi led the hunting team, charging forward with iron spears in hand, stabbing the bull's head and neck. The bull struggled, but was ultimately succumbed to the multiple spears piercing its neck, causing blood to spurt. It grew increasingly frantic, ramming the fence so hard that the wooden stakes shook. Xia Yi and his companions continued their assault, stabbing the bull repeatedly with their iron spears until the blood drained out and it collapsed to the ground. It wasn't completely dead yet, so Xia Yi simply pulled out his machete and, following Wang Wei's instructions, stabbed the bull in the carotid artery. Blood gushed out like a column, and soon the bull was dead. Elsewhere, Xia Dao also pinned down another bull. He had a slave hold the bull's head down firmly, then he grasped the cartilage in its nose with one hand and stabbed it with a knife with the other. The bull howled in pain, and blood flowed. Next, he passed a thin rope through the cow's nose and tied a knot to facilitate control. As the saying goes, to lead a cow, you must lead it by the nose. A single click can control the entire body. When the cow was released, its eyes were filled with fear and tears, and it obediently allowed itself to be led away. Just like that, one was killed and one was tamed. Seeing this, the other bulls and cows all moved around restlessly. Wang Wei ordered more people to be gathered and they must tame them all today. Xia Tongya from the iron-making team came over, hammer in hand, and yelled that he would pound any disobedient oxen into submission. Wang Wei knew that if he hadn't planned to use the oxen for plowing, he wouldn't have wanted to keep so many bulls. However, since the Shawnee tribe still had wild buffalo, he decided to kill them to establish his authority and intimidate the living buffaloes. After all, the beef could be eaten, the hide could be used, and the horns could be made into horns. So he ordered Xia Tongya and Xia Dao to join forces and slaughter any untamed bulls on the spot in front of the other cattle. That afternoon, 5 bulls were killed in quick succession by them. The remaining cattle, having witnessed this, were so frightened that they dared not resist and lay down trembling. Xia Tongya, with his imposing presence, swung his hammer, sending blood splattering, a scene of profound awe. Xia Dao seized the opportunity to pierce the noses of the wild oxen, tying them up with ropes and taming them one by one. In the end, the Xia tribe had 11 cattle left, 3 bulls and 8 cows. Intimidated by fear and gore, they became docile and obedient, each one accepting the piercing of their nostrils and letting themselves be pulled by the string. Meanwhile, the slaughtered bulls were being skinned and their flesh cut before the living cattle. The smell of blood and flesh once again made the living cattle understand the consequences of disobedience. Wang Wei finally instructed Xia Dao to collect the horns and make them into horns for future use. In the afternoon, Wang Wei convened a meeting. All hunting teams had returned, and all team leaders and deputy team leaders were required to be present. Because they were heading to the Blackrock tribe the next day, this mission was of great importance, and he needed to make all the necessary arrangements in advance. When everyone gathered in the cafeteria of the Xia tribe, they discovered that there were more people with positions in the tribe than they usually thought. Wang Wei spoke first, arranging temporary personnel. Xiao Mei and Chao Jin would be responsible for daily management. Chao Ming would continue to oversee the city wall construction. Hunting groups 1 and 4, along with the women's logistics team, would remain behind, and Foxy and Bird Egg would be assigned to accompany Wang Wei on his travels. As for night patrols, Xia Tongya, Xia Hua, and Xia Yu would temporarily lead the team. He emphasized the importance of strict supervision of newly acquired slaves, especially those from the Shawnee tribes. Any signs of trouble would be severely punished on the spot. However, he also offered them opportunities for advancement. If they remained well-behaved after their trip to Black Rock, they could be promoted to first-class slaves. This combination of rewards and punishments served as both a deterrent and an incentive. The meeting continued, and Wang Wei announced that he would take 44 people this time, including 20 people from hunting groups 2 and 3, and 20 strong men from the tribe, plus himself, Foxy, Li, and Bird Egg. 5 mules will carry the load, and the accompanying supplies are extremely complete: medicine, pottery, salt, food, buckets, torches, tents, etc., as well as bows and arrows, rattan armor, rattan helmets, rattan shields, as well as iron axes, iron shovels, iron picks and other tools. To prepare for the long trek, Wang Wei required everyone to wear newly made leather jackets and pants, along with leggings, for ease of movement in the field. After the meeting, everyone immediately split up to gather any remaining supplies and equipment. Wang Wei left Shiyun alone, instructing her to maintain a professional and impartial relationship with the Pan tribe. Wang Wei bluntly stated that the Shi tribe had been merged into the Xia tribe, and that their past ties needed to be severed. The Pan tribe could only maintain normal transactions and could not break the rules for personal reasons. Shiyun nodded in agreement, admitting that the Pan tribe had indeed taken advantage of him before. Wang Wei reminded her that he had only been away for 3 days, and if the Pan tribe really had any ill intentions, he would deal with it after he returned. Although Shiyun felt that Wang Wei was worrying too much, she did not argue. Afterward, Wang Wei went back to see Xia Dazui. Worried that Shiyun might be too soft-hearted towards the Pan tribe, he asked Xia Dazui to keep an eye on her while he was away, not to monitor her, but to protect her. Xia Dazui laughed and suggested wiping out the Pan tribe, but Wang Wei immediately rebuked him, telling him not to act rashly and to wait until he returned if there were any problems. Besides this, Xia Dazui's main task was to keep a close eye on the barbarians on the other side of the river. The Northern D were secretly manipulating them, and no one knew if they would cause trouble in the next few days. Wang Wei also specifically instructed that the female logistics team needed to be taken care of, as Foxy was traveling with the team, and the new deputy team leader was inexperienced and prone to mistakes. As night fell, the tribe's dinner consisted of beef and offal. Wang Wei had originally wanted to make hot pot for Mei and the women, but thinking about the journey tomorrow, he decided to focus on more important matters. The remaining beef will be made into beef jerky, a vital source of energy for him. The entire process is complex, requiring boiling, cutting, seasoning, and then baking, before finally being sealed in ceramic jars for storage. 5 cows are enough to produce 200 to 300 kilograms of beef jerky, enough to last him for a while. After dinner, Wang Wei summoned Xia Feng and Xia Lei to confirm their preparations. They agreed everything was ready. Wang Wei then excused them from the night watch, leaving Xia Tongya, Xia Hua, and Xia Yu to lead the charge. The hunting group will be fully armed, with bows and arrows, rattan armor, helmets, and shields. Although the load is heavy, it's not too much of a burden with the mules. In addition, he assigned 20 men to serve as logistics personnel. They were poorly equipped, wearing only rattan helmets, holding wooden spears, and carrying animal hide bags. Their main tasks were to look after the mules and make fires for cooking. Wang Wei told Xia Feng and Xia Lei that this trip was ostensibly to transport iron ore, but in reality it was to relocate the Blackstone tribe. This would allow the Blackstone tribe to bring out more ore, but the Wild Wolf tribe was constantly watching, and a conflict was likely to occur. He analyzed that the Blackrock tribe and the Wild Wolf tribe had long been sworn enemies, with the other tribe even having killed the Blackrock leader. The Blackrock tribe had already been struggling to survive, and this transfer required every effort to ensure their safety. Xia Feng asked how to deal with the conflict. Wang Wei said frankly that the Blackstone and Xia tribes were of the same origin and were natural enemies of the Wild Wolf tribe. If a war broke out, they would have to fight hard. Wang Wei believed that the Xia tribe's greatest threat wasn't the Blackstone tribe, but the Northern D and the savages. He worried that the Northern D had already mastered bronze weapons, while the Xia tribe was outnumbered and outdated. If a war broke out, their chances of victory would be slim. Therefore, he decided that increasing the population was the only way out. Only with enough people would there be enough strength to resist the threat. The group discussed the matter until late at night before dispersing. On his way back to the cabin, Wang Wei encountered Humeizi. She looked a little flustered as she emerged from the room. He knew Mei had probably asked her to take care of her. Wang Wei didn't ask further questions, simply urging her to get some rest. He waited until she was far away before pushing the door open and entering the room. In the hut, Mei was giving Li instructions. She reminded him that De Wang needed to drink oat's milk every day, but it was inconvenient for him to go out right now, so he should pay more attention to his diet. De Wang often forgets to eat when he's busy, and his body tires easily, so he should be encouraged to rest more. He's been having frequent headaches lately, so remember to give him a massage. Li nodded in agreement. Mei suddenly remembered that a few days ago, she saw Humeizi rubbing the king's hair outside. That scene made her feel sad. Although the king had many women around him, Mei still felt that she should be the one to choose the woman for him. However, Given the current circumstances, relying solely on Li for care was definitely not enough. She had no choice but to include Humezi in the mix, treating her as the king's woman. May even planned to have Humezi accompany and care for the king whenever he went out, as this would be a safer option. However, the thought of having another woman in the hut still left her with mixed feelings. May continued to instruct Li. The king doesn't like to wash with cold water, so remember to boil some hot water. He also likes to tie his hair up, so you should learn to comb it for him. Curious, Li asked why the king always tied his hair up high. May just smiled and said nothing. Instead, Hua joked that the king felt he was too short and that tying his hair into a high braid would make him look taller. Everyone laughed. May said the king was a god, so his ideas were naturally different from those of ordinary people. Li then mentioned that the Blackstone tribe had a totem, a small figure carved from stone, which the elders said was a god. The room suddenly fell silent, everyone finding the coincidence a bit eerie. May told Li to go back and ask Elder Afu, who might be able to solve the mystery. Li then asked if the king had any other women besides them. May said no now, but maybe in the future. Li was puzzled as to why the king needed so many women. May smiled and replied, "Of course, it's to have children." The king was incredibly intelligent, and having more intelligent children would make the Xia tribe even stronger. Li then asked why May didn't have children herself. May replied calmly, "The king is still young." Li was filled with doubts about the king. After a day of observation, she had a general understanding of the Xia tribe, but Wang Wei was still a stranger. She only heard people praising the king endlessly, treating him like a god. She also wondered if the king was really too young, because she had heard from the women of the Black Rock tribe that as long as a man had the ability, he could make a woman pregnant. Li casually asked if she could take some sanitary napkins back for her sisters in the tribe. May readily agreed. As they chatted, Wang Wei pushed the door open and walked in. Everyone stood up immediately, and Wang Wei waved his hand to indicate that formalities were unnecessary. He told May that the Ma, who came today, seemed to be a bit suspicious and asked her to arrange for someone to observe her secretly. May suggested that Ma be arranged to live with Xia Hong and have Xia Hong keep an eye on her. Wang Wei nodded and emphasized that special attention should be paid to the places where hemp had gone, such as the iron smelting workshop, pottery kiln, and other important places. If any abnormality was found, do not deal with it directly, but control it first, put it in a special cage, and wait for him to come back. After giving the instructions, Wang Wei went to wash up and planned to go to the duty room to sleep. But Mei, Su Xiaoxiao and Hua stopped him, saying that he didn't get enough rest last night. If he stayed up tonight, he wouldn't have the energy to go to the Blackstone tribe tomorrow. Wang Wei hesitated and said he wanted to find another place to sleep. Mei half-jokingly suggested that they go to Foxy's place. Wang Wei felt awkward, but finally gave in and slept next to Mei. That night, Wang Wei was indeed a bit restless, his hands roaming around Mei's body. Hua noticed and reached out to grab him, but he led her over, and the two of them started to make a scene that made Mei uncomfortable. Mei wanted to replace Su Xiaoxiao, but Su Xiaoxiao refused and pulled Li to take her place. As soon as Li came, Wang Wei immediately calmed down, turned his back to Mei, and fell asleep in a short while. As he had not rested well the night before, he slept very soundly. At dawn, Mei woke Wang Wei. He donned a new leather jacket and pants. The pants had holes at the waist and a string tied around the calves, covering the shoe shafts. He then tied leggings, providing both warmth and flexibility. The jacket had long sleeves, and the hem was also tied with a string. Mei said that the entire Xia tribe would soon adopt this kind of clothing, which was more suitable than a leather skirt. It was especially useful in cold weather, and they would find new materials for hotter weather. Mei then dressed Wang Wei in lightweight leather armor, half the weight of his previous set. Under Mei's guidance, Li tied Wang Wei's hair up. Wang Wei jokingly said he'd need to wear a helmet later, so he could just take it off. Mei, however, said it was a good opportunity for Li to practice. After packing up, Wang Wei shouldered his briefcase, which contained medicine and food, and hung a dagger at his waist. After finishing their meal, the group reached the main gate of the Xia tribe. A bonfire burned outside, surrounded by a crowd. The hunting team, all dressed in rattan armor and wielding iron spears, exuded a powerful aura. Nyadin, assigned as the team's doctor, was both nervous and excited. He also served as the temporary logistics team leader, responsible for the mules and food. Humezi and Li also wore leather armor. Humezi's figure made her uncomfortable with rattan armor, so Wang Wei had leather armor and a hide helmet custom made for her. While leather armor wasn't as protective as rattan armor, it was lighter and more attractive, making it suitable for women. Wang Wei also planned to have the women in the logistics team wear leather armor on patrol in the future. Mei, Xia Dazui, Xiao Zhen, Xia Tongya, Rong Mama, and others from the tribe came to see him off. Everyone knew Wang Wei would be away for a few days for the sake of the tribe, and they were reluctant to let him go. Wang Wei consoled them by saying he would only be gone for 3 or 4 days and asked them to wait for good news. Someone asked how much iron ore he would bring back, and Wang Wei smiled and replied, "The more the better, it would be enough for the tribe." As they were talking, 2 giant beasts, Dabai and Erbai, ran over, seemingly wanting to follow. Mei suggested that Wang take them along. Wang Wei thought that made sense, but he only planned to take one, leaving the other to guard the tribe. So he took Dabai with him, leaving Erbai behind. As the sky gradually brightened, under the gaze of everyone, the team finally set out on their journey and headed towards the wilderness. The mountains in the distance appeared and disappeared in the mist, like an illusory painting. As the temperature gradually dropped, the wild beasts in the wilderness became more ferocious due to lack of food, and even attacked humans. The biting cold is also a threat to humans. Without proper protection, frostbite and even hypothermia are easy to occur. At noon, the sun finally peeks out, bringing a touch of warmth and a momentary respite from the coldness of the wilderness. The Xiao tribe's troops were marching across the deserted wilderness, surrounded by a vast expanse of desolate ground, devoid of human habitation, and only the rustling of grass in the wind. As they were marching, Humeizi smelled a pungent odor and, puzzled, asked Wang Wei why the 2 pottery jars smelled so bad. Wang Wei knew it was the smell of leaking biochemical venom, but he let everyone else detect it for themselves. Li, with his keen nose, quickly pronounced the stench like dead rat. Wang Wei then explained that it was the golden juice he had personally crafted. The so-called golden juice was actually poison. If it stained an enemy's arrow, even a mere wound would be difficult to heal, and the wound would fester and fester. Furthermore, the toxin would enter the bloodstream, and over time, it would inevitably lead to death. Upon hearing this, everyone was secretly shocked. Someone suggested that since it was so powerful, it could be used for hunting, right? Wang Wei shook his head. Once used on prey, it would no longer be edible. Everyone discussed the matter, but Foxy pointed out that golden juice was meant to be used against enemies and wild people. Wang Wei nodded indeed. He added that once the tribal walls were built, bows and arrows combined with this poison would form the strongest defense. The team continued to advance, and the tiger who was exploring the way ahead came back to report. There was a small river ahead, and the water was too deep for mules to cross. If they took a detour, they would have to walk quite a bit further. Wang Wei asked everyone to check the situation first. They rushed to the river. The water wasn't turbulent in the winter, but it wasn't navigable directly. This was precisely why Wang Wei hadn't brought his mule cart. Otherwise, if he encountered such an obstacle, he would have had to abandon it. He immediately sent people to explore the river upstream and downstream, looking for narrow spots and, if suitable, to cut down trees and build bridges. While waiting, everyone rested by the river. Someone lit a fire to boil soup, and the atmosphere relaxed temporarily. Mules carried purified water and supplies, and the wicker baskets were padded with fur to prevent abrasions. Just as everyone was eating, Dabai suddenly barked in the direction they had come from. Looking up, they saw a group of strangers slowly approaching, more than 20 of them, wearing wolfskin hats and holding wooden spears and stone tools. They walked to the river and looked at the Xiao tribe members with the same vigilance. Wang Wei calmed Dabai and told the tribe members to remain vigilant and not act rashly. Someone in the group tried to drink the river water, but immediately spat it out and swore something unpleasant, apparently of unknown origin. They laughed rudely, saying that the Xiao tribe dressed like wild ghosts from the mountains, and even made fun of the rattan clothes. Xia Feng was so angry that he wanted to fight back, but was stopped by Wang Wei. Wang Wei calmly judged that these people were just scouting and there must be a large force behind them. A rash conflict would not be worth the loss. But these people cast malicious glances at Humeizi and Li, their eyes filled with frivolity and provocation. The young leader even shouted in public, demanding that Humeizi come with them, and promised to give her more food than she could finish. Humiliated, Foxy was enraged. Wang Wei coldly rebuked. "Where did this wild dog come from, making such a fuss?" The young leader claimed to be from the wolf tribe and threatened to make the Xia tribe suffer. Wang Wei sneered. "Wolves are just wild dogs," which made everyone laugh and made the man look even uglier. Just as the situation was about to erupt into conflict, 2 of his men hurried over to tell him to go back, saying that the leader had found a way out. The situation calmed down temporarily when the young leader left with his men, cursing. Xiao Feng couldn't help but ask Wang Wei why he hadn't taken action earlier. Wang Wei said that they were outnumbered and a conflict was pointless. The real goal was to reach the Blackstone tribe and not be held back by these savages along the way. Afterwards, Humeizi and Li used the excuse of going into the woods to take care of some personal matters, and they also asked Wang Wei to keep watch. Being out in the wild was indeed inconvenient, and women were more restricted than men. Foxy complained helplessly, and Wang Wei could only promise to improve her clothing upon her return. He secretly resolved to invent paper upon his return to the tribe, a method for both riding and personal hygiene. When the three returned to camp, the tiger had finished its exploration and brought good news. A narrow section upstream was found where they could cut down trees to build a bridge. They immediately set out, the hunters wielding axes to chop down trees, and soon a simple wooden bridge had been constructed. The mules were carefully led across the bridge, and the group successfully crossed the river and continued on their way to their destination. The atmosphere within the wild wolf tribe was tense. Sun hurried back with his men and reported the situation outside to their leader, Langya. In front of Elder Shur, Langya smashed a piece of pottery to pieces. Then, suppressing his anger, he said coldly, "If you really did send people to that tribe, is he trying to bring them back?" Elder Shur shook his head, saying he didn't think so. Ah Fu probably just wanted to send Li away, unwilling to see her suffer in the sheep tribe. He'd also heard that the sheep tribe had forced Ah Fu to trade his children for sheep, or they wouldn't lend them to the Blackstone tribe. Li's escape was likely forced by the sheep tribe. Langya sneered. "The sheep tribe is also ruthless and wants to take advantage of the opportunity to bite the Blackrock tribe." Sun disagreed. He gritted his teeth and said, "I suspect Li and Pa fled to report the incident, intending to unite with the Blackrock tribe to deal with us, or seek help from other tribes. 3 of us died while chasing them, and it's all their fault." Elder Shur retorted, "How could 2 women kill 3 strong men? There are so many wolves, tigers and leopards in the wild, the cause of death may not be them." Sun, however, persisted. He remembered that Zhe and Zhu had indeed died at the hands of wild dogs, but they had been devoured only after death. He suspected the Blackstone tribe had been responsible. Later, he captured 2 Blackstone tribe men and brutally had them devoured by the flame wolf. As for the disappearance of Xiao, he suspected that there was a complicated situation, and even suspected that Xiao might have betrayed the tribe. Sun said angrily, "Chief, I am sure that the Blackstone tribe killed them." As Langya listened to the argument, he secretly wondered, why did Ah Fu send people to that tribe at such a critical moment? What was his intention? He asked Elder Shur. Did the sheep tribe give the sheep to the Blackstone tribe? Elder Shur shook his head, saying that the sheep tribe was still demanding a price, insisting on Ah Fu's daughter in exchange. Langya coldly ordered, "Sun, go to the sheep tribe and tell them. If they don't hand over the sheep, every sheep they release from now on will be 1 less." Sun insisted that the Blackstone tribe surrender, specifically Ah Fu and Shan Kuei. Elder Shur sneered, saying that if these 2 died, the Blackstone tribe would fight to the death. Langya thought for a moment, then backed off. "Then Shan Kuei will pay. He's Po's father, and he should be held accountable for the deaths of our warriors." Although Elder Shur felt resentful, he also understood this reality. He was just worried that Li had already joined a powerful tribe. If someone really helped the Blackrock tribe, the situation might not be easy to control. Langya said firmly, "The Blackrock tribe must leave. The Tsunglong tribe is already on their way. By then, their fate will no longer be theirs." Elder Shur sighed and agreed, then brought up the matter of his son Di. Langya sneered, "I hope you really don't know. I'm telling you, I've already arrested Di and am interrogating him." Elder Shur's face turned pale, and he stumbled out of the cave with heavy steps. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and his team continued on their journey. After walking for over an hour, the ferns gradually became scarce, replaced by tall trees. They decided to cut straight through the forest to save time. After another half-hour of walking, they suddenly came to a cliff. The rock face soared into the sky, as straight as if cleaved by a giant axe, and thick yellow vines drooped from it. The cliff top was shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see the entire view. Li Hu shouted from the front, "My lord, we need to go around this way." They followed the narrow path through the forest. It was obvious that people had been moving around. Dabai, walking in the front, sniffed the air. Wang Wei signaled them to stop and said, "Xiaofeng, Li Hu, come here. There's probably a tribe nearby." Xiao Lei also caught up and whispered, "My lord, I feel like someone has been watching us." Wang Wei nodded and said, "The trail is clearly marked. Someone must have walked this way often. The rest of this road is their territory." Xiao Feng suspected there must be a tribe over there. Wang Wei warned, "Everyone, be careful. If you encounter anyone, don't fight if you can. Don't make enemies easily." The team continued on, and sure enough, a small tribe appeared at the end of the path. Huts were scattered among the trees, surrounded by wooden fences, and inside the fences were some pheasants and wild boars. The tribesmen guarding the road, armed with wooden sticks, clearly disliked outsiders. Xia Feng approached them, presenting himself as a caravan driver. He held out a clay pot, hoping to exchange it for something. Initially bewildered, they finally understood and offered a few worn furs, a pile of mushrooms, and even a tattered tiger skin. Xia Feng, unsure of the mushrooms and fearing they might be poisonous, refused them. The other party, displeased, took them back, leaving behind only a few pelts. Xia Feng then pointed at the young wild boar and pheasant in the pen, but the other party ignored him. At that moment, several men emerged from the forest. Leading them was a tall, burly figure, clearly the leader. The tribesmen treated him with great respect. Xia Lei whispered, "Your Majesty, I suspect they were the ones who had been following us." Wang Wei nodded. "We've probably been discovered by the time we got here." Xia Feng continued to communicate with the leader through gestures, dawdling for a long time. Wang Wei was impatient and just wanted to get to the Blackstone tribe as soon as possible. He directly ordered, "They only want the pots? Give them, not their junk. Just let us pass." Xia Feng came back and reported, "My king, they want 3 clay pots and are willing to exchange them for women." Wang Wei immediately shook his head. "We don't want the people. We are in a hurry and it is inconvenient to bring people with us. As long as they give way, 3 clay pots will be fine." Xia Feng stepped forward again, communicated with the leader, and conveyed Wang Wei's intention. After about 10 minutes, Xia Feng finally finished negotiating with the group. He walked up to Wang Wei, his face filled with anger. Wang Wei looked up and asked, "What did they say?" Xia Feng gritted his teeth and replied, "My lord, those people are going too far. They actually asked us to hand over a mule." Wang Wei sneered, his heart already filled with impatience. "How shameless and greedy! I've already given them 3 clay pots, which is quite generous. Tell them we can only give them 1. If they don't agree, don't blame us for being rude." Xia Feng nodded and went over to negotiate again. Wang Wei turned to Xia Lei, Hu Hu, and Chao Kezi and ordered, "Get ready. If a fight breaks out, capture their leader first. Go and pass the order." The 3 of them quickly left to pass on the order. Wang Wei looked at Hu Meizi again and said calmly, "If a fight really breaks out later, you have to protect Li." Hu Meizi pursed her lips and whispered, "Mei asked me to protect you." Wang Wei smiled and said, "Oh, then you have to protect yourself even more." At this time, Xia Feng came back again, his face flushed red, and he said angrily, "My king, they don't agree. Not only do they want the things we had before, they also want women." Wang Wei's eyes instantly turned cold, and he sneered, "How arrogant! They even dared to ask for my woman?" Xia Feng was stunned for a moment, thinking that the king's words seemed a little off, but then he thought, don't the women of the tribe belong to the king? Hu Meizi heard another layer of meaning, and her face changed slightly. Wang Wei said in a deep voice, "In that case, then don't tolerate it anymore. If they dare to attack, beat them down so that they know that the Xia tribe is not easy to bully." Thinking of being delayed for so long by these barbarians, Wang Wei became even more angry. Xia Feng took the order and strode forward with the second hunting team, shouting sternly, "Get out of the way, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Unexpectedly, the leader of the small tribe brought men, women, old and young, waving wooden sticks and continued to block the road. A cold look flashed in Xia Feng's eyes, and he said coldly to the people around him, "Anyone who stands in my way will die." Wang Wei heard it from behind and sighed in his heart. Even someone with Xia Feng's temper was pushed to the brink. It seems that I was too kind. Soon, a conflict erupted. The small tribe leader had initially thought he could gain the upper hand, but unexpectedly, Xia Feng instantly overpowered him. Xia Feng first raised his vine shield to block the attack, then thrust his spear straight out, instantly piercing the man's chest. The leader fell to the ground, dead, before he could even scream. The tribe was instantly terrified, and soon, almost all of them were beaten to the ground. The hunting team, though brutal, was restrained, killing only a few stubborn men. The rest, including women and children, were simply kicked to the ground and forbidden to move. Xia Feng kicked the corpse aside, clearing the way without even glancing at those people. Afterwards, the team set off again, passing through the small tribe and continuing into the depths of the wilderness. After walking for a while, Xia Feng whispered, "My lord, I didn't obey your orders and killed someone." Wang Wei patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "You did the right thing. Those people are unreasonable. If we don't kill a few people, they will really think we are easy to bully." However, Hu Meizi was angry. "Killing a few people is not enough. All the men should be killed." Wang Wei shook his head and laughed. "Kill them all? What about the women and children of this tribe? Without men to hunt, how can they survive the winter?" Foxy was stunned. "What do you mean?" Wang Wei patiently explained. "Without prey, they will not be able to survive sooner or later. Be more cruel to cruel people, and treat kind people with kindness." Foxy wanted to refute, but could not speak. Everyone couldn't help laughing as they listened, thinking that the king was right. As they continued on their journey, the sun rose high in the sky, and they returned to the familiar straight line. Wang Wei looked at Li and asked, "Have you been here before?" Li looked around and shook his head. "No." Wang Wei nodded. "The Blackrock tribe is still far from here. You took a detour when you first came here, so you're not familiar with it." Xia Feng interrupted. My lord, are we going to take this road back? Wang Wei replied. Probably. It's almost straight all the way. If we can reach the Blackstone tribe, this is the shortest way. He then instructed Xia Lei. Make a mark where you turned just now. Xia Lei nodded in acceptance, and took his men to carry out the order. They were walking across the wilderness, their view filled with withered, yellow grass and the occasional low shrub. The wind rustled the blades, a sound that brought a certain peace to their hearts. Wang Wei thought to himself, if it were spring or summer, this would be a vast prairie. Then zebras, wildebeest, takin, and wild horses would surely roam. Sure enough, not long after, the earth began to shake. In the distance, a herd of wild horses and buffaloes ran in panic, followed closely by packs of wolves. The Xia tribe watched in amazement, their eyes wide open, each swallowing their saliva. Hu Meizi couldn't help but ask, My lord, with so many animals, why isn't anyone hunting? Wang Wei replied, There must be people, but this area is sparsely populated. Foxy suddenly became excited. Then can we build a city here? Wang Wei shook his head. To build a city, we must have a water source. Without water, people simply cannot survive. But Hu Meizi insisted. We can dig wells and draw water from underground. Wang Wei smiled and replied, You're right. There must be water here, we just haven't found it. But the animals know it, they know this land better than we do. As he spoke, a sudden, hurried noise came from behind. Debai barked a few times, and then Xia Lei sounded the alarm. The team stopped immediately, and the atmosphere became tense. Wang Wei squinted and saw over 100 men chasing them, 8 of them on horseback, looking like leaders. He immediately ordered, Hunting teams 2 and 3 deploy. Leave a few men to guard the mule, and everyone else, prepare your weapons. The hunting team sprang into action, while the logistics team positioned themselves to protect the mule. The cavalry in the distance were getting closer, and a large group of people in the back was shouting and following. Wang Wei shouted coldly, Everyone, move in together and block them with your rattan shields. When they charge, kill the riders first. He knew that once their leader was dead, these people would fall into chaos. The palms of the Xia tribe members sweated. While the hunting group was experienced, most of them lacked experience in killing enemies. Seeing the enemy's superior numbers, they were inevitably nervous. Wang Wei encouraged them. Don't be afraid. They're just a little more numerous, but their weapons are far inferior to ours. Hold on for a while and use our iron spears to harvest them. The 8 horsemen were not far away, but suddenly stopped, not rushing to attack. Their attire was clearly adorned with animal skin dresses, shell necklaces, and even gemstones, a testament to their high social status. Their mounts, padded only with fur and lacking stirrups, were controlled by simple ropes, giving them a crude, primitive appearance. One of the leaders spoke in a low voice. Did you kill anyone? Wang Wei calmly replied. We're a caravan. We don't kill, we trade. The Xia tribe members were stunned. How could the king lie? The leader's eyes lit up, and he grinned. Regardless of whether it's a caravan or not, if you come to our territory, you must leave your goods or your people behind. Wang Wei sneered inwardly. So these people are bandits. If we don't get rid of them, they'll be robbed again on our return trip, and we might lose the iron ore we brought. Seeing the large force approaching, the leader of the other tribe immediately shouted, Kill them all! The Xia tribe members, however, smiled nervously, their eyes gradually sharpening. Chapter 213. Respond to evil with evil. No sooner said than done, the robbers rushed over shouting, holding wooden sticks, spears, stone axes and stone knives. They didn't even throw stones. Wang Wei had been deeply impressed by the primitive people's group fights, which were to use rocks to attack from a distance. Obviously, the group he encountered now was not good at this method, and they still preferred physical combat. Don't be afraid, everyone. The hunting team will follow the same method as before and coordinate with each other. The others will follow up with the guns. We won't take any prisoners this time. We will kill as many as we can. Show no mercy to everyone in the Xia tribe. Xia Feng, try to save their horses. Wang Wei shouted. Yes, my king. The Xia tribe had experienced being outnumbered several times, but this time the other side really had too many people. As the bandits got closer, everyone's heartbeats got faster and faster. After all, there were only a few dozen of them, and for some of them it was their first time fighting against others. The faces of the robbers became clearer and clearer, but they looked a little ferocious because of their shouting. It was obvious that they were all cruel and bloodthirsty barbarians, perhaps used to robbing. Finally, the two sides met. The hunting group held up their ting shields. Just as their wooden sticks and spears were about to attack, Xia Feng shouted, Go stab! Following Xia Feng's order, the 20 members of the hunting team took a big step forward, blocked the opponent's attack with the ting shield in their left hand, and quickly pierced the opponent's body with the iron spear in their right hand. Take 2 steps back. The hunting team took 2 steps back, just enough space for the stabbed people to fall to the ground, a total of 20 people. There was a sudden panic on the battlefield. Those who fell to the ground were pale and in pain. They wanted to get up, but they had no strength. Because they could feel the blood still flowing from their bodies, the pain made them scream. But the noise was quickly drowned out by the voices of those behind, who were clearly unaware of the situation ahead. They were truly fearless, continuing to charge forward even after seeing their companions fall. Xia Feng brought his men to attack twice as before and dispersed the bandits. The scattered bandits attacked from all sides. No one in the hunting group was afraid. Wang Wei asked Xia Feng and Xia Lei to divide into 4 groups, each with 5 people, led by the team leader and deputy team leader. The remaining logistics team of the Xia tribe surrounded the mules and prevented them from moving. Foxy picked up the longbow and kept shooting. Her archery skills were getting better and better, and she was close to the opponent, so she hit 6 or 7 out of 10 targets. Wang Wei took out a can of biochemical venom. My lord, it stinks. It stinks. If you shoot them, they will die. My king, do you really want to kill them with this? Look, they are almost dying. Wang Wei took a look and saw that the robbers had indeed dispersed. After thinking about it, I decided to give up. These people don't look like savages. It looks like they will be driven away in less than half an hour. He looked at the gravel beside him. She looked pale, probably because she had never encountered such a thing before. He held her hand, which was a little cold and trembling. On the other side, the bird egg was shouting loudly. Damn it, take my spear! He also organized several people from the logistics team, who were stabbing people with tang shields and iron spears. Nyadin, be careful. You are the only doctor in the team. When Nyadin heard Wang Wei's reminder, he realized his importance and ran over happily. My lord, I just killed 2 people. Good boy, just stay here and watch how Xia Feng and Xia Lei defeat those bandits. Wang Wei said to Hu Meizi again. Go shoot those on horseback, they seem to be trying to escape. Foxy said. My king, I will keep you safe. It's okay, it's safe now. I will protect the king. Bird Egg said excitedly. So Foxy strode away, running towards a place with fewer people, close to those who were riding horses. The battlefield at this time is completely one-sided. Don't think that the other side has more people. Once you are stabbed by the iron spear, you will immediately lose your combat effectiveness. The hunting group of the Xia tribe had rattan shields, rattan helmets, and rattan armor for protection. Even if they were hit by weapons such as stone knives, stone spears, and wooden clubs, they would not suffer serious injuries. The grassland was vast and the battlefield was chaotic, so everyone fought on the run. The hunting group of the Xia tribe almost chased the other side and had no formation at all. Xia Feng led his men to attack the horsemen. His iron spear had already knocked down 2 of them. The 2 men fell off their horses and tried to get up, but were kicked by Xia Feng and his men. The other 6 people panicked and were about to escape, but 2 of them were shot down by the fox spirit in the distance. The 4 remaining horsemen were so frightened that they whipped their horses' butts with whips and fled into the distance. The other bandits scattered across the grassland saw their leader fleeing, so they had no desire to fight anymore and immediately scattered. Wang Wei also did not allow the hunting team to chase and kill. He checked the casualties on his side, and then asked everyone to gather and clean up the battlefield. There were dozens of people lying on the ground wailing. When they saw that the people who came with them had run away, they really wished their parents had not given them a few more legs. Some of the people lying on the grass were already dead, and those who were not dead were breathing more out than in and were no longer moving. Although the wilderness is vast, the smell of blood here is the strongest and will attract a large number of wild beasts. Xia Feng dragged over a man who looked like a leader. One of the man's legs was bleeding, probably because he was stabbed by an iron spear. It seemed that his life was not in danger. The rest of the hunting party was leading 4 horses, but unfortunately the other 4 riders escaped. My king, he will speak our language. Wang Wei nodded and asked, Where are you bandits from? Which tribe are you from? The man looked at Wang Wei fearfully and said tremblingly, I live at the foot of the mountain over there. He pointed in another direction. May I have your name? No. No name. Haha, someone will call you. They call me the horse chief. Chief Ma, then why did you attack us? Because someone said you killed someone. Wang Wei guessed that it was the small tribe in the forest that had gone to complain to the other tribes. Perhaps those tribes thought Wang Wei's group was small and had valuables, so they also wanted to rob him. Through this horse leader, Wang Wei learned that the men on horseback were the leaders of 8 tribes. He thought that banding together as bandits was a good idea, but they were a bit weak and timid. It was just that they were unlucky today and had found the toughest opponent. Since they were riding horses, perhaps their tribe had a lot of horses? Wang Wei suddenly became interested. The leaders of your tribes all ride horses. How many horses do your tribes have? There are horses, but not many. Wang Wei knew that they didn't know how to count, so he didn't ask any more questions. I want your horses, do you agree? I agree, but I don't know about the other tribes. Wang Wei asked Xia Feng. How many leaders escaped? 4. Besides him, the other 3 are also injured, but they can't speak our language. Wang Wei looked at the other 3 leaders who were dragged over. They looked seriously injured, but not in danger of life. Chief Ma, do you want to live or die? Live, I want to live. If you want to live, then I'll let you go. Can you give us the horses from your tribe? Yes, I can bring out all the horses in my tribe. I don't want your horse for nothing. I'll exchange it for salt and pottery. Bird Egg brought a clay pot and placed it in front of him. Chief Ma quickly agreed. Wang Wei asked Nyadin to bandage his wound and treat the injuries of the other 3 leaders as well. He felt that the horses that the Xia tribe would need in the future had been found. Take us to your tribe. If you lie to me, I will bring my men to kill all your tribe members. Chief Ma knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, promising not to lie. Wang Wei left some people behind to wait. In the battle just now, not many people from the Xia tribe were injured, and only a few were bleeding, and all of them were slightly injured. Wang Wei took Xia Feng's second hunting team and selected 10 people from the logistics team to head towards Chief Ma's tribe. Foxy naturally followed, saying that she wanted to protect Wang Wei closely. Wang Wei asked Li, the third hunting team and the other 10 people from the logistics team to stay and wait. Seeing that no one cared about them, those who fell to the ground and were still breathing crawled towards their tribe. Those who couldn't crawl and hadn't died yet could only wail on the grass. Maybe it is too cruel. This world is very realistic. The strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. Xiao Lei and the others who stayed behind saw the scene before them, but they could not feel any sympathy in their hearts. If the defeated party today was the Xia tribe, would the bandits let them go? Chapter 214 Horse Leader, Simple Saddle. Wang Wei and others came all the way to Chief Ma's tribe. Xia Feng held the horse leader's leather jacket by the neck, preventing him from escaping at all. Chief Ma's tribe was not big. Some women and children emerged from the cave, about 20 or 30 people. They watched as a group of blood-soaked strangers carried their horse leader, who had lost his former spirit. His tribesmen were also frightened and at a loss for words, looking dazed and silent, neither shouting nor yelling, but fear was visible in their eyes. Is this the only number of people in your tribe? Yes, the men were just killed. Don't be so pessimistic. Those killed may not be your people. So many people have escaped. They will come back. Hey, where are the horses in your tribe? It's locked up over there. Then go and have a look. Xia Feng took him to where they raised horses. There were 8 horses in the stable, 3 of which were still underage. Wang Wei asked the hunting team to lead out the adult horses, and the horses were quite obedient. Hey, horse leader, why are they so obedient? They have been tamed. Wang Wei became interested and asked, How did you tame it? Just keep whipping with a whip. Then what? There is none left. How long will you be whipped? Half a day. It turns out they use violence to tame horses. Well, horses are used to being free, so using violence is a more direct way to tame them. Wang Wei picked up the whip they used to train horses, wondering what it was made of. When the horses saw the whip in Wang Wei's hand, they immediately retreated backwards. It seemed that they were already scared by the beatings. Very well, Chief Horse, I will trade these horses with you. Send a few women with me to get pottery and salt. I don't have time to visit other tribes, so go and tell them that the Xia tribe doesn't want to be enemies, only to trade with you. I'll trade salt and pottery, and you just need to prepare the horses. I won't owe you anything. Chief Ma quickly nodded in agreement. When Wang Wei and others came back with 5 horses, they also brought back the horse leader and several women from the horse leader's tribe. When the women saw the dead people lying on the ground and heard the groans and wails of those who were still alive, they were so scared that their legs went weak. If a few people from the hunting group hadn't supported them, they would have collapsed to the ground. When he came back, Xia Feng was more polite to Chief Ma, which saved Chief Ma a lot of suffering. The other 3 injured leaders knelt on the side, their wounds being bandaged. Seeing that Chief Ma was safe and sound and was valued by Wang Wei, they shouted at Chief Ma, hoping that he would help them put in a few good words. Wang Wei said to Chief Ma, Tell them I don't want their lives, I only want their horses. After Chief Ma translated it for them, the other men also became as obedient as Chief Ma. Perhaps they knew Wang Wei didn't want their lives, so they no longer worried. Chief Ma, your tribe doesn't have a name. How about I give it a name? How about calling it the horse tribe? Horse tribe? Okay, let's call it the horse tribe. Tell the other 3 leaders, I will give you salt and pottery in exchange for horses, not only now but also in the future. Chief Ma translated Wang Wei's meaning to the 3 men. The 3 men nodded repeatedly after listening, and it was unclear whether they understood it or not. Wang Wei asked people to take out 9 clay pots, 9 clay jars, and 9 small jars of salt. He exchanged each horse for a clay pot, a clay jar, and a small jar of salt. When you return, use the salt to exchange for horses from other tribes. 1 jar of salt for 2 horses, or even 3 is fine. I will only trade with you. I will come here again in 2 days, and I hope you have the horses ready. Chief Ma nodded. Wang Wei patted his shoulder and said, Very good. Wouldn't it be great if we could all be less barbaric and live in peace and friendship from now on? Chief Ma nodded timidly. For Chief Ma, he would not dare to complain even if he was not given any items. After all, Wang Wei saved his life. Everyone set out again. The sun was setting in the west, and it was almost evening. There are now 9 more horses in the team, and the happiest one is Wang Wei. The grassland scenery in winter is a magnificent picture. In the sky, the afterglow of the setting sun casts a light golden glow on everything. Among the grass swaying in the wind, some blades of grass are still green, and the grassland becomes more peaceful, as if everything has fallen asleep. The grassland is very large, and there are also forests scattered here and there. Everyone came to a stream and washed up. The smell of blood on his body was still very strong and unpleasant, and even the 9 horses and mules in the team felt a little uneasy. Foxy said, My lord, I want to ride a horse. That's not possible now. You'll easily fall if you ride like this. We need to make stirrups and a saddle so that you can ride safely. But they won't fall when they ride. They might have been riding since elementary school, so they have experience. How can you, an inexperienced person, just ride them casually? Foxy didn't take it seriously, and she went back to the woods with Lee. Fox Maisie, don't you want me to go? Not right now. Everyone laughed and thought that only the king could speak to Foxy like that. Wang Wei thought about the saddle. The stirrups were made of iron, and the saddle was made of wood and animal hide. But he wondered why iron was necessary? It would be possible to make a temporary replacement with animal hide. Although the effect would not be good, it would not affect the riding. Xiaofeng, go see how many furs we brought. He looked at the sky. It was about 5 or 6 in the afternoon. It would be dark in just over an hour. If they were quick, everyone could make simple stirrups and saddles. His simple saddle is designed like this. Use a branch about 4 to 5 centimeters in diameter, bent at 60 to 70 degrees. Cut a hole in one side of a large piece of fur, wrap it around the bent branch, and secure it with a thin rope. This is a simple saddle. Then, place it over the horse's back. Pass a rope through the horse's belly and secure the bottom hem of the saddle on each side to prevent it from sliding. Simple stirrups are made of a wooden block wider than your foot, strung with ropes and hung on either side of the saddle hem. If you mount your horse and step on one of the wooden stirrups, and the saddle doesn't tilt, it means the saddle hems are securely fastened. The idea is great, but it still needs to be produced and tested. Fortunately, we brought a lot of fur blankets, and a single fur blanket can be folded into a saddle. Wang Wei arranged for people to collect the bent branches he needed, cut wood to make wooden stirrups, and asked several people to cut up the fur blanket and make holes in the corresponding positions. Others who had nothing to do made a fire and cooked food. If everyone works together, it will be much faster. Suddenly everyone heard the sound of horses running. Li came running out of the woods in a hurry. Your Majesty, it was Foxy who was riding the horse secretly. Everyone stood up to look. Foxy was sitting on the horse, her upper body tilted, as if she was about to fall. But her legs were strong, clamping on both sides of the horse's back to prevent her from falling. She ran through the woods and towards the grassland. After arriving at the grassland, Foxy galloped for a while, gradually adapting to the ups and downs of the horse's running, and slowly mastering the rhythm. Don't worry about her. Let's continue making the saddle. After Wang Wei taught everyone how to make the first simple saddle, everyone knew what a saddle looked like. So we all worked together to make the rest. Although it was rough, it felt good to tie the finished saddle to the horse's back. Wang Wei knew that a horse's back was only covered in fur, and it couldn't truly carry a load. Even if it couldn't run for long, or it would easily get injured. Only after returning to the Xia tribe could he create a true saddle. Foxy finally mastered the skill of riding a horse. She didn't expect that she would feel dizzy and vomit when riding a bamboo raft, but nothing would happen when riding a horse. It was really magical. She rode back into the woods, holding the reins, looking very heroic. Xia Feng steadied the horse she was riding, as he wanted to put a simple saddle on the last horse. Foxy jumped off the horse, with a look of comfort and satisfaction reflected on her face. "My lord, riding a horse is truly thrilling. Do you want to ride?" "Hey, I'll ride later. Foxy, hurry up and eat some food. We're ready to go." "I suppose you don't dare?" Foxy thought she had guessed something. Wang Wei was looked down upon by the Foxy girl again. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he slapped her on the butt. Humeizi's face flushed immediately. She grabbed Wang Wei's hand and whispered, "The king is so evil." "Well, who told you to disobey? Who told you to look down on me?" Chapter 215, Wilderness Journey, Encounter with the Wolf Tribe again. I didn't actually walk much today, and wasted almost half a day. Everyone packed up their equipment, and continued on their journey. Although there were simple saddles, it was too dark and the others did not dare to ride horses. The bravest one is of course Foxy. She thinks she is the first person from the Xia tribe who can ride a horse in the team. With the saddle, she could better control her balance while riding. Fortunately, Wang Wei had everyone change into the Xia tribe's new leather pants for this outing. If everyone wore leather skirts, and Foxy rode naked in a leather skirt, how would her bottom feel? Thinking about the horses that the leader and his men rode, it seemed like they only had a layer of fur on the horse's back, and they didn't have saddles, so it would probably be difficult for them to get on the horse. "My king, do you want to get on? I'll hold you and you can lie in my arms. I guarantee you'll be comfortable riding on me." In the quiet wilderness, Foxy's voice could be heard from far away. Everyone was shocked by the Foxy words, and a silent smile appeared on their faces. Foxy rode on the horse and let the horse follow the team, with no one holding it. "You just learned it, and your technique is not good. I'm afraid you'll throw me off my horse." Foxy was not angry when she heard what Wang Wei said, because she was indeed a novice. Wang Wei felt that Humeizi was the most relaxed and at ease this time. Now, astride the horse, supporting her sturdy frame, he wondered how much Humeizi weighed. She was 1.7 meters tall, muscular, and perhaps weighed 65 kilograms, though she didn't look fat. The first impression of Foxy is likely her muscular physique, making it easy to overlook her face. If Wang Wei were to make an analogy, he'd say she resembles a certain athlete from a past life, who was quite striking. As night falls, the bright moonlight shines on the grassland, reflecting a silver-white world. A cold atmosphere envelopes the entire wasteland, and silence is everywhere. Wang Wei originally wanted to light a torch, but seeing that the moon was so bright tonight, he decided to move forward by moonlight. Li felt a little overwhelmed, perhaps because she was a little cold, which made her feel a little listless. She fled all the way from the Blackstone tribe to the Xia tribe, rested for only one day, and walked for another day today. The previous battle made her frightened again. Foxy was the first to discover Li's situation, and she told Wang Wei. Wang Wei touched Li's forehead and found that she didn't have a fever. He then touched her hand and found it was ice cold. She was tired and a little cold. Wang Wei asked Nyadan to take a fur blanket, wrap her in it, and asked her to ride a horse. Li was too timid to ride, so Wang Wei let her ride on Foxy's horse. She sat in front of Humeizi and let her lean on Humeizi. "You better be steady, don't let any of you fall down." "Don't worry, my king. I will be very careful." Foxy felt it was time to show her strength. She clamped her legs against the horse's belly and sat up straight, fearing that the bumps would be too strong and cause her to fall off the horse. Wang Wei was worried, so he became their groom. After walking quickly for a while, they had to go through the woods again. It was dark in the woods, so they needed torches. Fortunately, the trees in the forest are sparse, so it is easier to walk. Not far after passing through the woods, everyone heard the sound of flowing water again. It turned out to be a stream. It was already midnight. Wang Wei saw that the moon in the sky was half covered by clouds, and it felt like it was going to rain. Fortunately, there was no need to wade through the water, and everyone went around it before walking far. There is another large grassland in front, and dark mountains can be seen in the distance. Riding on horseback, Li suddenly said, "My lord, I am very familiar with this place." "What? You've been here before?" "Li, the moon isn't very bright now, you'd better look carefully." Li pointed in a direction and said, "Yes, that's Jinji Ridge." She pointed in another direction and said, "There's a big river over there, and next to the river is a wetland. We have to go around it, otherwise we'll end up in the wetland." Wang Wei said, "But we were delayed for so long on the road, how could we reach the Blackrock tribe so quickly?" "Where is the Blackrock tribe?" Li pointed to a place in the Black Mountains. "It'll take at least half a day to get there from here, right?" Li nodded. Wang Wei asked the team to stop, saying that they were almost reaching the Blackstone tribe. "So fast?" Everyone was a little skeptical. Wang Wei explained his guess to them, Xinghuan said it would take 2 days to travel, so he might have taken a detour. Unlike them, who had been driving in a straight line all the way, even if they took a detour, they would immediately adjust their route. Everyone said it made sense. Now that they knew the location and had reached the outskirts of the Blackstone tribe, Wang Wei asked everyone to find a place near the woods to rest and go to the Blackstone tribe at dawn. With the sudden drop in temperature, the body loses heat quickly. Besides, after walking all day and half a night, and fighting a dozen people, they were exhausted. Furthermore, considering entering the Black Rock tribe after daybreak, they would inevitably be discovered by the Wild Wolf tribe. There were too many variables to predict. So resting now can help you recover your strength and have the energy to face everything tomorrow. When they were approaching the woods, Dabai, who was walking in front, started to yell. He was facing into the woods. Xiafeng, who saw two figures swaying, greeted Wang Wei and quickly chased after them. Dabai led the way in front, pointing the direction. Xia Lei had already arranged for people to spread out to defend the surrounding area. Wang Wei said to Humeizi, "It's really not clean. There are suspicious people everywhere along the way." "My lord, are we being followed?" "Very likely." "Are we in danger?" "Let's wait until Xiafeng comes back." After a while, a white dot ran out from the woods. Dabai ran to Wang Wei, jumping and skipping. Wang Wei stroked its head. Xiafeng and Lai Hu came out of the forest carrying the two men and threw them on the ground. "My lord, I think they are here to spy on us." Wang Wei asked the two men about the details, but they didn't say anything and just looked at Wang Wei angrily. Wang Wei thought, "Do I have a grudge against you? You look at me like that, and you think I can't deal with you without saying anything?" However, Foxy said that she seemed to have seen them, the wolf tribe they met on the road. Wang Wei asked again, but the two men still didn't speak. "Don't you understand? Maybe you're just pretending. Then use some tricks," he winked at Xiafeng. Xiafeng understood, and stabbed one of the men in the thigh with his spear. He finally made a sound, but it was just a cry. The sound was a bit loud in the wilderness, so Xiafeng, just as his cry was about to rise, thrust another spear into his mouth. The man suddenly collapsed to the ground without making a sound. Xiafeng pulled out the iron spear and pointed it at another person. The other man was so frightened that he knelt down and cowed out, saying, "I am from the wolf tribe. My tribe is called the Tsamlang tribe." Li, who was riding on the horse, suddenly stiffened, making Foxy think that she was shivering from the cold. It turned out that the two men were just explorers. When they saw Wang Wei and others holding torches in the distance, they secretly came over to check, but they didn't expect to be discovered by Dabai. They were the advance guard of the Tsamlang tribe, bound for the Wild Wolf tribe. Because the Tianlang tribe was holding a wolf totem ceremony, the Tsamlang tribe would have to pass through the Wild Wolf tribe's territory. They were presumably heading to the Tianlang tribe together. This was the first time Wang Wei heard of the Tianlang tribe. After asking, he learned that the Tianlang tribe was an alliance of several tribes and a large tribe with a large population. Since this person didn't know how to count, Wang Wei couldn't guess how many people came from the Tsamlang tribe. Li said, "Your Majesty, the Tsamlang tribe and the Yelong tribe attacked the Blackstone tribe together, resulting in the death of the Blackstone tribe's leader and many others." Wang Wei knew that when Li and came to the Xia tribe, Wang Wei learned about the past of the Blackstone tribe and the Wild Wolf tribe. "Yes, they are the enemies of the Black Rock tribe," Li said. "They came to the Wild Wolf tribe this time to definitely harm the Black Rock tribe." Wang Wei asked the man, "Is that so?" The man hesitated and just said he didn't know. Wang Wei thought that as a small follower he might not know anything, but that Tsamlang tribe and the Blackstone tribe had a grudge against each other, so he could not be let go. Have him tied up and thrown aside. When they arrived in the woods, everyone was busy taking the loads off the horses and mules so that they could rest. Foxy took Li down from the horse and said that Li was shaking just now. Wang Wei touched her forehead again and found that she didn't have a cold, not even a runny nose. He rubbed Li's hands, but she still felt a little cold. Her face was a little red. What he was most worried about was her health. In primitive society, catching a cold or getting sick was a serious matter. If not handled properly, it could even cost someone's life. Besides, Li is his woman now, and she can't be frozen to death. Thinking about the time when Mei was sick, he was really scared. Li was touched by Wang Wei's concern, and Foxy was filled with envy. Chapter 216 Living in the Wild, Stubborn Ah Fu. There were several bonfires in the woods. Gather the horses and mules together, lighten their loads, and allow them to lie down and rest. Xiao Lei, Chao Kezi and others set up their tents next to the campfire, except that the campfire was a little far away from the tents. Everyone knew that this was the tent where the king slept. We had not originally planned to bring tents on this trip, but considering that we had mules to transport, we brought 5 tents, and each person had a fur blanket. Wang Wei had a really hard time on the journey, so he asked Xia Feng and Xia Lei to arrange their own people to keep watch at night. He was pulling Li into a tent when he saw Foxy looking at him eagerly. He thought that if he occupied one tent, the others would definitely not come to sleep with him. If the remaining fox girl occupied another tent, the others would probably not dare to sleep with her either. So, with 3 people occupying 2 tents, it would be better to occupy one and leave it for the others. Fox Maisie, come here. Foxy was a little surprised. It felt a little unreal that she was asked to sleep with the king in front of everyone. Xia Feng smiled and said, Fox Maisie, if you don't go, do you want to sleep with a few stinky men? Foxy said, I don't want to sleep. I have to be on duty. Everyone knew Foxy's personality, but they didn't expect her to be shy. Everyone knows that Foxy and Xia Dazui have separated, and that she's still single. No one in the Xia tribe has dared to provoke her. But now, it seems, everyone is wondering if the king is after Foxy. Considering the king's small stature, Foxy should probably let him go. Xia Feng said, Go away! If you don't get enough rest, how can you protect the king? The remaining tents are not enough for us to sleep in. Wang Wei and Li tidied up the fur mats in the tent and stuck their heads out. Except for those on night watch, everyone should get some rest. We will have important work to do in the morning. Seeing that the king spoke so carefully, everyone felt that it made sense. Xia Feng arranged for the injured and tired people to sleep together in the tent, while the others slept around the fire, covered with fur blankets. Fox Maisie, come and take off my armor. Foxy had no choice but to walk over, take off her animal leather shoes, and after entering the tent, she saw Li taking off Wang Wei's leather armor, so she came to help. This leather armor needs improvement. It would be best if it had a zipper. The 2 women didn't know what he was talking about and didn't know how to respond. Wang Wei felt bored and stopped talking. Foxy and Li both wore leather armor, and they slept without taking it off. Could they sleep comfortably like this? Wang Wei guessed that it was their first time sleeping in a tent with him, and they felt awkward. It was easy for him to say anything. After all, he and Li had only known each other for a short time. Although she was willing to be Wang Wei's woman, she was still very unfamiliar with Wang Wei. It was the foxy girl that Wang Wei couldn't see through. She was like 2 different people in public and in private. Wang Wei let Li sleep in the middle, and he covered himself with a fur quilt and fell asleep. Foxy and Li smiled at each other and lay down as well. At dawn, Foxy and Li woke up early. They had not slept well in their leather armor. Unlike Wang Wei, who sleeps so soundly. Even after he fell asleep, he was still not quiet. He changed his sleeping position, facing sideways towards Li, holding her tightly with one hand, and resting his head on her neck. The air produced by his breath blew on Li's neck, giving her goosebumps all over her body. Li had suffered a lot, and she didn't dare to move. Wang Wei was awakened by Humeizi, and found that he was hugging Li. He withdrew his claws in Humeizi's surprised gaze. Li blushed and didn't dare to look at him. Wang Wei was thick-skinned and acted as if nothing had happened. He asked the 2 women to help him put on the leather armor. After a simple meal, the team set out again. When they left, they didn't see the prisoner from the Tsanglang tribe, and everyone knew what was going on. This time we headed straight to the Blackrock tribe. Blackrock tribe, inside the cave. Sitting by the campfire were 2 old men, Ah Fu and Elder Shi. They hadn't sat together so harmoniously for a long time. This time, they both felt that something bad was about to happen, and their faces looked very solemn. When Elder Shi was in the Blackstone tribe, he was the tribe's witch. After he surrendered to the Wild Wolf tribe, he became the elder of the Wild Wolf tribe. At this time, Elder Shi's hair was gray, making him look even older. Li has already arrived at the tribe, but Sun and Langian know about it. I just don't know if Li will bring them to the Blackrock tribe. Ah Fu nodded and said, That tribe doesn't have a name? Could it be the Xing tribe? I don't think it's the Xing tribe. If it were, they would at least bring information. The Xing tribe is just our hope. That Xing Huan will never return to the Blackrock tribe. The 6 people from the Xing tribe who stayed in the Blackrock tribe were all killed by Langia. When Xing Huan left, he probably never thought of returning to the Blackrock tribe. It's better not to come. At least Li can survive if he goes there. The Blackrock tribe is now in a desperate situation where they must leave. The sheep tribe has handed their sheep to you. You should have everyone pack up their supplies and leave quickly. The Wolf Fawn tribe has lost its patience. I heard that the Grey Wolf tribe is on their way to the Wild Wolf tribe. If we don't leave now, they will unite again. The Blackrock tribe has been thriving here for countless generations. How could I possibly leave? Elder Shi was horrified. Was his pretense of leaving just a facade? What was he planning to do? Are you pretending to betray the Blackrock tribe? Ah Fu nodded calmly. He and your son Tomokazu have discussed it long ago. What did you discuss? You know there's a poison called arsenic, right? Elder sure understood. But Tomo has been captured by Langia. They said they would send Tomo to Kurosawa. The cave became quiet. Elder sure knew that what they were going to do was too big, and what would happen if something went wrong. But looking at the stubborn Ah Fu, he knew that Ah Fu had made up his mind. He still advised. Ah Fu, this can't be done. Take everyone away immediately. Especially Shan Kuei. Sun said he wanted his head. Shan Kuei, who was outside the cave, ran in and said to Elder Sure. Just now, she sent a message saying that Langia and Sun want to execute D. Elder Sure stood up and sat down again, then slowly stood up again and walked towards the wild wolf tribe without looking back. Ah Fu asked. Did she say anything else? They found out it was D who reported the incident last time. He also said Sun and Langia wanted my head to avenge the deaths of those who had died in the pursuit of Li and Pa. Elder, what should we do? Ah Fu sighed and said. Su might be about to take action. Do we need to prepare? Tell everyone in the Black Rock tribe that we are ready for a war with the Wild Wolf tribe. If Langia dies, the Wild Wolf tribe will surely fall into chaos, and we will defeat them. If Xian fails and Langia survives, what should we do? Shan Kuei, do we have any way out at this point? It's either me or him. The Black Rock tribe will fight them to the death. Shan Kuei noticed that Elder Ah Fu had straightened his back. He looked nothing like the old man he had seen before. Good fellow, he was hiding very well. There was a commotion outside the gate of the Black Rock tribe. Nearly 100 people from the Wild Wolf tribe were blocking the entrance of the Black Rock tribe with weapons, demanding that the Black Rock tribe hand over half of the sheep sent by the sheep tribe. How could the Black Rock tribe give the food they had to the Wolf tribe? How much wild grass had they eaten? They'd also eaten a lot of the sickening food in the wetlands. They finally had food for the sheep tribe, so why would they give it to the Wolf tribe? The people from the two tribes faced each other and started cursing at each other. Someone from the Wild Wolf tribe climbed over the bamboo fence and was knocked down by the people inside. He was thrown out with a bruised face and nose. The two sides were pushing and pulling each other outside the Black Rock tribe. It was very chaotic and a war was about to break out. Shan Kuei roared and knocked down a man who was destroying the Black Rock tribe's fence. He stepped forward and lifted the man up with one hand. Looking around, he said angrily, If anyone dares to destroy the Black Rock tribe's fence again, I will break his hand. After saying that, he threw the man with his hand raised to the opposite side. Fortunately, the man was caught by the people of the Wild Wolf tribe, otherwise he would have been thrown to death by Shan Kuei. When the people of the Wild Wolf tribe saw that Shan Kuei was tall and strong, they were frightened by him for a moment, and no one dared to step forward to confront him. The Black Rock tribe will not give you any food. If you make noise again, I will not let you off easily. Someone shouted. Don't be so proud, Shan Kuei. Your daughter has killed people from the Wild Wolf tribe and is looking for you to kill her. Shan Kuei said. Then let Sun come to me. I will fight him and see who will be killed. The people of the Wild Wolf tribe did not dare to move forward and just blocked the gate of the Black Rock tribe, preventing the people of the Black Rock tribe from entering or leaving. They came with a mission, but now they are unable to complete it, so they have no choice but to send someone back to report and wait for more people to be sent from above. Shan Kuei led his men to retrieve long unused stone weapons from the cave. Some of the weapons still had traces of blood on them, evidence of the last great battle. This meant that the warriors of the Black Rock tribe had used them to kill enemies, and now they were about to fulfill their mission of killing enemies again. Ah Fu stood at the entrance of the cave, frowning, and was very worried about the situation on the other side. Chapter 217, Hatred and Resentment, End Today. In the Wild Wolf tribe, inside the cave, there were only 5 people. Langia, Sun, D, and 2 people from the Wild Wolf tribe who were holding D. D, who was beaten and bruised all over, knelt on the ground, but held his head high. If the 2 people holding him were not holding him down, he would definitely stand, not kneel. At this time, he was covered in blood. Sun asked, Since you've joined the Wild Wolf tribe, why did you go to the Black Rock tribe to report the news? Do you think that tribe will come to help the Black Rock tribe? D laughed heartily. I went there, so what? I can't stand you guys plotting against the Black Rock tribe all day long. If you want to fight, just fight. You are such a mean person who stabs people in the back. D has always given people the impression of being rude and reckless. Langia asked, Do you really want the Wild Wolf tribe to attack the Black Rock tribe again? Whether or not you want to know something, the fate of the Black Rock tribe is determined by heaven. Then what do you mean by communicating with the Black Rock tribe? What's the point? Either leave or go to war. Your father is determined to prevent a war between the Black Rock tribe and the Wild Wolf tribe. Why do you have such unique ideas? Well, I am me, and Dad is Dad. In the Wild Wolf tribe, in the eyes of everyone, the conflict between Dee and Elder Shur has always been intense, giving people the impression that the two of them, father and son, are enemies. Dee, I don't care what you think. You told the Blackstone tribe about the situation of that tribe, causing Lee and Pa to escape, and also killing 3 people from the Wild Wolf tribe. I, the leader of the Wild Wolf tribe, must kill you to give an explanation to those who died. Come on, you're not a hero if you're afraid of death. Dee roared angrily, which echoed in the cave, making the cave buzz. Elder Shur hurried in from outside, but the guards outside stopped him from entering. Seeing that there were people around, including Sun's men, he whispered. Arsenic has been sent inside. It won't be too late to go in later. Elder Shur paused and waited outside. Seeing that there were too many people gathered outside, he drove them away. When those people saw that Elder Shur was not implicated because of his son's affairs and he was still an elder of the tribe, they consciously retreated or left. She also helped Elder Shur drive those people away and told them to stay far away. Seeing that Sun's men were just sitting there, smiling and drinking water, Elder Shur looked at them questioningly and gave him a signal that he had been drugged. Seeing that there was no one else outside and that Sun's men had fallen to the ground holding their stomachs, Elder Shur walked into the cave. Elder Shur, it's a good thing you came. I decided to chop off Dee's head to avenge the deaths of the 3 Wild Wolf tribe warriors. What do you say? Elder Shur saw Sun drinking water, and the water in the pottery bowl in front of Langia was only half empty. He sneered in his heart. Well, what does the death of those 3 have to do with Dee? He didn't tell that tribe about it. The person who told the Blackstone tribe could be me, Sun, or everyone who went there that night. After hearing this, Sun threw the pottery bowl in his hand to the ground, smashing it to pieces. Old Ghost Shur, I've tolerated you for a long time. You're just biting people without thinking, aren't you? Chief, it's really possible that he went to the Blackstone tribe to report the news. Langia also asked angrily. Elder Shur, you are not talking nonsense, are you? Elder Shur said. Sun has always looked down on me. I suspect he framed Dee, so Sun might have gone to report it. If you get angry, you have to take action. Langia laughed and said. What a joke. Everyone knows that Xiunhan killed all the people in the Blackstone tribe. How could he go and report it? Elder Shur angrily said. What's impossible? What wouldn't he do to frame me? Hasn't he done enough sinister things? He even fed the flame wolf a newborn baby. Such a vicious and unscrupulous person, doesn't he have any reason to frame someone? Langia saw that what Elder Shur said seemed to make sense, and was about to say something when he suddenly felt a stomachache. Sun was furious at Elder Shur's slander, and rushed towards him, cursing loudly. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly squatted down, and also covered his stomach. Langia looked at the 2 people from the Wild Wolf tribe who were holding Dee without any water, and suddenly came to his senses. It's the water that she brought in. Go out and call for help. The 2 men put down their whetstones and tried to run out of the cave. Elder Shur suddenly pounced on one of them and knocked him to the ground. No one can go out. The other person was even more panicked and ran towards the outside of the cave, but he hadn't gotten out yet. Bang! The man flew in backwards and fell to the ground, unable to struggle for a while. A man walked into the cave. It was Xiao. The stone knife in Xi's hand chopped towards the man's head, and the man died before he could even scream. The man who was knocked down by Elder Shur was a burly man after all. He turned over and pressed Elder Shur under him, then punched Elder Shur in the face. But he was kicked away by Xi. The man rolled away on the ground, and although he was in a mess, he stood up and pounced on Xi. Also rushed towards him, and the 2 fought in the cave. Elder Shur hurriedly untied the ropes that bound Dee's hands behind his back. Langia was so angry that his teeth were itching. They are all traitors from the Blackrock tribe. I will definitely wipe out the Blackrock tribe and kill them all. Dee was untied and came to Sun. In the past, Dee hated Langia the most, but later he found that Sun was the most hateful person, even more hateful than Langia. He grabbed Sun's hair and growled. Sun's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Dee punched Sun in the eye, instantly popping his left eye. Sun let out a scream, and he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he suddenly pounced towards Dee. Dee had been beaten until he was covered in blood and had already sustained injuries. He was not careful for a moment, and was knocked down by Sun. In a panic, Elder Shur kicked Sun in the waist. Sun fell to the ground, rolled on the ground a few times, and then fainted. Elder Shur's foot seemed to have been broken by the kick, and he lost his balance, and fell to the ground. Langia on the other side also pounced on Elder Shur. He pinched Elder Shur's neck and said with a smile, Why isn't your poison working? Haha. Elder Shur, Xi and Dee were shocked, and they didn't know why this happened. Dee got up and pounced on Langia. He was holding a stone in his hand and smashed it hard on Langya's head. Langya's head tilted and hit him on the shoulder. He let go of Elder Shur and pounced on D. D was unable to retreat and was knocked to the ground. The back of his head hit the stone and he was dizzy. At this time, had knocked the other man to the ground. He moved closer and grabbed Langya's hair and pulled it back. Langya grabbed both of Shi's wrists, squeezed them tightly, and stood up suddenly. Shi hurriedly used his knee to push his waist, then pulled him back hard. Langya landed on his back, with Shi pouncing on him. He let go of Shi's hands and hugged Shi's neck, and the two of them rolled on the ground fighting. D staggered to his feet and looked at the rolling Shi and Langya, unable to help for the time being. At this moment, a sharp sound came from the cave. Elder Shur, Shi and Li were shocked. All I heard was the howling of wolves in the distance outside the cave. It turned out that Sun had woken up and he blew the whistle to summon the flame wolf. Elder Shur hurriedly said to D, "Run away quickly. There's no one at the cave entrance." The cave where the wild wolf tribe lived was a large natural cavern, capable of housing at least 1,000 people. It had a front entrance and a back entrance. The back entrance narrowed as one moved inward, leaving only enough space for two people to pass side by side. Therefore, no one usually used the back entrance. The front entrance, however, was larger at the back and faced the vast wilderness, making it the most convenient entrance and exit. Langya, who was wrestling with Shi, was furious. "Elder Shur is really clever. He's even thought of a way to escape. Langya, don't you know that I grew up in this cave?" Elder D. Lai Fu Shur. "Hurry up and go to the Blackrock tribe and tell them to leave. My leg is broken and I am old. I can't move." On the other side, she cursed. "D. Brat, are you going to die here if you don't leave?" D finally ran into the cave, but before he had gone far, he heard Elder Shur and Shi's terrified screams from behind. The wolves in the cave seemed to be growling excitedly. Wiping away his tears, he passed through the secret passage and arrived at the woods on the other side of the Blackrock tribe. He fled quickly. The cave was in a mess. Elder Shur and Shi were no longer alive, their throats had been bitten to pieces by the fire wolves. Langya helped Sun up and saw that one of his eyes was completely broken and bleeding, which was very scary. "Chief, send someone to chase after D immediately." Sun had no way to vent the rage in his heart. Since D had blinded one of his eyes, he would definitely blind both of D's eyes. Langya said, "Why chase him? He will return to the Blackrock tribe. We just need to send people to defeat the Blackrock tribe, and we will naturally catch him." "Chief, I'm fine. Send people to the Blackrock tribe quickly, or they'll all run away." Langya said, "Okay, this time I, Langya, will show no mercy." He walked to the cave entrance and saw several of Sun's men outside, foaming at the mouth and already dead. He was terrified, wondering how Sun had poisoned the people outside, yet he and Sun were fine. Shouted, "Someone come!" When the wild wolf tribe members in the distance heard the news, they hurriedly gathered around. When they saw their leader's miserable appearance, and several people lying dead outside the cave, no one dared to speak for a while. "Everyone, take up your weapons and charge towards the Blackrock tribe. We are going to annihilate the Blackrock tribe." The people of the wild wolf tribe let out, howling, sounds, as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Langya saw Sun was seriously injured, so he asked him to take the children and guard the wild wolf tribe. He led the remaining 400 men and women of the wild wolf tribe and set off towards the Blackstone tribe. Chapter 218, Hatred and Resentment, Demonstrating Divine Power. Outside the Blackrock tribe, a bloody man was running wildly. The people of the wild wolf tribe who were guarding outside the Blackrock tribe were confused about the situation when they saw him. However, someone who knew the inside story immediately shouted, "Yes, he is a traitor to the wild wolf tribe. Catch him quickly." Everyone reacted, grabbed the exhausted D, and pinned him to the ground. He roared and shouted, "Af you!" The people of the Blackrock tribe who were guarding the gate of the Blackrock tribe also saw a bloody man running towards the gate. It was not until the bloody man was caught by the people of the wild wolf tribe and shouted, "Af you," that they heard D's voice from the bustling crowd. The people of the Blackrock tribe, who were unaware of the situation, remained indifferent. After all, D was also a traitor. The commotion outside the gate quickly spread to the Blackstone tribe. Ah Fu went to the cave entrance and asked the person guarding the cave entrance, "What's going on outside?" The man had been guarding the cave entrance and could not answer. Shan Kuei ran over in a hurry and said, "D was covered in blood. He was captured by the wild wolf tribe." Ah Fu knew that she had taken action, but he just didn't know what the situation was. "Shan Kuei, take the people and rescue D immediately. Don't show any mercy." Shan Kuei roared, "Grab your weapons and charge out to save D." The people of the Blackstone tribe had long been fed up with the humiliation of the Wild Wolf tribe. When they heard the order, they picked up their stone knives and spears and followed Shan Kui to charge out. The people guarding outside the Wild Wolf tribe did not expect that the Blackstone tribe would actually dare to take action. They witnessed with their own eyes that a tribesman had his head smashed by a stone axe from Shan Kui, who rushed out. After Shan Kui and his men killed more than 10 people and injured 20 or 30 people, the people of the Blackstone tribe roared in anger. He led his men to rush to the people who were holding the grinder and chop them to pieces. The remaining people from the Wild Wolf tribe also resisted, killing and injuring several people from the Black Rock tribe. However, there were not many of them when they came to ask for sheep, so they were beaten and fled by the hundreds of men and women who rushed out from the Black Rock tribe. Not long after those people escaped, Shan Kui saw the leader of the Wild Wolf tribe, Langya, leading a large group of people with weapons in their hands, heading towards the Blackstone tribe with great momentum. The Wild Wolf tribe members who had escaped earlier quickly gathered together and reported what had happened to Langya. Blood almost spurted out of Langya's eyes as he issued an order: "Don't leave any people from the Blackrock tribe alive." The people of the Wild Wolf tribe rushed towards the Blackstone tribe like mad dogs. After Shan Kui rescued Di, he ordered everyone to guard the gate of the Blackstone tribe. He brought the whetstone back to the tribe. Di met Elder Afu and said, "Langya and Sun are still alive, but Adi and she are dead." Afu was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would fail again. At this time, there was a loud shouting and killing outside the tribe, and Langya and his men had arrived. Afu and Sun looked at each other, knowing that there was no way out, and picked up their weapons. Afu was holding a spear made entirely of black stone, while Shan Kui was holding 2 axe-like weapons. Di struggled to his feet, picked up a weapon, and ran out of the tribe. Outside the flat gate of the Blackrock tribe, a melee between the 2 primitive tribes began. They were holding almost the same weapons, but the people of the Wild Wolf tribe were easier to distinguish because they all had wolf scalps on their heads and made wolf howling sounds, as if they wanted to scare each other with such sounds. The Blackrock tribe had fewer people, perhaps 400, and they were now fighting alongside the Wild Wolf tribe. Most of them weren't strong, but they weren't afraid of death, as could be seen in their eyes. Although there was a flicker of despair, they were still prepared to face death head-on. Shan Kui and Afu fought off a group of attacking people from the Wild Wolf tribe, but they were also injured. Shan Kui's face was covered in blood, making him look even more ferocious. Elder Afu was stabbed in the arm and hit on the head by a flying stone, causing him to bleed profusely and become dizzy. Langya stood on a high place, and seeing the situation on the battlefield, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Let all of you die here!" However, just as Langya initiated a charge, he saw dozens of people rushing towards the battlefield. The 20 or so people in the front line lined up, wearing rattan armor and helmets, holding rattan shields and spears. The people following them were dressed similarly, except that Ting Dun was missing. They rushed into the battlefield quickly, their spears aimed specifically at the Wolf tribe members wearing wolf heads. Once they were stabbed, the Wolf tribe members would fall down, howling in pain. If the fallen Wolf tribe members were still able to move, they would be stabbed to death by the spears of those following behind. Langya was furious and ordered everyone to attack those people. Under Wang Wei's arrangement, Xia Feng and Xia Lei formed a hunting team in a row and advanced quickly to the front. The other dozen or so people following behind the hunting team provided the finishing touches. They rushed into the battlefield from behind, catching the people of the Wild Wolf tribe off guard. When they had killed or injured more than 100 people from the Wild Wolf tribe, they were surrounded by the people of the Wild Wolf tribe who had reacted. The hunting group formed a circle. They were protected by rattan shields and rattan armor. They charged for a while and then retreated. As more and more people from the Wild Wolf tribe gathered around, the hunting group was in danger. Wang Wei, who was standing on a small mound in the distance, became anxious when he saw this. The people of the Blackstone tribe seemed like fools. Why didn't they cooperate in the attack? Wang Wei asked Nyadan and 3 other people from the Xia tribe to stay behind to look after the mules and horses, and he mounted his horse. The foxy girl next to him was shocked. "My lord, can you ride a horse?" "Hey, it's so simple, come up here." The gravel fell to the side of Wang Wei's horse. Wang Wei bent sideways, put his hand under her armpit, exerted force with his waist, and the gravel was lifted off the ground and placed on the horse's back by Wang Wei. Then he held Li and placed her behind him, letting her hug his waist tightly. "My king, how come you are so strong? My push-ups weren't done in vain." In fact, he knew that this was due to his good explosive power, and the gravel was not heavy, at most 90 kilograms. If Wang Wei was asked to do this a few more times, it would definitely not work. "Bird Egg, give me the longest spear." Then he said to Hu Meizi, "Hurry up and mount your horse. Do you see the man standing at the highest point? Shoot him with your poison arrow. Foxy also climbed onto the horse like Wang Wei, sat firmly, pulled the reins, put her feet on the stirrups, kicked the horse's belly lightly, and rushed out with Wang Wei. The horse's hooves kicked up a cloud of dust. The two horses rushed forward quickly. Wang Wei was in front, controlling the horse with one hand and holding a spear with the other. The spear was a stone spear, more than 3 meters long. Wang Wei controlled his horse to run towards the edge of the battlefield. He used the horse's speed and stabbed the people of the wild wolf tribe with his spear. He actually stabbed 4 or 5 people in succession. The last man saw the horse running, but instead of running to the side, he ran in the direction the horse was running, and was pierced through the vest by Wang Wei's spear. At this time, Wang Wei's knuckles were cracked and he was injured. He dropped his spear and rode his horse towards the Blackrock tribe. In front of the gate of the Blackstone tribe, the retreating people of the Blackstone tribe were still in a daze. When they saw Wang Wei rushing towards them, they were so scared that they retreated again and again. Wang Wei pulled the reins quickly, and the horse turned in front of the crowd and slowly stopped. Wang Wei shouted while sitting on his horse. "Elder Ah Fu, are you here?" The crowd of the Blackrock tribe was separated, and Ah Fu was helped out. "Who are you?" Li, who was holding Wang Wei, shouted on horseback. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" "Gravel?" Wang Wei shouted loudly. "Everyone of the Blackrock tribe, listen up! The Xia tribe has sent people to help you. Are you going to watch them die? Today is the perfect time to defeat the Wild Wolf tribe. What are you waiting for? Kill them!" Shan Kui, who had just bandaged his wound, rushed forward and shouted. "Everyone from the Blackrock tribe, follow me and kill! Kill!" The people of the Blackrock tribe roared and rushed towards the battlefield. Li jumped off the horse and went to support Elder Afu. Wang Wei turned around and saw Foxy in the distance shooting 3 arrows on horseback before she hit Langia, but she only hit Langia's right palm. It turned out that Langia dodged the first 2 arrows from Humeizi, and he actually wanted to catch the 3rd arrow with his hands, but Humeizi's strong bow shot through his palm to the back of his hand. Langia screamed in pain. The pain really went deep into his bones, and then he fell to the ground. When the people surrounding Langia saw that their leader was injured, they shouted and went to support Langia. Foxy shot 7 or 8 arrows at the crowd of the Wild Wolf tribe, and the encirclement of the hunting group was immediately disrupted. Xia Feng shouted, "This way!" They rushed towards the panicked crowd and broke out of the encirclement with their good equipment. At the same time, all the people from the Black Rock tribe rushed over and completely disrupted the Wild Wolf tribe. Xia Feng shouted, "Divide into 4 groups, be careful and spread out." Hunting groups 2 and 3 were immediately divided into 4 groups, each with 5 people, led by a group leader and a deputy group leader, and they headed towards the Wild Wolf tribe wearing wolf heads. The Xia tribe's logistics team of 17 people also charged forward with simple protective gear and stone spears in their hands. Langia was helped up and saw that the person who shot his arrow was running towards the other man on horseback. He hated him in his heart. Then he saw the 20 people from the Xia tribe moving as if they were in an empty place. They were not afraid of the stone axes and stone knives of the Wild Wolf tribe at all. As long as they were stabbed by the weapons in their hands, the people of the Wild Wolf tribe would fall to the ground immediately. He knew that the Wild Wolf tribe was finished, but he didn't expect that the Black Rock tribe had such powerful allies. He just didn't know who they were. Could it be that tribe? The severe pain in his right palm suddenly woke him up. He had to leave quickly, otherwise he might die. He said to the people around him, "Let's retreat." He ran away quickly, and those who followed him shouted, "Retreat, retreat!" Seeing their leader flee, the Wild Wolf tribe members lost all desire to fight and scattered. Xia Feng and Xia Lei led their men in a chase, killing and injuring dozens of people. Wang Wei and Foxy rode their horses around the battlefield of the Blackstone tribe. There were as many as 400 or 500 injured people, including people from the Blackstone tribe, but they were much fewer. The seriously injured people were basically from the Wild Wolf tribe, and they were mostly men, but there were also women. The logistics team of the Xia tribe, along with the people of the Blackstone tribe, confiscated the weapons of the people of the Wolf Fang tribe and forced them to kneel down and not raise their heads. The women of the Wild Wolf tribe were less seriously injured. These lightly injured women may not have encountered the hunting group of the Xia tribe, otherwise they would have been stabbed to death as well. Wang Wei asked Foxy to pass a message to Xia Feng and Xia Lei, and to take the people of the Blackstone tribe to clean up the battlefield and prepare to attack the Wild Wolf tribe's lair. Then he dismounted and walked towards Elder Afu with a smile. Chapter 219, Hatred and Resentment, the King Arrives. Li supported Elder Afu and saw Wang Wei coming. She said, Father, this is the king of the Xia tribe, the leader of the Xia tribe. Ah Fu took 2 steps forward excitedly and said, Is your Xia tribe really a branch of the Blackstone tribe? Just now, after Li jumped off the horse, she briefly told Ah Fu about the situation of the Xia tribe, including that the Xia tribe was a tribe that had fled from the Blackstone tribe. Wang Wei laughed. Elder Ah Fu, I heard about you and some information about the Blackstone tribe from Xinghuan. Ah Fu wiped his tears and sighed. I've waited so long, and finally your arrival. It's worth the wait. Otherwise, the Black Rock tribe would have been exterminated today. My king, you've come just in time. Defeating the Wild Wolf tribe is a revenge for the Black Rock tribe. The leader of the Wild Wolf tribe hasn't been captured yet, so we haven't taken revenge yet. We need to set out immediately to attack the Wild Wolf tribe's cave. I heard that place was once the territory of the Black Rock tribe, and we must take it back today. Ah Fu became even more excited. He said, Can we take it back today? Okay, let's go right away. At this time, Xia Feng came to report that 8 people from the Xia tribe's hunting group were injured, all of them slightly injured. However, the tamed shields were severely damaged, with only 6 sides usable, and the others were completely destroyed. The rattan armor and helmets also had some damage, but it did not affect their use. There were 17 people in the logistics team, 3 of them were seriously injured, and the rest were slightly injured. The serious injuries were injuries to the hands or feet caused by blunt objects, and perhaps fractures. In addition, more than 130 people from the Wild Wolf tribe died, more than 50 were seriously injured, and more than 170 people, including women, were slightly injured and captured. 35 people from the Stone tribe died, more than 40 were seriously injured, and the number of minor injuries could not be counted. Wang Wei said to Elder Afu, Elder Afu, can I temporarily lead the Blackstone tribe? Ah Fu was shocked by the series of numbers Xia Feng had just given. He didn't expect that the number of the Xia tribe could be counted so quickly and accurately. He was still wondering how the calculation was done. Li shook Ah Fu's arm and said, Father, the king is talking to you. Huh? What did you say? The king asked if he could temporarily lead the Blackrock tribe? Oh yes, your majesty can make the decision. He saw Shan Kui there and said to him, Shan Kui, gather the people of the Blackstone tribe and follow the king's orders. Wang Wei said to Xia Feng, Xia Feng, take some people with you to help, hurry up. The hunting team led by Shan Kui and Xia Feng left in a hurry. Wang Wei asked, Elder Ah Fu, is your head okay? There was a bump on Ah Fu's head, which was a little blue, but fortunately it didn't bleed. I'm fine, just dizzy. Your hand is bleeding too, my king. Wang Wei took a look and saw that the base of his right hand was broken. Fine. Nyadan came running over in a hurry. He was very anxious when he heard Foxy say that the king was injured. He thought that he would be punished by Mauzi when he returned this time. However, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Wang Wei's hand was only bleeding. Fortunately, it was not serious. He hurriedly disinfected and bandaged Wang Wei's wound. Wang Wei saw that the people of the Blackstone tribe had gathered, and then he jumped on his horse so that more people could see him. He came to the crowd and shouted, The people of the Wild Wolf tribe have escaped, and Langya is still alive. How can we let our enemies live? We must kill Langya to avenge the deaths of the Blackstone tribe. Everyone of the Blackstone tribe, listen up, do you want revenge? Shan Kui shouted excitedly. Revenge, revenge! The people of the Blackrock tribe also shouted loudly. What? I can't hear you. Do you still want revenge? Revenge, revenge. Wang Wei smiled with satisfaction. Afterwards he asked the hunting team to lead the team and selected more than 100 men from the Blackstone tribe to set off towards the Wild Wolf tribe. Since Ting Dun was severely depleted, Wang Wei asked Xia Feng to bring a bow and arrow, biochemical poison, and choose long-range attack if possible. He stayed behind in the Blackstone tribe and asked the Xia tribe's logistics team to take the remaining Blackstone tribe members to tie up the captives. In addition, there is a large natural pit at the foot of the mountain on the left side of the Blackrock tribe, which is a great place to bury people. He arranged for people to throw the dead members of the Wild Wolf tribe into the big pit, executed the seriously injured members of the Wild Wolf tribe on the spot, and threw them into the big pit together. He also had people shovel away a layer of blood-stained soil outside the Blackstone tribe and fill it into the big pit. For a moment, the Blackrock tribe, which had been somewhat quiet, was filled with screams again. The place was filled with blood and broken limbs, like hell on earth, which was terrifying. The bodies in the big pit were piled together to form a small hill. Looking at the tragic scene before them, the captives of the Wild Wolf tribe all felt a chill down their spines. On the other hand, the people of the Blackrock tribe looked relieved. It was really gratifying to see the Wild Wolf tribe, who had always been riding on their shoulders, meet such a fate. Ah Fu shuddered inwardly when he saw this. It was cruel, but fortunately it was cruel to the enemy. He looked at Wang Wei's childish face and suddenly felt a bit of respect. This man was really not simple and had a cruel heart. Ah Fu didn't understand the situation. Those severely injured members of the wild wolf tribe, stabbed by iron spears, were almost certain to die without medical help. Wang Wei was merciful, sparing them a little pain. In fact, it was not just Ah Fu who didn't understand. Other people in the Blackrock tribe didn't understand either, and the captives didn't understand even more. Wang Wei didn't need to explain anything to them. He felt that they might not believe it even if he explained it. He asked Elder Afu what to do with the dead people in the Blackstone tribe. Ah Fu didn't know what to do for a moment, so he asked Wang Wei to make arrangements. Wang Wei arranged to bury the dead of the Blackstone tribe in a separate place, surrounding it with stones so that people from the Blackstone tribe could come to worship them in the future. After everything was arranged, Ah Fu brought Wang Wei and Humeizi into the tribe. It was quite spacious, but it was just a few small huts, and there were dozens of sheep kept on the other side. He thought that the living conditions of the Blackrock tribe were very poor. Then we entered the cave, which was really too small. Ah Fu saw Wang Wei looking into the cave and said, "This cave is not as big as the original one. After we wipe out the wild wolf tribe this time, we will move back to the original cave." When Wang Wei heard him say this, he thought, "Oh no, this old guy has no intention of going to the Xia tribe." "Haha, Elder Ah Fu, do you still want to live in the cave? It's nice to live in a cave, especially the old one. It's big and comfortable." Wang Wei's original plan was to sneak into the Blackstone tribe today, collect iron ore, and then lead the people of the Blackstone tribe back. But today's events had happened so unexpectedly. The Wild Wolf tribe and the Blackrock tribe had clashed again, and it looked like a fight to the death. Furthermore, the Blackrock tribe was already at a disadvantage from the start of the battle. Wang Wei didn't want the Blackrock tribe to be wiped out like this, otherwise he wouldn't be able to obtain iron ore here. He had no choice but to send a hunting team to attack the Wild Wolf tribe, but unexpectedly they defeated the Wild Wolf tribe. This time, Wang Wei ordered the attack on the Wild Wolf tribe, a decision he made at great risk. Given his usual cautious character, he would never take such an unsure move. But the result was unexpected. Even though they defeated the Wild Wolf tribe, Ah Fu still wanted to stay here. He didn't know what reason to use to persuade him. He took out a heart-shaped magnet from his backpack and handed it to Elder Ah Fu. "Do you know where I can find this kind of magnet? I need more of it." Ah Fu fumbled with the magnet and found one that was almost identical. He said, "Do you know how the Blackrock tribe got its name? It's because of the color of this stone. The cave where the Blackrock tribe originally lived was full of stones like this." Wang Wei was excited when he heard this. "Very well, we must seize that cave. My king, this magnet is usually kept by the tribe's shaman. Are you a shaman from the Xia tribe?" The witch of the Xia tribe was a woman. Now there is no witch. The Xia tribe does not need a witch. Why doesn't the Xia tribe need a witch? Haha, it was my decision that the Xia tribe no longer needed a witch. I heard that the Blackstone tribe had a stone man, who was their totem. You worshipped him, and I also heard that he was the incarnation of a god. Ah Fu carefully took out the stone man and handed it to Wang Wei. Wang Wei held it in his hand. It was very heavy and must have been polished with magnet. Foxy came closer and said curiously, "My king, this is not like you." Wang Wei said, "It wasn't like me at first." "Then the Blackrock tribe's god is not the king." Wang Wei smiled and said, "I am the god of the Xia tribe, that's enough. Why force it?" Ah Fu was secretly shocked when he heard what Wang Wei and Humeizi said. He actually claimed to be a god. "Elder Ah Fu, after we defeat the Wild Wolf tribe, I will lead people to that cave to mine this kind of stone. I hope you can send more people to me." "What do you do with these stones?" "It's very useful. We can use it to make weapons and tools, making the Xia tribe even more powerful, so powerful that no one can bully the Xia tribe." Ah Fu was a little skeptical. He couldn't imagine what weapons or tools could be made from such stones. He changed the subject and asked, "Your Majesty, have you seen Xinghuan?" "I have seen him. He must have been saved by my Xia tribe." "So your Majesty learned about the Blackrock tribe from Xinghuan?" "Yes, but I haven't seen him since the last time I saw him." Ah Fu was silent for a while. At this time, two people ran in from outside the cave. They were Li and one of the bloody men. Li was bandaging the people of the Blackstone tribe outside. When she saw Di covered in blood, she was wondering how Di was still alive. Didn't he follow Elder Shur to rebel against the Wild Wolf tribe? Di asked her where Elder Afu was, and Li said he was in a cave. So Di ran into the cave. When he saw Wang Wei sitting there, he knelt down before him and kowtowed to him continuously. Wang Wei didn't know what was going on yet, so he pulled him up and asked, "Why, this good man, kneel before me." Di said, "Thank you for saving the Blackstone tribe." Then Di told the story of what happened in the cave of the Wild Wolf tribe. Except for Ah Fu, who already knew the situation, everyone else was shocked, especially Li, who didn't expect that Elder Shi and she were already dead. Li cried very sadly. She had always hated Shi. She thought she had really betrayed the Blackstone tribe. Unexpectedly, she tried to assassinate Langia, but was killed by Langia. Wang Wei asked why the poison used by Di did not kill Langia and Sun. Di didn't know the details, and the poison was brought by Shi. Wang Wei guessed that the poison was expired or the dosage was too small. Another possibility was that Langia and Sun did not drink much of the poisonous water. It's just that it's impossible to verify now, and the person who poisoned him is also dead. Chapter 220, Hatred and Resentment, Wild Wolf Fell. Wild Wolf Tribe. When Langia and his men fled back to the Wild Wolf Tribe, he had already pulled out the arrow from his palm. He didn't expect that this small wooden stick was so powerful that it could easily injure a person's body. At the same time, he thought of the people who attacked the Wild Wolf Tribe today. Although they were few in number, each one was very strong and ferocious. If they were pierced by their wooden spears, most of his men would fall. Those wooden spears were definitely different from those used by the Wild Wolf Tribe. They were probably not ordinary wooden or stone spears. He had thought that he could wipe out the Blackrock tribe in one fell swoop, but he didn't expect that the Wild Wolf tribe would be defeated instead. He knew the result from the number of people who escaped back from the Wild Wolf tribe. Some say the people who helped the Blackrock tribe claimed to be from the Xia tribe, and that the ones who killed the most people from the Wild Wolf tribe were from the Xia tribe. Sun bandaged his injured eye and said worriedly, "The leader, it should be them. When we were chasing Xinghuan, they said they saw the leader. What a powerful and evil tribe! They are able to defeat us with so few people." Sun thought of another thing and said, "Chief, the people who returned from Jinji Ridge said they've made contact with the Sunlung tribe's explorers, and they say that Sunlung tribe is almost at Jinji Ridge. I'm afraid we'll be too late, and the Blackrock tribe will attack us." Sure enough, there was a sudden chaos outside the cave. Many women and children ran into the cave screaming, and the men were also panicked. Someone reported that people from the Blackrock tribe were coming. Langia was still frightened, even though he had guessed it. It was just that they had arrived so quickly. He looked at the blood oozing from the palm of his hand, which was no longer able to hold a weapon, and knew that the Wild Wolf tribe was truly finished this time. He ordered everyone to guard the cave entrance, attack with stones first, and then fight them desperately. He also asked Sun to mobilize dozens of wild wolves to guard the door. Xia Feng arrived with his men, first killing the people from the Wild Wolf tribe who were patrolling outside, and then stopped 60 meters away from the Wild Wolf tribe. The people of the Wild Wolf tribe began to throw stones, but unfortunately they had no skills and were perhaps frightened by the hunting group of the Xia tribe. The distance was too far and they missed. Many people from the Blackrock tribe felt their scalps tingle when they saw the dozens of wolves. These wolves were really difficult to deal with. But when they saw Xia Feng and the others standing majestically at the front, their confidence suddenly increased. Xia Feng ordered the hunting team to take out the bows and arrows and biochemical poisons, and said, "Shoot 3 quick rounds, and if they don't attack, keep shooting." "Yes," Xia Feng said to Shan Kui again. "When we attack later, you need to pay attention to their wolves. We will break through the crowd and try to kill the wolf fangs." Shan Kui and the people of the Blackstone tribe were shocked by such a bold idea, and he could only nod. The Wild Wolf tribe at the cave entrance looked numerous, with many women and children, but the actual number of combat-ready men was far less than the Blackrock tribe. They didn't dare attack the enemy, but instead relied on a few dozen wolves to guard the cave entrance and attack with rocks, stalling for the arrival of the Grey Wolf tribe. Seeing that throwing rocks wouldn't hit the enemy, some of the Wild Wolf tribe were about to move forward. However, after taking a few steps, they noticed about 20 black specks flying towards them. Some instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands. The black specks quickly grew larger and then pierced their bodies. The entrance to the Wild Wolf tribe cave erupted in chaos, with screams, cries, and curses echoing one after another. At least a dozen people were hit by the first round of arrows. Although not fatal, the arrows piercing the skin were still very painful. However, while they were still panicking, someone shouted, "Here we go again, get out of the way!" Another person was shot, and the cave entrance was already in chaos. Langia and Sun picked up the small wooden stick and were filled with hatred. How did they do such a powerful thing? Someone else shouted, "Here they come again, hide quickly!" The people of the Wild Wolf tribe retreated into the cave. They had long lost their courage. Sun pulled Langia and moved backwards in a hurry, but the fear in his heart became more and more intense. They saw that the dozens of wolves in front of the cave seemed fine and kept glaring at the people opposite them. Langya said, "Sun, tell those wolves to attack quickly." Sun whistled, and the flame wolf beside him became restless. When he saw that dozens of wolves were shot down by the small wooden sticks as soon as they moved, Sun pressed down the head of the flame wolf to make it stop. The wolves that were shot stood up from the ground, some of them shaking their heads, probably understanding what happened and how they were injured. They grinned and roared, and continued to run forward, but after all, they were injured and their speed was not that fast. Xia Feng and others shot 2 rounds of arrows at the wolves, then picked up their iron spears, roared, and rushed towards the wolf pack. All the people of the Blackrock tribe also roared, howling like wild beasts. They were no longer as timid and afraid as before. Since the last battle with the Wild Wolf tribe, they had suffered too much and had a hard time. Now that they could finally defeat the Wild Wolf tribe and hold their heads high, how could they give up? When the wolves saw humans, who outnumbered them several times, coming towards them with weapons, some of them became timid and ran back. Those who did not run back were quickly drowned out by the crowd, and the howling of wolves and the voices of humans intertwined. Xia Feng and the hunting team did not stop, but rushed into the cave. Langya and Sun were horrified. They thought they were coming to kill them. The 2 men and their trusted followers quickly ran towards the cave entrance at the back of the mountain. When the people of the Wild Wolf tribe saw their leader running away again, they had no choice but to drop their weapons and run away with him. Xia Feng and others rushed in and assassinated all those who were still resisting with weapons until they laid down their weapons and surrendered. Shan Kui ran in with his men and said that Langya must have escaped from the cave entrance at the back of the mountain. Xia Feng asked him to follow, and asked the others to clean up the battlefield and chase towards the cave entrance at the back of the mountain. However, when they ran to the cave at the back of the mountain, they found that the entrance, which was only wide enough for 2 people to pass through, was blocked by a large rock, and everyone was helpless. However, there were still some people from the Wild Wolf tribe who had not escaped. They looked at Xia Feng and others, who were already trembling with fear, and knelt down to beg for mercy. Xia Feng asked them to drop their weapons and crawl out one by one. Anyone who dared to resist would be killed on the spot. Among the people who came out, Shan Kui did not find Langya and Sun. They had no choice but to take these people to the cave in front. According to statistics, Langya escaped with about 40 or 50 people. In the cave, apart from the dead and seriously injured, there were more than 100 captives, women and children. Xia Feng executed those who were seriously injured one by one on the spot, and soon, heart-wrenching screams were heard from the cave. Let the captives, especially the women and children, feel fear and despair. Xia Feng also forced the captives to drag the dead into a pit and bury them with earth and rocks. Other people were sent to clear out all the supplies of the Wild Wolf tribe, pack them up outside the cave and prepare to move them away. Shan Kui finally found the bodies of Shi and Elder Shi. Parts of their bodies had been eaten by wolves. The people of the Blackstone tribe wiped their tears silently after seeing this. They already knew how the elders of Shi and Shi died. Although Shi and Shi had defected to the Wild Wolf tribe, they almost killed Langya and Sun. After everything was done, Xia Feng reorganized the team and returned to the Blackrock tribe. The Wild Wolf tribe did have a lot of supplies, which were packed into bundles with furs and ropes, and the captives were also made to carry the supplies. This time the entire Wild Wolf tribe was defeated, and Langya escaped and disappeared. However, for the Blackrock tribe, although it is a bit regrettable, this is already a great thing. The Wild Wolf tribe had been oppressing the Blackrock tribe, making it hard for them to breathe. The Blackrock tribe had also been subjected to beatings, scoldings, and threats from the Wild Wolf tribe, but today they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They looked at the Xia tribe members in rattan armor walking in front of them with admiration. They talked about how the victory over the Wild Wolf tribe was entirely thanks to the Xia tribe, otherwise the Blackstone tribe would have been defeated by the Wild Wolf tribe long ago, and they would have been the ones killed or captured. They returned to the Blackrock tribe with laughter and joy, and saw that the outside of the Blackrock tribe had been cleared, as if nothing had happened here. Chapter 221, Catching Spies, No Cooperation. Xia Tribe. After Wang Wei left, a tense atmosphere permeated the Xia tribe. Everyone was on edge, afraid that something might happen. As the soul and backbone of a tribe, the people of the Xia tribe have a deep dependence on him. The daily affairs of the Xia tribe are now jointly managed by Mei and the grassroots elders, with others providing assistance. A big event happened in the Xia tribe today, so Mei and the grassroots elders called everyone together for a meeting to discuss it. The cause of the incident was that Xia Hong followed a woman named Ma who had only been in the Xia tribe for 2 days. Xia Hong discovered that the woman was sneaking into the woods alone. She met a man and the two talked furtively for a while. After the man left, the woman returned to the Xia tribe as if nothing had happened. Wang Wei had warned Mei before leaving the Xia tribe, and asked her to be careful of the woman of unknown origin. He also arranged for Xia Yi to investigate secretly, but he had not yet discovered anything. Xia Hong's discovery of the problem this time also confirmed Wang Wei's suspicion. Everyone speculated that the woman was sent from other tribes to the Xia tribe to gather information, and that she met the man today to deliver the message. The result of the meeting was to arrest the woman and interrogate her, or wait for the king to come back and deal with her. Mei's suggestion was to arrest the woman immediately and find out what she had said, what tribe the man with her was from, and who was behind the attacks on the Xia tribe. Chao Zhen, Chao Ming, Xia Dazue and others naturally had no objection. Everyone knew the relationship between Mei and the king, and what she said was almost exactly what the king said. Although the king arranged for Mei and the grassroots elders to take the lead, with the others assisting, everyone knew that as long as the king was not in the Xia tribe, Mei still had the final say. So Xia Dazue and Xia Yi led people to capture him, and locked him up in the newly made cage of the Xia tribe. The woman, Ma, had indeed come to the Xia tribe with a mission. The person who gave her the mission was the tribe's leader, a young man who had just reached adulthood. He asked her to find out about the Xia tribe and, if possible, to seduce the Xia tribe's leader. She had just arrived at the Xia tribe and had no good opportunity to get close to Wang Wei because Wang Wei was going to the Blackstone tribe the next day. She thought that since the leader of the Xia tribe was not there, she used her injury as an excuse to look around the tribe. As a result, she knew some of the Xia tribe's situation and had some understanding of the tribe. So, according to the previous agreement, she went to report the situation to the contact person. She hadn't expected Xia Hong to be secretly monitoring her. Xia Hong's monitoring of her was also due to Mei's arrangement. In addition, it was also because of the woman's hemp that it was indeed worthy of suspicion. How could a person who was injured and recovering from an injury run around in the Xia tribe? This itself was worthy of suspicion. Xia Hong, who discovered the situation, told Mei, which led to an emergency meeting of the Xia tribe. After Xia Dazue captured the woman, he interrogated her and learned that she was from a tribe called Ma. The person who had given her the mission was the leader of the Ma tribe, named Hun. As for why she came to inquire about the Xia tribe, she didn't know. The woman, Ma Lai, was assigned to the Xia tribe to inquire about the tribe's salt, pottery, important tribal personnel, food storage quantities, and Shuyun. She also confessed that she had the opportunity to seduce the Xia tribe leader. Today, she relayed the news that the Xia tribe leader was not in the Xia tribe and that the Xia tribe was building a city wall. She hadn't learned the rest yet, so she agreed to relay it next time. She wanted to find out so much information about the Xia tribe that the managers of the Xia tribe could not guess what the Ma tribe was trying to do, and the Xia tribe did not know anyone from the Ma tribe. The most surprising thing is that they want to find out information about Shuyun. Shuyun also said that he did not know the woman's Ma, nor did he know the Ma tribe. This incident left everyone confused. They counted all the tribes that had grudges against the Xia tribe, but had no clue. Finally, everyone decided to go to Chao Ma tribe, but considering that the king was not in Xia tribe, this matter had to wait for a while. There were more than a dozen fires burning in the Blackstone tribe, roasting sheep from the sheep tribe. There were also more than a dozen clay pots cooking food, and the aroma was already wafting from the pots. Ah Fu felt a little sorry when he saw so many sheep being consumed, but he felt better when he thought that after defeating the Wild Wolf tribe, the Black Rock tribe could go out hunting animals without worry, and that they would also be able to steal food from the Wild Wolf tribe this time. He had heard about how much food the Wild Wolf tribe stored. They exploited the surrounding small tribes, making jerky with the food they sent, and also raised some small animals. Therefore, the Wild Wolf tribe was very wealthy. Wang Wei was introducing the Xia tribe's pottery and salt to Elder Afu, explaining how to use these two items to make food more delicious. This made Elder Afu extremely envious. The Blackrock tribe used to have pottery, though not much. But during the last war with the Wild Wolf tribe, the pottery was left in the cave. They moved here and have been grilling food ever since. Later, a caravan of traders arrived, but the pottery and salt they received in exchange were minimal. At this time, Xia Feng and Xia Lei came back with a hunting team. 20 of them stood in front of Wang Wei, covered in blood. After asking, Wang Wei found out that it was the enemy's blood. He asked them to wash up first, treat their injuries, and then called the logistics team to hold a small meeting. He brought Foxy and Afu to the right side of the Blackrock tribe. There are more than 270 captives from the Wild Wolf tribe held here, mostly women and children. There are fewer male captives, but there are still about 80 or 90 of them. The logistics team of the Xia tribe was managing the male, female and child captives separately, and making them squat on the ground and not allowed to speak. Wang Wei said to Xia Feng and Xia Lei, "We need to tie up these male prisoners at night to prevent them from escaping." "Yes." Elder Afu, do the Black Rock tribe need these captives? Oh, prisoners are difficult to discipline. The Black Rock tribe has so many people that they don't need it. Afu never understood why Wang Wei wanted so many prisoners. These people had to be killed or let go. Keeping them would waste food and require different people to manage. Wang Wei also didn't understand Afu. Didn't he know that the strength of a tribe depends on its people? In that case, the Xia tribe will accept them all. Are you planning to take the captives to the Xia tribe? Yes, the Xia tribe needs more people to develop and grow. They came to the other side, where they found supplies looted from the wild wolf tribe. In addition to dried meat, there were also many live animals such as farmed sheep, rabbits, wild boars, etc. Even Wang Wei didn't expect that the wild wolf tribe had stored a lot of radishes and vegetables like cabbage, which the Xia tribe didn't have yet. After returning, he asked the caravan to collect them from various tribes. Seeing these supplies, Afu smiled with satisfaction. He hadn't expected Langya to have so much food, but it wasn't surprising, as Langya had always been raiding those small tribes. After Xia Feng and Xia Lei finished washing up, they came over and said that there were many such wild vegetables in an underground cave in the wild wolf tribe. Wang Wei had no way to transport these vegetables away, as his main purpose was to transport the iron ore. As time was limited, he asked what was on his mind. Elder Afu, I want to ask you a question. The Black Rock tribe seems to be free of crisis, but in reality, it is facing numerous difficulties. Have you ever considered taking everyone to the Xia tribe? Afu was a little surprised. He would rather die fighting the wild wolf tribe than leave. Why would he leave after defeating the wild wolf tribe? Go to the Xia tribe? Leave here? Is this place important? This is where the Black Rock tribe has always lived. Now that the wild wolf tribe has been eliminated, the Black Rock tribe will live better here. I think the king should relocate the Xia tribe to the Black Rock tribe. After the two tribes merge, the Black Rock tribe will be even stronger. A stronger Black Rock tribe will have pottery and salt, and can trade with other tribes. Wouldn't that be better? Wang Wei's face turned pale. He had been thinking about getting the Xia tribe to join the Black Rock tribe. What did the Black Rock tribe have? Would they utilize their iron or resources? After so much development, they were being driven to extinction by the alien wild wolf tribe. Elder Afu, the Xia tribe cannot relocate to the Blackstone tribe at this time. Our Xia tribe is currently building a city, which will be the most important place for the Xia tribe. If we relocate to the Blackstone tribe, the Xia tribe will lose all its advantages, so I disagree. How could Wang Wei give up the trade he had established with several tribes with great difficulty, not to mention that there were salt mines there? Your Majesty should think about this. After the Xia tribe joins the Black Rock tribe, the entire Great Wasteland will belong to the Black Rock tribe, and those small tribes will become dependent on the Black Rock tribe. Xia Feng, Xia Lei, and Humeizi were unhappy. Foxy asked. Then let me ask, after joining the Black Rock tribe, who will be the leader? We can discuss this. Wang Wei understood that this old guy had bad intentions, and it seemed that this place was not suitable to stay at the moment. Chapter 222, Wolf Fang escapes, the king's plan. Langya, who fled in a panic, was afraid of being followed. After running far away with his men, he saw that no one was chasing them, so he dared to rest in the forest. Seeing that there were less than 50 people who escaped together, I couldn't help feeling sad and a little desolate. It's a pity that such a large wild wolf tribe was defeated. Sun said. Chief, we still have a chance to defeat the Blackstone tribe. Let's go find the Tsamlang tribe. They are at Golden Rooster Ridge. Langya thought about it, and realized that this was the only way. Now only the Tsamlang tribe could help him. However, seeing the wild wolf tribe's decline, the Tsamlang tribe would surely laugh at his incompetence. We have no choice but to seek their help. Sun, why is the Xia tribe so powerful? Sun had no idea, but he understood that the Xia tribe had weapons that they didn't have. Maybe they're different from us. The Black Rock tribe has taken back that cave. I really can't accept that. Sun looked at Langya's palms and backs of his hands, which were still bleeding, but Langya had simply wrapped them with leather. Is your hand okay, Chief? It's a little numb. I can't hold a stone axe with this hand. Sun held a small wooden stick with a pointed stone head, which was the same size as a spear, but much smaller and lighter. It would be great if the wild wolf tribe had this kind of weapon. Langya gritted his teeth and said, I will return it to Afu, so that he can also feel the pain of being hurt. Sun suddenly asked, Are they living in the caves of the wild wolf tribe now? Who knows? That cave stores a lot of items. Will they be moved away? Of course. We should burn it when we leave, to prevent it from being taken by the Black Rock tribe. Langya regretted his decision to go back to Golden Rooster Ridge. He knew the risk was high. if he were discovered by the Blackrock tribe, he might be caught. However, when they arrived at the cave where they once lived, it was empty, not even the bodies of the dead. However, with the help of the Flame Wolf, they learned that the dead were buried not far away. This made Langia very curious. Are the people from the Blackrock tribe and the Xia tribe so kind? There were still bloodstains on the ground and the smell of blood was everywhere. The area in the cave that was used to store supplies had long been emptied. Langia sighed and left with his men in embarrassment. In the cave of the Blackstone tribe, Wang Wei held a meeting with everyone from the Xia tribe. Wang Wei had no plans to attack the Wild Wolf tribe when he came to the Blackstone tribe. He had even considered sneaking into the Blackstone tribe to avoid being discovered. However, his plans didn't change quickly enough. He encountered a conflict between the Wild Wolf tribe and the Blackstone tribe, forcing him to help the Blackstone tribe attack the Wild Wolf tribe. Until now, he still felt that this attack on the Wild Wolf tribe was very risky, but fortunately, the Xia tribe's equipment was still good. We're basically done here. Let's rest for the night, go mining tomorrow, and then return to the Xia tribe. Xia Feng said. My lord, the Wild Wolf tribe has been defeated. We can occupy this place and only leave a few people to mine. Wang Wei thought about what Ah Fu said. Wouldn't it be exactly what the Blackstone tribe wanted if they kept people here? No, it will be more convenient for us to come here in the future, and we can come here at any time. Because the Xia tribe will have horses in the future, we can come and go freely. Leaving some people behind may not be safe. First of all, Langia of the Wild Wolf tribe has not been captured, and he may make a comeback. Besides, there are other tribes in this area, and I heard that they are not friendly either. The most important thing is that we must defend the Xia tribe. There are still wild people there, and they are the biggest threat to the Xia tribe. The Xia tribe must now concentrate all its manpower to protect and build the Xia tribe. After the wild people are no longer a threat, we can come here to mine. And not just mine. When we came here, the wetlands over there are the places that our Xia tribe wants to occupy. My king, what is the use of wetlands? That's very fertile land, and we can grow food there. My plan is to build a new city here, rather than living in caves. Would living in caves allow a tribe to develop better? Obviously not. We need to build a sturdy and secure residence. So this place will become the Xia tribe's second city, a major granary for the Xia tribe, and a stronghold for producing weapons and tools. Everyone was very excited as they listened to what Wang Wei said, as if their blood was boiling. This is really great for everyone. The Xia tribe wants to expand. In this way, the population and territory of the Xia tribe will increase. How desirable it is to see the Xia tribe become powerful. At this moment, everyone looked at Wang Wei with eyes full of admiration, awe and respect, as if they saw an extremely tall and majestic existence. Regarding the discussion with Ah Fu, such a major decision could only be made by him alone. In his mind, the Blackstone tribe could only join the Xia tribe. How could the Xia tribe join the Blackstone tribe? Apart from anything else, he didn't like the name Blackstone tribe either. The next step is to arrange tomorrow's mining and the subsequent transportation of ore. In addition, the hunting team must learn to ride horses so that they can manage the captives when they return. If the captives dare to escape, can they outrun the horses? He planned to have all the captives participate in the transportation, excluding the children. Assuming that each person carried an average of 40 kilograms of iron ore, the more than 200 adult captives would have to transport at least 8,000 to 9,000 kilograms of iron ore. Wang Wei didn't plan to use the livestock he brought with him this time to transport iron ore, but rather to carry supplies, such as food he had looted from the Wild Wolf tribe, and some precious furs. This was mainly because there were many people returning and they would need more food. Since the Blackrock tribe is unwilling to join the Xia tribe, and the Xia tribe is unwilling to join the Blackrock tribe, either side will force it. After the meeting, Wang Wei found Ah Fu and said that he wanted to distribute the supplies of the Wild Wolf tribe. Ah Fu also had the same idea and was worried about how to deal with these supplies. He didn't know what Wang Wei meant. Logically speaking, the Xia tribe played an absolute role in defeating the Wild Wolf tribe, so they should get a larger share. But Ah Fu didn't think so. He believed that without the Blackstone tribe, the Xia tribe with such a small number of people would not be able to defeat the Wild Wolf tribe. Wang Wei agreed with his opinion. This time, the Xia tribe had few people and rashly attacked the Wild Wolf tribe, which was a huge risk. Even he himself was risking his life, and he had secretly sworn in his heart that he would never be so reckless in the future. Wang Wei's distribution plan is to divide it equally so that no one gets the upper hand. But Ah Fu said that since the Xia tribe took possession of all the captives, they should get less furs and food. Wang Wei asked Ah Fu to select the prisoners. If he felt that adult male prisoners were difficult to manage, then he could select adult female prisoners or children. Ah Fu felt that adult male and female captives were not suitable, and it would be better to take the children among the captives. So Wang Wei asked him to select most of the children, about 20 people. The Xia tribe captured all the captives, more than 240 adults and 10 children. The final distribution plan was that Wang Wei would take 30% and the Black Rock tribe would take 70%. This made Humeizi, Xia Feng and Xia Lei, who followed them, extremely dissatisfied. But Wang Wei later told them that the purpose of the Xia tribe's visit this time was to bring more iron ore. They couldn't take away any furs or food, no matter how much they had. The food they were given just had to be enough for everyone to eat when they returned home for the next few days. Several people thought that this was indeed the case, but they had a new opinion of Ah Fu from the Blackstone tribe. Night. Wang Wei asked the Blackstone tribe to send some people to assist the Xia tribe in managing the captives, giving them some furs to keep them warm and building a few more bonfires, but did not give them any food. Accommodation at night was a problem. Wang Wei was unwilling to live in the cave of the Blackstone tribe, mainly because there were quite a lot of people living there, and Wang Wei felt uncomfortable. He occupied a spot on the edge of the Blackstone tribe's bamboo fence, where supplies from the Wild Wolf tribe were piled. The Xia tribe set up their tents here because they had copied a lot of furs from the Wild Wolf tribe, which was enough to meet their needs. Under Wang Wei's guidance, Xia Feng built a large tent so that people could enter and exit without lowering their heads and could walk around inside. After Wang Wei entered the tent, Foxy came in reluctantly, tidied the mat on the floor, and then helped him take off his leather armor. It seems that Humeizi is still very shy. Wang Wei felt amused. He felt that Humeizi was becoming more and more feminine. I won't wear leather armor tomorrow. It will be troublesome to put on and take off. It's cold, your majesty should put it on. That's a good reason. Put it on then. Where's the gravel? Wang Wei guessed that Humeizi didn't know that Mei had deceived Li, and that Li had become Wang Wei's woman. He didn't know how to explain the situation to Humeizi. I'm talking to Elder Afu. My king, Li is your woman. She's back in the Blackrock tribe. Will she come again? I don't know. Maybe he's trying to persuade Elder Afu. Wang Wei suddenly understood what Mei meant by insisting on making Li his woman, but wasn't Mei's thinking too simple? Mei told me and Li to take good care of you before we came to the Blackrock tribe. Wang Wei understood Mei's thoughts. She was afraid that he would suffer if he came out. At this time, Li entered the tent. She brought hot water from a ceramic basin and pot for Wang Wei to wash. Wang Wei asked them to go to sleep first while he went to discuss some things with Xia Feng. In fact, Wang Wei didn't want to embarrass them, nor did he want to embarrass himself. Wang Wei visited the Blackstone tribe and found that most people lived in small huts, with some in caves. They slept on straw mats and furs, a common pattern among primitive peoples. He was chatting with Xia Feng and Xia Lei, and when they mentioned Foxy, they also saw what he was thinking. To them, the king has many women, and now he has Li and Foxy, which makes them envious. But considering the king's status, they felt that it was natural for such a thing to happen to the king. But they felt sorry for the king's small body. Chapter 223, Different Paths, Different Paths. The next day, at dawn, Wang Wei was still fast asleep with Foxy in his arms. He didn't know why he slept like that last night, maybe because he was used to sleeping with Mei and Su Xiaoxiao in his arms in the hut. Plus, it was cold at night, so he just liked to sleep with someone in his arms. His dishonest claws touched Vixen last night, but he didn't know it because he fell asleep. But Humeizi knew that he was harassing her, but she dared not resist. It was only at dawn that she finally woke him up. Wang Wei slowly stood up, looked at Humeizi and Li, and said, "Why am I sleeping in the middle?" The two women laughed. Wang Wei's face also became a little embarrassed. Foxy said, "Did your majesty forget something? Li was out for a while, and after you fell asleep, you kept rolling around on my side, taking up Li's spot. When Li came back, he had to sleep on the other side. No wonder I still feel so hot at night." Foxy and Li put leather armor on Wang Wei, and then he went out to rinse his mouth near the bamboo fence of the Blackstone tribe. At this time, all the people in the Xia tribe had stood up. Nearly 40 of them stood in a row, holding ceramic cups, dipping their fingers in salt, and rinsing their mouths together. Wang Wei regretted not having a toothbrush for rinsing his mouth. He hadn't figured out how to make one yet. But once the Xia tribe's new city was built, or perhaps when he had more free time, he would probably figure out a solution. Under the leadership of Wang Wei, the people of the Xia tribe also began to develop good hygiene habits. But when they were gargling with white salt, Ah Fu, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, saw them and felt very uncomfortable. Such good salt, used for gargling? The people of the Blackstone tribe couldn't even imagine it. Being wasted like this by the people of the Xia tribe, is this something a tribal leader could do? The Xia tribe really doesn't know how to cherish their salt. If they use this salt to cook food, it will take a long time to eat. If they take it out to trade with other tribes, they can get a lot of goods in exchange. Ah Fu was heartbroken when he saw how the Xia tribe wasted salt. He felt that something that could be solved by rinsing the mouth with wood ash was being wasted by people who did not know how to cherish it. This waste made him feel uneasy, and he also thought it was a shameful act. Last night he heard Li say that Li had become the woman of the king of the Xia tribe, and he was quite happy. But when Ah Fu heard that the Xia tribe's king had several women, he felt sorry for Li. He felt that Li seemed to be bewitched by the king, even running off to sleep with them at night. And on other days he was treated like a slave, fetching water for the king to wash and dress him, a truly humiliating situation. But he had no choice. Li had become someone else's woman, and he just wanted her to live a good life. As Ah Fu got to know Wang Wei better, he came to believe that Wang Wei, the king of the Xia tribe and the leader of a tribe, was not the best candidate. He was only interested in personal comfort and well-being. Compared to the deceased leader of the Blackstone tribe, the tall and brave leader could easily outshine the king of the Xia tribe. Therefore, Ah Fu believed that it would be impossible for the Blackstone tribe to join the Xia tribe. If the Xia tribe joined the Blackstone tribe, he could still consider it, but the leader of the Blackstone tribe should definitely not be that king. He believed that a leader must be able to withstand major setbacks and should act like a leader. Although Ah Fu is now an elder of the Blackrock tribe, he is actually exercising the rights of the leader of the Blackrock tribe, which is no different from whether he is the leader or not. He had always been very strict with himself. Since the last battle with the Wild Wolf tribe, he had never enjoyed life, not even the thought of it. Every day, he was preoccupied with the survival of his tribe and how to defeat the Wild Wolf tribe. Now that the Wild Wolf tribe was destroyed, it was time for Ah Fu to show his talents. How can the Blackrock tribe join the Xia tribe at this time? How to make the people of the Blackrock tribe live the best life is his important task in the future. After washing up, Wang Wei, accompanied by Xia Feng and Xia Lei, went to check on the 3 seriously injured members of the Xia tribe's logistics team. They were all injured by blunt objects. Although their lives were not in danger, they could not recover for the time being. However, these 3 seriously injured people have a psychological burden, fearing that they will be abandoned by the Xia tribe because they feel that they can no longer contribute to the Xia tribe. After Wang Wei learned about the situation through Xia Feng and Xia Lei, he felt that he had to dispel their doubts. You are members of the Xia tribe who were injured in the line of duty. You are all warriors of our Xia tribe. We will treat your injuries. Even if you can't recover, even if you become disabled, the Xia tribe will not abandon you, and neither will I, the king. You are worried that you won't be able to contribute to the Xia tribe in the future, but you are wrong. I, the king, still have many things to do, and none of you can escape. The 3 injured people were very excited after hearing this. How could it be false if the king told them this personally? When you go back, I'll have the captives take turns carrying you back to the Xia tribe, so you don't have to worry. They shed tears of excitement after hearing this. Wang Wei let them stay in the tent, and then came out with Xia Feng and Xia Lei. Next time we come here, we'll try to make a horse-drawn carriage and a mule-drawn carriage. Xia Feng and Xia Lei knew what Wang Wei was talking about. Wang Wei had told them before. Xia Feng nodded and said, although there are a few small rivers from the Xia tribe to here, the rest of the area is relatively flat. As long as we build a wooden bridge over the river, we can get here easily. Wang Wei said, it's not that easy. The road still needs to be paved, and some potholes need to be smoothed out. This is a huge project, no smaller than building a city. We'll consider it when we have enough people. If we use horse-drawn carriages or mule-drawn carriages, we'll have to go a long way around, but it's worth a try. Several people felt that what Wang Wei said made sense. Naiaden got up early and arranged for the rest of the logistics team to prepare food. However, he had too few people to prepare so much food. Wang Wei felt that this was not a good idea. There were captives, but they were not being used. How could the good men of the Xia tribe be asked to do it? So he went to the place where the prisoners were held and wanted to give them ideological education. Wang Wei still followed the old method, loudly announcing that the captives would become slaves of the Xia tribe, and as slaves of the Xia tribe, they must obey arrangements and follow orders. He first threatened them harshly, and then promised that they would be free if they achieved the goals required by the Xia tribe. These captives from the Wild Wolf tribe originally thought that they would be skinned alive even if they didn't die, but they were surprised that they only needed to obey the arrangements of the Xia tribe and work for them in order to have food to eat. They might have thought about escaping, but where would they go after escaping? The Wild Wolf tribe no longer existed. The female captives hoped that the people of the Xia tribe would find them to sleep with, so that they might get food. However, the Xia tribesmen who were guarding them were indifferent to the women, which disappointed the women who had ulterior motives. Wang Wei saw that the prisoners gradually regained their spirits, and he also gave them hope of survival. Wang Wei immediately asked Nyadin to select women from the female prisoners to help prepare food. The prisoners were already hungry and dared not speak or resist. The female prisoners were asked to prepare food, which made the male prisoners envious. Wang Wei told them that from today on, they would start working for the Xia tribe as second-class slaves. Of course, after working, the Xia tribe would guarantee their food supply. Since mining is going on today, the slaves must be well fed and have to work. Food is not a problem for the time being. After all, the most thing looted from the wild wolf tribe is food. Wang Wei couldn't let the rest of the people sit there idly, so he asked Xia Feng to take people to give the furs looted from the wild wolf tribe to the slaves, and let them make simple backpacks. These backpacks would be filled with iron ore, and they would carry them back to the Xia tribe. Although the slaves were still hungry, they had to be obedient, and do things they were unfamiliar with as required. If they didn't do it well, they wouldn't be beaten. Instead, the hunting team would patiently teach them how to make it. This immediately alleviated some of their worries and increased their favorable impression of the Xia tribe members. Ah Fu, watching Wang Wei's training of the slaves from afar, was amazed. The ferocious wolf tribe were as obedient as drowned dogs in front of the Xia tribe. Where was the arrogance and cruelty they had shown towards the Blackstone tribe before? Ah Fu tried to find the difference, but couldn't find any. Wang Wei knew the difference. It was the Xia tribe's sharp weapons that made the slaves realize their own weakness. The slaves feared the Xia tribe because they had seen many people from the wild wolf tribe killed and murdered, while the killers remained calm, as if it was a common occurrence. Ah Fu also saw the Xia tribesmen making the female slaves grill food, and from the amount of food, he knew that the food was prepared for the slaves. Is it necessary to feed the slaves such good food? In the past, when food was scarce, the Blackrock tribe had poor food to eat. They could not even feel full after one meal a day, so the management and importance of food were above all else. This time, after defeating the wild wolf tribe, the Black Rock tribe received so much food that Ah Fu didn't dare to consume it like this. Wang Wei was surprised to see that everyone in the Blackstone tribe had gotten up but no one was cooking food. After asking Ah Fu about the situation, Wang Wei didn't know what to say. After all, this was a tribe managed by someone else. Wang Wei suddenly thought that the people of the Xia tribe ate Ah Fu's 3 sheep last night. Wouldn't he be very sad? Chapter 224 Mining Stone, Samlang Kangmang. After the Xia tribesmen and slaves finished their food, they, led by Xia Feng and Xia Lei, went to the wild wolf tribe to mine magnetite ore. On the Blackstone tribe side, Wang Wei only left behind a dozen or so logistics team members, and asked them to take the female slaves and children to prepare food for the afternoon. Wang Wei's plan was to collect magnets today, come back in the afternoon, eat, and then leave the Blackstone tribe. We have been out for 3 days. If we go back with so many people, it will probably take another 2 days to get back to the Xia tribe. After all, the Xia tribe is facing danger, which is what he cares about most, and he cannot leave for too long. Wang Wei took Foxy, Li, several female captives, and Dabai to collect a kind of herb. This herb will cause itching when it sticks to the skin. If the juice of the herb sticks to the wound, it will make people feel more itchy, and the injured person will not be able to help but scratch it, which will make the wound more difficult to heal. Wang Wei planned to collect some and bring them back to the Xia tribe to plant. He never had too much of this stuff. Elder Ah Fu never knew the real purpose of Wang Wei coming to the Xia tribe. He thought that it was Li who told the Xia tribe the truth about the Blackstone tribe, and that the Xia tribe, as a branch of the Blackstone tribe, came to help him defeat the wild wolf tribe. But when he saw the Xia tribesmen taking their slaves out with them, and the slaves following them obediently, he had hallucinations. Ever since the Xia tribe started feeding the slaves, he felt like he was living in a dream. If the people of the Blackstone tribe had not drooled at the sight of the slaves eating the food, Ah Fu would have known that this was reality. Ah Fu wanted to know why the Xia tribe brought slaves to the wild wolf tribe's cave. So after arranging the affairs of the Blackstone tribe, he also took Shan Kuei and a large group of people to follow behind. It was not until the Xia tribe brought their slaves to the gray-black magnetite cave that Ah Fu seemed to understand. This ironstone mine is not far from the cave of the wild wolf tribe. Because no one has discovered its value, people can only pick up some magnets here when polishing stone tools or weapons. Ah Fu didn't understand what use these stones had for the Xia tribe. To make weapons? Before the Blackrock tribe was occupied by the wild wolf tribe, they rarely mined stones here to sharpen their weapons. Later, they found that the stones in the Wild Boar Valley were better, so they stopped mining here. Xia Feng took the slaves to pick up the magnets scattered on the ground. Xia Lei used a hammer, a steel chisel, a shovel, and other iron tools to continuously hammer away at the ore, gathering up the magnetite that had been knocked down and shrinking the larger ones. Because iron ore is magnetic, all the pieces, big and small, were attracted to each other. Then the collected magnets were divided by weight, and the slaves were asked to put them into the backpacks made in the morning. Some slaves wanted to show off, so they filled their backpacks to the brim, weighing at least 70 or 80 kilograms. Xiao Feng would occasionally praise the slaves who performed well. Ah Fu, who followed, became more and more confused. If these stones were to be used as weapons, they should not be small stones or fine stones. He asked Shan Kui next to him, but Shan Kui didn't know either. What surprised them even more were the tools used by the Xia tribe to strike stones. These tools were harder than stones, which left Ah Fu puzzled and unable to guess. He asked Shan Kui to help and see what the hammer was made of. After Shan Kui arrived, he patted Xiao Lei's shoulder enthusiastically and said that he could help knock the stones. Xiao Lei was sweating all over, so he handed the hammer to Shan Kui. After Shan Kui got the hammer, he examined it carefully and touched it with his hand. He felt that the hammer was warm, which surprised him. Jinji Ridge. Langya finally met the leader of the Tsunglong tribe who had arrived late in the morning. The Tsunglong tribe's team was coming slowly, which made Langya unhappy, but he could only endure it now. Langya was standing at the entrance of Jinji Ridge waiting. He found that the Tsunglong tribe did not bring many people this time. If Wang Wei were here, he would know that the Tsunglong tribe had more than 200 people. Tsungmang, the leader of the Tsunglong tribe, asked Langya to go. Langya was filled with anger. The leader of the Tsunglong tribe was originally named Langzhuo. Later, influenced by civilization, he gave himself the name Kangmang, which means boundless and describes his broad mind. The Grey Wolf tribe prided itself on being civilized, and considered itself a civilized tribe. They arrogantly labeled the other tribes scattered in the wilderness barbaric tribes, and the people of the wilderness mountain ghosts. Langya couldn't stand the Tsunglong tribe leader's condescending attitude. He could just strike a pose and do the same thing. Why was he pretending to be polite? It made people angry. But now Langya can only complain in his heart that his tribe has suffered a great disaster, and he has to rely on the Tsunglong tribe for revenge. Langya, it's rare that you've come this far to greet me. This is etiquette. Only by learning etiquette can you know how to be a cultured person, gain the respect of others, and be a good tribal leader. Do you understand? Langya felt that Lungzhua was becoming increasingly pretentious. He was originally a rough-and-tumble man, and his attempts at civilization had become foolish. His tone of voice was also hard to like. But he had something to say and something to ask of others, so he simply chose to ignore Lungzhua's pretentiousness. Chief Kangmang, my wild wolf tribe has been bullied. Can you help me give revenge? Oh, who can bully you? The Blackrock tribe, but mainly the Xia tribe. The Blackrock tribe recruited the Xia tribe to attack us, and we were defeated. So it's the Blackrock tribe. You beheaded the leader of that tribe in the last war. Have they become stronger again? Langya then recounted what had happened in general. He crushed the Blackrock tribe to pieces and attributed his failure to the strength of the Xia tribe. I've said it before, fighting won't solve problems. You can't beat him, right? You're still not civilized enough. Langya was so angry that he wanted to spit blood. What does this have to do with civilization? He thought to himself. Will you help me or not? If you don't want to help, just say it directly. Chief Kangmang, you know I'm quite civilized. I'm usually quite accommodating. The main reason is that they're two barbarian tribes, and barbarian tribes are hard to reason with. You're not being accommodating, you're being vicious. Langya was so angry that he could not stand up to the words of Lang Zhao. He could only follow Lang Zhao's words. Chief Kangmang, how do you say we deal with those two barbaric tribes? Since they are a barbaric tribe, they must be taught a lesson. Then let's go teach them a lesson. No rush, I'm going to send someone to check the situation. Then send someone quickly. Look, I was going to your tribe, but your caves are gone, and I don't even have a place to stay. Langya, you have no manners. Langya took a deep breath and had to hold it in. Seeing Langya remain silent, Kangmang looked down on him and asked, Your cave has been occupied? No. Since the cave is still there, let's go directly to the cave and see who dares to occupy it. Langya liked to hear this. He wanted to establish a tribe, so he needed a place, and the original cave was the best place to live. So, led by Langya, the group hurried towards the cave of the Wild Wolf tribe. Because the weather was clear, they saw people patrolling in the direction of the cave from a long distance away. It seemed that someone had arrived before them. They had no choice but to hide in the woods, and Kangmang wanted to send someone to find out the news. Wild Wolf thought it made sense, so he also sent 2 people to follow the 2 people sent by the Tsunglong tribe and lurk towards the cave of the Wild Wolf tribe. Wolf Fang, are they the ones who defeated your tribe? Yes, I can recognize it. He really does look like a barbarian. I love bullying barbarians. Haha. Don't laugh, It will be troublesome if someone finds out. Kang Mang restrained his arrogance and stopped talking. Everyone waited in silence. As time passed, the person who came to inquire about the news still had not returned. Anxious, Langia sent 2 more people. Sung Mang also sent people. This time he sent 2 people in another direction. After the 4 people left, they waited for a while, but they were the same as the people who had gone before. Even the dumbest person knows what's going on. Sung Mang said. It's strange, how did they find our people? Who knows? Wolfang, I think we should retreat. These barbarians are not to be trifled with. Langia wanted to refute but didn't know what to say. Now he knew that he was not easy to deal with, and his arrogance just now disappeared. Suddenly, they saw 2 people from the Tsunglung tribe who went to investigate the news running back. They were shouting something, but the people hiding in the woods in the distance could not hear it. Behind the 2 men, a horse was galloping towards them. The 2 men were not stupid either, and they ran away separately. The man on horseback held a spear, and she pointed the spear at one of the running men until she pierced the running man through the back. Then she turned her horse around and chased the other man, raising a strange weapon in her hand and controlling her horse's speed very slowly. When the fleeing Tsunglung tribe member was about to enter the forest, he was shot in the vest by a wooden stick and fell to the ground. Before he fell, he shouted, "Run, there are a lot of them!" Foxy rode her horse slowly to the edge of the forest and looked at the people inside. After searching once, she locked her sights on the leader of the Tsunglung tribe, who was none other than Langia, the leader of the wild wolf tribe. She stopped her horse, took an arrow from her quiver, and aimed at the wolf's fang. Langia originally thought that he would not be shot because of the distance, but when he thought about the pain in his palm, he quickly hid behind him. Foxy's arrow had already been shot, but it missed Langia, and instead shot down a man from the Tsunglung tribe from behind Langia. Tsunglung was also startled. Seeing Langia dodge, he didn't even warn him. It was really damnable. At this time, the people of the Tsunglung tribe in the forest heard a strange sound, low and powerful. Foxy was about to shoot again when Wang Wei, who came on horseback, called her away. The people from the wild wolf tribe and the grey wolf tribe then saw rows of people walking slowly towards them. How could Kang Mang dare to hesitate? He ordered everyone to evacuate. Chapter 225, Discovering Words, Scaring the Wolf. Those rows of people were naturally organized by Wang Wei. It turned out that Li took Wang Wei and a few others to collect herbs. After collecting, they came to the cave where Xia Feng was mining. Yesterday, Xia Feng brought people to attack the wild wolf tribe, but Wang Wei had not been there yet. After Wang Wei arrived, he carefully observed the geographical environment of this place. Part of this magnetite ore is exposed on the ground, forming a small mountain covered with trees and weeds. It is not known how deep it is underground. If this mountain is fully mined, it may be possible to dig out a lot of magnetite ore. A small cave has been mined out at the mining site, and it is unknown how many people have mined here. Wang Wei saw Ah Fu, walked over and said, "Elder Ah Fu, was this the main source of ore you mined in the past?" "This is just a part of it. In fact, there is also a kind of stone in Wild Boar Valley that can be used to make weapons. My king, what use are you taking these broken stones back with you?" Wang Wei didn't hide it from him. "It's used to smelt iron, to extract the iron element inside." Ah Fu didn't understand, nor could he figure it out. He simply didn't want to think about it. Wang Wei knew that they rarely used the magnets here to make tools and weapons because these stones were magnetic. They entered the cave that once belonged to the Blackrock tribe and looked around. There was still the smell of blood left over from yesterday. The cave was large and flat inside, and could easily hold thousands of people. No wonder Ah Fu was reluctant to leave. This place must have been occupied by the Blackstone tribe for a long time, leaving behind primitive stone paintings on the cave walls. Although crude, some of the content could still be discerned. Ah Fu said, "This is what each successive witch left behind. Some of them are unclear and I don't know what they mean." Wang Wei nodded and looked inside one by one. Suddenly, his body shook and he froze. He saw a long, blurry paragraph of words on the wall. He looked carefully and realized that it was definitely not a picture, but words, and they were in traditional Chinese characters. He pointed at the words and asked, "What is this?" Ah Fu said, "It said these were left by the first shaman who came to this cave. In the past, when these murals faded or became blurry, we would paint over them to preserve them. Later, the wild wolf tribe occupied this place, and the stone paintings were left unattended, and they became like this." Wang Wei thought it was no wonder Ah Fu was reluctant to leave. He was probably trying to protect the stone paintings. But for Wang Wei, the most important thing about these stone paintings were the words. He looked carefully and could only make out a few slightly clear words. "Failed in the imperial examination." Looking at these words, the surrounding words are completely blurry and I can't guess what they mean. Elder Afu, do you know these words? Words? I don't know. Isn't it a picture? Then haven't you heard the legend of these stone paintings? No, maybe the witch from before knew. That was the deceased Elder Shur. Elder Shur, do you know these words? He doesn't know them either, but I always hear him say they are very special. It seems that the witch in the tribe has more knowledge and is the most educated person, while the chief and general elders know only a limited amount. This was a major discovery. He had always thought that in this primitive society, time travelers did not leave behind any information such as written text. It seems that the time traveler left some words when he came to this world. I just have one question. Why is it traditional Chinese? Could it be someone from Hong Kong or Taiwan who traveled through time and space to this world? Or perhaps it was an ancient person who came here? He couldn't figure it out, so he shook his head and continued to check the other stone paintings. There was nothing important. Ah Fu looked at Wang Wei's focused expression and thought he had discovered something, but when he saw him shaking his head, he knew nothing. Elder Ah Fu, when will you move in? It won't be long. At this moment, Debai outside suddenly shouted. Foxy and the Xia tribe hunting team pinned the 4 people to the ground. The 4 people wanted to resist and were beaten severely. Wang Wei and Afia heard the noise outside and went out to check what was going on. Foxy said, My lord, they were hiding in the bushes and were discovered by Debai. It seems they are here to gather information. They are from the Wild Wolf tribe. Xia Feng, Xiao Lei, Shihu and Chao Kezi also came over. Wang Wei asked Shihu and Chao Kezi to investigate the surrounding situation, and asked Xiao Lei to take charge of the slaves. Wang Wei asked the 4 captured men, Are you from the Wild Wolf tribe? None of the 4 spoke. Wang Wei continued, I'll ask each of you for a question. Are you from the Wild Wolf tribe? The person being asked did not answer. Wang Wei made a killing gesture towards Xia Feng. Xia Feng understood that his iron spear had pierced the man's chest directly, and the man looked at Xia Feng in astonishment. The other 3 were trembling with fear. Only then did they realize how cruel and ruthless these people were. One of them said hurriedly, I'm from the Tsanglang tribe, and they're from the Yelong tribe. Wang Wei smiled and said, I didn't ask you, who told you to talk? It seems you don't want to live anymore. The man prostrated himself on the ground, crying and saying he was willing to tell anything and only asked for his life to be spared. Wang Wei then said to the other 2, Look, he's willing to tell you anything. There's no point in keeping you around. The other 2 also crawled on the ground like the first person, and also expressed that they were willing to say anything and spare their lives. For this reason, the 3 men honestly explained what happened after Langya escaped, who they met, what they wanted to do, where they were now, how many people they had, etc. Wang Wei was interested in what the people of the Tsanglang tribe said about the Tianlang tribe. He said that the Wolf Lord of the Tianlang tribe had summoned people from all tribes to hold a tribal totem meeting. Ah Fu could confirm this because he had heard Elder Shur, Di and Shi say it. It is said that the Tianlang tribe is so dominant that the chieftain is called the Wolf Lord. The Tianlang tribe was originally a large tribe, but later split into several branches, which established smaller tribes in the wilderness. However, they all hold a totem meeting at a certain time every year. Their totem is of course the wolf, but a man-wolf, who is said to have a human head and face, but the body of a wolf. Wang Wei could understand why primitive people, guided by the animistic belief, periodically worshipped their ancestors or the spirits of those who had rendered meritorious service to the tribe. Perhaps this was motivated by a desire for peace, hoping their totem gods would bless the tribe with prosperity, protection from disaster, and growth. Due to the chaotic nature of primitive thinking, which blurred the distinction between humans and animals, or perhaps intentionally created mystery, their totems became entangled with imaginary gods. Wang Wei knew that the Wild Wolf tribe had joined forces with the Grey Wolf tribe again, so they hid in the woods in the distance. Wang Wei and Afu realized the seriousness of the matter. They didn't expect that Langya had helpers and they came so quickly. Afu was even more worried. Previously, the Wild Wolf tribe and the Tsanglang tribe had defeated the Blackstone tribe. Could they be defeated again? His only hope was Wang Wei, and he once again gave Wang Wei full authority. Wang Wei asked Xia Feng to take the people from the Blackstone tribe, about 70 or 80 people, to gather all the slaves and the hunting team to maintain order. He then addressed the slaves, claiming that the Wild Wolf and Grey Wolf tribes, hiding in the distant woods, were actually savages from the Great Wasteland Mountains. The savages, disguised as people from the Great Wasteland, were plotting to harm them, killing them and stealing their food, women, and children. Wang Wei urged everyone to unite and defeat the savages, promising that upon defeating them, the slaves would be promoted from second-class slaves to first-class slaves. He described the opposite side as the savages of the Great Wilderness Mountain because he knew that the people in the wilderness had always held an inexplicable hatred towards the savages. In addition, Wang Wei did not expect them to attack the opposite side, because once they met, the slaves might turn against them, and they could only serve as a deterrent. They mainly rely on people from the Xia tribe and the Blackstone tribe, and currently there are only about 100 people in total. At this time, the alert Dabai started barking at the bushes again. Wang Wei was most satisfied with bringing Dabai along this time. It seemed that he had to reward it with something when he returned. Li Hu and his men rushed out from the side and grabbed 2 people who were trying to gather information. The 2 men resisted and were stabbed to death by Hu with an iron spear. But it scared the other 2 who were trying to get information, and they stood up from the bushes and ran away. Foxy got on her horse and chased after the man. Wang Wei asked Xia Feng to organize everyone to move towards the woods where the wild wolf tribe was hiding. He jumped on his horse and rushed towards Foxy. The low sound of the Xia tribe's ram horn was heard behind him. Led by the Xia tribesmen and the Blackstone tribesmen, slaves followed behind him. The brave fox spirit had already stabbed 1 person to death. She shot another, and shot an arrow into the woods from the edge of the woods, killing another person. The majestic Foxy girl was about to shoot another arrow when she heard Wang Wei's voice. "Fox Maisie, why are you so close? Xia Feng brought some men to deal with them." Foxy turned her horse's head and looked into the woods again, only to see the people in the woods running away quickly. Chapter 226 Shangjiu Heading Home. Xia Tribe. Shangjiu from the Shang tribe came to the Xia tribe again with some items. The last time he came to the Xia tribe to trade, he thought he could exchange gems for the salt and pottery he wanted, but he didn't expect that the king of the Xia tribe had no interest in those gems at all. This time, some of the items they brought were gems, more plant fruits, and 3 horses. Shangjiu was received by Shi Yun and Shi Demei. Chao Zhen and Xia Dazue also came to see the items Shangjiu brought. Shangjiu was a little disappointed that he didn't see Wang Wei. He first tried to sell the gems he brought to everyone, but found that no one was interested in his gems at all. Shangjiu had no choice but to replace it with another item he brought with him, a kind of plant fruit. He thought that the people of the Xia tribe would never have seen these fruits, so he started to introduce them to them in great detail. Shi Yun knew that these fruits were the rice that Wang Wei had mentioned, and some of them were still stored in the Xia tribe. Xia Dazue also knew Mei and Chao Zhen. They knew that Wang Wei attached great importance to plant seeds and had told them that this rice was edible and that the Xia tribe would plant it on a large scale in the future. Therefore, they all showed great interest after listening to Shangjiu's detailed introduction. Shangjiu then introduced the horses he brought. Plum and grass roots. Xia Dazue thought they were mules, but Wang Wei once specifically said that the Xia tribe needed this kind of animal. Shangjiu saw that everyone was satisfied, but he was still hesitant about whether to launch the 2 items. He knew that the king of the Xia tribe was away, and if the 2 items were launched, the group might not accept them. But he still pointed at the 2 women who came with him, and asked them how they were. It was then that everyone in the room noticed the 2 women. They had been wearing straw hats that covered most of their faces. Now that Shangjiu had taken off their straw hats, everyone was stunned to discover that the 2 women looked identical, not much older than Li. Their expressions were dull, a bit sluggish. However, they both possessed beautiful faces and impressive figures, brimming with allure. The people in the room may have heard of someone who looked exactly like him, but they definitely had never seen him in person. Shi Yun was in a difficult situation. She couldn't make a decision, so she had to look at Mei and Chao Zhen. For Mei, increasing the population of the Xia tribe was in line with the development needs of the Xia tribe and also in line with the needs of the king. She wondered if the king would be tempted by these 2 women. Chao Zhen didn't care. They were just 2 women. He had already transcended the level of looking at people's appearance. He thought that only the king would pay superficial attention to women's appearance. Mei couldn't make up her mind for a moment, and no one else could make a decision. Seeing everyone's hesitation, Shangjiu thought that only the king could make the decision. He said that these 2 women were not for exchange, but were given to the king of the Xia tribe. After hearing this, everyone looked at Mei again. This was a huge matter, and Mei felt the pressure. What if he accepted the 2 women and the king was unhappy? What if he didn't accept them and the king was unhappy again? But in the end she still left the 2 women behind, saying that she would let the king come back to deal with it. In this way, Shangjiu brought a few goods, but only rice and horses satisfied the Xia tribe people. Shi Yun was ready to negotiate how much salt and pottery to exchange for Shangjiu's goods. But Shangjiu said that when he came, he saw that the wooden spears and ting shields used by the hunting group of the Xia tribe were very special, and he wanted to use these goods for trading. Shi Yun denied it on the spot and threatened that if Shangjiu did not agree, she would ask him to take the goods and leave the Xia tribe. Seeing that he could not persuade them and fearing arousing suspicion, Shangjiu agreed to trade salt and pottery. He knew that he was not at a disadvantage and could also swallow up some salt and pottery in this transaction. He thought that taking a loss was also a great favor to the tribe. This time he could also bring back a message to Daki, that is, the king of the Xia tribe was not in the Xia tribe. Shi Yun and Shide sent Shangjiu to the gate of the Xia tribe. Shangjiu saw that the people he brought were guarded by the people of the Xia tribe. He thought that the Xia tribe was well prepared and they didn't find out anything this time. The only thing they could see was the magnificent city wall that the Xia tribe was still building, which shocked them. Blackrock tribe. Wang Wei once again invited Afu to bring everyone from the Blackstone tribe to join the Xia tribe. But Afu still made it clear that he was unwilling to leave this place. Wang Wei was helpless, remembering the Wild Wolf tribe's attempt to launch a surprise attack today, and said, "Elder Afu, you know what we went through today was very dangerous. If the slaves knew that the Wild Wolf tribe and the Grey Wolf tribe were in the woods, they would very likely flee to the other side, or they would very likely cooperate with the Wild Wolf tribe to launch a direct attack. Although the Wild Wolf tribe fled in the end, they may not have gone far. I'm worried that after the Xia tribe leaves, they will come back for another surprise attack. Even if they don't come back now, won't they be attending the Totem Conference? They will have more people by then, and they may also return with more people, so Elder, you should give it more thought. If it's just a Wild Wolf tribe, we won't be afraid of them. But I really can't bear to give up this place. Actually, the cave won't fall there. At most, it will be occupied by someone. When the Xia tribe becomes stronger, we can take it back." Afu heard the hidden meaning in Wang Wei's words and he once again said he would not leave. Wang Wei couldn't force it any further. He had invited Afu to join the Xia tribe at least 3 times, but the tribe still refused. He could only suggest that Afu be prepared and have a way to retreat. Wang Wei had originally wanted to give the Blackrock tribe a few iron spears, but he thought too few would be ineffective. Furthermore, since there were many slaves on the way back, he still needed iron spears for self-defense. Furthermore, the Blackrock tribe were used to using stone knives and axes, not iron spears. "Your Majesty, I only have one daughter left. I asked her to follow you to the Xia tribe. I hope she will have a better life. Please take good care of her." Afu asked Wang Wei to take Li away. He thought that Li had become Wang Wei's woman and should be with him. That's natural. Li is a good woman. She's interested in medicine, and the Xia tribe is in need of people like her. Wang Wei Ben would not leave Li here alone. Who knows what will happen here in the future? After all, it is too dangerous. Li also took away a few little girls who were close to her, and Wang Wei naturally agreed. It was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and the people of the Xia tribe set out in a mighty procession back to the Xia tribe. This time, outside the cave of the Wild Wolf tribe, Wang Wei cooperated to scare away all the slaves of the Wild Wolf tribe and the Tsunlung tribe, and their levels were raised by 1 level, becoming first-class slaves. Although they could not understand what the terms first-class slaves and second-class slaves meant, they would understand if an example was given to them. For example, if they help the Xia tribe scare off the savages today, they will be rewarded with merit and promoted from second-class slaves to first-class slaves. If they reward again, they will be promoted from first-class slaves to free men and can join the Xia tribe or leave the Xia tribe. It sounded tempting, and there were honest people among the slaves, so they believed it. There were also some who did not believe it, but they were afraid of the powerful military force of the Xia tribe. They had seen the Xia tribe's iron spears and bows and arrows, as well as the Xia tribe's ruthlessness towards their enemies. Also, the Xia tribe did not beat or scold them, and they had eaten twice in a row today and were full. They gradually lost the desire to escape. Where could they escape to? Primitive people still considered reality. The slaves carried magnets, which weighed an average of about 40 kilograms per person, but they were not actually tired. Only Wang Wei and Foxy were riding horses in the team, which was not acceptable. The Xia tribe needed warriors who could ride horses to transmit intelligence and provide long-distance support. While the team was marching, Wang Wei asked the hunting group to learn to ride, and many people including Xia Feng, Shihu, Chao Kazi and others learned it. Xia Lei was not used to riding a horse because he would get dizzy when riding. This is very strange. Wang Wei has heard of seasickness and motion sickness, but this is the first time he has heard of people getting sick from riding a horse. As the hunting group gradually learned to ride horses, there were not enough horses in the team. Wang Wei decided to go back and exchange some horses with the horse tribe when he passed by. So before dark, you need to find a place to camp and then go directly to the horse tribe. The journey went smoothly, and they found a place to stay in a forest, where they arranged for people to cut wood and make a fire. This outing was also a test for the slaves. After all, the Xia tribe had fewer than 40 combatants. Among the slaves, there were 80 or 90 men, and even more women and children. If the female slaves rebelled, they wouldn't pose much of a threat to the Xia tribe. The main concern was the male slaves, and that was indeed a cause for concern. Even if they did not resist and sneaked away, the Xia tribesmen would not be able to discover them in time. At night, everyone in the slaves sat around the fire and distributed furs to the slaves. There are too few tents to accommodate everyone. Wang Wei arranged for the hunting team to use the furs they had collected from the wild wolf tribe to build as many fur tents as possible. He also arranged for some women and children among the slaves to sleep in the tents, which in turn left a good impression on the Xia tribe among the slaves. In order to gain the favor of the slaves, Wang Wei took the initiative to chat with them, mainly telling them about some things in the Xia tribe, the strength of the Xia tribe, the food of the Xia tribe, etc. This attracted their attention, and chatting with the slaves also allowed them to get to know Wang Wei himself. The night watches still rotated between the hunting team and the logistics team. Wang Wei arranged for the night watchmen to pay special attention at night. For example, if the slaves went to the woods to relieve themselves, they would see whether they would come back after going out. Chapter 227, Seeking a Plan, Female Destiny. In a dark wood somewhere in the wilderness. The bonfire was burning, illuminating everyone's faces as they rested inside. After Langya escaped this time, he didn't know when he would seek revenge on the Blackrock tribe again. He always sighed and lamented the injustice of heaven and how he had been too kind to the Blackrock tribe, which ultimately hurt him. The Tsunglong tribe brought a small number of people, about 200 people, to participate in the totem sacrifice ceremony. In this conflict, facing the larger Xia and Blackstone tribes, leader Kang Mang would first consider his own interests and losses. Could he defeat the other side? Even if he could, if his own people suffered heavy losses, it would be unprofitable. Langya, it's not that I won't help you this time. You can see that there are many of them, so let's let them go for now. Langya sighed and said, This is the only way. We can go to the Tianlang tribe and ask the Wolf Lord to make the decision for me. Don't be sad, there are people who are worse off than you. Langya was puzzled. Kang Mang laughed heartily and said, You still remember that Yin, right? His tribe was defeated, and Yin fled to the Great Wilderness Mountain. How do you know? Yin rebuilt his tribe in the Great Wilderness Mountains. He had a subordinate named Bei, who was familiar with my tribe. At that time, I sent people to the Black Wolf tribe in the Great Wilderness Mountains. When they met, they told me about the situation of the Yin tribe. I didn't expect Yin to end up like this. He's not like you. He faces many difficulties in rebuilding his tribe. You still have the Wolf Lord to help you, and you still have so many people to help you. So it's only a matter of time before you lead your people to fight back. Are you still in contact with the leader of the Black Wolf tribe? The Black Wolf tribe was exiled to the Great Wilderness Mountain by the Wolf Lord. How are they doing? It's not as difficult as you think. The Black Wolf tribe is surrounded by small tribes. Do you think they'll be doing badly? Langya thought about Hainyo, the leader of the Black Wolf tribe. He wasn't familiar with Hainyo. Hainyo's tribe was originally called the Ox tribe, but later joined the Heavenly Wolf tribe. The Wolf Lord renamed his Ox tribe the Black Wolf tribe, but Hainyo didn't mind. Later, when he got into trouble, the Wolf Lord banished him to the Great Wilderness Mountains, and Langya had no chance to connect with the Black Wolf tribe anymore. Does Yin have any dealings with Hainyo? I don't know. Hainyo probably wouldn't associate with someone like Yin. You know what kind of person Yin is. Langya thought about Yin's perversion and suddenly felt disgusted, so he stopped thinking about him. He wanted to rebuild the Wild Wolf tribe, and his greatest hope now was to rely on the Wolf Lord and the Heavenly Wolf tribe. Thinking of Ah Fu from the Blackrock tribe, Langya became so angry that his teeth were itching again. Langya felt that Ah Fu was even more patient and sinister than he was. Ah Fu had actually sent his son, Qi, to infiltrate the Langya tribe and deceive everyone. How despicable! He still feels scared now, as he and Sun were almost killed by them. In addition, he hated Elder Shi even more, as he dared to rebel against him. Fortunately, he and Shi were both dead. This was the wolf god blessing the Wild Wolf tribe. Sun, who was sitting on the side, had one eye open and the other injured eye was wrapped in fur, looking quite unscathed. His injured eye was not bleeding now, but the injury was very serious. Sun is obsessed with revenge. His main goal now is to kill Di personally to relieve his anger, and also to destroy the Blackstone tribe. He said to Langya, Chief, I want to stay. Why are you staying here? You're injured. You need to recover first. We'll come back when you're better. I will stay and monitor the Blackstone tribe and the Xia tribe. What's the use? Listen to me, let's go to the Heavenly Wolf tribe and ask the Wolf Lord to make the decision. But we can't let the Blackrock tribe go like this. Who said let them go? We'll be back. I have an idea for a good way to deal with the Blackrock tribe. What method? The sheep tribe's leader Yang Dao has always been in love with Ah Fu's daughter, Li. If we hadn't forced Yang Lao to do so, he wouldn't have given Yang Dao to the Blackstone tribe. Lengge was furious at the thought. Forcing the sheep tribe to send sheep to the Blackrock tribe was his worst decision and a trick of Elder Shur. Only after he was defeated did he realize that Elder Shur had never helped him and had always been helping the Blackrock tribe. Sun, please continue. Here's what I think. Our tribe was defeated by the Blackrock tribe, and Yang Lao doesn't know about it yet. We sent someone to tell Yang Lao that Ah Fu's daughter has returned to the Blackrock tribe, and asked him to go to Ah Fu to ask for her. If Ah Fu refuses to release her, then Yang Lao will go and take back the sheep we sent. If Ah Fu refuses, what do you think will happen to them, Chief? Lengge looked at Sun. He was surprised that Sun, a man who always conquered people with force, actually had a brain. Lengge thought Sun's suggestion was a good one. He wanted the sheep tribe to trip up the Blackstone tribe, which would just make Ah Fu restless. He agreed to Sun's suggestion and arranged for several people to go to the sheep tribe to deliver the message. The next morning, it was still dark. Wang Wei was still sleeping soundly. This time he hugged Foxy to sleep, and his evil claws were still not quiet even after he fell asleep. Foxy was both shy and excited. She was enjoying this quiet moment. Ever since her affair with Xia Dazui ended, she'd been free from constraints. Plus, with Madame Fox's encouragement, she'd grown bolder. Perhaps she didn't have the complexities of other women. She simply believed that if she liked someone, she had to act. Fortunately, Mei didn't interfere, and even asked her to take good care of the king. She was impressed by Mei's generosity. There was a gradual noise outside. It was Bird Egg organizing the female slaves to prepare food for the morning. Wang Wei was woken up. He opened his eyes and looked at Foxy. Her face was flushed, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Fox Maisie, what's wrong with you? Are you pretending, my king? And you're asking me? Wang Wei chuckled and pinched the place where his claws were grabbing twice without moving away. Foxy was both angry and amused. She didn't expect the king to be such a person in private. She wondered if the king was like this to other women as well? So she was wondering whether to allow the king to be so presumptuous. She was hesitating in her heart. Wang Wei turned his head to look at Li, who was sleeping in the tent. She was not moving and seemed to be still asleep. Maisie, let me ask you something. Did Mei come to see you? What did she say? Let me take good care of you. I guess she would do that. And Mei must have said the same thing to Li. Mei really cares about Wang Wei. Since she can't come herself, she specially arranges for a woman to serve him on the road. Such a thoughtful arrangement is so great. He suddenly felt that this primitive society still had some advantages. The king knows which day to give you a massage. Did I see who it was? Wang Wei thought for a moment and said, Mei. The king really knows everything. I saw Mei glance into the cafeteria at the door and then left. That day, Wang Wei closed his eyes and thought about biochemical poisons and gunpowder. When someone gave him a massage, he initially thought it was Mei, but later realized it was Hu Maisie. He didn't think much of it. But from that day on, he noticed a change in the way Hu Maisie looked at him, though he refused to admit it. Not that smart. I only figured it out later. Maisie, let me tell you something. When Xia Dazui went to your tribe, it was actually my intentional arrangement. I was planning to have Xia Dazui capture you and then have your Fox tribe join the Xia tribe. Foxy smiled and said, I know, it's just that Big Mouth didn't take me down. Although I thought about it, my feelings were too complicated at the time. Later, when I arrived at the Xia tribe, Big Mouth distanced himself from me because of that incident. I had actually thought it through clearly by then. Later, he got together with Jihao, and I completely broke off all ties with him. Now I only care about his injury, and nothing else. Now I only have the king in my heart. Wang Wei was moved and wanted to kiss her. Stopped by Foxy, she looked towards Li. Wang Wei understood. He turned and looked at Li, whose eyes were wide open, and said, Li, are you eavesdropping on what the king is saying? Li said, Your Majesty, I don't understand what you said even after I heard it. Wang Wei was a little skeptical, but he just assumed she didn't know. He turned over and touched Li, who covered his head with a fur blanket and did not dare to resist. Wang Wei thought he'd been living a miserable life since crossing over, but unexpectedly, in primitive society, he'd had quite a few encounters with women. He now has 5, and he's wondering what to do next. However, he immediately thought of his main purpose of coming to this world, which was to live well, concentrate on development, resist foreign enemies, and make the lives of those who followed him better. No need to sleep. I have to get up. I have important things to do today. Foxy and Li also got up and became busy. Chapter 228, Changing Horses Again, Reaping Rich Harvest. After eating, everyone set off for the horse tribe of the horse leader. Xia Feng said that no slaves escaped last night. After they went to the forest to relieve themselves, they came back to sleep obediently. This made Wang Wei happy. No one escaped, which meant that the slaves were not that stupid. Riding on the horse, Xia Feng asked, "My lord, I've always wanted to ask, how did you know that the people from the wild wolf and gray wolf tribes hiding in the woods would escape? First, we know their approximate number, which is not much different from ours. Second, although we have many slaves on our side, Wolf Fang doesn't know because all the spies they sent out were captured. Third, and most importantly, they are scared by our attack." Everyone following Wang Wei laughed after hearing this. This is called the real and the fake, true and false, so that they can't judge. If those last two spies ran back, would they know whether we were real or fake? It's very likely that they will find out. It was thanks to Foxy that they lost their chance. After hearing this, Foxy felt secretly proud in her heart, and she couldn't help but look at Wang Wei with affectionate eyes. Along the way, Wang Wei chatted with everyone, discussing some things from time to time. Most of the time, he talked about military affairs and how he would build the Xia tribe's army in the future. Around noon, we arrived at the site of the last battle. It was quite deserted, with no bodies to be seen. It seemed the dead had been taken away by several tribes or eaten by wild animals. Wang Wei asked everyone to stop and rest. He took Foxy and the 10 people from the second hunting team and headed towards the Ma tribe. Riding a horse is really fast. Galloping across the wilderness, it won't take long before they reach the territory of the horse tribe. From a distance, I saw a lot of people standing outside the Ma tribe. I didn't know who they were. What were they saying to the Ma leader in a heated manner? It was not until everyone came to the outside of the Ma tribe that they attracted the attention of those people, who stared at Wang Wei and others very cautiously. Maybe they saw that there were few people coming with Wang Wei and were not afraid. But these people quickly recognized that just a few days ago, their tribe had been defeated by these people, and the scene suddenly became silent. Everyone showed angry eyes, but they had no way to move and dared not move. When Chief Ma saw Wang Wei coming, he hurried forward and knelt on the ground to kowtow. Wang Wei asked him to stand and talk and asked, "Chief Ma, what were you doing just now?" Chief Ma said with a sad face, "Your Majesty, they are from several other tribes. When they heard that I had salt and pottery, they came to exchange them. Isn't that wonderful?" So Chief Ma told the situation. Since Wang Wei wanted to take away 6 horses from the Ma chieftain's tribe, he was given 6 small jars of salt, 6 pottery pots and 6 pottery jars. He exchanged his excess salt and pottery with 4 other tribes, exchanging a small jar of salt and a clay pot for 3 adult horses, and a clay pot for an underage horse. This exchange was actually quite profitable for him, as he received a total of 16 adult horses, 4 of which were immature. This lucrative deal delighted the horse leader. He also knew that if he traded these horses to the Xia tribe, he would earn even more. However, he didn't know when the Xia tribe would arrive, so he kept the horses without being able to trade them, which made him anxious. But when the tribes heard that Chief Ma only had 2 cans of salt left, and they would have no more after they ate them, they all wanted to exchange the rest. Chief Ma was in a dilemma because his own tribe also needed it, so he could only exchange it for a can. The Xia tribe now has 2 types of salt containers, large cans, each holding about 10 kilograms, and small cans, each holding about 5 kilograms. This time, Wang Wei took the small cans for convenience. Wang Wei already understood what Chief Ma meant. He was worried that he could not sell the horse he had exchanged for, and he was also worried about who to exchange the remaining jar of salt with. He asked Xia Feng, "Do we still have salt?" Xia Feng said, "Not much. When we left the Blackstone tribe, we gave them 10 jars of salt." Wang Wei felt heartbroken after hearing this. It would be great if he could exchange it for a horse. "How much salt is left?" "I really don't know. Why don't we go back and ask Bird Egg, he's in charge?" Wang Wei nodded. So who rode his horse towards the camp? Wang Wei said to the horse leader, "Do you have 12 adult horses now?" "Yes." "I don't know how much salt I have left, but I'm still willing to trade with you. If it's less, I'll make up for it next time I come. Or how about you send someone to go with me to the Xia tribe and get it directly from there?" How could Chief Ma dare disobey? He could only obey Wang Wei's orders. However, he decided to follow him to the Xia tribe to get salt. While everyone was waiting for Hu to return, Wang Wei looked at the people who had come to exchange. Their hair was messy, just like all the primitive people Wang Wei had seen when he arrived in primitive society. If these people were absorbed into the Xia tribe would have many more people. However, he immediately dismissed this idea because there were still many wild horses in the wilderness, and they needed these people to catch them. He only needed to pay salt and pottery, and exchanging them for horses from them would be more in line with the development needs of the Xia tribe. At this time, a group of people riding on some animals ran madly towards the horse tribe in the wilderness. Are Chief Ma and the others here to exchange as well? Yes, my king. Wang Wei watched the people gradually approaching. The animals they were riding gradually became larger in his field of vision, but he still couldn't recognize what animals they were riding. Foxy laughed and said, My lord, are they riding chickens? Can there be chickens this big? Wang Wei said, Nonsense! How can there be such a big chicken? Let them take a closer look. Oh, I think I know what it is. What is it? Wang Wei laughed and said, These are not chickens, they are riding ostriches. What is an ostrich? Can it fly? I don't know if they can fly, but I know about ostriches, though I'm not sure. The ostriches they rode were about 2.5 meters tall, with a slender neck, a small head that stretched forward, a triangular, short and flat beak, a thick and short trunk, a flat sternum without a keel, fluffy and drooping tail feathers, and a pair of small wings. Foxy said, With wings that small, it definitely can't fly. Wang Wei nodded. More than 10 people came riding on ostriches, and one of them, who looked like a leader, shouted loudly, Chief Ma, I heard you still have 2 cans of salt. Exchange them all with the camel tribe. Chief Ma said, There's only 1 can left. Look, they're all waiting. That doesn't matter. I just want 1 can. No one wants to compete with me. Anyone who dares to compete with the camel tribe is our enemy. Wang Wei thought that the people of the camel tribe were really arrogant. Maybe they were indeed stronger than other small tribes. The group of people from earlier started to make a commotion again, but no one protested or anything like that. It was obvious that they were also afraid. The leader of the camel tribe looked at everyone without saying a word, with a very satisfied smile on his face. I know the horse chief is trading salt for horses, but the camel tribe doesn't have any, so I brought food. He asked people to move the food from the ostriches to the cave of the horse tribe, and surprisingly there was still a lot of food. Then he spread his hands and said, Where's the salt? Chief Ma was in a dilemma. Wang Wei asked Chief Ma to give him the salt. Chief Ma handed it over to the camel tribe according to Wang Wei's instructions. After the camel tribe got the item, they ran away again. Foxy said, My king, do you want an ostrich? Wang Wei said, I have horses, so I don't need ostriches. Chief Ma, go and appease those people. Tell them that the Xia tribe still has salt and it will be here soon. The previous group of people were very dissatisfied because their only jar of salt was exchanged away. Chief Ma finally calmed them down after much persuasion. After a while, who came back with 9 small jars of salt and some clay pots and pottery. It turned out that they had brought 20 small cans of salt with them this time, intending to disguise themselves as a caravan. 10 cans of salt were given to the Black Rock tribe, but half were consumed along the way, leaving 9. When Chief Ma saw the newly delivered salt, his eyes lit up. I can only give you this much. You can use these to exchange for horses first. I will take all the horses away. I will have someone deliver the ones I owe you. Chief Ma immediately followed Wang Wei's order and went to negotiate with those tribes. When the tribesmen who needed to trade saw that salt was available, they sent people back to bring back horses. Many people then realized that the salt was actually provided by their enemies. I waited for about an hour. Wang Wei harvested another 34 adult horses from the horse tribe, adding to the ones he already had. There were a total of 43 horses. The Xia tribe really made a fortune this time. Chief Ma brought 2 people with him, and they were going to follow Wang Wei to the Xia tribe to get salt. Wang Wei agreed to let them go. When returning to the Xia tribe, Wang Wei asked the slaves who found it difficult to carry the magnets to put them down, and use horses to carry them, and let the slaves lead the horses, so that the team could move faster. Chief Ma didn't expect that there were more people from the Xia tribe waiting in the camp, but when he learned that many of them were slaves, he felt fortunate for the mistakes he had made a few days ago and was fortunate that he did not become a slave of the Xia tribe. So he became more curious about the Xia tribe. He was very interested in the weapons, salt and pottery of the Xia tribe, and thought it would be great if he could get a few of them to take back. Wang Wei calculated the time and distance. At today's speed, he would be able to return to the Xia tribe at around 10 o'clock in the evening. This trip to the Blackstone tribe allowed him to familiarize himself with the route. Walking from the Xia tribe to the Blackstone tribe might take 16 hours, but riding a horse could cut that time in half. In addition, there is a big river on the Blackrock tribe's side. I wonder if it is connected to the Yongin River outside the Xia tribe? This is worth exploring. Chapter 229, Sheep Frustrated, Sheep's Path Plan. Sheep Tribe. Yang Dao, the leader of the sheep tribe, has been in a bad mood recently. He originally wanted to borrow sheep from the Blackrock tribe and extort them heavily, but the damn Wild Wolf tribe did not allow him to lend sheep to the Blackrock tribe. Yang Dao knew that he could not defeat the Wild Wolf tribe, so he had no choice but to obey Lang Ye's arrangements. But soon, the Wild Wolf tribe told him that he must lend the sheep of the Sheep tribe to the Blackstone tribe, and lend more sheep, so that Yang Dao could not guess Lang Ye's sinister intentions. Many people called him Sheep Old Man, but he was neither old nor stupid. He was determined that if the Blackrock tribe wanted to borrow sheep, they had to exchange them for women from the Blackrock tribe, otherwise he would never agree. Among the women of the Blackstone tribe, he had long set his eyes on Ah Fu's daughter Li. Such a smart and beautiful woman was what he dreamed of. So he went to negotiate with Ah Fu, exchanging women for sheep, trading 20 women from the Blackrock tribe. He felt that his request was not high. He thought that the Blackrock tribe was in such a difficult situation that they would definitely agree. However, he was driven out of the tribe by Ah Fu, who treated him badly and scolded him, which made Yang Dao very angry. Well, if Ah Fu doesn't agree, then he won't give Ah Fu the sheep. Let's see who will survive. Yang Dao also ignored Lang Ye's orders. But one day, the members of the Sheep tribe said that many sheep were bitten to death by wolves from the Wild Wolf tribe. Yang Dao was so angry that he cursed Lang Ye for being insidious, so he reluctantly sent a sheep in his tribe to the Blackstone tribe. He still remembered how his heart was bleeding at that time. The sheep of the Sheep tribe were given to him for free, but the woman he wanted was nowhere to be found. When Ah Fu saw him smile, he knew it was irony and ridicule. Now, the powerful Lang Ye sent someone to bring him an unpleasant order. He said that Ah Fu's daughter Li had returned from the Blackstone tribe, and asked him to go to the Blackstone tribe to rob people. The Wild Wolf tribe fully supported him. If the Sheep tribe had the ability, they could take back the sheep they had sent. Yang Dao was confused now. He didn't know what Lang Ye was up to. He hadn't noticed Lang Ye's repeated attempts to cause trouble. What made him feel uncomfortable was that the Sheep tribe wasn't Lang Ye's, so who gave him orders? However, the Sheep tribe had already suffered a great loss by lending sheep to the Blackrock tribe, and he also wanted to gain some benefits from the Blackrock tribe. He felt that he could not retreat this time. If Ah Fu did not hand over his daughter Li, he would return the sheep of the Sheep tribe and double the amount. So Yang Dao led all the men of the tribe towards the Blackstone tribe. The busy Blackrock tribesmen are packing up their bags. They want to move the tribe back to their original cave, which is the place they cannot leave. Ah Fu directed his tribesmen to move the pottery and salt jars sent by Wang Wei. These were the most precious items of the Blackstone tribe. Shan Kui was tying up the animals of the Blackrock tribe to prevent them from escaping on the road. Some people also took dried meat and furs from the cave and piled them outside the cave into a small hill. Ah Fu was very satisfied that the Blackrock tribe would not have such a hard time in this harsh winter, especially with so many furs. He had seen the Xia tribe making tents out of furs, and he wanted to learn how to make them too, so that he wouldn't feel cold when he lived there. The captured children from the Wild Wolf tribe stood obediently aside, and no one assigned them any work. Ah Fu thought about how Wang Wei trained the prisoners, and he also wanted to learn how to train them. The Blackrock tribe had no adult captives, only children from the Wild Wolf tribe who he believed posed no threat to the Blackrock tribe. So Ah Fu imitated Wang Wei's words to the captives, announcing that the captives of the Wild Wolf tribe would become slaves of the Blackstone tribe, clarifying their responsibilities, etc., first threatening them and then encouraging them. The children from the Wild Wolf tribe looked at Ah Fu blankly, while the people from the Blackrock tribe also looked at him with laughter. The oldest of these children is no more than 7 or 8 years old, and the youngest is about 3 or 4 years old. When Ah Fu was choosing the children, he rejected all the older children over 9 years old, and also rejected the little ones under 3 years old. He thought this was a very smart choice. Looking at the expressionless child slave of the Wild Wolf tribe, Ah Fu felt unhappy and had no sense of accomplishment. At this time, people who were patrolling outside the tribe came back to report that people from the Sheep tribe were heading towards the Blackstone tribe. Ah Fu suddenly felt that something bad was going to happen. Old Jiang was the kind of person who you couldn't get rid of once you got stuck to him. What did he want to do? Without more time to think, he could only wait outside the gate with the people of the Blackrock tribe. He didn't want Old Sheep to know that there were so many foods and furs in the Blackrock tribe. Yang Dao came up to Ah Fu with a smile, looking around. Elder Ah Fu, long time no see, I kind of miss you. Ah Fu was secretly complaining in his heart. He had just met him not long ago. Seeing his sinister smile and the fact that he brought so many people with him, he knew that something bad was bound to happen. Leader of the Sheep Path, do you have something to ask me? I heard Li is back. I came to see where she is. Ah Fu was furious after hearing this. How old are you, old man? You're still thinking about my grave. He immediately thought it was a wise decision for the Xia tribe's king to take the gravel. Although the Xia tribe's king was lustful, he was a better person than the old sheep. He kept refusing to lend you the sheep and still wanted to take advantage of the Blackrock tribe. Compared to that king, you are still far behind. Ah Fu's greatest satisfaction with the Xia tribe and Wang Wei was the large amount of salt and pottery he gifted to the Blackstone tribe before he left. These were supplies the Blackstone tribe desperately needed. He even told him that the food from the wetlands should be cooked in a clay pot to prevent illness. Ah Fu was deeply moved. If Wang Wei was right, would the Blackstone tribe still be short of food? The food in the wetlands was more than enough for the Blackstone tribe to live comfortably. He said to Yang Dao, "Li is not in the Blackstone tribe. She is the woman of the Xia tribe leader. If you want to find Li, you can only ask the Xia tribe for her." Ah Fu thought to himself, if you have the guts, go ahead and see if the Xia tribe won't beat you to a pulp. Yang Dao was missing a few teeth, and his speech was a bit lisp. "You don't have to lie to me. Someone told me that Li was back, otherwise I wouldn't have come." Ah Fu was a little puzzled. "Who said that?" Yang Dao's face gradually turned black, and he said, "Afu, I'm here to ask you for people. Besides gravel, I also want 20 women from the Blackstone tribe. Otherwise, I won't lend you the sheep from my sheep tribe for free." This is a threat. Ah Fu thought that the Blackrock tribe is no longer afraid of threats. The sheep already belong to the Blackrock tribe. Do you still dare to steal them? Yang Dao knew that his reputation had been torn, so he stopped pretending and said, "Hand over the gravel, and I'll leave. If you don't hand over the gravel before nightfall, my sheep tribe will flatten your Blackstone tribe tomorrow." Ah Fu was furious. This old guy was really going too far, but he also found it funny. "Then you can try. Afu, I'm not afraid of you either. The Wild Wolf tribe won't help you anymore." "Haha, the Wild Wolf tribe, is it still there now?" Everyone in the Blackrock tribe also laughed. "What do you mean? Old Jiang, did Lengus send anyone to look for you? Well, I don't know where the Wild Wolf tribe has fled to. If you don't believe me, go to the Wild Wolf tribe cave and see if there's anyone still there." Yang Dao was very surprised. Ah Fu was so arrogant. Could it be that the Wild Wolf tribe was really like what he said? But he knew that the Blackrock tribe had always been bullied by the Wild Wolf tribe, and no matter how powerful the Blackrock tribe was, it could not defeat the Wild Wolf tribe. It was Ah Fu who was scaring him. How could he, Yang Dao, be scared by Ah Fu? "Humph, I don't believe what you said. I'll send someone to check it out." So Yang Dao sent 2 people to go to the Wild Wolf tribe to check the situation. "Old sheep, you'd better wake up and don't be deceived by Wolf Fang. The Blackrock tribe is not the same as before. My Blackrock tribe can defeat the Wild Wolf tribe, so why would we be afraid of your sheep tribe? If you don't give me the woman, then give me my sheep. We agreed that I would return it to you after the severe cold weather passed. If you come to ask for it now, I will definitely not return it to you. I don't have any either." Yang Dao was so angry that his eyes were glaring. He stopped talking and wanted to wait for someone to come back and report on the situation of the Wild Wolf tribe. When he was getting impatient, the person he sent to check this situation finally came back and brought him bad news. Yang Dao didn't believe it, so he personally led people to the Wild Wolf tribe's cave to check, but it was empty and not as lively as before. He was stunned. The Wild Wolf tribe was really gone. There were pools of blood in the cave, and the smell of blood had not dissipated yet. Yang Dao found that he had underestimated the Blackrock tribe. He did not believe that the Blackrock tribe was that powerful. If the Blackrock tribe turned against the sheep tribe, what would the sheep tribe do? He knew that he had offended the Blackrock tribe this time, so how could he repair the relationship between the 2 tribes? But Yang Dao refused to accept this. He had once been able to endure the Wild Wolf tribe's strength. Back then, the Blackrock tribe, compared to the sheep tribe, was so poor it could only forage for food in the wetlands. Now that the Blackrock tribe had defeated the Wild Wolf tribe, who knew what tricks they were using? Did defeating the Wild Wolf tribe make them truly powerful? He recalled what he had just seen in the Blackrock tribe. Many people were injured, even Shan Tui, who was known as the bravest of the Blackrock tribe. This showed that the Blackrock tribe was very weak and not powerful. So what can the sheep tribe do? Unite with other tribes, especially ask for help from the Rice tribe. The Rice tribe is a bit far away, but you can send someone there to ask for support first. The sheep from the sheep tribe should also be handed over, and you can ask for their help when you go to the Rice tribe. As for uniting with other tribes, Yang Dao still needs to think about it. Chapter 230 Big Mouth Joy, Pound Tribe. Xia Tribe. Many people in the Xia tribe were counting on their fingers the number of days from the time the king left to today. Some people will look in the direction the king left, and perhaps when they are not paying attention, they will see the king's returning team. Xia Dazui was also silently calculating the time. The king had left the tribe for 4 days. If nothing unexpected happened, the king would return to the Xia tribe today. He has been very nervous these days, paying attention to the safety inside and outside the Xia tribe at all times. He had also had something to be happy about these past few days. After becoming sworn brothers with Humeizi, they were able to put aside their respective concerns. Humeizi had also left the Xia tribe with the king, freeing him from the pressure. And with Ji Hao's meticulous care and gentle massage, his penis finally lifted its head. For Xia Dazui, this is a great joy, more important than his back injury. He wanted to be affectionate with Ji Hao once, but Ji Hao wanted to wait until his back injury healed. Xia Dazui listened to Ji Hao. He told Xiao Jin and Xiao Ming the great news that his lifeblood had risen, and was also preparing to tell the king, just waiting for the king to come back. At this time, he was patrolling the Hot Spring Valley with the women's logistics team. The deputy team leader of the women's logistics team, had just arrived at the Xia tribe and was not very familiar with the area. In the past few days, Xia Dazui took them on patrol whenever he was free. He was confident in letting Xia Yi lead the hunting team, but Xia Yi was a bit busy these 2 days, so Wang Wei asked Xia Yi to investigate the woman's hemp. Xia Jin hurriedly found Xia Dazui and said that Bang from the Pan tribe had brought people to the Xia tribe and he was looking for Shiyun. He asked Xia Jin when the pound from the Pan tribe arrived, and the answer he got was that it had been a while. Xia Dazui was shocked, and thinking of the king's instructions, he hurried towards the Xia tribe. Pang from Pan tribe met Shiyun. This was his first time in the Xia tribe. He had been to the Shi tribe before, but he didn't expect the Xia tribe to have such a large population and such a large territory. Shiyun brought Shirde to meet Bang in the cafeteria of the Xia tribe. Shiyun, I didn't expect you to be living so well in the Xia tribe. I just went to the Shi tribe, and the people there said that the Shi tribe joined the Xia tribe and moved away a long time ago. Shiyun said coldly. As I said, the Stone tribe will join the Summer tribe. I see so many people in the Xia tribe. The Xia tribe is so big. Shiyun, are you really doing well? What do you mean? Just tell me if you have something to say. Is the leader of the Xia tribe good to you? What does it have to do with you whether it's good or not? Shirde, who was sitting next to him, hadn't said a word. He just sat there with his eyes slightly closed. When he heard this, he wondered if Bang had mistaken Shiyun for the king's woman. Yes, it's none of my business. I heard that the leader of the Xia tribe has several women. That's not as many as your women. Why are you talking about that? Talk about your visit to the Xia tribe. Yes, I will use the salt and pottery you gave me to exchange for some food and some people to the Pan tribe. Shiyun sneered and said, Is it the woman we exchanged? There are women and men. Shiyun didn't bother to tell whether what he said was true or false, but she knew that the Pan tribe no longer had salt and pottery. What are you doing in the Xia tribe? How can I put it, Shiyun? I miss you so much. I miss you during the day and at night. I can't sleep well or eat well. I just want to come and see you. If Shirde hadn't been here, he might have gone up to Shiyun, grabbed his hand, and said something even more disgusting. Shiyun's face turned a little red. This was the first time she heard such words, and Xia Feng had never said this to her. Shirde knew Bang's character. His current status was different from before. He was now the deputy leader of the Xia tribe. Seeing that Shiyun was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, he had to stand up and speak. Bang, don't talk nonsense. Shiyun already has a man, and you can't afford to offend him. If you have nothing to do, leave the Xia tribe and don't bring trouble to the Pan tribe. Misfortune? I came to see my woman and there's misfortune? Shiyun said sternly. Pang, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll have someone kick you out. I know you are afraid of your dwarf leader, but he is not in the Xia tribe now, so you don't have to be afraid of him. Shirde asked. Did you know that my king is not in the Xia tribe? Pound said casually. I heard it from someone. Shiyun said. Bang, do you think you are the only one who is smart? Go away. Pound said. Well, I have something to say. I finally found out what you asked me to find out last time. Shiyun and Shirde looked at each other and felt a little excited. It turned out that Wang Wei gave Shiyun a task, which was to find iron ore or other things that the Xia tribe did not have, things that could be eaten, worn, used, etc. So how do you accomplish this task? Shiyun would give any tribe that traded with the Xia a small piece of iron ore and ask them to find it. If they found it, they could come to the Xia tribe to claim their reward. For other items, if they could bring them to the Xia tribe would give them salt and pottery depending on the item's importance. Shirde didn't expect that after talking for so long with Shiyun, Bang only brought news about iron ore. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's because of your bad attitude just now. Shirde asked. Did you bring any stones? Pound took out a stone weighing about 2 kilograms from his animal hide bag and handed it to Shirde, saying, Don't forget my salt and my pottery. Let me take a look first. Sherdana took it in his hand and walked to the window to examine it carefully. The surface of this stone has blue and purple-brown spots and green-black streaks. This is obviously not the stone that the Xia tribe gave you. It's completely different. Sherda handed the stone to Shiyun. Shiyun didn't recognize him either, but she said, "Why don't we ask Xia Tongya from the iron-making team to come?" Sherda thought it made sense, but just as he was about to leave, he felt something was wrong. If he left, wouldn't Shiyun and Bang be left alone? This wouldn't be good for Shiyun. "Shiyun, why don't you go find Xia Tongya? I'll wait here." Bang was extremely dissatisfied with Sherda, and he urged, "Sherda, go quickly. I'm in a hurry to get back to Pan tribe." Just when I finally had the chance to talk to Shiyun alone, it was ruined by this big-headed guy. Shiyun said nothing and walked out with the stone. Pan gave Sherda a fierce look. If the Shi tribe had not joined the Xia tribe, Sherda might have been afraid of him, but now it was different. With the powerful Xia tribe around, he would no longer be afraid of the threat of Bang. Sherda said, "Tell me where there is such a stone. Don't say there is only one such stone. Then you may get nothing." Pound said, "You said it's not the stone you need? Why are you asking so many questions?" "That's not necessarily true. What if it has other uses?" Pound became interested. "Really? Will it be useful?" Bang had known for a long time that the stones he brought were different from the ones Shiyun had given him, and this time he came to the Xia tribe with the intention of borrowing salt and pottery from Shiyun. He had brought the stones to the Xia tribe with a lucky mentality, just thinking, what if they were useful? While searching for stones, he encountered a large tribe called the Bear tribe. Pound found many of these special stones around the Bear tribe. He thought that this stone might be useful to Shiyun. If that was the case, he could rely on this stone to continuously obtain the salt and pottery he needed. The leader of the Bear tribe was attracted by the salt and pottery brought by the Pan tribe, but the Pan tribe had too little salt and pottery. Bang wanted to find a way to get more, so he came to Shiyun. Sherda said, "You haven't told me where these stones are? Wait a minute, I don't know if it will be of any use." Sherda didn't expect that Bang was so smart, but he was not without a solution. He had to force him to tell him where the stone was. "You don't think you can exchange a piece of stone for a lot of salt and pottery, do you? If you don't tell me the location, I will just assume that you only have this piece of stone. Only after the Xia tribe sends someone to confirm it can we decide how much salt and pottery to give you." Bang felt that what Sherda said made sense, but he wanted to wait for news from Shiyun. If he thought the stone was useful, then he would tell it. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Sherda was not anxious. While waiting, Xia Dazui strode in and didn't see Shiyun. He saw Sherda and the other person, needless to say, must be Pang from the Pan tribe. "Sherda, where's Shiyun?" Sherda stood up and called out, "Big mouth brother," then told him what had happened. After Xia Dazui nodded, he walked outside without looking back. Bang was angry when he saw Xia Dazui looking down on him. But when he saw Xia Dazui's strong body, he felt a little envious. He felt that he was very strong, but compared to that man, he was still inferior. Chapter 231 Unknown Object King's Message. Xia Tribe, Iron Smelting Workshop. Xia Tongya was adding charcoal to the iron smelting furnace. There were two other people pulling the bellows. Now the iron-making group's bellows have been replaced with wooden bellows, which produce much more wine than the previous brick bellows. After Xia Tongya added charcoal, he added crushed stones into the iron furnace. The temperature in the ironworks was very high, so Shiyun didn't dare to stay there for long. She stood outside and waited. Xia Dazui came over. Shiyun shouted, "Big mouth brother! Let me see the stone. I just saw Sherda and heard you were here." Xia Dazui said this with a smile on his face. Then he entered the house, picked up a piece of gravel, and asked Xia Tongya, "How much longer? This isn't iron ore, is it?" "It's not iron ore, but another kind of metal. I don't know what it is used for. I wonder if the king is here. Since it's metal, let's burn it out first and wait for the king to come back." So Xia Dazui stayed to help until a substance flowed out of the iron furnace. Xia Tongya said with a bit of surprise, "The ignition point of this ore is so low, how can it be burned?" He cooled the burned material and checked it repeatedly. It turned red, and he was sure that it was another metal. Xia Dazui knew what was going on. He walked out of the ironworks and said to Shiyun, "Shiyun, that's not iron ore, it's another kind of ore. I don't know what use it will have. We have to wait for the king to confirm." "Only the king can know?" "Yes." "Then I'll go find the Pan tribe's pound." "What do you say?" Xia Dazui said. "Let's go, I'll go tell him." The two came to the cafeteria. Xia Dazui said to Bang. The stones you brought are not what my Xia tribe needs, and I don't know what they are for. Where did you get them? Bang was no fool. He thought. You said the stone is useless to you, so why are you asking where you got it? He suspected that the Xia people were cheating and didn't want to give him salt. Useless, huh? Fine, I'll have the tribe look for it again. Xia Dazui nodded and said. Although we don't know what the stone is used for yet, I want to ask you, are there many places where the stone is found? Pound said. It's a lot, as much as a mountain. You're not lying? Haha, believe it or not. Very good. I won't let you go for nothing. I'll give you a jar of salt. Xia Dazui asked Shurda to prepare. Bang was a bit surprised. Although he thought 1 jar of salt was too little, the trip was not in vain. But he was also a bit helpless. He had wanted to borrow some more salt and pottery jars from Shuyun, but with this person around, Shuyun would not agree. At the same time, he suddenly discovered that in the Xia tribe, he felt that Shuyun's status seemed very low. He wondered if Shuyun was the woman of all the men in the Xia tribe. Thinking of this, he looked at Shuyun unconsciously, and suddenly felt that this silly woman Shuyun was very pitiful. Shuyun was puzzled by his gaze and asked, Bang, you came to the Xia tribe to see me, not just to give me a stone, right? Is there anything else? Seeing that there was an outsider here, Bang could still bring up the matter of borrowing salt, so he had to say that it was nothing. After a while, Shurda brought a small jar of salt and handed it to the pounder. Pound walked out of the gate of the Xia tribe with the salt, and saw his own people sitting in one place, guarded by people from the Xia tribe. It was obvious that the Xia tribe did not allow them to move around freely. He felt an inexplicable anger rising in his heart, and always felt that the Xia tribe was too bullying. But he knew that the Pan tribe was no match for the Xia tribe at the moment, so he could ask for help. Who are you looking for? Find those tribes that cannot afford salt and lead them together, and also ask the Bear tribe for help. Bang was excited, but he couldn't think of how to implement this bold idea. Xia Dazui, Shuyun and Shurda watched Bang and his men leave. Shuyun, that Pound wants to talk to you about something, he just doesn't want to tell you. Shurda said. It must be borrowing salt and pottery. Shuyun said. I listen to the king. The Xia tribe must follow the rules when doing business. No matter what he says, I will not give him salt and pottery first. Xia Dazui said. Yes, that's what we need. If we borrow everything from the Xia tribe, they don't have that much. Shurda said. I know Bang quite well. He must have come here for the salt and pottery. If he didn't get them, he must be unhappy and perhaps even resentful. Xia Dazui smiled and said. Even if he's not satisfied, what can he do? Then can he retaliate against the Xia tribe? He already knows how powerful the Xia tribe is. Although I don't know him well, I won't say whether he's good or bad. But I believe that when the king returns, the Xia tribe's weapons will be more numerous, sharper, and more powerful. No matter how powerful the Pan tribe is, can they be more powerful than the Xia tribe? Shurda said. I'm afraid he doesn't think so. Big mouth brother, I think you should focus on the Pan tribe. Xia Dazui nodded and left. Shuyun asked Shurda. Just now you asked Xia Dazui to monitor the Pan tribe? What did you find? He made a mistake and knew that the king had left the Xia tribe. The Xia tribe knew that, but how could the people from other tribes know that? Shuyun thought for a moment and said. That woman, did she tell anyone? It's very likely that the Ma tribe, to which the woman Ma belongs, must be connected to the Pan tribe. If it is indeed the Pan tribe that wants to deal with the Xia tribe, I wonder what the king will do when he finds out. I guess Xia Dazui and the others still don't know that it's the Pan tribe that's behind this. I don't know, but the king knows. Why? When the king returns, he will send people to the Ma tribe. Will the Ma tribe dare to go against the Xia tribe? No, will the Ma tribe dare to remain silent? If it is the Pan tribe, the king will not spare the Pan tribe. After hearing this, Shuyun felt that Shurda was right and the Pan tribe might be in danger this time. Shuyun, since the Shu tribe joined the Xia tribe, the Pan tribe has nothing to do with us. Shuyun knew what he meant. If something really happened to the Shu tribe, she didn't feel sorry for that Pound, but rather for the ordinary people in the Shu tribe. Could the relationship between those people and the people of the Shu tribe be separated? She knew how cruel the Xia people were in dealing with their enemies, with the Wild Dog tribe and the Mountain E tribe being examples. The Wild Dog tribe was directly destroyed, the Shawnee tribe was defeated by the Xia tribe, and intimidated by powerful weapons, they did not dare to do anything to the Stone tribe, and finally agreed to trade with the Xia tribe. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Shuyun saw Fox Xiaohu supporting Fox Mama as they walked towards the tribe's gate. Shuyun stayed in Fox Mama's room at night. Since Umeizi and Wang Wei left, Fox Mama is taken care of by Shuyun at night, and by Hu Xiaohu during the day, But yesterday, when Little Fox was having fun, Mammy Fox went to the knitting group alone and accidentally tripped and hit her head. Madam Fox, you are still injured. Why don't you go back and rest? Shiyun, I'm a little worried about the king and Foxy. I'm coming out to take a look. They will come back. Didn't you say you would be back today? Why haven't you appeared yet? Yes. They kept looking into the distance. As night fell, the people who were building the city wall began to walk towards the tribe. They planned to continue building the city wall after eating. They were actually looking forward to the king's return, and everyone was gradually losing their patience. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the wilderness, accompanied by the howling of wolves. 3 black shadows were seen slowly growing larger in the wilderness. The people of the Xia tribe had never heard the sound of horse hooves, so the hunting team acted quickly and lit several large bonfires outside the gate of the Xia tribe. At this time, everyone outside the gate was nervously waiting for the 3 black spots. As the 3 black dots grew larger, everyone saw that there were other black dots behind them. Xia Dazui shouted, "Everyone, prepare your weapons. The enemy is attacking." The people surrounding them hurriedly ran towards the tribe. Someone had already carried out bundles of spears, shields, etc. from the warehouse. Xia Tongya, Xia Hua, Xia Yu and others also brought people to guard outside the tribe. As the black spots got closer, everyone could hear the 3 black spots shouting, "The king is back! The king is back!" The Xia tribesmen were not happy when they heard this, because behind the 3 men riding the monsters, a large group of wild wolves were chasing them, and they were getting closer and closer. Chao Jin had already recognized the voice shouting, and he excitedly said to Xia Dazui, "It's the sound of the grass shell." Xia Dazui nodded, and he immediately asked the hunting team and the logistics team to get ready. As soon as Chao Kezi arrived, they would shoot the wolves with bows and arrows. In fact, the wolves were not stupid. When they saw the 3 people on horseback running towards the campfire, they slowed down because they had already seen humans waiting there. Chao Kezi brought the 2 of them back to the Xia tribe, jumped off his horse, and drank water in big gulps. Everyone looked at him, waiting for him to speak. "The king will probably return to the tribe in 2 or 3 hours. Everyone in the Xia tribe cheered. Afterwards, several important people in the Xia tribe asked Chao Kezi to tell them about his trip to the Blackstone tribe, whether the king was alright, and how much iron ore he had brought back. Chapter 232 Returning to the tribe, worry relieved. It was around 10 o'clock in the evening when Wang Wei returned to the Xia tribe with a large army. The funny thing was that on the way back, they also encountered the pack of wolves chasing Chao Kezi. The wolves attacked but didn't gain any advantage. After Xia Feng's hunting team shot several of them dead with bows and arrows, the wolves realized there were too many humans and fled in disgrace. Chao Kezi, who came back with the news, had already conveyed Wang Wei's mission, so after Wang Wei returned to the Xia tribe, the captives and horses were properly accommodated in a timely manner. Wang Wei held a meeting in the cafeteria, mainly asking about what had happened in the Xia tribe in the past few days. While not a major issue, it did present some quandaries. For example, the Shang tribe had returned for another exchange, leaving behind 2 identical women. How could this be handled? Mei had actually left these 2 women behind. Was he simply curious? In addition, the biggest problem that has occurred in the Xia tribe in recent days is the capture of a female undercover agent. This needs to be investigated thoroughly, as it is very likely that someone is doing something detrimental to the Xia tribe. Another good thing is that the savages on the other side of the river did not make any movement. The news that the Xia tribe's city wall should be completed within 2 days was the best information Wang Wei had heard in the past 3 months. After the city wall is completed, it is necessary to build internal houses, roads, and other planning. The subsequent tasks are actually very heavy, but the Xia tribe has people, materials, and tools, so the construction speed will be faster. In addition, Wang Wei asked Chao Zhen and Chao Ming to organize everyone outside the gate of the Xia tribe tomorrow morning. He was going to hold a slave promotion meeting. During the meeting, Wang Wei briefly recounted the Blackrock tribe's progress. They defeated the Wild Wolf tribe, but their leader ultimately fled. A few of the Blackrock tribe was unwilling to come to the Xia tribe, believing it was too dangerous to stay there. Besides harvesting iron ore, they also discovered a horse breeding tribe along the way, which would provide the Xia tribe with a large supply of horses. The meeting is over. Wang Wei left Xia Dazui, Xia Tongya and Shiyun alone. He first cared about Xia Dazui's physical condition. Seeing that his waist injury was almost healed and he no longer walked with his legs clamped together, he guessed that his vitals might also be healed. Then he asked about the stones brought by the Pan tribe. Xia Tongya was brought in. After Wang Wei carefully examined it, he touched the ochre-red copper lump and said, "Yes, this is a good material for making tools. My king, can you make weapons?" "Yes, but not as good as our iron." What else can be made? It can produce items like pottery, and the quality is very good. Do you know where the mine is? Shuyun said. Your Majesty, Pang of the Pan tribe knows the location, but we need to get the specific location from him, so we need to give him salt and pottery. Wang Wei said. We can put the copper mine issue aside for now. There are very few places where we can use copper right now. If we didn't have iron ore, we would have to use copper ore to make tools. But now it's different. We brought back a lot of iron ore from the Blackrock tribe, which can be used to make better weapons and tools. So Xia Tongyao's iron-making team will be very busy in the future. They will first make a batch of tools and then make weapons. Xia Tongyao said. Your Majesty, I have also seen the iron ore we brought back. There is so much of it that we need to add more iron smelting furnaces and more manpower. Wang Wei agreed. There were many prisoners brought back this time, so he would let them build the city wall first, and then transfer people from the city wall construction team to the iron-making team. Shuyun said. Your Majesty, we already know there is copper ore. Will we continue to look for iron ore and copper ore in future trades with other tribes? Wang Wei said. Keep searching, nothing changes. If there are iron and copper ores around the Xia tribe, then we don't have to travel so far to the Blackstone tribe. Shuyun then talked about the situation of the Yu tribe. It turned out that the old fisherwoman who came from the Yu tribe that day was actually the leader of the Yu tribe. She concealed her identity because she was afraid that it would be disadvantageous if the Xia tribe knew it. She hoped that the king would not blame her, etc. Wang Wei had nothing to say, as it hadn't affected or harmed the Xia tribe. The leader of the Yu tribe was a relatively sensible person. If they kept the secret until he found out, he'd think the Yu tribe had ulterior motives. He asked Shuyun to tell Shurda that next time he went to the fish tribe, he should tell the fisherman's wife that the king of the Xia tribe did not blame her. The meeting is over. Xia Dazui found Wang Wei alone and said that his life force was healed and he had raised his head on the day when the king went to the Blackstone tribe. The day Wang Wei left the Xia tribe, Humeizi also left the Xia tribe. He suspected that Humeizi's existence had left a psychological shadow on Xia Dazui, and that his problem would be cured once Humeizi left. This is just Wang Wei's guess, but it does not rule out this possibility. Because there is no evidence to prove this, but all of this becomes irrelevant. Wang Wei did have something to say, and he felt embarrassed, but he felt that he had to tell Xia Dazui because he would know sooner or later. Big Mouth, Foxy and I are already together, and I'm even sleeping with her. Xia Dazui grinned and said, My lord, I know. How do you know? Xia Dazui laughed and said, My king, I'll find Mei and ask her to arrange for Foxy to protect you. Oh, this? I see. But you won't blame me? No, I am Foxy's brother now, and she is my sister. Wang Wei knew what he meant. They were similar to sworn brothers and sisters. From now on, they would only have brotherly and sisterly feelings, nothing else. That's fine. Are you and Jihao okay? We are fine. It's you, my king, who are not so good. Shang Jiu from the Shang tribe sent you two beautiful women who look identical. What will you do with them, my king? Wang Wei actually had a difficult time. Not to mention that he was still growing. Even when he grew up, he couldn't have so many women. He wasn't an emperor, and having 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines was out of his reach. He shook his head and said, I don't know either. I'll let Mei arrange them. After telling Xia Dazui about Foxy, a heavy burden of relief finally came to his mind. After separating from Xia Dazui, he walked towards the cabin and met Foxy on the way. At this time, Foxy's hair was still wet, probably because she had taken a shower. Wait for me? My king, I have something to do. Oh, what is it? Tell me. Foxy said shyly. Mei just came to me and asked me to move into the cottage, but I didn't agree. Why don't you agree? Because Mammy Fox had no one to take care of her, she fell and got hurt. After Wang Wei learned about the situation, he really felt that Humama needed care. He didn't know why Humeizi had a good relationship with Humama, but he respected her choice. He supported Humeizi in taking good care of the elderly. From this perspective, Humeizi was still a kind-hearted woman, filial, and knew when to advance and retreat. Just as she was about to separate from Humeizi, she said again, My king, go take a shower now. You stink, or the women in the hut won't let you go to bed. Does it stink? He sniffed. A little, but they won't let me sleep, so I'll come find you, okay? The ones living with me are Madame Fox and Shuyun. If you dare to come, I will make you sleep with me. Wang Wei would never think that Foxy was joking, she might really dare. Then I'd better go take a shower first, or you can help me wash. After saying this, Wang Wei felt a little regretful because he saw Foxy's eyes flashing. I'm not. Go find Mei. After saying that, she walked towards the small house where she lived. Wang Wei shook his head helplessly. He actually did as Foxy said and took a shower first before returning to the cabin. It was already late. Several women in the room were waiting for him, but Li was the only one who looked listless. She followed him to the Blackrock tribe and didn't even take off her leather armor when she went to bed for several nights. She definitely didn't sleep well, but she still insisted on waiting for Wang Wei. They chatted for a while, mostly about Mei and the pharmacy. They also discussed the various issues she'd encountered managing the Xia tribe these past few days, and how managing a large tribe like this was difficult. A large population meant a lot of chores, and so on. The population of the Xia tribe has grown rapidly to the present day, and accordingly it is facing new problems, the most important of which are food, safety, health, and human resource management. Mei hopes that Wang Wei will not go out to take risks in the future, and it is okay for Xia Feng, Xia Dazui, and Xia Lei to go out. He thought that he really wouldn't be able to go out for some time to come, one reason being the cold weather, and the other being the construction of various functional buildings in the city. Before going to bed, I drank oat milk and breast milk. When I go out for a few days, I always feel like something is missing if I don't drink these. Wang Wei didn't want to talk about the twin women sent by the Shang tribe, so he hurried to bed. I was so tired that I slept very deeply. Chapter 233 Tribal Affairs Slave Promotion. Before dawn the next day, voices could be heard in the Xia tribe. Xia Bing and Xia Shuang, who are in charge of time management, have already sent someone to notify the grassroots, and then blew the wake-up call in the Xia tribe. Since Wang Wei made the timing tool, it has greatly facilitated the grassroots control of time, so that he will not misjudge the time due to weather reasons and miss or wake everyone up early. In order to speed up the construction of the city wall, the Xia tribe has been waking up early and going to bed late these days. Fortunately, there is no labor law in this world, otherwise Wang Wei, the biggest boss of the Xia tribe, would be fined, warned, and criticized. Wang Wei also woke up to the reveille. Mei wanted him to sleep a little longer, but she also knew that he couldn't because the tribe's affairs, big and small, still had to be taken care of by him. Wang Wei slept with Mei in his arms. She smelled so fragrant. He was addicted to the scent emanating from her body. He felt her warmth and listened to her heartbeat. It was all so blissful. Needless to say, it was already very cold outside. The change of seasons came so suddenly that Wang Wei was not fully prepared. He really didn't want to get up. Mei, it might snow, so you should keep warm. We all wore fur coats and leather pants, which were really warm. But there weren't enough of them, so some people couldn't wear them. I see. I'll go check it out with the compilation team. Maybe it was really a bit cold. Hua, who was sleeping on the other side of Mei, also hugged Mei tightly. She opened her big eyes and looked at Wang Wei. Wang Wei touched Hua's face and said, "Little lazy boy, it's time to get up." No. Did you know that the Xia tribe has more little radish heads? They need you, the big radish head, to lead them. I have helpers, so I don't have to worry about it. Oh, flowers are so smart. They even know how to ask for help. My lord, I want to ride a horse. Hua finally said what she had wanted to say last night. She saw Wang Wei riding a horse last night, and he looked so handsome, and she wanted to ride one too. You are still young, wait until you are older before riding. Su Xiao, who sleeps with Hua, is the person who is most afraid of cold. Last night she first slept with Hua in her arms. After Hua turned over and slept with Mei, Su Xiao turned over and slept with Li in her arms. Li was also afraid of the cold, so the two women hugged each other until he woke up. At this time, they both woke up. When Su Xiao heard Hua talking about horse riding, she was also thinking about it. What about me? I want to ride too. Wang Wei said. Well, Xiao can learn to ride. Hua was very unhappy. She pinched the back of Wang Wei's hand and said, Is it okay if I choose a smaller horse? Wang Wei suddenly remembered that there were foals in the Ma tribe, and he could get a few of them to the Xia tribe. Okay. At this time, the Xia tribe's wake-up call sounded for the second time, and Wang Wei knew that he could not delay any longer. Mei slept all night with Wang Wei and Hua clinging to her like an octopus, making it impossible for her to turn over and making her sleep very uncomfortable. When she heard the wake-up call, she pushed Hua and Wang Wei away and asked everyone to get up quickly. Wang Wei had just put on his leather jacket when someone came to look for him outside the hut. He hurried out and found out that it was Xia Yi, deputy leader of Hunting Group 4, who was on duty last night. My king, we caught a slave last night. He was wandering around the Xia tribe. What did he say? He said he was looking for a toilet. Is it the new slave who came yesterday? Yes. Xia Yi, maybe he was just looking for a toilet. He came to the Xia tribe because he's unfamiliar with the place. Could you have really arrested the wrong person? Xia smiled and said, My king, to prove that he wasn't lying, we took him to the toilet. But we were still worried, so we didn't beat him. We just locked him up in a cage. We thought my king must be very tired these days, so we didn't notify him in the middle of the night. Wang Wei felt that Xia was right. What if he was a slave who couldn't be tamed? At night, when everyone was asleep, if he ran into his hut, his life and the lives of the women in the hut would be in danger. You did the right thing. Those who wander around at night need to be checked. We need to establish a rule for those who use the restroom at night. Wang Wei suddenly thought of the Xia tribe's night management method, which prohibited everyone from walking around. If there was anything, they had to say it in advance or report to the night watchman. This needs to be brought up at the evening meeting to see if anyone has a better solution. My lord, the slave said his name was Ma Chieftain. What, Chief Ma, you really caught the wrong person. My lord, he is not a slave. He's not a slave. The horse chief is the one who brought us so many horses. He's very important. Let's go and free him. When Xia heard Wang Wei say this, he thought he was in trouble. Wang Wei saw that Xia was a little uneasy and said, Don't worry, it's okay to lock him up. Just continue to do this when you encounter something like this in the future. Xia took Wang Wei to a room where two people were imprisoned. One was a woman named Ma and the other was the horse leader. Wang Wei looked at the environment inside and found it quite good. This was considered the first and most primitive prison of the Xia tribe. The cage was made of wood 10 centimeters in diameter, with hay on the floor and fur for warmth. However, there was only one cage, so it seemed inappropriate to lock men and women together. When the woman saw someone coming in, she instinctively raised her head and looked at the door. Wang Wei just glanced at her. This woman was indeed very problematic. He ignored her for now and talked about it in a few days after finishing his business. Then he saw the horse leader kneeling on the ground and looking at him pitifully. My lord, I was just out looking for that toilet, and was caught as a slave. Chief Ma, please stand up. Don't I already know? You just arrived at the Xia tribe and you don't know some of the rules. Were you okay last night? It's okay. I have furs to keep me warm. My king, can I go out? Of course, I came here to let you go. Thank you, my king. Xia opened the cage and released the horse leader. Chief Ma was grateful and thanked Wang Wei. He arrived at the Xia tribe yesterday. It was dark, and he couldn't see the area clearly. After arranging a simple shack for him to stay in, someone pointed out the location of the toilet and explained some of the Xia tribe's rules. He heard so much about the rules, but couldn't remember them all. Chief Ma only knew to find a convenient, fixed place to use the restroom. Since this is your first time in the Xia tribe, you should take a good look at the construction of the Xia tribe's city walls and the farming practices. After Chief Ma agreed, he followed Wang Wei obediently. Xia Jin came running over and said that everyone had gathered and asked the king to speak. So Wang Wei strode towards the gate of the Xia tribe. So far, the population of the Xia tribe has reached nearly 800 people, which is not a small number. Wang Wei came and stood on the stage. It was already bright outside and he could see a sea of people below the stage. They were lined up neatly by the hunting group, and it was quite neat, except that the slaves were placed on one side and the Xia tribesmen on the other. Wang Wei said loudly, Since the Xia tribe's walls haven't been completed yet, I'll just say a few words today. I have a major announcement. During this expedition to the Blackrock tribe, those who stayed behind in the Xia tribe have worked very hard to contribute to the tribe. I can see everyone's dedication. Furthermore, I've heard that the slaves are also working very hard, and your fighting spirit has inspired many people. Therefore, I declare that second-class slaves will be promoted to first-class slaves, and first-class slaves will be promoted to free men of the Xia tribe. The slaves in the audience cheered and there was thunderous applause. Their fate was changed again, but for the better. Wang Wei said to the new slave who arrived yesterday, During the attack on the Wild Wolf tribe, you were captured by the Xia tribe. Later, you became second-class slaves. You completely obeyed the Xia tribe's orders, drove away the savages, and also transported important iron ore back to the Xia tribe. Your contributions are significant, so I declare that your status is promoted from second-class slaves to first-class slaves. These slaves' response was not as good, but they were still carried away by the atmosphere of the previous group of slaves and learned to clap. The meeting was then disbanded, and Chao Zhen and Chao Ming were asked to arrange people to build the city wall. Chief Ma was still in shock. The king he knew was actually the most powerful leader of the Xia tribe. He hadn't expected the Xia tribe to have so many people. He also felt that the Xia tribe was so powerful that he couldn't imagine it. He suddenly felt that the small tribes in his area were completely vulnerable to the Xia tribe. They were no match for the Xia tribe. They were like a flock of sheep, defenseless. No wonder the Xia tribe, with such a small population, was able to defeat the combined forces of several tribes during their last conflict. Wang Wei asked Chief Ma about the Xia tribe. Chief Ma was as humble as he could be at this time. He said that he felt the power of the Xia tribe. Wang Wei also felt that Chief Ma was very respectful of the Xia tribe, and this was exactly the effect he wanted. From the moment he planned to bring Chief Ma to the Xia tribe, Wang Wei had already thought of an arrangement for Chief Ma, which was to build a horse farm on Chief Ma's side of the tribe to continuously supply horses to the Xia tribe. It is necessary to absorb the tribe of Chief Ma, then send people to garrison the Ma tribe, and promote the salt and pottery of the Xia tribe to expand the territory of the Xia tribe. There are also many small tribes around the Ma tribe. These tribes will become the targets of the Xia tribe's expansion in the future, and will help the Xia tribe expand its territory. Wang Wei kept perfecting his plan in his mind, and he believed that it would not be too difficult to implement. Chapter 234, Tribal Affairs, Unlucky Leader. Wang Wei went to the weaving group. Since he brought back a lot of slaves yesterday, he exchanged a group of Xia tribe women from the city construction site to the weaving group for handmade work. What he was concerned about was keeping everyone warm. The biggest problem the compilation team currently encountered in making animal skin clothes was not that there was not enough fur, but that there were not enough people to make them, and also because of the lack of tools. The Xia tribe had not yet developed the ability to weave cotton and linen yarn, so they could only make clothes from animal skins. These animal skin clothes were rough, ill-fitting, and easily worn out. Fortunately, the Xia tribe also made some technological developments, making the animal skin softer and closer to the body, no longer so hard, and much smoother to the touch, at least much more comfortable than previous animal skins. Xia Yu said that it takes longer to process animal hides, and the production process is simple, but punching and threading are also more troublesome. Wang Wei inspected the knitting team's tools. The iron needles were too large, making drilling difficult. After drilling, threading the needles was a major issue, and it was easy to misthread the needle. Furthermore, the needles were unevenly punched and threaded, leaving gaps. In winter, the cold wind would penetrate these gaps. Perhaps Wang Wei's requirements were too high. For Xia Yu and other people in the Xia tribe, animal skin clothes made in this way were much better than wearing animal skin skirts that exposed their arms and thighs. But as a time traveler, Wang Wei has seen better things. If possible, he certainly hopes to create what he thinks and knows, and try to make it more perfect. After leaving the compilation team, Wang Wei knew that he should go to the iron-making team to prepare some tools for the weaving team. He had in mind a crochet hook, which would be passed through the hide to catch the thread, thus speeding up the craft. We also need to make a hand press, specifically for punching holes. Thick fur sometimes requires overlapping punching. For example, when sewing trouser legs, the holes need to be overlapped to ensure that the holes are in the same position, avoiding the misalignment caused by manual punching. The hand press is actually very simple. It uses the principle of leverage, so it doesn't require much force to use, and the size of the punching needle can also be changed. When Wang Wei arrived at the ironworks was being expanded. The iron-making site was being made larger, and 2 iron-making furnaces were to be built. It is said that the iron smelting furnace was built based on Xia Tongya's long-term iron smelting experience. Wang Wei did not participate this time. He was waiting for good news from Xia Tongya. The original iron smelting furnace was burning charcoal to smelt iron billets. Xia Tongya directed several assistants to swing hammers to smash the magnets. They were shirtless and sweat was dripping down their bodies. The warmest place in the Xia tribe in winter is the iron smelting workshop of the Xia tribe. They started smelting iron last night, and produced more iron ingots than last time. This time, the Xia tribe has more iron ore, which can be used to make the tools they want, primarily to meet the needs of the ironworks. Wang Wei brought back at least 9,000 kilograms of magnetite from the Blackstone tribe. If it could be smelted into iron ingots, it would produce 6,000 kilograms of iron, which would greatly enrich the Xia tribe's reserves of tools and weapons. When Xia Tongya saw Wang Wei coming, he put on his leather jacket and went outside. Wang Wei told him about the plan to make crochet hook and hand press. Xia Tongya was a little embarrassed, but he said he would try his best to make it. Wang Wei was actually in a dilemma. The Xia tribe could not melt the iron ore directly into molten iron. If they could, many tools could be made using molds, and the production speed would be very fast. This is a very difficult problem, and I'm afraid he really needs to solve it. I really wish I had a cheat code or an encyclopedia, so that the problem I encounter can be easily solved. After leaving the iron-making group, Wang Wei transferred to the canteen, which is also the most important department of the Xia tribe. As the saying goes, food is the first necessity of the people. No matter whether it is human or animal, they can only survive by eating. After Wang Wei walked around the cafeteria, he didn't find anything wrong. It seemed that the cafeteria was very busy. Xiao Chao, the canteen's team leader, accompanied Wang Wei as he inspected the canteen's hygiene, food variety, and food reserves. Now that the Xia tribe has a large population, they need more food. Wang Wei started by increasing the diversity of food and increasing the types of food everyone can eat. Fortunately, they exchanged a lot of taro from the fish tribe, and several other tribes also provided food for the Xia tribe. In addition, the Xia tribe's hunting range has expanded, and the Xia tribe has raised animals, so there is no food shortage crisis yet. Then Wang Wei went to the warehouse, where there was rice exchanged from the Shang tribe, the food seeds that Wang Wei cared about most. Looking at the huge pile of rice, he smiled happily. The so-called rice he was holding was actually wild rice, different from any he had seen before. This kind of rice was slender, and the grains were not very full, which might be related to seed planting. He planned to have people select seeds with full grains and save them for future generations. He also planned to go to the Shan tribe to exchange rice specifically, mainly because the Shan tribe's visits to the Xia tribe were not fixed. When Wang Wei was about to go to the pottery group, Xia Jin came to him. It is said that the woman from the breeding group has locked up the horse leader again. Wang Wei was still unaware of what was happening. Chief Ma had been released from the cage only a short while ago, so why was he being held captive again? Could it be that Chief Ma had developed inappropriate feelings for the women in the breeding group? He thought it was unlikely. Who in their right mind would do such a thing? There must have been some misunderstanding. He hurried towards the cage of the Xia tribe. In prison. Chief Ma sat on the ground, his face dusty, his hair tangled and his face and neck scratched. He already had a leg injury, and now, a woman from the Xia tribe had scratched him again. He sighed to himself. The Xia tribe is truly formidable. The men are fierce, the women are cruel. The injured horse leader had tears and pain but no way to express them. The woman was also very curious about this man. This was his second time in prison. She wondered what crime he had committed. Was he also sent to the Xia tribe to gather information? Woman, why do you keep looking at me? Didn't you just get out? Why were you caught again? I can come in whenever I want. How did you get locked up here? I'm here to see the king of the Xia tribe. I want to be his woman. Just you? Footsteps were heard outside the house, and Wang Wei strode into the house. Following behind were Xia Dao, Xia Jin and several women. Captain Ma, I told you to visit the Xia tribe, but why are you visiting the Xia tribe's prison? I went from the city wall construction site to the Xia tribe's breeding group and saw several women washing horses. I told them that the horses were not yet tamed and that they should not stand behind them. The women didn't listen and were kicked by the horses' hind legs. If I hadn't pulled them back, they would have been injured. So you saved her, so why are you still being held here by them? I shouldn't have hit the horse. It turned out that after the morning meeting, Wang Wei asked someone to take Chief Ma to visit the Xia tribe. However, the person who took him to visit was called away for something, leaving Chief Ma alone on the construction site. At the wall construction site, Chief Ma was stunned by the Xia tribe's magnificent wall. He had never seen digging tools before, scaffolding, a manual crane for lifting earth, and people assigned to different types of work. The absent-minded leader Ma was called by a digger to hand over a rattan basket. He really handed it over, and then the digger asked him to help shovel the excavated soil and rocks into the basket. In this way, the leader Ma was working at the city construction site. The person who led him to visit the Xia tribe came back, pulled him out of his labor, and then took him to the animal breeding area of the Xia tribe, where he saw several kinds of animals of the Xia tribe. He saw women brushing horses' bodies and reminded them not to stand behind the horses' butts. The women didn't know him, and one of them didn't listen, and was almost kicked. The horse leader felt that he should do something, and told the women that he wanted to tame the horses. The woman at the breeding house didn't know what it meant, but she saw the horse leader whipping the horse with a rattan stick, and red marks were immediately left on the horse's buttocks. This made the women in the breeding office very angry. They thought that Chief Ma was a saboteur of the Xia tribe, so they arrested him. The horses that the horse chief had tamed were exchanged from the Shang tribe. Wang Wei had learned the origins of the 3 horses last night, but he didn't know that the exchanged horses had not yet been tamed. Today, he encountered the horse chief and wanted to tame the horses, but was misunderstood by the virgin horse breeder who didn't know how to tame them. This is roughly what happened. The unfortunate leader Ma was once again imprisoned by the Xia tribe. Wang Wei had no doubt about the horse leader's ability to train horses, as his tribe specialized in this. After coming out of the cage, Wang Wei introduced Chief Ma to Xia Dao and asked Chief Ma to continue training the horses traded from the Shang tribe. He also comforted the female slaves who had captured the horse leader, as they thought they would be punished by Wang Wei. The matter was finally resolved perfectly. Chapter 235 Shangjiui, Interrogating a Woman. Shang Tribe. The Shang tribe was a trade-focused tribe, earning lucrative returns from the price difference. However, due to Shang Bai's unfavorable character, the Shang tribe's trade gradually declined. Their trade path encountered significant difficulties, and in the absence of trade, they relied on gathering, fishing, and hunting as their primary occupations. Shang Bai's bad character is mainly manifested in his treacherousness, excessive calculation, and being a notorious miser. Such a person is naturally not welcome, and can only trade with tribes that are a little further away or small tribes in the Great Wilderness Mountain. Therefore, their life has always been very difficult on the surface. Just recently, the Shang tribe was sent by Daki from the Gen tribe to trade, and they made a lot of profits from 2 consecutive transactions. Shangjiui saw a new opportunity in this, which was the salt and pottery of the Xia tribe. Shang Bai looked at the salt and pottery that his son Shangjiui had traded back. The wrinkles on his face were like old tree bark, and he couldn't stop smiling. This is the best item that the Shang tribe has exchanged. If it is taken out for trading, the Shang tribe will have a good harvest. Father, you know these were intercepted from Daki, so they cannot be traded in this area. Of course I know, Jiui. Go somewhere far away. We don't have to go too far, the rice tribe will be fine. We just need to tell them that we are not trading with them. That's right. The root tribe and the rice tribe don't have a good relationship, so it's a good opportunity to find the rice tribe. Shangjiu had just gone to report to Daki 2 days ago. Of course, he had embezzled some salt and pottery from this transaction with the Xia tribe. The people who came and went to trade were all from the Shang tribe, so when they handed over the task to Daki, they did not arouse the suspicion of Daki and his 2 smart men. When he told Daki that the Xia tribe's king was not in the Xia tribe, but still accepted the 2 identical women, Daki was surprisingly calm. This made Shangjiu suspicious. Perhaps they were waiting for the 2 women to gather information from the Xia tribe. But Shangjiu was still a little worried. If Daki asked the 2 women to collect information, then he, Shangjiu, would be of no use to Daki. He still wanted to get more benefits from Daki. Shang Bai said, Jiui, the Dao tribe has no shortage of pottery. Go and trade all your salt to them. All of them? Aren't we going to keep them? Just leave a little. We don't need that much just for you and me. Father, don't other people in the Shang tribe eat salt? Salt is so important, how can we give it to everyone? We only need to secretly sprinkle a little on the food when we eat it, and no one else will know. Shangjiu had long known that his father was a notorious miser. He was stingy with people from other tribes and even more stingy with people from his own tribe. However, being stingy also has its advantages. The Shang tribe is also accumulating wealth, but Shang Bai hid it well and outsiders don't know about it. He didn't mind not giving salt to his tribesmen, but he shouldn't be stingy with salt when giving it to the caravans going out to trade. Dad, this is bad, isn't it? If you want Daki to know, just give it to them. Shangjiu was speechless after being criticized. What would Daki do to him if he knew he was corrupt? He knew the consequences without even thinking about it. He suddenly felt that his father Shang Bai was not senile, and had already considered things that he had not considered. Then what should I trade with the rice tribe? You're so stupid. You just trade with the Dao tribe for whatever the Xia tribe needs. Yes, the Xia tribe doesn't like gems, they like food. The wealth of the Shang tribe mainly consists of items such as gems. Shangjiu, who has dealt with the Xia tribe twice, has a new goal, which is to trade food for the Xia tribe's precious salt and pottery. Jiui, I heard that the women of the rice tribe are beautiful. Why don't you bring 2 back for me? The old Shang Bai still didn't give up. He wanted to give birth to brothers from Shangjiu to Shangjiu for Shangjiu. Shangjiu knew that Shang Bai was in poor health and was still thinking about women. Finding a woman for him would be the end of him. Father, you should take a rest. You don't have that kind of luck. Wait until I give birth to a few more sons. Then you can give my son a good name. In fact, this is also the most difficult part for Shang Bai. He sees that one of Shangjiu's women is about to give birth to a child, but he just doesn't know how to name it. Shang Bai once wanted to name his sons Shangxi to Shangshurjiu, but then he thought, what should he name his sons? It's impossible to name them Shangxiyi to Shangxiyijiu, right? I'm still thinking of a name for your son. It's not easy to choose. Shangjiu was not interested in naming things. He was more interested in how to earn more goods. I plan to take all the gems from the Shang tribe and trade them for food. They're useless in the tribe. I'll then use the food to buy salt and pottery, and trade them to other tribes. Daki from the Gen tribe knows we're trading salt and pottery on our own, so he won't bother us. What do you think? Shang Bai nodded in agreement. Shangjiu then went down to make arrangements. Xia tribe. Wang Wei is listening to Xia Yi's report. Since Wang Wei has returned to the Xia tribe, the Xia tribe's hunting team is well manned. Xia Yi led the other 4 people to look for the Ma tribe that the woman Ma mentioned. However, since they were unfamiliar with the place, they did not find the Ma tribe, but found another small tribe, the Ji tribe. However, they did not expect that the Ji tribe actually had some grudge against the Ma tribe. The hemp trees planted by the Ji tribe were always stolen by the Ma tribe. The Ji tribe had no choice because they were small and led by a woman. They could not defeat the Ma tribe, so they had to endure it. When Xia Yi asked the woman Ma if she was from the Ma tribe, the female leader of the Ji tribe said that there was no woman named Ma in the Ma tribe, but there was a woman named Ma in the Ji tribe. But that woman Ma ran away to the Ma tribe and never returned to the Ji tribe. After hearing this, Wang Wei probably understood something. After the woman came to the Ma tribe, she was sent to the Xia tribe. What is the relationship between this woman Ma and the leader of that Ma tribe? Wang Wei felt that the woman should be brought to trial, but there was no government office or court in the Xia tribe. However, it is possible to consider building an office in the new city, which is also a good choice for daily work, meetings, and receiving guests. The previously designed separate conference room feels too modern and has few functions. I thought I would review the planning of the new city when I have time in the next 2 days. Since there is no place to try the woman, let's go to the prison. So the group walked towards the cell. The woman Ma had been locked up for several days. She had only had 1 meal a day, and it was relatively little, so she was already dizzy and weak from hunger. Wang Wei and others came to the cell, and Xia Yi took the woman Ma out and made her kneel opposite Wang Wei. The woman looked okay, but she looked like she was crying and was a little scared when she saw Wang Wei. How can you be so attractive now? Are you still trying to seduce me? It was also Wang Wei's first time interrogating a prisoner, so he was a little nervous. May I have your name? The woman trembled and said, Do you know why I locked you up? No. Tell me what you did in the Xia tribe. Find out the news about the Xia tribe. Told whom? People from the Ma tribe. Who sent you? The leader of the Ma tribe. At this point, the woman told the truth. Wang Wei continued to ask, Are you from the Ma tribe? Yes. Why don't you say you're from the Weaving tribe? I left the Weaving tribe a long time ago. I see you want to protect the Weaving tribe, don't you? The woman lowered her head and said nothing. Then tell me how you were deceived by the leader of the Ma tribe? The king knows that I was deceived? I'm asking you, tell me quickly. It turned out that the woman Ma was attracted by the appearance of the leader of the Ma tribe. She quickly fell in love with the leader of the Ma tribe. In addition, the leader of the Ma tribe was a playboy and won Ma over with his sweet words. Wang Wei was not sure about the Ma tribe leader's fickleness. But this time, the leader of the Ma tribe sent her to the Xia tribe. It was obvious that the leader of the Ma tribe was not sincere to her, and she knew it. A woman who can give the woman she loves to other men at will is unlucky in marriage. My Xia tribe has no grudge against the Ma tribe. Why would he send you to the Xia tribe to gather information? Have no idea. Could the leader of the Ma tribe be colluding with other tribes such as the Pan tribe? The woman still shook her head and said, I don't know. You really don't know? The leader of the Ma tribe only interacts with women. He doesn't interact with men from other tribes. That's strange. Which woman is he closest to? I heard about a woman named Hui. Is that woman from the Pan tribe? Have no idea. It is hard to say whether that woman Hui is the mastermind behind this. This matter needs to be investigated further, starting from the Ma tribe. When will you next pass on a message? Will anyone come to you? They should have come today, but they can't wait for me, so they might leave. Wang Wei also wanted to catch the person, so he asked Xia Yi to take the woman Ma and go to catch the contact person of the Ma tribe. I thought that even if I couldn't catch him, the leader of the Ma tribe would still be involved. Chapter 236, Ma Wei, Ma and Conspiracy. Wang Wei came out of the cell, and Xia Dao and Chief Ma were waiting outside. Has the horse leader finished training the horses? The leader of the horses said. Yes, my king, those 3 horses are now as obedient as I am. What does this mean? What does it mean? Sure enough, Xia Dao next to him said. Your Majesty, Chief Ma said that after arriving at the Xia tribe, he realized how powerful and wealthy the Xia tribe was, and he wanted to join them. That's great. Chief Ma has a good vision. Wang Wei agreed on the spot. Wang Wei had long planned for the Ma tribe to join the Xia tribe, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. It was Chief Ma who first proposed it. He asked Chief Ma why he joined the Xia tribe. Chief Ma meant that the Ma tribe in his area was small and vulnerable, and would be bullied by larger tribes. Just like the last time Wang Wei's troops attacked, the leader of the larger tribe only spoke, and the smaller tribes had to contribute manpower and effort. It would have been fine if they had won, but the problem was that several of the smaller tribes suffered heavy losses in the end. Since Chief Ma mentioned a big tribe, Wang Wei asked him about the situation of that big tribe. Chief Ma said that the big tribe was called the White Horse Tribe. Before he came to the Xia tribe, the White Horse Tribe was considered a big tribe. However, after he came to the Xia tribe, he found that the White Horse Tribe seemed very small compared to the Xia tribe. Wang Wei couldn't guess the population size of the White Horse Tribe, so he ignored it for now. When Chief Ma arrived at the Xia tribe, he had already made plans. Despite being imprisoned twice, he was deeply impressed by the Xia tribe and wanted to join and move there. Wang Wei's plan is not to move the Ma tribe to the Xia tribe. Wang Wei wants to build a horse farm there and obtain food at the same time. Chief Ma, I'm glad you've joined the Xia tribe, but you still have to stay there. Don't worry about your safety. I'll establish a new base there for the Xia tribe and send people to manage it. The Xia tribe's hunting team will also visit frequently. Wang Wei then told Chief Ma about his plan. He renamed the horse tribe as Mamazai. The construction of the horse herding village in the early stage is very important. Send a hunting team to be responsible for the management there, and bring some experienced people from the Xia tribe to carry out infrastructure construction. The people sent there will renovate the cave where they currently live, build a wooden fence around the cave, expand the scope of the tribe, build houses and stables, etc., and turn it into a transit station from the Xia tribe to the Blackstone tribe. After the infrastructure was completed, a team of people stayed behind in the horse-herding village to trade supplies with the local tribes. The Xia tribe cannot rely solely on other tribes to trade, but can also establish its own trading network. Every few days, a hunting group from the Xia tribe would ride horses to the herding village to deliver messages and supplies. Horseback riding was fast, making a round trip a day a breeze. This also helped train the Xia warriors' riding proficiency, establishing a refined cavalry for the tribe in the future. After the new city of the Xia tribe is built, the women and children from the horse-herding village can also come to live in the Xia tribe, which also dispels the worries of Chief Ma. Finally, the horse leader was renamed Ma Wen, which was the name Wang Wei gave based on the official title of Bai Ma Wen in Journey to the West. Ma Wen is mainly responsible for raising, collecting and training horses in the horse-herding village, and assisting the people sent by Wang Wei in trading and managing the horse-herding village. Ma Wen immediately expressed his willingness to fully obey the arrangements of the king of the Xia tribe. Then Wang Wei has to choose someone to be responsible for the management of Muma village. Who should he choose? I couldn't think of it at the moment, but considering that the Xia tribe had just arrived there, building a horse-herding village should also demonstrate the strength of the Xia tribe. It cannot appear too weak, otherwise it will be bullied by other tribes. I can only select people from the hunting group. After arranging Ma Wen, Wang Wei had to go to the carpentry group of the Xia tribe because he had to make an important thing. The carpentry team is now studying houses and furniture with mortise and tenon joint structures. They are new to this and need to continue learning and testing. It is mainly used to build the courtyard house planned by Wang Wei. The new city wall of the Xia tribe is about to be completed. The courtyard house planned by Wang Wei is 2-story, and the top floor is a wooden structure. The carpentry team is composed of young people who are extremely interested in the ingenious combination of more and less, high and low, long and short wooden pieces in the mortise and tenon structure. Wang Wei actually liked their research and started by teaching them how to make a stool. After arriving at the carpentry group, Wang Wei said that one of his tasks was to make a saddle, but this time it was not a simple saddle. Xia Hua from the carpentry group recommended and promoted a young man named Mu Tu to Wang Wei. This young man was recommended to be the deputy leader of the carpentry group. It seems that he has good carpentry skills. Wang Wei agreed on the spot and handed the task of making the new saddle to his deputy team leader Mu Tu. Make one saddle first, test it, and then make the others. But considering the complexity of the saddle, Wang Wei also stayed and made it with them. In fact, making a saddle is a hard job. The saddle made this time is better than the simple version made before. Wang Wei made a clay model of the general appearance of a saddle based solely on his vague memories of watching characters riding horses in period TV shows and his own experience riding horses at a horse farm. First, make the saddle. The simplest way is to use a tree trunk with a larger diameter and grind it directly according to the size of the horse's back. This will save a lot of steps. The key point is the curved shape below the saddle, where the horse's spine contacts it. It must be cut and polished to match the horse's spine to avoid rubbing the horse's back. The saddle board has an upper and lower beam at the front and back, with the upper beam being approximately 13 centimeters and the lower beam approximately 10 centimeters. The center seating area should be polished flat and smooth. Fur can also be attached later to enhance riding comfort. There are too many text descriptions, which affects the reading experience. Subsequent descriptions similar to those under construction will be simplified. After making the first saddle, Wang Wei took it for testing. After selecting several horses, he found one that fit the horse's spine perfectly. Wang Wei mounted the horse skillfully and galloped across the wasteland outside the Xia tribe at a very fast speed. The ups and downs on the horse's back were like riding on clouds. He spurred the horse and whipped it, the wind whistling past his ears. It was really refreshing. After returning to the Xia tribe, let the wood make the rest according to this method, and subsequent improvements will have to wait until they become proficient. After returning from the Blackrock tribe, Wang Wei forbade anyone from riding horses. This was because real saddles had not yet been made, and this was to protect the horses from injury. Now that a decent one has finally been made, Foxy, who knew what was going on, hurried over. Ever since she learned to ride a horse and felt the ultimate joy of galloping on horseback, she has become addicted and always wants to ride a horse. Seeing Wang Wei stop, he urged Wang Wei to get off the horse quickly. I knew you would do this. We only have one saddle now. Can the carpentry team make a few more? Foxy refused to give in. She grabbed the reins and whipped from Wang Wei's hand and said with a smile, You don't have to get off, my king. I'll hold you and let you ride. If there weren't so many people inside and outside the tribe watching, Wang Wei would have really wanted to ride with her. But he still had to be careful about the impact, so he had to get off the horse. Foxy put her feet on the stirrups and jumped onto the horse, her legs tightly clamped on the horse's back. Her posture and skills were really quite graceful. Then she controlled the horse to rush out of the tribe. Maybe Foxy was born to ride a horse, and Wang Wei felt inferior to her. Outside the gate of the Xia tribe, Xia Yi returned. A stranger also came back with them. The stranger was tied up with ropes, his nose was bleeding, and his leather jacket on his chest was stained red. Wang Wei interrogated the newly captured man from the Ma tribe in the cell again. The man from the Ma tribe was cooperative, and told everything he knew. The leader of the Ma tribe was close to a woman named Hui, who instructed the leader to send a woman to the Xia tribe to gather information. Hui was indeed from the Pan tribe, and she and the leader of the Pan tribe were plotting against the Xia tribe. After knowing the whole story, Wang Wei felt relieved. Lock the woman Ma and the person who contacted her in a cell and wait until the Pan tribe is dealt with before making any further decisions. Xia Yi suggested that the two be treated as slaves and sent for labor reform. Wang Wei thought that the Xia tribe did not want to keep idle people. Although these two people did not deserve the death penalty, they were still harmful to the Xia tribe. So he agreed to Xia Yi's suggestion and arranged for them to burn lime in the Yuanshu tribe. Chapter 237 Tribal Affairs, Maisie Robbery. In the evening meeting, Wang Wei announced that the horse tribe had officially joined the Xia tribe. He proposed that the horse tribe be renamed Muma Village, which would specialize in raising horses for the Xia tribe. The mountain where Muma Village was located was called Muma Mountain. In addition, management personnel, village chief and deputy village chief are set up in the horse-herding village. The village chief is temporarily served by Xia Yi, the deputy leader of the first hunting group, and Ma Wen is the deputy village chief. The position of deputy team leader of the hunting group became vacant, and Wang Wei nominated Xia Yi to take the position. Xia Yi was mainly responsible for all management of the horse village, uniting other small tribes, responsible for external trade, and supplying horses, food, etc. to the Xia tribe. Ma Wen is mainly responsible for raising, collecting and training horses in the horse-herding village, and assists Xia Yi in completing the daily management of the horse-herding village. 10 warriors were selected from the Xia tribe to follow Xia Yi to Mazai to help build walls, houses, stables, etc. Everyone was very happy about the new addition to the Xia tribe. Their greatest wish was for the Xia tribe to become stronger, because a strong Xia tribe would not fear anyone or any outside force. The Xia tribe is actually facing many enemies now, both overt and covert, and all ambitious people are thinking about how to deal with the Xia tribe. The reason why Wang Wei arranged Xia Yi to be in charge of the horse-herding village was because he saw Xia Yi's ability. He performed very outstandingly during Xia Dezue's injury and was fully capable of taking charge on his own. Another key point of the meeting was the impending completion of the Xia tribe's city walls, which would be finished tomorrow. Then, the construction of the new city's inner buildings would begin. A massive construction project would be underway. What should be built first? What should be built later? Everyone discussed the details one by one. This involves various types of work, which is far more complicated than building a city wall, and requires grassroots coordination of various groups. Wang Wei made the final decision on every proposal. In the second half of the meeting, Wang Wei said one thing to Shi Yun and Shi De: the rice traded from the Shan tribe is very good food, and the Xia tribe needs a large quantity. Notify the tribes that act as agents for the Xia tribe and ask them to pay attention to the tribes that grow rice, as the Xia tribe needs a large amount of trade. Shi Yun and Shi De said they would notify them. Finally, Wang Wei asked the leaders of each group to publicize, people in the Xia tribe are prohibited from walking around at will at night, and more toilets should be set up and marked. This is what Wang Wei came up with through Ma Wen's incident, to reduce potential dangers. After the meeting, Wang Wei brought Chao Jin, Chao Ming, Xia Tongya and Xia Hua to the city wall's sand table he made. An in-depth discussion of some details about the construction of the city wall. Wang Wei also visited the construction site that afternoon. Only the new city gate remained unfinished. Tomorrow's wall construction wouldn't require that many people. They would have to be assigned to other tasks, such as burning large quantities of bricks, felling trees, collecting river sand, burning limestone, and so on. So tomorrow would be a busy day. So Wang Wei called everyone together to discuss issues such as the construction of the new city's gate. Since the new city was not large, watchtowers had been built at the four corners of the city wall, primarily for monitoring and observing the surrounding environment. There was only one planned gate for the new city, facing the wilderness. The city gate is built with bricks, and iron hinges are buried deep in the middle of the walls on both sides of the gate, divided into upper, middle and lower parts. The city gate panels are planned to be made of hardwood, with square pieces of wood more than 10 centimeters in diameter arranged together. Multiple square pieces of wood more than 10 centimeters in diameter are also arranged at the top, middle and bottom, and fixed with iron nails. There are no battlements on the city wall yet, but it is simple. It is built with bricks and cement, about 1 meter high and 40 to 50 centimeters thick. The battlements made in this way are also relatively quick and efficient. Another very important question is whether to build a suspension bridge over the moat at the city gate. Wang Wei had wanted to build one before, but later he found that if there was a drawbridge at the city gate, the enemy would not necessarily choose to attack from the main gate when they came to attack. They might find a way to build a simple wooden bridge from any place, which would distract the defenders. If there is no drawbridge, the enemy will generally choose to attack the main gate, so you only need to be prepared to attack the enemy. Building a suspension bridge is actually very troublesome. A winch needs to be installed on the city wall, so the thickness of the city gate wall will increase and the area occupied will also increase. He finally decided not to build it, leaving only a road about 5 meters wide for easy passage. Finally, it was discussed that after the city wall was built, a layer of cement should be applied on the surface to prevent erosion by rain. After discussing for a long time, everyone went back to rest. Wang Wei first went outside the gate and explained some things to the hunting team on duty. Then he walked towards the cabin. Halfway, a man suddenly appeared from a slightly hidden place. Hee, she is still his woman, she just scared him. Fox Maisie, you suddenly appeared and I thought I was a female robber. Foxy said nothing and pulled him to the side near the warehouse. No one lived there at night, so it was very quiet. My lord, let me tell you something. What's up? I want a horse that no one else can ride except me. Private ownership has not yet emerged in the Xia tribe. Wang Wei could sense the guilt in Foxy's heart when she said this, but she might not have realized it yet. The Xia tribe's property was basically shared. If someone wanted to take possession of something, no one except Wang Wei would have the right to do so. Those without rights had no choice but to ask those with rights for it, and who Maisie had thought of this. Why? No reason, I just like riding horses. Okay, go pick one. I saw you had some pretty good riding skills this afternoon. You should teach the women of the Xia tribe more in the future. Su Xiao and Hua also want to ride horses. Since Wang Wei doesn't have time to teach them, Wu Maisie can teach them. I have already made my choice. My king, you just need to tell Xia Dao to take good care of my horse. I know. I'll tell him tomorrow. How did you feel about riding today? Especially with my new saddle. It's much better than the simple saddle I used to have. It's very stable and easy to control. Wang Wei knew she would say that, so he approached her and asked softly. Is your butt sore from riding? Foxy was a woman after all, and she felt a little shy. She had been caught by him the last time she got off her horse in the Blackrock tribe. She had just learned to ride a horse, and she rode a little too long and too wildly. As a result, she felt unwell the next morning, her whole body aching and feeling like it was about to fall apart. Really, my king, you are so evil! Wang Wei moved his hand again and touched her butt. Because it was dark, Foxy didn't notice, and he succeeded in taking advantage of her. Foxy grabbed his hand to prevent him from moving. Wang Wei let her hold on to him, leaned his body against her, and put his other hand around her neck. Unfortunately, he was still too short, a head shorter than Foxy. The Foxy girl had no choice but to lower her head obediently. Wang Wei kissed her. Foxy almost fell for him, and quickly pushed him away. Your Majesty, we are outside. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and everyone was basically asleep. Besides, there was a curfew starting tonight, so there were few people walking around outside, only patrol officers at most. It's okay, no one's here. He kissed her again, and the foxy girl was kissed so hard that she was at a loss and couldn't breathe. Wang Wei let go and said shamelessly, Maisie, this is my first time. But Foxy said, Nonsense! I saw the king kissing Su Xiaoxiao that time, and he said there was dust in his eyes. I said it was our first time. Maisie knew he was quibbling and stopped talking. She looked around. What if the patrol came and saw her like this? How would she face people tomorrow? Wang Wei saw that she didn't say anything and thought she was angry. What's wrong? Nothing. My lord, Mei told me that you're still growing and asked me not to that. When did Mei say that? How come I didn't know that? The day before we went to the Blackrock tribe, she asked me to take care of you and told me about the king's growth. Wang Wei had no doubt that Mei would say these things to Foxy, because Wang Wei always told Mei that he would never get close to women until his body was fully developed. Of course, what he meant by not being close to women did not refer to the Buddhist concept of purifying the mind and body, drawing a clear line between oneself and women, not getting close to them, not having any contact with them, and being pure in heart and desires. His own understanding of staying away from women means not having sexual relations with women to avoid draining his body. As for kissing and touching, it can stimulate his enthusiasm, make life less boring, and relieve the stress in life. The pressure during this period was very great for Wang Wei, and he needed to find an outlet, or a way to vent. What did people do when they were under great pressure in their past lives? They played games, drank alcohol, or even went singing. Wang Wei's stress relief methods are limited. Morning exercise is one way. And then what? Singing, though perhaps not in a primitive society, where the primitive people would think he's crazy. As their king, he still has to maintain his image in their hearts. The other way is to talk about love with a woman you like. In fact, this also requires a degree. It cannot be too extreme, otherwise it is easy to cause trouble. At this time, Wang Wei almost violated the principles he set, but fortunately, Foxy was more principled than him. After waking up, he carefully adjusted Foxy's leather jacket on her chest and checked carefully to see if there was any problem. He took her hand and walked her to the house where she lived. Then Wang Wei left and walked towards the cabin. Chapter 238, Running with You, Pound's Plan. The next day, Xia Bing and Xia Shuang, who specializes in managing time calculation tools, asked the patrolman to pass on the message that it was time for the king to get up and exercise. Wang Wei was awakened by Li and Su Xiaoxiao. Last night he slept between Li and Su Xiaoxiao, which made Wang Wei sweat all over. Maybe it was too cold at night, so both women treated him as a hot pack. It wasn't Wang Wei who held them while sleeping, but the two of them who held them while sleeping. After Wang Wei got up, he still felt a little pain in his arm. He put on his leather jacket and trousers, tied his leggings, and ran out of the tribe. Do some stretching exercises by the campfire at the gate. Dabai and Erbai were sleeping by the campfire. They knew it was warm here, so they helped the patrolman keep watch at night. The two wolves had grown a little bigger in the past 3 months and had learned to eat raw food. Previously, mice were their prey, but now rabbits were their prey. At this time, 2 more people ran out. They turned out to be Foxy and Pa. Foxy said, My king, from now on, Pa and I will run with you every day, so you will be safer. Okay. But I won't run far. I have Dabai and Erbai with me, so I'm safe. Even so, Wang Wei said that it was still a bit dangerous. The area occupied by the Xia tribe was so large that the animals generally didn't dare come here. In the past, when the tribe was smaller, animals often came to the stream here to drink at night. Now, the animals all went to the upper reaches of the stream. Wang Wei had reserved a spot for them, and of course, he had set traps there as well. My lord, please teach me and Pa how to do warm-up exercises. So Wang Wei gave them some guidance. Pa, why are you getting up and exercising? Pa said. Fox Maisie said she wants to compete with me again. She wants to exercise. If I don't work hard, I will lose to her again. No need to compare, you are all very good. Pa thought about the last time he fell and his leather jacket was torn. Fortunately, only the king saw it, otherwise it would be so embarrassing. Foxy didn't think so. She was already overwhelmed by Wang Wei's touching and kissing last night. She wanted to strengthen her relationship with Wang Wei, but couldn't say it directly, so she could only say that she and Wang Wei exercised to protect him. However, not long ago, she and Pa had discussed another wrestling match, which made Pa worried. Wang Wei thought that a man and a woman could work together so that he wouldn't be tired. Running with 2 women accompanying him was better than running alone. So the 3 of them took the 2 wolves and ran out of the Xia tribe. Pan tribe. In a relatively large thatched hut, Bang, who was sleeping with a woman in his arms, was disturbed by someone who rushed in. He was about to get angry when he saw that it was a woman named Hui. "What's the matter?" It was also the first time for Hui, the woman, to enter the place where Bang lived. Seeing Bang naked, she was not panicked and said, "Come out, I have something to say." Bang knew that something big was happening. Hui should be sleeping at this time, and would never come to him unless something big happened. Last night, Hui stayed at the Ma tribe, where she had a love affair with the tribe's leader. It was also there that she heard that the person she had gone to meet with the Xia tribe had not returned yet. The clever Hui felt that something big had happened. She didn't dare go back to Pan tribe at night, and hurried back to find Pound until dawn. After knowing the whole story, Bang also became anxious. The two of them were at a loss for a moment, like headless flies, with no idea what to do. They now knew how powerful the Xia tribe was, powerful enough to easily wipe out their entire tribe. But they also knew that if the Xia tribe really wanted to attack, they would have nowhere to escape. Because the plan that Pound had thought of had not yet been implemented. The two men came to the big house in the tribe where they discussed matters and sat on straw mats. At this moment, Bang was completely relaxed, and the woman Hui was also sweating. Bang said, "If we don't admit it, and put the blame on the Ma tribe because the woman they sent is from the Ma tribe, and let them bear the consequences, do you think the Xia tribe will believe it?" What was the reason? Could the Xia tribe be so stupid? How could they believe it? That Ma is a woman from the Weaving tribe. She was deceived by the leader of the Ma tribe. The person sent to contact us is from the Ma tribe, right? That's the problem. Why would the Ma tribe seek information about the Xia tribe? The two tribes had never met before and had no dealings with each other. Bang knew that what Ren Hui said was right. The Xia tribe would eventually know who sent them to the Xia tribe, which would implicate the leader of the Ma tribe, then Ren Hui, and then himself. What should we do then? The woman suddenly had an idea and came up with a good idea. The Xia tribe came to us, and we found a big tribe that the Xia tribe dared not to mess with. Pound didn't understand what it meant, and he blinked his eyes. The woman Hui continued, "How about the Bear tribe?" Pound asked doubtfully, "Why is this related to the Bear tribe? Who is stronger, the Xia tribe or the Bear tribe?" "I don't know. They didn't have any conflict." "That's right. They're all big tribes. If we push the task of gathering information to the Bear tribe, what else can the Xia tribe do? They can't do anything to the Bear tribe, but that's hard to say for us. So we have to find a way to get the Bear tribe to protect us." "What method?" So the woman re-expressed her thoughts, which were actually very simple. The first thing to do is to find out what the Bear tribe lacks. What the Bear tribe lacks is the salt and pottery of the Xia tribe. Tell the Bear tribe that the Xia tribe has the items they are missing and that they can obtain them if they defeat the Xia tribe. Pound said, "The key is how to convince the Bear tribe that the Xia tribe has so much salt and pottery? The last time we went to trade with the Bear tribe, didn't they say there was too little salt?" "Yes." Bang borrowed 20 cans of salt from Shuyun and went to the Bear tribe to trade, but the Bear tribe had too many people and complained that there was too little salt. "Chief, this time you go to the Bear tribe and trade salt with them again. Make them offer even more items, making it painful for them. They'll undoubtedly ask why so many items are needed to trade salt. Just explain that this salt is from the Xia tribe, and that their salt trade requires so many items. The Bear tribe will undoubtedly be dissatisfied with the Xia tribe, and you must act even more dissatisfied. What if the Bear tribe doesn't show dissatisfaction? That's because we asked for too little in exchange." Pound knew what she meant, which was to make the Bear tribe resent the Summer tribe in exchange for salt. "Then what?" "Just tell the Bear tribe that you want to get information about salt production from the Xia tribe." "Then what?" "Our goal is to let the Bear tribe know that we have sent people to the Xia tribe." Bang suddenly realized and said, "If the Xia tribe comes to us, we will say that the Xiong tribe asked us to do it." The woman nodded wisely. However, Bang still has a question. The Xia tribe knows how powerful the Bear tribe is. What if they don't cause trouble for the Bear tribe and only look for the Pan tribe? The woman Hui also gave him an idea, which was to unite the tribes that could not afford salt and bring them together. If the Xia tribe attacked the Pan tribe, everyone would unite to deal with the Xia tribe. There is another problem to be solved, which is how to unite those tribes that cannot afford salt. Huey's idea was to ask the leaders of those small tribes to eat salty foods more often, and then tell them that he was trying to find out the news about the Xia tribe's salt production. After finding out the news, they could also make salt themselves, and then everyone could eat salt every day. If Wang Wei knew about this woman's conspiracy, it would also give him a headache. She wanted to muddy the waters and let the Xia tribe deal with multiple tribes. Pound said, "There is only one can of salt left in the tribe now. There is not much left. I exchanged this can of salt for a stone near the bear tribe. The woman Hui seemed to grasp something from Bang's words, but she didn't understand it clearly. Then we have to go to the Xia tribe to exchange for salt. I'm afraid the Xia tribe won't exchange. Look for Shuyun, don't look for anyone else from the Xia tribe. That woman Shuyun won't listen to me. Don't borrow salt this time. Bring something to exchange. I believe she will trade with you. There is no other way, this is the only way now. Chapter 239, Big and Small Pairs, Northern D Visitors. Xia Tribe. After Wang Wei exercised, he washed up and drank breast milk and goat milk. Mei stayed to tell him something, which was what to do with the two twin sisters sent by the Shang tribe. Seeing that Wang Wei had been very busy these past 2 days since returning from the Blackstone tribe, she hadn't mentioned anything. Ever since she decided to keep the twin sisters, Mei had been keeping them in the pharmacy. Wang Wei didn't see any change on Mei's face. Could she be testing him? Mei, this is a small matter, you can arrange it yourself. Won't you go see them? What's there to see? They're just 2 women after all. They are here to be your women, so I'll make whatever arrangements for them. Wang Wei looked at Mei with a half smile, and judging from her expression, she seemed not serious. Mei, I already have enough women. Look, I don't even dare to touch a woman now. I'd better send them out to others. That's not good. They are still so young. Wang Wei had never seen them before and didn't know their age. Since they were young, he decided to wait until they grew up a little. Aren't they studying in your pharmacy now? Then stay. You mentioned Shangjiu, we're not familiar with each other, so why did he send 2 women to me? Who knows? Unless he wants something from the Xia tribe from you. What does he want? I don't know. I think people's hearts become complicated when they see more of them. He might be using you, and you have to be on guard against him. Wang Wei walked to the window and looked at the mountains in the distance. The sun shines on Wang Wei, and the golden light is like a miracle. At this moment, he is undoubtedly the most charming. Mei looked at him infatuatedly, a faint blush on her cheeks and her eyes were fiery. Wang Wei couldn't figure it out either. Maybe this was their custom. Alas, society is complex, and people's hearts are hard to predict. We can't see through hypocrisy, and we can't distinguish truth from falsehood. We don't know why the Shang tribe sent a woman to me. If they have any purpose, they will eventually reveal it. There's no need to think too much. Let's develop the Xia tribe first, so that we can deal with everything. Okay, then you give those 2 women a name. Wang Weikai didn't have the intention to do so and let Mei handle it herself. Mei was named Di Shuang and Xiao Shuang. Wang Wei naturally agreed. Mei also said that Fox Ma had injured her leg and needed someone to take care of her. Originally, Mei thought that Fox Maisie could take care of Fox Ma, but Fox Maisie was arranged by the king to patrol the Xia tribe. During the day, only the little fox kid was there, and everyone else had something to do. The injured Fox Ma was alone during the day, and no one took care of her. So Wang Wei asked Mei to send someone to take care of him first. His task today was also heavy. He had to go to the city construction department, mainly to complete the construction of the city gate, and track the final progress of the city wall construction. When we arrived at the construction site, Chao Zhen Chao Ming was directing people to move bricks, build scaffolding, etc. Chao Zhen and Chao Ming now have much richer technology and on-site management experience in building city walls than Wang Wei, and can become experts of the Xia tribe. The construction of the city wall is in the final stage and everyone is excited. The thickness of the city wall at the city gate, which is more than 10 meters long, reaches 5 meters. This is because a city gate tower will be built on it, so the occupied area will be wider. The overall framework of the city wall is complete, but there's still a lot of work to do. Currently it's just built with earth and stone, but it still needs to be protected from rainwater erosion, cement needs to be applied to the wall, the ground on top needs to be leveled, and battlements need to be built with bricks. At first, Wang Wei wanted to use bricks to level the ground of the city wall, but later he thought cement would be the best because cement is also good for waterproofing the ground, construction is fast, and it can reduce the maintenance work of the city wall in the future. At noon, Wang Wei received a message from the Beatty people on the other side of the river. The Northern D people were supposed to come to collect the pottery tomorrow, so why were they here so early? Could it be that they don't know how to calculate time? He came to the dock with doubts and looked at the opposite bank. A large group of savages were standing on the shore. On the riverbed, besides the man named Difu, there was also an unknown person waiting. After they saw Wang Wei, they knelt down and said something to that person. It was obvious that that person had a very high status. Xia Dezui had already prepared the bamboo raft, and was waiting for Wang Wei. Big Mouth, how long have they been here? Didn't they say anything else? Just send word that you are looking for the king. Wang Wei nodded. This time, the Northern D people sent people to the Xia tribe in advance, and there was an additional person of status. I wonder what will happen. Wang Wei suddenly had a bad feeling that perhaps they would make more excessive demands. The bamboo raft stopped more than 10 meters away from the shore. King of the Xia tribe, this is a lord sent by the Northern D people. You should call him Lord Tao. What, sir? Wang Wei's brain was buzzing, and he was a little slow to react. Master Tao? Could this be an official? But he immediately thought of that time traveler. Perhaps there were traces of other time travelers left in this world. Could it be that they had established a country? Your Majesty, was this Master Tao sent by the Northern D people to the Xia tribe to instruct on pottery production? Lord Tao saluted Wang Wei proudly. The salute was simple. He clenched his left fist and placed it on his right chest, with his waist slightly bent. Wang Wei knew that this was a ritual of a certain ethnic minority, and he didn't know how to return the greeting, so he just bowed. But Lord Tao's face twitched. Wang Wei looked at him carefully. Perhaps 40? He was of medium height, slightly overweight, with neat hair and beard. His features were similar to those of the people from the Great Wasteland. He too wore a fur coat, a skirt that reached down to his calves, and a patchwork fur coat. The coat was large enough to cover his entire body. He couldn't tell what else he was wearing underneath. Could it be linen? He couldn't guess. There was another thing Wang Wei couldn't see clearly, the weapon slung at his waist, which looked like a bronze sword. I wonder what you want from me today? That Mr. Tao said. The chief knows that your Xia tribe's pottery is well made, so he sent me to check out how your tribe's pottery is fired. In addition, the chief hopes that you will send potters to Beichang City. Beichang City? I'm sorry, I don't know where Beichang City is. It takes a month to travel from here to Beichang City. Wang Wei was confused. They also had a division of time into months? But didn't they have a division of years? Excuse me, what month is it now? What month? Do you have the divisions of the lunar calendar into the first month, the second month, the third month, and the 12th month? The first month is also called the first month, which is the first month of the lunar calendar. Mr. Tao said angrily. What are you talking about? January is January. How can there be a first month or a first month? What is the lunar calendar? Do you have year divisions? What year? I don't know what you're talking about. Wang Wei didn't know what to say and thought he was from a more civilized tribe. Haha, I was talking about the division of time. So January, you mean, is 30 days and 30 nights? Lord Tao nodded. Wang Wei thought that the pottery he had given them last time only took 6 or 7 days. So how could the so-called great chief, who lived so far away, know about the Xia tribe's pottery? It would take 30 days to walk to where the great chief lived, unless they used horses as a means of transportation. What's the name of your chief? The chief is called Beikui, and he is the lord. So, are there any literate people in Lord Beikui's tribe? What are words? I don't understand what you are saying. Haha, I'm just asking casually. Wang Wei finally met someone from a big tribe, so he had to ask some clear questions so that he could better understand the world. I heard there was a god who built a huge tribe. Do you know about it? Who would know about such a long time ago? There is a legend about this in Middle-earth. Wang Wei also knew of a place called Middle-earth, but he didn't know what it was. There were legends about gods there, which meant that the place the time traveler came to was Middle-earth. But this person said that the gods were just a legend. How could that be true? Could it be that it was a long time ago? He judged that the time traveler did not teach the primitive people to use writing, so the primitive people who came later regarded the time traveler as just a mythical legend. Some people doubted it, and after doubting it, people stopped believing it. Wang Wei still remembered a few traditional Chinese characters he had learned in the cave of the former Blackstone tribe. At the time, he suspected that an ancient person had traveled to this world. He couldn't get much useful information from talking to this Lord Tao. In fact, Wang Wei is very confused now and has not figured out a completely clear thread. Chapter 240, Lord Tao, the city wall is completed. Wang Wei wanted to ask more questions about the savages, but was interrupted by Lord Tao. Leader of the Xia tribe, what do you think of what I just said? Wang Wei said. I don't want you to enter my Xia tribe to see how pottery is made, because it's a secret of our Xia tribe. How can I trade with other tribes if you know? It's unacceptable for our Xia tribe to sacrifice ourselves for the benefit of others. Also, it's impossible for our Xia tribe to send potters to Beichang City. The same logic applies. I won't harm the interests of our Xia tribe. Lord Tao was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils and his face turned ashen. He had been talking for a long time, but it turned out that he got nothing. He pointed at Wang Wei's nose and shouted. How dare you disagree? Don't think that only your Xia tribe can make pottery. My Tao tribe can make it too. My Tao tribe specializes in making pottery for Lord Tiankui and has received good praise and a good reputation. If you offer the Xia tribe's pottery making skills, you will definitely receive praise from Lord Tiankui. Humph! Wang Wei sneered. How can the Xia tribe's pottery skills be passed on to outsiders? Don't talk nonsense. It's impossible. Wang Wei wasn't really worried about the Xia tribe's pottery leaking out. In this primitive society, people already knew how to make pottery. The key was that he couldn't let the Xia tribe's salt and ironware leak to these ambitious tribes. Then do you know what the consequences will be? What are the consequences? Lord Tiankui sent troops to attack you. Wang Wei said. Master Tao, I'm not exaggerating, but if you send a small number of troops to the Xia tribe, I'm not afraid of you. My Xia tribe is not to be trifled with. If you send too many troops, do you see the vast wilderness? At worst, I can lead my people into the wilderness. You won't gain any advantage, and you will only waste a lot of food and manpower. Mr. Tao didn't expect Wang Wei to say that, and didn't know what to do for a moment. Because he also felt that what Wang Wei said made sense. The Great Wasteland Mountain was so big that it would be even more difficult for people to find their way out once they entered. He also knew that the Great Wilderness Mountains were not a suitable place for Lord Tiankui to send troops to conquer, so it seemed that he could not push the Xia tribe too hard. Leader of the Xia tribe, don't be impatient. I'll go back and report the situation to Lord Tiankui first. How about that? Wang Wei hummed twice in agreement. But the previous agreement between the Xia tribe and the Northern D people must continue to be implemented. Don't worry about that. I will still abide by the agreement. That's great. Then give me the next batch of pottery and I'll take it back with me. Wang Wei didn't say anything and felt it was okay to hand it over to them one day in advance. He originally wanted to ask Tifu some questions, but now that Lord Tao was here, he had to give up. Wang Wei asked them to wait. After returning to the Xia tribe ashore, Wang Wei arranged for someone to deliver the pottery over. Xia Dazui followed behind Wang Wei, his face full of anger. Your Majesty, those people cannot be trusted. I know, Big Mouth. You heard him just now. The Xia tribe is in big trouble. My king, what should we do? We need time, we need to delay. How long will we delay then? I don't know. It depends on whether our Xia tribe is strong. But we have iron weapons, aren't we powerful? Yes, we have iron weapons, and they are not much worse. I think the weapon that Lord Tao is carrying on his waist should be a bronze sword. Xia Dazui didn't understand what a bronze sword was. Wang Wei explained. A sword is also a weapon, just like your machete, but it's used a little differently. But it doesn't matter. Their weapons are still not as good as ours. I also noticed something else. Lord Tao's men didn't use bronze weapons. Do you know what this means? What does it mean? This means they don't have many bronze weapons, and only the most powerful have them. So I conclude that despite their large numbers, they have few bronze weapons, so their fighting power is not strong. Xia Dazui understood that the other party's fighting ability was not strong, so the Xia tribe did not need to be too afraid of them. Big Mouth, Xia Yi is going to the Trojan village to find out the news about the Pan tribe. Let's Xia Yi do it. How do we deal with the Pan tribe? Wang Wei thought for a moment and said, No rush. Let's build the new city of the Xia tribe first, and then we can deal with them. Is the king worried about Shiyun? Shiyun? Is Shiyun related to them? No, but some of the women in the Pan tribe are from the Shi tribe, so Shiyun might be a little worried. Wang Wei felt that this would be the case. As long as the two tribes married, there would be an inseparable relationship. It seemed that he needed to carefully understand the past of the Stone tribe and the Pan tribe before making a decision. So we won't touch them for now. I'll go and test Shiyun's situation. Yes. Xia Yi hasn't left yet, right? No, he said he would leave after finding someone good. He might leave in the afternoon. Xia Yi said he had something else to talk to the king about. As the two were talking, Xia Yi arrived with Ma Wen. Many things happened suddenly, just like Ma Wen joining the Xia tribe. Although Wang Wei intended to let Ma Wen go to the Xia tribe, he wanted to show the strength of the Xia tribe and let Ma Wen do things according to Wang Wei's ideas after returning. Unexpectedly, after seeing the strength of the Xia tribe, Ma Wen immediately expressed his willingness to join the Xia tribe. Wang Wei needs to make new arrangements and plans for Ma Wen and his tribe so that the Xia tribe can obtain the greatest benefits. Xia Yi, have you gathered all your team members? Yes, my king. They were mainly selected from the group that returned from the Blackrock tribe. Wang Wei nodded. This time, when they went to the Blackstone tribe, they selected 20 people to serve as the logistics team. Xia Yi picked 10 of them. These people had killed people and had experience in fighting enemies. Some of them could ride horses, so they were the perfect choice. I've already made your and Ma Wen's main responsibilities clear at the meeting, but I have one more task for you. That is to leverage the strengths of our Xia tribe to win over those tribes, both large and small, and avoid straining relations. Of course, our Xia tribe won't easily agree to unreasonable requests, so do your best to ensure they don't suffer any significant losses. Wang Wei was actually a little worried. When he went to the Blackstone tribe, he killed and injured local people. At that time, he had never considered establishing a base for the Xia tribe there. Ma Wen had heard that there was a larger tribe over there, and if they stirred up trouble again, the Xia tribe would probably send people to quell it. He didn't want to spend his energy and time on these unreasonable disputes in the winter. Okay, we will use the salt and pottery of the Xia tribe to establish good relations with them. We don't need to earn much from salt and pottery over there. If you have any questions about the trade, we can discuss it. So, go find Shiyun and ask her to send someone to be in charge of the trade. Xia Yi was troubled by the calculations involved in the transaction, and he had come here to raise the issue. Unexpectedly, Wang Wei brought it up, and he was naturally delighted. Wang Wei also told Ma Wen about the leaders of the tribes that attacked Wang Wei's team last time, and asked him to take the initiative to win them over after he returned, and try to use the salt of the Xia tribe in exchange for their people to help build houses, stables, etc. Ma Wen understood what Wang Wei meant and nodded in agreement. After Xia Yi and Ma Wen left, Wang Wei said to Xia Dazui, Xia Yi took away the 10 people who returned from the Blackstone tribe. As for the remaining 10 people, excluding the 3 injured, I plan to assign them to the hunting group. Xia Dazui asked, Are you planning to expand the Xia tribe's hunting group? Wang Wei nodded. Now the Xia tribe's city wall is only one step away from completion, and there will be many people left. Wang Wei has to redistribute the work, and more people are needed to obtain food, so Wang Wei has the idea of expanding the hunting group again. In addition, as the external environment becomes increasingly harsh, it is very necessary to increase the military strength of the Xia tribe. There aren't many people in the Xia tribe right now, so if an enemy comes, they'll have to face a situation where they're outnumbered. So they need a strong military force, and they need to strengthen their training. My lord, how many hunting groups are you planning to add? Except for the hunting group, groups 2, 3, and 4 will be split into 3 more groups, with each deputy group leader promoted to group leader. So, the Xia tribe's dedicated hunters, including Foxy's group, will total over 80 people. We'll have to set aside time for dedicated training later. Training for what? Wang Wei smiled and said, Of course it's training on how to kill the enemy, not just hunting. Xia Dazui understood. At this time, someone came to report that the gate of the city wall had been built, and asked the king to go and check it out. So Wang Wei and Xia Dazui happily walked towards the new city of Xia tribe. Chapter 241 Sense of Accomplishment, Later Planning. At around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the city wall of the Xia tribe was finally completed. Strictly speaking, it's not yet fully finished, as the ground above the city wall is still rammed earth, and the wall itself is also rammed earth. If that were the end of it, the new city wall would surely collapse under the erosion of rainwater in a few years. In Wang Wei's previous life, the ancient city walls were covered with bricks and stones, and the ancients used glutinous rice to make soup with sand. Now that the Xia tribe was able to produce lime, they had cement, which was the best material to replace bricks and stones. So I'll be busy in the next few days. Standing on the new city wall, people can see farther. Looking down at the city wall, I suddenly felt the sense of security brought by the wall. It would be difficult for a person to climb up without tools. If someone used tools like ladders, they would be restricted by the moat below. Therefore, if someone came to attack the city, it would be extremely difficult. As long as there is no shortage of food and supplies in the city, we can continue to defend it. From the outside, the city wall looks more than 5 meters high because there are battlements more than 1 meter high. This is much better than the current wooden fence of the Xia tribe. At this time, many Xia tribesmen and slaves who participated in the construction of the city wall were standing on the wall. They felt a sense of accomplishment and pride in their hearts. This was a miracle completed by many people after working nonstop for many days and nights. It was a solid castle built with their blood and sweat. For the Xia people, even though their tribe was small, building such a fine wall was a remarkable feat. They couldn't find fancy words to express their admiration, but their eyes and expressions showed it. The most excited person was Chao Ming. He had just arrived at the Xia tribe and, in order to show his ability and earn recognition, he had suggested that Wang Wei build the wall. He had encountered many problems along the way, but he had solved them all. Wang Wei gave Chao Ming a big thumbs up, which made his eyes filled with tears but a smile on his face. Wang Wei could understand Chao Ming's feelings. After all, he was one of the founders of this new city. At this time, many people from the Xia tribe arrived, such as Mei, Shiyun, Humeizi, Su Xiaoxiao Li, Rong Mama, Hu Mama, Lao Jiu, Xia Chao, Chao Yi, Xia Yu, Xia Dao, and so on. Wang Wei said to everyone. With this wall protecting me, I can truly sleep at night, and the same goes for you. At least we don't have to worry about sudden attacks from the enemy. Since the founding of the Xia tribe, life has been very difficult for everyone, and every day has been filled with fear. Now that the wall is here, as soon as the houses inside the city are built, we'll move in. I also hope that the Xia tribe can live a peaceful and happy life in the future. Everyone praised it. Chao Zhen said, This is all thanks to the king. Without your planning, the Xia tribe wouldn't have been able to build such a good wall. Other tribes still live in caves and thatched huts, and even have savages who eat raw meat and drink blood. The living conditions in our Xia tribe are already very good. Yes, we are better off than other tribes. But we can't rest yet. We must work harder and build houses in the new city before we can move in. The members of the Xia tribe all agreed. After visiting the city wall, everyone continued to busy themselves with their own things. Mei came to Wang Wei and said, My king, I saw the sand table you made. Why is the house we live in so small? How can that courtyard be small? I've already planned many rooms. I mean, there's no big room like that. We live together. Wang Wei smiled and said, Mei, I always feel it's a bit inconvenient for everyone to sleep together, so I built a room for everyone. Why do we have to separate? Well, distance makes beauty. Mei didn't know how to answer. Wang Wei also introduced to Mei the location, size, and functional areas of the new clinic in Xinqing. The newly planned small hospital has 2 large wards, one for men and one for women, each accommodating 10 people. There is a lobby that includes a diagnosis area and medicine shelves against the wall. There is also a warehouse for storing medicinal materials, as well as a dedicated toilet, etc. Mei had never thought about these things, but she was still very satisfied after listening to Wang Wei's description. You need to train more new doctors, especially male doctors, starting with those teenagers. Wang Wei actually wanted to look for those extraordinary people from larger tribes, but the current conditions did not allow it. At this time, Foxy also came over. They looked at each other and felt embarrassed when they thought of the bold things they did last night. Foxy asked, Your Majesty, we are building a wall on this side of the Yongin River. Will the wildlings on the other side know about this? Although the Xia tribe's new city was not far from the riverbank was surrounded by a forest, and the trees in the forest were taller than the city walls. The wild people on the other side of the river could not see what was happening here. You won't notice it. Look at those trees. They block the view very well. If the northern D people come to attack the Xia tribe and discover this city, what will they do? Wang Wei smiled and said, I think it would scare them, maybe even make them stupid. If I were to defend the city walls, how would you attack it? Me? I don't know, Mei, do you know? Mei also said she didn't know. Wang Wei said, So when they suddenly saw it, they might not be able to think of any solution. Mei asked, My king, if it were you who attacked the city, what would you do? Wang Wei said, That's not easy. Attacking a city usually requires a lot of people. If you have 5 times more people than the defenders, you can attack the city. If you don't have that much manpower, it's best not to attack the city. You should use other methods. Mei continued to ask, What method? Lure the enemy out of the city and fight a war of annihilation. Wang Wei said this casually, but Mei and Hu Meizi still didn't understand. He was also unable to give examples, because there were no illusions in this world, no decent battle examples. Night. Xia tribal meeting. Wang Wei talked in detail about the unreasonable demands made by the Northern D people today. They began to threaten the Xia tribe. No one knew what the Northern D people wanted to do next, and the Xia tribe was still in danger. Everyone said they would fight the Northern D people to the death, and never compromise. In particular, several team leaders of the hunting group were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to fight with them immediately. Hearing this, Wang Wei nodded unconsciously and said, Everyone, there's no need to worry too much. Although the Northern D people came with ill intentions today, we are not without the ability to fight back. Chao Ming said, Your Majesty is right. We have city walls, so we are not afraid of them. Everyone agreed. Wang Wei said, This is just one point. If the Northern D people come to attack us, they will need more people than we do, otherwise they will be defeated. In addition, the Xia tribe's iron smelting technology is constantly improving. We have horses, so it will be easier for us to go to the Blackstone tribe. As long as the Xia tribe has more weapons and the sharper they are, and everyone unites to deal with all external enemies, the safer we will be. Everyone agreed with his opinion. Regarding the Northern D threat, Wang Wei concluded that the Xia tribe had no idea of their population or strength. Currently, the Xia tribe was simply forbearing temporarily, buying more time for development. To secure victory, the Xia tribe must strengthen its own strength. The second half of the meeting was to discuss the specific operations and internal affairs of the Xia tribe in building the inner city. For example, the Xia tribe needed to store more food, increase trade with other tribes, grow food, and raise animals. Now that the main part of the Xia tribe's city wall has been completed, all the people building the city need to be divided into groups and assigned tasks, and start building houses in the new city. For example, when applying cement to the exterior walls, the teams need to be divided into sand mining group, sand transportation group, lime transportation group, mixing group, and wall plastering group. The number of people in each group is different, which can improve construction efficiency. In addition, the construction of the new city will be carried out simultaneously, which will require more bricks and stones, and the number of people who make bricks will have to be increased. In addition, the construction of houses in the new city starts with the construction of residential buildings and canteens, which requires leveling the foundation and raising the foundation in preparation. The carpentry team and iron-making team will also be involved in the follow-up and need to work together. In order to build the house faster, Wang Wei asked the iron-making team to make iron nails, and to use iron nails instead of drilling as few holes as possible when making mortise and tenon structures. At the end of the meeting, Xia Dao raised a question that troubled everyone: what should be done with the livestock raised by the Xia tribe? Should they still raise them outside the city? When Wang Wei was planning the city wall, he initially considered human safety and hadn't considered animals. He hadn't expected the Xia tribe to have large-scale animal husbandry. While it was perfectly fine to keep these animals outside the city, what would happen if an enemy attacked? Wang Wei's suggestion is to move the animals to the city during wartime, and keep them in the fence where they live now during normal times. If the Xia tribe develops to the point where it can harvest more food and grass from the fields, the existing city walls can be expanded. Chapter 242: New Technology, Another Wave. The Xia tribe's major development goals have been set. In the following 5 days, the construction of the new city was busy. During these 5 days, the walls of the Xia tribe's new city were all paved with cement, forming a dark gray hole. There is no sign that the city wall is made of yellowish earth and stones as raw materials, which would definitely bring a visual shock to uninformed primitive people, rather than simply thinking that it is just a wall. Standing at the foot of the city and looking up, the towering city walls will give people a great shock, making people feel that it is a huge behemoth. During these few days, the carpentry team, with the participation of Wang Wei, jointly produced the Xia tribe's wheelbarrow and cart, which are made entirely of wood, adding a new construction tool to the Xia tribe. With wheelbarrows and carts, transportation is fast, physical exertion is low, and people are less likely to feel tired. Now in the new city, the foundations of houses are being built, drainage ditches are being dug, etc. On the other side, brick kilns were producing and burning bricks on a large scale, without stopping. The newly baked bricks were then constantly being transported into the new city. During these 5 days, several things happened. The first thing was that the ironworks built by the Xia tribe mines actually produced molten iron. This was something Wang Wei had only dreamed of, but Xia Tongyao from the ironworks had achieved it. When Xia Tongyao was smelting iron, he accidentally added limestone after adding iron or powder and charcoal. Unexpectedly, a miracle happened. The limestone separated the smelted iron from the impurities and lowered the melting point of the iron ore. Wang Wei checked the charcoal used in iron smelting and found a problem. The charcoal used to make the molten iron was actually white. The white charcoal was obtained accidentally. When the charcoal burner was testing a new type of wood, the small charcoal kiln he built collapsed when the charcoal was almost burned. The charcoal in the charcoal kiln rolled to the ground, so he covered it with charcoal ash. Unexpectedly, the Xia tribe got white charcoal just like that. The second thing was to make wheelbarrows and carts. The subsequent manufacture of carts, horse-drawn carriages, and ox-drawn carts was not a problem. The third thing was that the Xia tribe was burning bricks on a large scale, and the black smoke it produced attracted the attention of the people on the other side of the river. They sent more people to observe and assess the Xia tribe. Perhaps the noise here made them uneasy. Fourthly, after waiting for a few days, Pang from the Pan tribe discovered that the Xia tribe had not targeted the Ma tribe, and he felt that the Pan tribe was safe. So, with trepidation, Pang brought the Pan tribe's goods to the Xia tribe. Shi Yun and Shi De received him, and he exchanged salt and pottery from the Xia tribe. When Bang left, the salt and pottery he had obtained in exchange eased his worries. But his heart was also troubled by another thing, because the walls of the Xia tribe had changed a lot, and were very different from the last time he came. He wanted to go to the new city to observe, but was blocked outside by the Xia tribe members, and was escorted out of the Xia tribe territory under their supervision. The fifth thing happened. The Yu tribe became the agent for salt and pottery for the Xia tribe. They brought back a large amount of salt and pottery from the Xia tribe, and the Xia tribe exchanged them for more food, but this time the food they sent was mostly mountain products and vegetables. Wang Wei has been in the Xia tribe these days, coordinating various groups, directing various affairs, and collecting information from all aspects. Early this morning, after Wang Wei came back from running, he did some strength training. After washing and eating, I went to the ironworks. The ironworks were able to produce molten iron, a breakthrough in the Xia tribe's iron-making technology. The molten iron from the new furnace separated the impurities from the iron ore, and the resulting iron was pig iron. Wang Wei's goal was to test a ceramic crucible made from coarse and fine sand mixed with a black clay. If this ceramic crucible could melt the iron into molten iron without melting itself, the Xia tribe would be able to manufacture tools on a large scale without the laborious process of forging iron to remove impurities. Next to the iron furnace, 2 people were constantly pulling the bellows. The charcoal burned violently in the presence of sufficient oxygen, emitting dazzling white light and releasing a large amount of heat. Everyone stared intently at the crucible in the furnace, the bottom of which was also burning red. Looking at the pig iron in the crucible, it had not yet begun to melt. At this moment, some people were expecting, some were nervous, and some were excited, but no one spoke. As time passed, it was finally discovered that the pig iron in the crucible began to change. "Look!" Xia Tongya exclaimed, and everyone's attention shifted to the crucible. Wang Wei said, "Although it took a little longer, the pig iron was still melted. My lord, this furnace needs to be improved. The air duct of the bellows needs to be changed, the air intake needs to be increased, and the furnace needs to be enlarged." "That's good, and we need to keep improving." The carpentry team made the necessary tools for casting according to Wang Wei's requirements, such as crucibles, tongs, 2 square wooden frames, flat wooden boards, long spearhead models made of wood, and polished short round wooden sticks. Casting is the process of melting metal into a liquid that meets certain requirements, and pouring it into a mold. After cooling, solidification, and finishing, the resulting casting has the desired shape, size, and properties. Because the casting blank is nearly formed, it can reduce costs and time to a certain extent. Casting is one of the fundamental processes in the manufacturing industry. Wang Wei planned to demonstrate the casting method to them, broaden their knowledge, improve their skills, and accumulate experience and develop new skills through their future actual operation and continuous practice. He cast a spearhead for the iron-making group. The spearhead was triangular in shape, with the middle lines on both sides raised and the 2 corners on the left and right sides protruding symmetrically. If a smithy team hammered it out with a hammer, it would take a lot of time to create a spearhead like this. If they were made on a large scale, the shape and size would definitely not be the same. After the iron-making team received the finished gun heads, they all seemed to understand the importance of casting. Xia Tongya said excitedly, "My lord, this kind of spearhead is faster than a hand-forged one, but it's not as sharp. Because it hasn't been sharpened yet, its power and durability may be even better after it is sharpened. This kind of casting is really fast. The Xia tribe can produce it quickly in the future. Don't think you can only cast this kind of thing. You can also make more complex items, such as iron pots, axes, and other tools. So you should think more about how to make more complex but also faster tools." Then Wang Wei demonstrated to them how to make a saw blade, which was made for the carpentry group. When using the casting method, the most important thing is to make the mold, otherwise there would be no mold design and manufacturing profession. Time passed quickly until Xia Jin came to find Wang Wei. Wang Wei returned to the tribe and found that hunting group 6 had discovered 2 small tribes around the Xia tribe. As the Xia tribe acquired horses, the range of activities of the Xia tribe's hunting groups expanded, and they could ride horses to farther places. The Xia tribe now has 7 hunting groups composed of men, namely: Hunting Group 1, led by Xia Dezui and Xia Yi as deputy. Hunting Team 2, led by Xia Feng and Chao Muzi as deputy. Hunting Team 3, led by Xia Lei and Xia Gong. Hunting Group 4, with Xia Dian as the leader and Ye Xiong as the deputy. Hunting Group 5, led by Hu Hu and Xia Zhong as deputy. There are 6 hunting teams, with Chao Kezi as the team leader and Xia Er as the deputy. Hunting Team 7, led by Xia Qing and Nyadan as deputy. Including Foxy's female logistics team, there are 8 groups in total. If we add the hunting group that Xia Yi newly established in the horse-raising village, there will be 9 hunting groups. However, Xia Yi's hunting group is a bit special. Their current main task is to build the horse-raising village. This time, hunting group SIXS leader, Chao Kezi, and deputy leader Xia Er were on horseback patrolling the area surrounding the Xia tribe. About 30 kilometers east of the Xia tribe, they discovered a brawl between 2 smaller tribes, each numbering less than 100 people, one of which was being attacked. The small tribe that was attacked was mostly composed of women and children, who gradually lost their ability to resist under the attack of the other tribe. The tribe with more women began to surrender, and anyone who put up a bit of resistance was killed until they completely lost their fighting capacity. The victorious tribe tied up the women and children, then they built a fire and skinned and roasted the dead women and children. Chao Kezi and his men were watching from a distance, not wanting to bother with them at first. But seeing such a cruel scene frightened the Xia tribe. They felt sorry for it, and then angry. Especially Chao Kezi, whose tribe was once captured by cannibals, causing the loss of many people. Now seeing cannibalism happening again, he can no longer bear it. So he led his men to charge forward, killing and wounding many people, defeating the cannibals, and letting many escape, but he captured 2 prisoners, both of whom were wearing chicken feathers on their heads. After the tribe with many women was rescued, they were also brought back to the Xia tribe by Chao Kezi. Chao Kezi asked Wang Wei how to deal with the women and children in distress. When Wang Wei heard that the 2 captives were wearing chicken feathers on their heads, he thought of the chicken feather tribe where Xia Dazui was injured and Ji Hao was exterminated. So Wang Wei asked Chao Kezi to lead the way, and he wanted to go and take a look. Chapter 243. After hardships, Black Feather is distressed. To the Xia tribe, the chicken feather tribe is still a mysterious tribe. Although the Xia tribe encountered them twice, they didn't know much about them. Ji Sang from the Xia tribe might know, but he was mute and couldn't get much information. This time, the place where the Jimao tribe appeared is closer to the Xia tribe, so it is necessary to pay attention. Wang Wei came to the outside of the Xia tribe and saw them in the woods not far away. Chao Kezi was quite thoughtful. The Xia tribe was busy inside and outside now, so there was no need to bring these people into the Xia tribe. After arriving in the woods, apart from the hunting team guarding them, the first thing they saw was 2 people kneeling on the ground, their hands and feet tied. Also, there was a group of women and children, who looked miserable, wearing thin leather clothes, and some even wearing grass skirts. They basically had wounds on their bodies, even the women were injured like this, which showed that they did not gain any advantage when fighting with the chicken feather tribe. Chao Kezi said, "Your Majesty, all the men in this tribe have been killed, leaving only these women and children." Wang Wei nodded. "They are all poor people. Can those 2 people understand what we are saying?" "Able. It's really strange. These people are so mixed. The people we met before couldn't understand them." Wang Wei walked up to the 2 men, looked at the shivering men, and then walked towards the group of women. Chao Kezi shouted loudly to the group of women and children. "This is the king of the Xia tribe. Come and pay your respects." So the group of women knelt down and kowed to Wang Wei. Wang Wei asked Chao Kezi, "You told them first, didn't you? Did you learn this from your father?" Chao Kezi said with a smile. "Your Majesty, I didn't learn this from my father. I went to the Blackstone tribe once and found that the people of the Wild Wolf tribe had to kneel when they saw their leader. My father and Elder Chao Ming said that this rule is actually better because it shows respect to your Majesty." Wang Wei also knew that many people in the wilderness understood this kind of kneeling, but it might not have formed a standardized etiquette yet. "Is there a leader among them?" "No, the leader has been killed." Wang Wei nodded, then said to the group of about 20 women and 6 children, "You guys get up, stand up and speak." The women still looked at Wang Wei with a little fear, but perhaps because they thought he looked young, they didn't worry much. Wang Wei asked, "What do you think happened?" The women looked at each other, and finally an older woman spoke. Since the women's tribe had no name, Wang Wei temporarily named them the Women's Tribe. It turned out that the women's tribe did live not far from the Xia tribe. One day, the men of the women's tribe went out hunting and came across another tribe. The men of that tribe were also out hunting, leaving only some women and children gathering. So the men of the women's tribe harmed the women of that tribe. When the men from that tribe came back, they found the women crying and some were injured. So the men from that tribe went to the women's tribe and a battle broke out between the tribes. In the end, that tribe was defeated. The women's tribe enjoyed a period of pride. But one day, while out hunting, the men of the women's tribe were attacked by a group of people. They then realized that it was the men of that tribe who came to seek revenge, and that they had brought a group of men wearing chicken feathers on their heads. The men of the women's tribe were defeated and fled back to their own tribe. However, as soon as they returned, they were tracked down. The women of the tribe were forced to fight to the death, and the men were all killed. The remaining women resisted, but were no match for the enemy. In the end, he became a captive and food for others. If he hadn't met Chao Kezi, a passionate young man with a chivalrous spirit and a soft heart from the Xia tribe's hunting group, he would have suffered a more tragic fate. After listening to this, Wang Wei did not feel unfair or sorry for the disaster suffered by the woman's tribe. He said calmly, "The men in your tribe are no good. They only bring trouble upon you. Do you have anywhere else to go now?" No, I don't dare go back. It's a good thing there are no men among you, otherwise no tribe would take you in. Come to think of it, if there were still men alive in this tribe of women, even if they were saved by Chao Kezi, Wang Wei would not allow people with bad character to enter the Xia tribe. Wang Wei came to the two captives again and said, "What do you two have to say?" The two prisoners looked at each other, and one of them said, "The women of my tribe were bullied by their men, so we went to seek revenge on them, but were defeated by them. That's why we took refuge in another large tribe and asked the people of that large tribe for help in revenge." "The big tribe you're talking about is the one that wears chicken feathers on their heads?" "Yes, they are called the Wing tribe." Wang Wei didn't expect that they were called the Wing tribe. The people of the Xia tribe had always called them the chicken feather tribe. "So is the Wing tribe living far away?" "Not far from my tribe," Wang Wei said to Chao Kezi. "You guys are riding horses, and they'll find your footprints on the ground. It seems like the Xia tribe will be discovered by them sooner or later." "My king, what should we do?" "In theory, we have no grudge against them, but Jihao's tribe was wiped out by them, and Xia Dazue's waist was injured by them. So, the Yi tribe and the Xia tribe still have a grudge. Should we attack them, my king?" "Haha, stop shouting about fighting and killing. Their people have been captured, killed, or injured by you, but they are the ones who are anxious. We will wait for them to come. If they don't come to the Xia tribe, we will ignore them for the time being. You just need to patrol the area around the Xia tribe more." Wang Wei thought there was really no need for conflict. Jihao's tribe had been annihilated, and who knew if there was any other connection between them and the Yi tribe? Xia Dazui was merely implicated. The same thing happened with this woman's tribe. They provoked the other tribe first, and then got into trouble. Therefore, Wang Wei didn't harbor much hatred towards the Yi tribe, and he didn't want to go to great lengths to attack them. He just wanted them to stay away from the Xia tribe. Besides, who could guarantee that the Xia tribe would always emerge victorious from a war? Stable development was the only way forward. He even let go of the Pan tribe for the time being, let alone the Yi tribe, which had not yet had a direct conflict with the Xia tribe. In the end, Wang Wei arranged to send the two captives to labor camp to burn lime. The women had nowhere to go, so he asked them to join the Xia tribe. Let Chao Kezi take them to treat their injuries first. Wing tribe. The Wing tribe lives on a hill, and their totem is an unknown flying bird. The Yi tribe yearns to fly and worships the color black, so they wear crow feathers in their hair. Some tribesmen, unable to find crow feathers, use chicken feathers or other bird feathers instead. The powerful Wing tribe has become even more powerful recently, causing the leader of the tribe to become a little too proud of himself. The leader of the tribe was called Heiyu, who was born extremely strong. The main reason why the Wing tribe grew from weak to strong under his leadership was that the Wing tribe had a sacred artifact, but that treasure was stolen. Heiyu was extremely angry and searched everywhere for her. He heard that she was taken away by a mute child named Chong. Heiyu searched everywhere for him, but he didn't expect that he had hidden in a small tribe living in the forest. Some people said that it was the small tribe in the forest that instigated the dumb bug to steal his treasure. So Heiyu, who was already furious, wiped out the small tribe. But he didn't expect that some women from that small tribe were rescued by another more powerful tribe. This made Heiyu dare not act rashly, as he believed that his treasure had fallen into the hands of that powerful tribe. Later, the people of the Wing tribe met that powerful tribe again, and his tribe suffered losses again, but this time he got a better treasure. The better treasure that Heiyu got was the shovel that Jihao lost, which made him ecstatic. Heiyu, who had a shovel, knew the power of this weapon. It could kill people or animals without any effort. It was the sharpest and hardest weapon of the Wing tribe. Heiyu defeated several small tribes in the surrounding area with his iron shovel and brought those small tribes under the rule of the Wing tribe, which made his reputation in the Wing tribe reach its peak. This time he sent people to attack a tribe, but he didn't expect that many of the people he sent suffered casualties. They fled back and cried, but were sent away by the impatient Heiyu. He wanted to send people to check the outside tribe that defeated his people. So their spies followed the obvious horse hoof prints on the ground and came to the outskirts of the Xia tribe and found the location of the Xia tribe. But the spy didn't dare to get close because he saw that there were too many people from the Xia tribe, and there were always people on horseback running and patrolling around the Xia tribe. After the spy returned, he reported the situation to Heiyu. Heiyu had no choice but to endure it. After the witch of the Wing tribe learned about the situation, she asked Heiyu to contact people from other tribes. She recommended Yudo, the son of the former leader of the fish tribe, to Heiyu. Heiyu had known Yutu of the fish tribe for a long time. He knew Yutu's father had been murdered and that Yutu was still thinking about revenge. However, Yutu always talked about it but never took any action. Heiyu and Fat Fish Head have a good relationship because they both have the same hobbies. They like women and even torture them. Also because Yuto is a little silly, he can listen to Heiyu's words. When the former leader of the fish tribe was still alive, Heiyu always thought that Yuto would become the leader of the fish tribe. He befriended Yuto at that time because he had a great ambition to control the fish tribe through Yuto, so Heiyu and Yuto always got along well. But now Fish Head is not the leader of the fish tribe, so how can he help himself? Heiyu is very distressed. Chapter 244, Ma Tribe Trade Conference. The emergence of the Xia tribe brought coveted items. It was like a gust of wind blowing, messing up some people's hearts. The greedy people were racking their brains to get what they wanted, so they started to plan. In the Ma tribe. Chief Hun, your people have been captured by the Xia tribe. Do you know how they will deal with the Ma tribe? The leader of the Pan tribe, Pong, asked the leader of the Ma tribe, Hun. This was the beginning of Pong's attempt to unite other small tribes. Hun Song, the leader of the Ma tribe, was so panicked these days when he learned that the people he sent out did not return to the tribe that he was too afraid to sleep and had no energy during the day. The woman Hui had no interest in looking for him, because he knew how powerful the Xia tribe was, and he knew that the Xia tribe had sent people to the Ji tribe, and that the female leader of the Ji tribe must have told the Xia tribe everything. What else can I do? I can only wait. Hun looked at the woman Hui again and said with a hint of complaint, If I had known this would cause trouble, I would not have sent anyone to the Xia tribe. I regret it now and know I was wrong. The woman said wisely, What's the point of regretting? It's not your fault. Whose fault is that? The woman you sent might have betrayed us after seeing how powerful the Xia tribe was. I was feeling depressed. What was the point of saying this at this time? I couldn't confront a woman. The Xia tribe came looking for me, and I just want to know what to do. Do they want me to move away? Pound and the woman's eyes lit up. In the past, they only thought about how to keep these small tribes in alliance, but now that there is a big crisis, they can let the small tribes join the Pan tribe. The woman Hui said, The cold has come. Where can you go? You might as well join a larger tribe. Hun was no fool. How could he not understand what she meant? But what could he do? He suddenly wondered if this was a trap set for him by the Pan tribe. Panic and anger washed over Hun, and he already harbored hatred for the Pan tribe members. This man is so mean. This woman is even meaner. The woman Hui Jianhun said nothing. She and Bang exchanged a glance and continued. Han, do you know the Bear tribe? Bear tribe? Never heard of it. The Bear tribe is stronger than the Summer tribe, and they decided to help the Pan tribe. What does the Pan tribe want to do? If the Xia tribe attacks the Pan tribe, the Xiong tribe will come to help. Han was amused. What did this have to do with the Ma tribe? The Xia tribe attacked the Ma tribe. Would the Pan tribe help them? The Xia tribe will not attack your Pan tribe, but only the Ma tribe. The woman saw that Hun still didn't understand what she meant, so she said clearly. The Ma tribe has joined the Pan tribe. If the Xia tribe attacks the Ma tribe, isn't that the same as attacking the Pan tribe? Joining the Pan tribe? I've never thought about it. Bang advised. This is an urgent matter. You'd better think about it. If the Xia tribe attacks the Ma tribe right away, what can you do? The woman Hui said. Han, if you join the Pan tribe, you will be my only man from now on. Han felt he had seen through this old woman's heart. Was she truly devoted to him? Was she simply exploiting him? Was she simply taking advantage of his youthful strength? He also knew some of Hui's peculiar interests. She would never live with just one man. Then let me think about it. I'm very confused. Han's heart was indeed in turmoil. He felt that he had seen through the treachery of Pong and the woman Hui. Pound said, Then you should think about it more. But hurry up, the Xia tribe might be on their way to the Ma tribe. The scene became quiet for a moment, and no one spoke. What good would joining the Pan tribe bring? He had already seen the Pan tribe's ill intentions. Joining the Pan tribe would only expose him to attack from the Xia tribe. It would be better to join the Xia tribe directly. This thought suddenly struck him, and he felt like he had found a way to resolve the crisis facing the Ma tribe. His heart was pounding. Pound was getting impatient and asked, Han, what do you think? Hun was furious. How could she rush him after such a short while? Now she was calling him by his name. Where was the respect for him? There was no benefit in joining the Pan tribe. He was a little unhappy when the woman called him by his name just now, and he was even more dissatisfied now. He said in a deep voice, You guys go ahead, I'll tell you after I think it through. Bang's expression suddenly darkened. Han, you only have two choices, join the Pan tribe or be attacked by the Xia tribe. I felt funny in my heart, and thought that I had found a third option. Bang and the woman Hui finally left the Ma tribe. Originally, Bang wanted the woman Hui to stay and talk to him, but Hun refused. Pound still has one important thing to do, which is to go to the bear tribe. Hun had already figured it out. He had been badly harmed by the Pan tribe, and he hated the Pan tribe even more. If you hate the Pan tribe, how can you possibly join them? Isn't that ridiculous? Rather than joining the Pan tribe and being attacked by the Xia tribe, it would be better to go to the leader of the Xia tribe in person to admit his mistake and then ask to join the Xia tribe. Xia tribe. Wang Wei received the leader of the Shan tribe and the Xia tribe. The tribes on the side of the mountain lived a very comfortable life during this period. Since the defeat of the Shani tribe, the small tribes in the area where the tribe was located on this side of the mountain, and the wild people who had wandered into the mountains, had heard of it. For a time, when they went out to exchange goods, they were highly respected by others. The tribe on this side of the mountain now has a population of over 100 people, all of whom were acquired through exchanges. This time, the leader of this tribe came to the Xia tribe to trade with some supplies and also brought news that a tribe in the Great Wilderness Mountain was going to hold a trade fair where all kinds of goods could be traded. Wang Wei had long had the idea of holding a trade fair, but it was something he wanted to do after the new city of the Xia tribe was built. He wanted to go to the trade fair, but considering that the northern D people might come to the Xia tribe in the next 2 days, he did not accept the leader's invitation to go with him. Shiyun, who was sitting next to him, said, "My lord, the fish tribe is also going to hold a trade fair. I heard that many tribes want to go." Wang Wei said, "That fisherwoman is indeed a capable person. She is really dedicated to expanding the fishing tribe. The fish tribe has formed alliances with many tribes in order to obtain more supplies. If they really hold a trade fair, I'm afraid it will affect us," Shiyun said, looking worried. "What impact?" "It affects us and prevents us from getting more supplies. They are all taken by the fish tribe." "That's right. They want to have something to gain before they hold a trade fair. It does affect us, but not significantly. We control the salt and pottery the fish tribe needs, so they need to get them from us. They can consolidate their goods and then trade them to the Xia tribe, saving us a lot of trouble. My only concern is that they have too many allies, and if anyone tries to sow discord among them, it would be detrimental to the Xia tribe. If it's really bad for the Xia tribe, what should we do? Then we'll defeat them. But we can't make enemies everywhere right now. The Xia tribe has too many enemies right now." Wang Wei asked again. "Can we get to the Yu tribe in half a day on horseback?" "It's fast on horseback, it won't take half a day." "When will their trading session begin?" "They are in the process of notifying the other tribes. I heard it will take 3 days. My king, the fish tribe hasn't notified us yet." "That's easy. If we go there, they'll be afraid that we'll steal their limelight and that our goods will be cheaper than theirs." "So that's how it is. Then are we still going to the trade fair?" "We'll go and take a look, but we won't trade." Shiyun was a little confused. Wang Wei wanted to see how big the trade fair organized by the fish tribe would be, how many people from other tribes would come to participate, what would be traded, etc. For the Xia tribe, the population of the Xia tribe is too large and what they need is food, any edible food. They can find a way to store the food until they get through the winter. Wang Wei said to the leader who was sitting on the side without saying anything. "Head, the Xia tribe can't go to the trade fair in the mountains, but when you go, be sure to pay attention to the supplies being traded. You can trade anything the Xia tribe doesn't have or is short of. The most important thing is food. A few days ago, the Xia tribe wanted the winter bamboo shoots, radishes, various mushrooms, and fruits I can't name from your mountains. I even need the radish leaves. The Xia tribe has a lot of livestock." "Your Majesty, I know. I will send someone to trade, and have those tribes send the goods to my tribe, and then transport them to the Xia tribe." "You don't have to transport it. I'll send someone to pick it up. The Xia tribe has mules that can transport it faster. It's best to use animals when you go out to trade. It's more efficient and reduces manpower." "Okay, I understand. Your Majesty, the Xia tribe can also hold a trade fair. I know the Xia tribe has an item called candles. If your Majesty takes it out for exchange, it will surely be popular with everyone." Wang Wei had once gifted the Shanbian tribe with a few candles, which had long since made the Shanbian tribe feel the wonder of the Xia tribe. They all believed that good things were all in the Xia tribe, and that the Xia tribe was blessed by heaven. They had also imagined that a god would come to the Shanbian tribe and help them build a strong tribe. Wang Wei chuckled and said, "There are very few candles right now, so we can't take them out for exchange. Things will get better next year." The leader naturally didn't understand what time next year would be. The Xia tribe's candle production is too small, mainly because there are too few ash trees. There are many ash trees on the other side of the river, but they cannot cross for the time being. Wang Wei began to ask the wax-making team to add more animal fat and less white wax to the white wax, thus reducing the amount of white wax used. Before the leader left the Xia tribe, Wang Wei also asked him to look for ash trees in the mountains. Wang Wei believed that there should be a lot of such trees. But it is winter now, and Wang Wei doesn't know if there are still any wax trees. Chapter 245, The Three of Us, Joining Siasa. In the evening, the winter sun began to slowly set, and the golden light began to dim. In the sky, the sunlight dyed the clouds into an orange-yellow color, like a beautiful oil painting. On the horizon, the sunlight connected the sky and the ground, forming a golden border. Wang Wei felt much better after seeing this beautiful scenery while standing on the city wall. The old man Yu, Rong Ma and Bai Ma who were standing with Wang Wei were also looking at the beautiful scenery, and couldn't help but admire it in their hearts. The three of them are now basically inseparable, eating and sleeping together, and living like gods in the Xia tribe. Who is the happiest person in the Xia tribe? The happiest person was undoubtedly Wang Wei. As the tribe's leader, he held the highest position and enjoyed exclusive possession of several beautiful young women. This was something primitive people could only envy, believing it was only accessible to those of great ability. However, without Wang Wei, the Xia tribe might still be a small, bullied tribe driven from its caves, its very existence questionable. After learning about the Xia tribe's past, the Xia people naturally showed even greater respect and affection for their great king. As the saying goes, love for the king extends to his wife, and his women also accepted the respect they received. The second happiest couple is Elder Yu, Nanny Rong, and Nanny Bai. They are now as loving and sweet as a couple from heaven, with no generation gap or arguments between them. Their love for each other is truly rare. Not only do they enjoy the ultimate bliss of life, but they are also living well into their old age. In primitive society, longevity was a difficult task, a dream for many. To live to old age, one must have a stable, strong, and prosperous tribe. Wonderful! The sunset is so spectacular. I'm afraid it's hard to see such a scene anywhere else. The old man Yu said. Your Majesty, we are truly blessed to live in a place like this, to be able to watch the sun go down in peace. Thank you so much for taking us in. What are you talking about? Without everyone's efforts, the Xia tribe wouldn't be doing so well. And Rong said. The Xia tribe has become so prosperous because of its king. Wang Wei felt embarrassed. And he said. The king is a god. He manages the tribe, protects the tribe, blesses all of us, and gives us the best life. The more Wang Wei listened, the more he felt that there was something going on between the three of them. Do you have something to tell me? The old man Yu smiled bitterly and said. The king is so smart, he knows everything. If you don't tell me, I won't know. And Rong spoke first. For my part, the king knows that Hu Zi is my father. After we told him last night, Hu Zi became naughty. He didn't talk to us all day today. We are very worried about him. So that's how it is. This incident has quite a big impact on him. I will try to persuade him. And he said. Hu Zi will definitely listen to the king. As long as the king persuades him, we will be relieved. Hey, what's going on? But for the stability and harmony of the Xia tribe, Wang Wei wants to help them. Li Hu is a little introverted, better than Xia Feng. Wang Wei believes that Li Hu will listen to him. Xia Jin, who is at the foot of the city, came running and said that Li Hu had captured several people and asked the king to go and interrogate them. Wang Wei said goodbye to the old lady Yu, Nanny Rong and Nanny Bai. He walked down the city wall, and Xia Jin led the way, heading straight to where the tiger was. When Hu was patrolling around the Xia tribe, he met a few people who claimed to be from the Ma tribe and wanted to see the king of the Xia tribe. Regarding the Ma tribe sending spies to the Xia tribe to gather information, Hu knew about it, and so did the entire hunting group. On the left side of the Xia tribe's gate, a duty room was built specifically for night patrol personnel to take a temporary rest. When Wang Wei entered the duty room, he saw several strangers, 5 of whom were men squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. There was another person standing there, very young, tall and thin, and he looked sick. Wang Wei's eyes lit up when he saw what he was wearing. He was wearing another layer underneath the animal skin, which looked like linen. The man's dress made him look like a leader, but he looked a little panicked. Hu said, Your Majesty, this man claims to be the leader of the Ma tribe. His name is Hun. Wang Wei was also a little surprised. He hadn't gone to cause trouble for the Ma tribe yet, but they came to them on their own. Oh, Chief Hun, what do you want from the Xia tribe? Are you here to take back those 2 people from your Ma tribe? From the moment Wang Wei entered the room, Hun realized that the Xia tribe leader was actually smaller and not as tall as him, but looked stronger. He had originally thought that the Xia tribe leader must be a tall and imposing man, but he didn't expect that his imagination was so different that he felt incredible. He shook his head, gave a bitter smile, then knelt directly in front of Wang Wei, still crying, and said in a trembling voice, I'm here to ask the king of the Xia tribe to spare my Ma tribe. My Ma tribe is willing to join the Xia tribe, and I beg the king of the Xia tribe to take us in. When the 5 people who were squatting on the ground saw their leader kneeling, they hurriedly knelt down as well. Wang Wei, Li Hu and other members of the hunting group did not expect that the leader of the Ma tribe would kneel so suddenly. Take him in? Why do you want to join the Xia tribe? Your Majesty should know that the woman, Ma, was sent by the Ma tribe. However, I was deceived by Hui, a woman from the Pan tribe. I don't want the people of the Ma tribe to be harmed, nor do I want to be threatened by Peng from the Pan tribe. I have no choice but to join the Xia tribe and ask them to protect us. You are honest, not as hypocritical as some people. After hearing this, Hun felt a little relieved and was no longer as afraid as he was at first. Do you know why I didn't deal with your hemp tribe? Have no idea. Because I already know that it is the Pan tribe that wants to deal with the Xia tribe, and your Ma tribe is just their scapegoat. Your Majesty is right. Bang from the Xia Pan tribe and his woman Hui threatened me, saying that the Ma tribe can only survive by joining the Pan tribe. I think joining the Pan tribe is worse than joining the Xia tribe. I've made a mistake once and don't want to make it again. So, the Pan tribe is looking for some smaller tribes. Are they planning to take on the Xia tribe? Yes, they told the small tribe that the Xia tribe was charging too much for salt. They also said they would find a larger bear tribe to help them obtain salt and pottery. This was the first time Wang Wei heard of the bear tribe. He asked several members of the hunting group, including Hu, but they all said they had never heard of it. Has the Pan tribe joined the bear tribe? I don't know yet. How far is the bear tribe from the Pan tribe? Hun knelt on the ground, sweat began to form on his forehead, and said nervously. I don't know either. Chief Hun, are you truly serious about joining the Xia tribe? Yes, the Ma tribe sincerely wants to join the Xia tribe. Very good, I agree that you join the Xia tribe. Come, both of you stand up, and we will talk while sitting down. Hun showed an incredible expression and looked up at Wang Wei. Wang Wei smiled and helped him up, saying, From now on, you will be members of the Xia tribe. No one can bully you. Then they sat and talked, and Hu poured them dandelion tea. Chief Hun. Hun said a little excitedly. My king, you can no longer call me Chief Hun. Then what should I call you? Your Majesty can call me Hun. Wang Wei nodded and said, Okay, since you've joined the Xia tribe, I'll give you your first mission. I wonder if you can complete it? What's the mission? It's simple. You just pretend to join the Pan tribe. Join the Pan tribe? Didn't I tell you? I'm just pretending to join. Does that mean I really join the Xia tribe, but pretend to join the Pan tribe? Yes, that's what I mean. Your Majesty, I don't quite understand. Just now I asked you, has the Pan tribe joined the Bear tribe? How far is it from the Pan tribe to the Bear tribe? You didn't know, so my mission is to help me figure it out. And also, find out which other tribes the Pan tribe has allied with. Han Swan understood his mission, and at this moment he was completely relieved. After joining the Xia tribe, the Ma tribe became a member of the Xia tribe. He then pretended to defect to the Pan tribe to obtain information, and let the Xia tribe eliminate the Pan tribe to eliminate the hatred in his heart. My king, I will complete your task. He stood up excitedly. Wang Wei also stood up and patted his shoulder. I'm waiting for your good news. Wang Wei then arranged for Xia Zhong, deputy leader of the Xia tribe's hunting group, to accompany Hun to join the Pan tribe, bringing Xia Xing and Xia Wang with him. He also changed Xia Zhong, Xia Xing, and Xia Wang's names to Zhong, Xing, and Wang. Wang Wei asked everyone in the room to keep it a secret, including Han Hui Ma tribe, and not to reveal it for the time being. He didn't want others to know that the Xia tribe had sent an undercover agent to the Pan tribe, as this was related to the undercover's life. Everyone naturally obeyed the order. After assigning Hun a task, Wang Wei also taught him how to be a good undercover agent. For example, he taught him not to panic when encountering something, but to observe people's expressions, adapt to the situation, grasp the details, and clear himself of suspicion. If others began to suspect him, he could direct the suspicion to other people. I don't know if they understood or not. Chapter 246, Sackcloth appears, suspicions cleared. The atmosphere in the room was harmonious, and Hun became like an obedient child. Hun put a roll of fur-wrapped stuff leaning against the wall on the table and said it was linen from the Ma tribe. Wang Wei was looking through a large roll of gray linen on the table, feeling extremely excited. When he saw Honey Eye's clothes before, he guessed that his underwear was probably made of linen. A few days ago, he also saw that Mr. Tao was wearing something similar, which was probably linen. Linen thus appeared in Wang Wei's life, which was of great significance to him. With the emergence of linen, the Xia tribe would gradually reduce its dependence on fur. There is no doubt that this might be the technology spread by previous time travelers, and perhaps there will be more things that he can't imagine. He agreed to let Hun join the Xia tribe for this reason. The Xia tribe, with its linen, no longer had to go through the hassle of searching for hemp and then making tools to make it. If the Ma tribe joined the Xia tribe, they would have avoided many detours. Your Majesty, I have a lot of linen right now, but I can't trade it. Do you know why? Wang Wei touched the rather rustic linen cloth. It was rough, with uneven seams, and there was much room for improvement. I guess this thing is useless in severe cold weather, and it doesn't keep you warm. Some people won't be used to it, and will feel uncomfortable. But in hot weather, many people will like it. Your Majesty, what you said first is correct, but the part about hot weather is wrong. Because it's too hot, many people like to be naked, both men and women. So we rarely planted hemp later. When we needed it, we went to the weaving tribe, hee. After listening to him, Wang Wei felt that what he said made sense. Now it was a primitive society, and people from the same tribe might not really care whether to wear clothes or not in hot weather. In addition, Xia had been to the weaving tribe, and he also said that the hemp tribe was going to steal their hemp, which caused the weaving tribe to hate the hemp tribe very much. So do the weaving tribes still grow hemp? They grow crops, and their linen is better. But they grow so much and can't exchange it, so their lives are hard. My tribe grows wild vegetables and sends people out hunting, so we live a better life. I've seen some tribes growing rice. Why don't you do it? It's not that we don't plant rice, it's that we can't plant it well. The weaving tribe is also planting rice, but they can't plant it well either. Wang Wei didn't know what he meant by per planting. Was it the soil? The lack of tools? Or the lack of good seeds? He thought it was time to visit the Ji tribe. They weren't good at growing rice, but growing hemp should be no problem. Others might have little demand for this, but his Xia tribe had a huge need. He looked at Hun. This person seemed simple, but in reality, he didn't know what was going on. So he asked, "How did you become the leader of the Ma tribe?" Hun didn't expect Wang Wei to ask him this, so he gave a brief explanation. The Ma tribe was named after the Chinese character for hemp. The Ma tribe and the Ji tribe lived very close to each other. Long ago, both tribes primarily cultivated hemp, made linen cloth, and traded it with other tribes. Eventually, both tribes declined and became increasingly impoverished. As the saying goes, poverty inspires change. The previous leader of the Ma tribe, also a woman, abandoned the hemp cultivation and planted only a portion for her own use. She mandated that everyone rely on hunting, planting, and gathering for their livelihoods. After her death, she passed the leadership to a young, resourceful man named Hun, rather than a woman. After becoming leader, Hun followed the previous leader's lead. He disliked going out and interacting with other tribes, preferring to hang out with women. This was his greatest benefit as leader. He was young and thought he was safe, especially after meeting Hui, a woman from the Pan tribe. Unexpectedly, his health deteriorated day by day. If he hadn't met the woman Hui, he might have lived his whole life hiding in a corner. Unexpectedly, he was dragged into a crisis by the Pan tribe. Wang Wei was satisfied with Hun's constant answer to his questions. Now that the Ma tribe had joined the Xia tribe, he no longer asked about Hun's past affairs and would only wait and see how he would perform in the future. Seeing that it was getting dark, Wang Wei asked Xiazhong, the deputy leader of Hunting Group 5, to take Hun and his men to eat and then arrange accommodation for them. Tomorrow morning, when Hun returns, he will carry out Wang Wei's task. After Hun left, Wang Wei sat down and drank dandelion tea. Looking at the linen in front of him and thinking of the weaving tribe, a smile appeared on his face. He had always wanted to replace his leather jacket. He had never dreamed of wearing fabrics like cotton and silk, but he had always been fantasizing about clothes made of linen. In fact, there's wild hemp in many places in the wilderness, but it is winter now, so Wang Wei cannot find the hemp he needs. Although the Xia tribe did not have hemp, the Xia tribe's weaving team, under Wang Wei's suggestion, made simple cloth with tree bark and rattan skin, but the effect was not good, and the salt-making team used it as a mesh to filter salt. Now that he discovered that there was a tribe making cloth from hemp, how could he not be happy? The tiger next to him was embarrassed to ask questions earlier, but now that he saw that the room was full of people from the Xia tribe, he asked, "My king, do you think that idiot is truly joining the Xia tribe?" Wang Wei said. "To be honest, I don't know either. After all, we never got to know him before, and I only learned something from Xia recently. I'm afraid he's pretending to join the Xia tribe in order to protect the Ma tribe." Wang Wei felt that this was possible, but things had to go according to his plan. "I don't know if he's serious about joining the Xia tribe, but since he's asked, I can't refuse. This is just to test his sincerity, so I sent him to the Pan tribe as a spy. If the information he conveyed is true, it means he truly wants to join the Xia tribe." "Your Majesty, this is a great idea. We'll just have to see how that hunt performs. But with Xiaozhong watching him, he won't pass on false information, right? Who said it wasn't? Let's wait first. Wang Wei had no other options, so he had to send Hun to the Pan tribe to gather information for the Xia tribe. Didn't the Pan tribe send people to the Xia tribe to gather information? He could do the same. This arrangement might be best for Hun. But Hu still had some questions, so he asked, My king, why don't we just attack the Pan tribe? My plan is to wait until the Xia tribe's walls are built before we take on the Pan tribe. But since you volunteered to join the Xia tribe, I have to find something for him to do. Once our walls are built, we'll have an insider to help us when we take on the Pan tribe. Isn't that better? Hu understood. Wang Wei did not attack the Pan tribe immediately because the Pan tribe had not yet shown any sin or evil to the Xia tribe, and had not yet caused any substantial harm or impact to the Xia tribe. The most important thing is to consider Shi Yun and the people of the Yuan-Shi tribe. Due to historical reasons, the relationship between the ordinary members of the Shi tribe and the Pan tribe is still very good. He is unable to, or has not found a good reason to take action. For example, many of the Pan tribe's members were born to women from the Shi tribe, and the Shi tribe's members were also largely born to women from the Pan tribe. Even Shi Yun was born to the female leader of the Pan tribe and the leader of the Shi tribe. Wang Wei knew that after Shi Yun joined the Xia tribe, he also had a difficult time dealing with the Pan tribe. Their relationship was often inseparable, waiting for an opportunity to change. The Pan tribe's affairs could be put aside for now. Wang Wei was now concerned about the linen that had appeared. The hemp tribe didn't have much hemp in stock, so the weaving tribe should have quite a bit, right? Wang Wei felt that he had to go to the weaving tribe in person. If it wasn't getting dark, he would have wanted to leave immediately, so he had to go tomorrow. He watched Hu about to leave and thought of the instructions given by Old Man Yu, Nanny Rong and Nanny Shi. Hu, wait a moment. The others go out and wait first. After the other members of Hunting Group 5 left, Wang Wei asked Hu to sit down and said, You know the relationship between Aunt Rong and you, right? Hu nodded. Wang Wei didn't know how to persuade him. I was the one who arranged their marriage. At that time, you and Xia Feng were in the tribe on this side of the mountain, so you didn't know the love between Rong Ma and you. The love between Ma and you deeply moved me. You can't accept them because you don't understand them yet. You should learn more about their past, which will help you see this matter more clearly. Your Majesty, I'm just not used to Madame Rong becoming my mother. You should be thankful that your mother and father are still alive and well, allowing you to know the truth. Otherwise, when you grow old, you will never understand it until you die. Now that the king has said this, I have no more worries. Wang Wei nodded. It seemed that Hu was a sensible person. During the time he spent in primitive society, according to his understanding, many primitive people did not attach much importance to the family concept before joining the Xia tribe. What they valued was the tribal life. But after living in the Xia tribe for a period of time, the concepts of getting married, marriage, parents, brothers, and relatives had already begun to emerge. During the regular meeting in the evening, Wang Wei quietly announced that the Ma tribe had joined the Xia tribe, and he asked everyone to keep it secret for the time being. Some people in the meeting guessed what he was going to do, but everyone said they would keep it confidential. Chapter 247, Making Underwear, New Ideas. Wang Wei whistled and walked towards the tribe carrying a roll of linen. When Foxy saw it, she snatched it away. My king, what is this? This is good stuff, sackcloth, have you heard of it? It will be of great use to us. What's the use? You can make clothes. Foxy had no doubts about it. She was in the stage of admiration for Wang Wei, and it was still going on, so she believed everything Wang Wei said. Can I wear it, my king? Of course, Maisie, can you make clothes? Foxy's face flushed. The leather coats she wore were never made by herself. They were all made for her by Madame Fox and the little fox. Hey, it doesn't matter if you don't know. Let's go find May. My king, am I stupid? Why do you say that? I don't know many. Everyone has their own strengths. You can't make clothes, but you can do other things. I can't make clothes either, so am I stupid too? Foxy smiled. This time, Wang Wei wanted to use linen to make a few sets of underwear. He had never worn this kind of clothing before. If it turned out well, he would promote it in the Xia tribe later. I also have to consider buying a few sets of clothes for the women in the cottage. I wonder if this roll of linen is enough? It is really difficult to travel back to primitive society and live there, having to worry about everything from food, clothing, housing and transportation. He asked Foxy to take the linen to the hut first, and then he went to the weaving team to get the tools. Ironware is no longer in short supply in the Xia tribe, and the ironwork team has been working overtime to forge tools. However, they have so many tools to make that they can't make them all at once. However, the weaving team still has the necessary items: scissors, a hard ruler, a soft ruler made of thread, a thimble, a thicker hand sewing needle, and special thread. The Xia tribe is now large in number, with women outnumbering men. Some of the more skillful women have been assigned to the weaving group, where they are busy making leather jackets with sleeves and leather pants with legs. When winter comes, Wang Wei doesn't allow people to wear leather skirts because they are not warm, so a large number of leather jackets, leather pants, and leather shoes need to be made. In short, every part of the body must be covered with leather to keep warm. When the city wall was built some time ago, there were very few people in the organization group. Now that the city wall is completed, there is no need for so many women to build the inner city, so they were assigned to each group. The weaving group has a large shed, and now there are candles in the tribe, so everyone can work at night. When Wang Wei went there, many people were working there. There are skilled women who specialize in teaching the unskilled ones, and they teach them step by step until they learn it well, and then they teach the next one. When all the women in the knitting group saw Wang Wei coming, they stood up and greeted him. Wang Wei also responded to everyone's greetings with a smile. He found Xia Yu, the leader of the knitting group, took his tools and left. In the cabin, several women were looking through the roll of linen. They knew that it was used to make clothes, but they didn't know what kind of clothes Wang Wei wanted to make. They were all very curious and looking forward to it. As soon as Wang Wei entered the room, he closed the door, making it seem very mysterious. Mei Xiao, light a few more candles. We're going to make shorts tonight. Fortunately, Wang Wei knew the styles of underwear, otherwise, even if the women researched it on their own, they would not be able to come up with a good solution. Mei said, Your Majesty, this linen can be used to bandage wounds. It is much better than animal skin. Yes, this linen is breathable. I hadn't thought of that problem yet. Wang Wei spread out the roll of linen, took out his tools, used a ruler to calculate the size, and then used scissors to cut it with a click. His skillful movements made the women think that he could make clothes. Su Xiaoxiao asked, Will our Xia tribe have more linen like this in the future? Wang Wei said, We will grow some in the future. The people of the Xia tribe will wear clothes like this, especially in hot weather. Hu Meizi asked, Where did you get this linen? Was it the man that Hu brought? Wang Wei smiled and said, It's really him. He's the leader of the hemp tribe. They used to be unable to trade their hemp, so now they rarely grow hemp and don't make linen cloth anymore. The hemp tribe doesn't grow hemp. Will our Xia tribe grow it ourselves in the future? No, they also need to grow hemp, because the hemp tribe has joined the Xia tribe. In the future, I will arrange for people to go there to grow hemp and then make it into linen cloth. The women in the room all smiled after hearing this. In their opinion, it was inevitable that the Xia tribe would get better and better under the leadership of Wang Wei. Li said, My lord, I've seen the hemp used for this linen cloth before. There's a lot of it in the Blackrock tribe. Some people use it to make ropes. Yes, this hemp can be made into rope, and it's very strong and durable. In fact, hemp can also be used to make paper. Everyone didn't know what paper was, so they all looked at him, waiting for his explanation. I originally wanted to make paper in the Xia tribe, but it's a big project, so I'd better prioritize the tribe's safety and come back to make paper later. Mei asked, What's the use of paper? So Wang Wei briefly introduced to them the uses of paper. When he talked about using paper to wipe the butt, several women wanted to force him to make it immediately. Wang Wei also wanted to make it, he also needed it, but it would take time. In fact, when he returned from the Blackrock tribe, he had already arranged for people to build 3 pools made of bricks and cement. This was because he was also testing the production of 2 types of paper, one for writing and the other for toilet paper. He actually knew the principles and raw materials used for writing paper, but he didn't know how to make toilet paper or what raw materials to use to make it softer and more absorbent. One of the pools has bamboo in it, and we don't know what's in the other 2. But now we know it can be hemp or bark. When I used to buy toilet paper, the most popular choice was wood pulp, with the packaging claiming it was 100% virgin pulp. I've also heard of making paper from rice straw and wheat straw. Unfortunately, the Xia tribe doesn't have either of these raw materials right now, and rice straw will have to wait until next year, which is too long. Wang Wei misunderstood the anxiety of the women in the room and said, This all takes time. Besides, you'll need paper tools. Don't worry, you'll have them. Foxy said, It would be strange if I weren't anxious. If the king hadn't mentioned the paper, no one would have known about it, and nothing would have happened. But now that everyone knows about such a good thing, they're eager to get it. Mei asked, I heard the king just say that toilet paper can replace the sanitary napkins of our Xia tribe, right? Wang Wei said, If it absorbs water well, it's okay to add a few % more padding. The woman suddenly became quiet, probably wondering what color and shape the toilet paper would be. Wang Wei sewed the cut linen together with a needle, and when it was finally done, he would test the effect. He had the boxers made to his own measurements, so he should be the one to try them on. Ask the women to turn their backs and tell them that I will give them a surprise after I put it on. The women were obedient, except Hua and Foxy, who turned around and looked at him before he had finished dressing. After Wang Wei put them on, he asked them to judge. No one could say anything. It seemed that they didn't know the benefits of these shorts. So Wang Wei told them the advantages of wearing this kind of shorts, such as reducing friction on leather pants, maintaining hygiene and health, and protecting privacy. After listening to what he said, the women all started to make things according to his style. Wang Wei would guide them from the side, or measure their waists and hips with a tape measure, and play around for a while. Until each of them made one, and then tried it on. But their shorts were obviously one size smaller, and not as loose as Wang Wei's. Wang Wei deliberately reduced their waist and hip sizes because he thought they would look better that way. However, the women were quite satisfied. They said that each of them should sew 2 more pieces for easy replacement. It was a little late in the evening, and the women in the knitting group who were working overtime stopped working and went back to rest. Meizi also wanted to leave, but was stopped by Wang Wei, who asked her to stay and said he wanted to sleep next to her tonight. Mei had no objection, and the other 3 women had even less objection. However, Foxy was very nervous, her face flushed and her eyes flickering. When sleeping, Wang Wei's claws are always restless. Because there were many people in the room, Foxy didn't dare to resist, and Li, who was sleeping on her right, winked at her. Foxy and Li should be more familiar with each other. When they went to the Black Rock tribe, they always slept with the king. Now Foxy knows about it, and it seems that Li has also been bullied by this annoying guy. Wang Wei told them he had come up with a new type of bra that could be worn on the upper body to protect the breasts, which would be especially beneficial for women. He described the new bra's shape and its advantages in detail. So they decided to make the upper body underwear tomorrow night. Wang Wei knew that once these things were made, the women of the Xia tribe would definitely like them. I'm afraid they have to thank their king again for making another good thing for them besides sanitary napkins. Chapter 248, Chatting, Shuyun pleads. The next morning, Wang Wei and Meizi were running together on the new city wall of Xia tribe, but before they had run 2 laps, Shuyun came up to the city wall to wait for him. I thought Shuyun came up to run too, but no, it was obvious that he had something to talk to him about. He immediately knew why Shuyun came and asked her to wait in the cabin. After running, Wang Wei and Meizi did strength training together. Meizi followed Wang Wei for several days and learned how to do push-ups, plank support, sit-ups, crunches, frog jumps, etc. Every time Foxy does strength training, I want to touch her bulging muscles when I see them. They feel really good and elastic. But looking at myself, I am still far behind. Wang Wei eats well now and has been adjusting his diet to combine meat and vegetables. The Xia tribe had reserves of beef, fish, shrimp, goat milk and breast milk, so he ate more high-protein foods. He also got enough sleep at night, but the sleep time might not have been enough. Although his height is better now than before, it still doesn't meet his own standards. However, he knows that this cannot be achieved hastily and requires perseverance. After all, he has only been training for a short time. After the exercise, both of them were sweating, and Wang Wei wanted to go back to take a shower. He asked Meizi, "Why don't you come and exercise?" "I cancelled the competition with her, and she became lazy." "Isn't that the reason?" "How did the king know?" Of course, Wang Wei knew that when they were training together after returning from the Blackstone tribe, Wang Wei's attitude towards Meizi and the way Meizi looked at Wang Wei were easy to spot. Wang Wei thought about it, perhaps because he didn't want to become a third party who was in the way and didn't know what to do. "She's afraid it will affect you and me." Foxy smiled slightly, with a shy blush on her face, but said, "No, something's wrong with her since we came back from the Blackrock tribe." Wang Wei still believed in Foxy's sixth sense. After all, they were together every day, so she couldn't tell what his mental state was. "So that's why you and Pa cancelled the wrestling match?" Foxy nodded. "Perhaps there is someone in the Blackrock tribe that she cares about." Wang Wei felt that Foxy's words made sense. If Pa was concerned about what happened to the Blackstone tribe, then logically, the Blackstone tribe should be happy that they were safe. Could she be worried about her father, the Blackstone tribe's powerful Shan Kui? Shan Kui had been injured. Li must have told Pa about it. Wang Wei figured out that Po's moodiness was temporary and wouldn't have much impact on the Xia tribe's development, so he stopped caring about it. At most, he asked Li to talk Pa down and cheer him up. The Xia tribe built a new bathroom for Wang Wei to take a bath, which was actually a large bathtub. Wang Wei sometimes takes a shower after exercising in the morning, and someone in the kitchen prepares hot water for him. Wang Wei wanted Humeizi to take a shower with him, but Humeizi escaped. It seemed that Humeizi still couldn't let go. After he finished washing up, he came out and saw Nanny Rome. Seeing the smile on her face, Wang Wei knew what was going on. Aunt Rome even came to thank him specially. "Madam Rome, did the tiger talk to you?" "Thank you, my king. He called me mother this morning." Wang Wei could see that she was really happy. Rome Mama's life had its ups and downs, but her lifelong affairs had been resolved when she was old. Now she had children and grandchildren, and all of them were born in the Xia tribe. She should be very satisfied and had no dissatisfaction. "That's wonderful. And Rome, I see you're getting younger and younger, like a little girl. You look so rosy. Is it your feather that's doing you a favor?" What he said softly to Aunt Rome made Aunt Rome blush and her heart beat faster. "Your Majesty is not serious. Don't say anything nonsense. We are fine, but not as good as you say." Aunt Rome was wondering if Wang Wei was eavesdropping again, and his predictions were so accurate. Wang Wei smiled and said, "Mammy, you must be careful not to give birth to another child at such an old age." Aunt Rome's face turned even redder, and she looked younger than before, and she even showed a shy expression. Alas, she can't stay here any longer. The king has no shame, but she still has some dignity. So Aunt Rome left happily. Wang Wei was unusually happy, and he also walked towards the cabin. There was only gravel and stone clouds in the hut. When Li saw Wang Wei coming back, she tied his hair and prepared breakfast for him. Wang Wei asked them to eat together and talk while they ate. "Tell me, what happened to you?" Shi Yun was not a polite person, since they were all familiar with each other, he said. "Your Majesty knows what I am going to say, and yet you asked me? How would I know if you don't tell me? You'd better tell me." Shi Yun put down the piece of beef he had picked up, slammed his chopsticks on the table, and said dissatisfiedly, "Are you pretending, my king?" Li, who was standing next to him, noticed something was wrong and said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, Sister Yun is referring to the Ma and Pan tribes." Wang Wei smiled secretly in his heart and said seriously, "Look, you told Li, but you didn't tell me, and you made me guess." Shi Yun was immediately choked by his words. "I'm telling you, keep it a secret. The Ma tribe has joined the Xia tribe, and they're also saying that a woman named Hui from the Pan tribe is behind this, instructing the Ma tribe leader to send people to gather information about the Xia tribe. Now you understand this is connected to the Pan tribe, right?" "My lord, I know that woman. Could she be the only one doing this evil thing?" Wang Wei laughed and said, "That's very possible." I wondered if Shi Yun was confused. No, was it because of that pound? Could it be that she was hiding something from Xia Feng and me? I know this is impossible. There must be something fishy about Pan tribe's leader Bang. My king, considering that the Pan tribe hasn't done any harm to the Xia tribe yet, I beg you to spare the Pan tribe. I can ignore them for now. Really? Shi Yun, I still keep my word. Wang Wei Ben didn't want to take action against the Pan tribe immediately, but Shi Yun asked him for help, which was a good favor. Your Majesty, the worst member of the Pan tribe is Bang. If you really want to deal with the Pan tribe, I don't ask your Majesty to let Bang go, I only ask your Majesty to let the others of the Pan tribe go. Wang Wei thought this was Shi Yun's reason for looking for him. She saw clearly that if the Xia tribe really wanted to attack other tribes, the casualties would be huge. She wanted to save the other members of the Pan tribe, but gave up saving Bang. Who is that Pound, and how did he become the chief? The leader of the Pan tribe was my mother, and Bang was her younger brother. My mother and my father were attacked by wild animals while out one day. They said it was a tiger, and neither of them survived. Later, I became the leader of the Shi tribe, and Bang became the leader of the Pan tribe. I was young at the time, and the Shi tribe was also having a hard time, so the Pan tribe also helped us. Bang said that when I grew up, I would have children with him. I didn't think much of it at the time, so I just waited to grow up. Later, I met Xia Feng and met the king. The king forced me to join the Xia tribe. Shi Yun, even though I asked you to join the Xia tribe, it's because you like Xia Feng, and Xia Feng likes you too. Shi Yun smiled and said, I guess so. Wang Wei finally figured out the relationship between Shi Yun and the Bang from the Pan tribe. As far as Wang Wei knew, the Bang was Shi Yun's uncle. It's just that in the primitive era that Wang Wei lived in, there was no such term, so there were no ethical concerns or restrictions on the union of men and women, which means that they had not yet recognized the blood relationship. This is actually the problem that Wang Wei has to face. If he wants to establish a civilized system, he must help the Xia tribe people sort out their blood relationships. He thought of a good nursery rhyme, something like, what's Daddy's dad's name? Daddy's dad's name is Grandpa. So Wang Wei secretly added a new task to himself. Back to the topic, since that Bang is Shi Yun's uncle, Wang Wei decided to let him go as long as he has not harmed the Xia tribe yet, which can be regarded as an explanation to Shiyun. But if he did something bad to the Xia tribe or did something unforgivable, there would be nothing to say. Wang Wei told Shiyun the bottom line of the Xia tribe: no one can break it, otherwise they will be killed. Shiyun also knew Wang Wei's decision and had given her enough face. Although he agreed to Shiyun, he still had to send an undercover agent to the Pan tribe because he could trust Shiyun, but he would never trust the leader of another tribe, especially an ambitious leader. What will the future hold for the Pan tribe? It all depends on how they act. Chapter 249, Weaving Tribe, Ordering Linen. Wang Wei considers himself to be a reasonable person who is willing to listen to opinions. He still tries his best to listen to and consider the opinions of the people in his tribe, and he will adopt reasonable ones. Perhaps due to his personality, he was not yet capable of being arbitrary, self-willed, or overbearing. He knew that one person's power was limited, and he needed help, the collective strength and wisdom of the people, so that the Xia tribe could move forward more steadily and further. On the way to the Ji tribe, Wang Wei was followed by Hunting Group 2 and Hunting Group 5, with the leader of Hunting Group 5 being Hu. Their group, including Wang Wei, excluding Xia Zhong, Xia Xing and Xia Wang who were sent undercover from Group 5, totaled 18 people, riding the Xia tribe's horses towards the Ji tribe. The Ji tribe is not far from the Xia tribe and can be reached in about 2 hours by horseback. They didn't bring much salt and pottery with them when they went to trade this time, but they did bring a lot of food. After hearing Hun, who had defected to the Xia tribe, say that the Ji tribe was having a hard time, Wang Wei decided to go to the Ji tribe to exchange food. Riding on horseback, Wang Wei felt that wearing linen shorts was much better. Also, because the Xia tribe's saddles were constantly being improved, riding a horse was more stable and comfortable. When they arrived at the Weaving tribe, they found the Weaving tribe members pulling radishes from a patch of grass outside the cave. There was as much grass as there were radishes. They also saw a lot of hemp skins drying in the sun, which were the raw materials for making linen cloth. When the people of the Ji tribe saw Wang Wei and others coming on horseback, they were so scared that they ran towards their tribe one by one. Wang Wei suddenly felt that he had come here rashly, and should have sent someone to inform them first. He thought that his group of people were all men, and they were holding iron spears and longbows. They looked like ferocious barbarians, so it was normal for the people of the Ji tribe to be afraid of them. Under normal circumstances, he might have offered some explanation, but now he could only pretend to ignore the situation and let the terrified Weaving tribe flee. After their panic subsided, Wang Wei would talk to them properly. Sure enough, after a panic among the people of the Ji tribe, they found that Wang Wei and others were riding on their horses and not moving, letting the horses eat the radishes in the field. The people of the Weaving tribe wanted to get angry when they saw the animals eating their food. Finally, they could no longer bear to see the animals spoil their food. They emerged from the caves and thatched huts where they had been hiding. A middle-aged woman shouted, "Who are you? What brings you to the Weaving tribe?" So in this situation, Wang Wei met the female leader of the Ji tribe. The female leader of the Weaving tribe calls herself Weaving Woman. Every leader of the Weaving tribe is called by this name. Wang Wei understands that their names are similar to official titles. People can change, but the responsibilities and titles of the leaders remain the same. After everyone announced their identities, they explained their purpose to the Weaver Woman. They also had the hunting team dismount and lead their horses away from the radish field. The people of the Ji tribe were still hostile to the arrival of Wang Wei and others, or were in a state of distrust. Wang Wei showed an innocent smile. "Piji, do you know Xiai?" "Xiai? I remember him saying he was from the Xia tribe, and he said he was looking for the Ma tribe," Wang Wei said. "We are also from the Xia tribe. Sorry, we came too hastily and scared you." The Weaver Woman seemed to have noticed something. They were all wearing the same clothes. "Are you also from the Xia tribe? I've already said something about women's numbness. What else do you want to ask us?" "Xiai came to ask, but gave us a jar of salt. If you want to ask me, well, you can do it yourself." I didn't expect Xiai to be so generous during his last investigation, but it was worth it to get some information. Well, since Xiai started it, he won't be stingy. He asked Hu to take out a jar of salt and give it to the Weaver Woman. Wang Wei saw that the Weaver Woman's hands were shaking when she took the salt jar. She knew the value and preciousness of this thing. The Weaver opened the cork, poured out a little white salt, put it in her mouth and tried it, and a smile suddenly bloomed on her face. "Piji, this is the most precious salt of the Xia tribe. It has the same recipe and tastes the same. I guarantee it won't go wrong." The Weaver handed the salt jar to her tribesman and said, "Ask." Wang Wei then said, "I'm not here to find the hemp tribe this time, but your Weaving tribe. I want to exchange your Weaving tribe's linen." To exchange for linen, but my weaving tribe has run out of it. Wang Wei was puzzled. Han said the weaving tribe had so much linen, so how could there be none? Could one of them be lying to me? What do you mean by no? No means no. Wang Wei thought. The weaver woman just said it was gone. So how could it be gone if it was there originally? Was it exchanged? How come it's gone? They were all traded away, and the weaving tribe is now out of linen. Who's going to make the exchange? Even if I tell you, you won't know. Do the Pan tribe know? When Wang Wei heard it was the Pan tribe, his heart skipped a beat. Why did the Pan tribe exchange linen? Did they also make linen clothes? He was obviously angry, but he suppressed his anger and said, Was it the Pan tribe's leader, Pound, who came to exchange it? You'd better explain clearly and don't hide anything. The weaver woman was quite impatient, but when she heard Wang Wei's obviously angry tone, she suddenly became sober and decided not to provoke these people and let them leave the weaving tribe as soon as possible. So, she told him the whole story of Pan tribe's intention to come to the weaving tribe. It turned out that Hui, a woman from the Pan tribe, had approached the Ji tribe and offered to trade food for linen to help them survive the severe cold. The Ji tribe had never traded linen in such a cold winter, so they were surprised to find someone offering to trade. So, they happily offered their stored linen to the Pan tribe. Paji, have you ever known the Pan tribe? I don't know them. When they came, they said they knew about the Ji tribe through the Hemp tribe. Wang Wei knew that the woman Ma was from the weaving tribe, and it was not surprising that they learned about the weaving tribe through the Ma tribe. The Pan tribe wouldn't be so kind as to exchange your linen. Did they mention to you that the Ji tribe could join the Pan tribe? No, they said there's a Xia tribe with lots of salt and pottery, and they asked if we wanted some. They said the Xia tribe's salt and pottery belonged to all the tribes in the wasteland and shouldn't be exchanged. They also told us not to trade food. Hey, you're the Xia tribe, are they talking about you? Yes, the salt you eat is produced by my Xia tribe. Did they really tell you not to exchange food for salt and pottery from the Xia tribe? The weaver woman nodded. As Wang Wei and the weaver woman continued to ask questions, he learned that Hui, the woman from the Pan tribe, was looking for more small tribes, perhaps using the same rhetoric she used on the weaver tribe. Wang Wei thought this matter was definitely not simple. The Pan tribe was trying to win over the Ji tribe. It was obvious that they were trying to form an alliance to deal with the Xia tribe. The intentions of the Pan tribe are becoming more and more obvious, and they are waiting for news from Xia Zhong. He remembered that he had told Shiyun in the morning that he would spare the Pan tribe for her sake. Could this be forgiven? Wang Wei also asked the Ji tribe about hemp cultivation, but was told they no longer planned to plant it. He fell silent. The Ji tribe hunted and grew wild vegetables just to survive. How could this be possible? Wang Wei asked the Ji tribe to continue growing hemp and weaving linen. He said all the linen from the Ji tribe could be given to the Xia tribe, who would then provide them with salt, pottery, and even food. This time, Wang Wei handed over part of the food and pottery he brought to the weaving tribe in advance, saying that it was a reservation for their linen, so that they could continue to weave the remaining linen into linen. This shocked the weaver lady and the people of the weaving tribe. They thought that the man from the Xia tribe was a big fool. How could he do this? Of course, the weavers of the weaving tribe agreed, and they were very happy to do so. It seemed that they didn't want to lose the traditional craft of weaving. When they returned to the Xia tribe, the hunting group saw that Wang Wei was in a bad mood. Xia Feng said, My king, the Pan tribe has evil intentions. We cannot let them continue like this. Wang Wei said, I know. Then what should we do? Asked Hu. Let's leave it at that for now, and see what else the Pan tribe can come up with. Xia Feng thought of Shiyun in his heart. He believed that it was Shiyun's joining the Xia tribe that made the leader of the Pan tribe dissatisfied with the Xia tribe. Now the king is unable to deal with the Pan tribe because of Shiyun, which puts the king in a difficult position. Chapter 250, Lord Xia, a new threat. Return to the tribe. Before Wang Wei could drink the water, someone came to report that the savages on the other side of the river were shouting again. 7 days have passed since Mr. Tao left last time. It seems he is here to collect the pottery. On the other side of the river, Wang Wei saw Di Fu and Lord Tao again. Perhaps it was too cold, so Lord Tao was now covered in a whole piece of animal skin. It looked like a tiger skin. The tiger fur was outside, wrapping him tightly, giving him a majestic look. Wang Wei saw him dressed like this, but he didn't find it warm, as the tiger skin had no cotton or other hair filling inside. His lower legs were still bare, perhaps still wearing a leather skirt. He did wear simple animal hide shoes, but they didn't look as good as the ones worn by the Xia tribe. He stood on the riverbed while Wang Wei stood on the bamboo raft. It's cold in winter and windy, so it's really uncomfortable to stand like this. After both sides saluted, Mr. Tao's face flushed with a smile as he said, King of the Xia tribe, you are so happy. Wang Wei was puzzled and asked. What's the good news? You're pregnant. What? I'm pregnant? How come I didn't know? Mr. Tao explained. The chieftain of the Northern D tribe has named the king of the Xia tribe Lord Xia, and from now on he will make pottery specifically for the chieftain. Wang Wei was shocked. What was going on? Wait, how did I become Lord Xia? Who gave me the title? Of course it's the Northern D leader, Lord Tiankui, who is in charge of governing the region and controls all things under his jurisdiction. Wang Wei suddenly felt dazed and his head was buzzing. The more information he received, the more he wondered if the world he'd traveled to was still primitive society. If it was, why were there all this mess? This could only mean that the previous traveler had left a profound influence on this world, creating some kind of civilization. You mean I still have to listen to that big chief? Why should I listen to him? Is he giving me food or people? The great chief has named you master, and you're still not satisfied? I am the king of the Xia tribe. I don't care if he calls me sir. Go back and tell him that the Xia tribe doesn't accept titles from outsiders. Lord Tao's expression changed immediately. How dare you? You still want to be king? How dare a small tribe disobey the order of the great leader? Wang Wei could roughly guess that the chief was probably a local lord, or a powerful noble who held great power. He thought he was powerful enough to look down on everything and give orders to those small tribes. Speaking of strength, Wang Wei had never seen the Northern D people's strength. Those barbarians? What advantages did they have besides their numbers? The barbarians weren't tall, not all of them were strong, and certainly not very smart. If the Northern D relied on the barbarians to attack the Xia tribe, he wouldn't be afraid, given the Xia tribe's protection by its walls. So Wang Wei was not afraid of his threat and said, Why are you saying so much? Do you still need the pottery of the Xia tribe? Please don't ask for it back. Of course we need it. Please hand it over quickly, Master Xia. There is no Lord Xia here, please call me king. Lord Tao's face was red and his neck was thick. He held the short sword at his waist, tightening and loosening it. It looked like he wanted to get on the bamboo raft and fight Wang Wei to the death. Perhaps he saw the tall Xia Feng and Lai Hu closely guarding Wang Wei, so he did not dare to draw his sword. Wang Wei saw that his short sword was indeed made of copper, and he already understood the stage at which the weapons and tools of the Northern D people were. You are too arrogant and rude. I will report this to the chief when I get back. After saying this, he threw away the tiger skin he was wearing, and everyone saw the animal skin coat and leather skirt he was wearing under the tiger skin. The underground cultivator had been silent just now, but when he saw Lord Tao leaving, he wanted to follow him. Wang Wei called him and asked, Difu, last time I asked you to go back and find out about the Beatty people, did you do that? What? Last time you mentioned that the Northern D were gathering people. What did they want to do? I heard they were going east to find the Dongi people, and they had a conflict. Wang Wei's heart was pounding. Another Dongi person had appeared. What did this mean? The Dongi people were the enemies of the Beatty. This was definitely good news. He had a vague feeling that something new was happening in the world. This primitive society is not such a simple primitive society. I thought they were all stupid primitive people, so I bullied them and hunted when I had nothing to do. Then I built my own castle, raised livestock and planted crops, and then spent my life hugging beautiful women. But at this moment he realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. There was a complex social structure here, but he just didn't know it yet. However, he quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice, Have the Northern D already started a war with the Eastern E? Start a war? They haven't set out yet. So slow? Won't that take a long time? It's mainly because it's too cold and we have to wait until the severe cold passes. Wang Wei thought about it and realized who would go to war in winter. If they weren't going to attack the Dongi people, why would they gather their forces? Have the Northern D dispersed the assembled people again? They haven't disbanded yet. I heard they're going to build a city. Those who have gathered are going to build a palace or something. Isn't this a waste of money and manpower? Wait, a palace? Could it be that the Northern D people have someone who can be emperor? The Northern D people have an emperor? I've never heard of anyone being called the emperor. They're all called the Great Chief. Fortunately, it was not what Wang Wei thought. This was still a primitive society. Later, when Wang Wei was about to ask the Beatty people whether they planted grains, etc., Lord Tao came over again. He said, Siada. Wang, how are the pottery you prepared? Wang Wei laughed and said, Please wait a moment, sir. We are still preparing. I would like to ask you, sir. My Xia tribe lives here, but we have never heard of the Northern D chieftain. Why did the Northern D chieftain incorporate this area into his territory? How did the people living here become his subjects? Mr. Tao said. Well, there are actually two reasons. One is that the Northern D leader is very benevolent and righteous. Seeing the people in need, he provides aid and protection. The second reason is that the Northern D leader has been called a god, and it is rumored that he is the reincarnation of an ancient sage, possessing immeasurable merits. Wang Wei wondered if the great chieftain was also a time traveler. Thinking about it, it was indeed possible. He could make bronzeware, fire pottery, and even command so many primitive people. The Beichang city you mentioned last time is where the great leader lives. Exactly. How many people live in Beichang city? There are only tens of millions of people. The common people live outside the city. When King Xia goes to live in Beichang city, the chieftain will probably give you a place to live. It will be better than living in a cave. Wang Wei wasn't sure how many people he was referring to. A tribe of 1,000 was considered medium-sized, but from his tone, it was probably a large tribe of 10,000. And then there were the common people, so there should be a lot of them too. Although they were primitive, Wang Wei believed they had been influenced by the time travelers. Although none of them could read, they still had a certain level of civilization. What is a residence? He asked deliberately. Oh, it's a house built of stones with a roof of grass. There's a yard in front and a pond in the back. It's quite spacious. So this is what the residence looks like. It's quite nice. Lord Tao thought Wang Wei was moved and said, If King Xia is willing to present the pottery method to the great chief, he will surely be highly valued by the great chief. Wang Wei shook his head and said, The pottery of our Xia tribe can only be exchanged to ensure that our people have enough food. If we lose it, the Xia people will not be able to survive and go to the great wasteland. Lord Tao knew that he couldn't persuade Wang Wei, so he stopped talking. Wang Wei didn't dare to ask any more questions, and the bamboo raft returned to the shore on the Xia tribe's side. Xia Feng asked, Your Majesty, is there any difference between that Beichang city and the one we built? I don't know either, but this is a good thing. They're building a palace, so they won't have time to deal with us. Just give them pottery to keep them stable. We can continue to develop our Xia tribe. The Xia tribe still needs some time, and everyone will only be safe if they live within the city walls. Lai Hu asked, Do the Northern D people also know that we are building the city wall? Wang Wei looked at the woods on the river bank and said, They probably don't know yet. They know we are making bricks and cutting wood, but they definitely don't know we are building a city. Xia Feng said. Before the king arrived, that baby man pointed toward the brick-making area. It's okay if he finds out. He'll just think we're making pottery, so don't worry about it. This time, Your Majesty has rejected the Northern D people. I wonder if they will attack the Xia tribe? Since they still accept our pottery, they won't for now. Even though he thought so, Wang Wei was still worried, even though his intuition told him not to. The current situation is that if the Xia tribe does not surrender to the Northern D people, it will always face the danger of the powerful Northern D people. In addition, the small tribes surrounding the Xia tribe are also provoking, and Wang Wei needs to deal with them first. He needs to make preparations, such as training an army first. If there are too few people, then train some of them first. Chapter 251, Warfare, House and Construction. Training a professional armed force can enhance the tribe's armed strength, and also deal with external enemies. Now, in addition to the female logistics team, the Xia tribe also has 7 hunting teams with a total of 70 men who can be trained. After these 70 people are trained, they will be made coaches to train other tribesmen. There is no other way to not train other tribesmen now, because they still have to build the inner city of the Xia tribe. Wang Wei could only advance the army's construction and training plans. The crisis that the Xia tribe is facing now is like a war. We must seize the time and not waste a moment. Xia Feng, did Xia Dazui go to the herding village? Yes, my king. He said that Xia Yi has exchanged for more than 30 horses. He will take hunting groups 1 and 7 this time and will be back today. Very good. After we return, all members of the hunting team will hold a meeting. Also, we need to find a flat area, preferably one without any other tribes nearby. I think the Hot Spring Valley is a good place. There's a large grassland there. You should build a stable and level the grass first. What is the king going to do? Wang Wei smiled and said, I want to train you. Training? How else can we train? Just wait and do as I say. After Xia Feng left, Wang Wei said to Hu, How big and long a log can you carry, Hu? I haven't tried this yet. I can run while carrying an adult. Wang Wei guessed it was no more than 120 or 130 kilograms, which was not bad. He saw that Hu was tall and should be able to carry a heavier log. You take your men to the logging crew to get tools. You need to cut down trees with a diameter of 15 centimeters and logs that are 1.5 meters long. You need to polish them smooth. You need 70 such logs in total. Who didn't ask what these were for. He took the hunting group 5 and left. Wang Wei's military training is based on modern military training methods, as this is the most efficient and effective training method, focusing on basic training, physical training, and military coordination training. Taking into account the current characteristics of primitive people, Wang Wei tried to reduce basic training subjects, increase physical training, and focus on training team cooperation. He planned basic training to include lining up, standing at attention, marching in step, running, marching, stopping, and midnight marches. This was simple enough. He only needed the Xia tribe soldiers to stand straight, walk steadily, and follow orders. But it was also quite difficult. Simple movements like standing at attention would be mechanically repeated countless times. Physical training is designed to strengthen the body and test endurance. It includes double fist push-ups, a 400-meter obstacle course, a 3 km cross-country race, a 5 km run, 20 frog jumps, 100 squats, a 50 duck walk, and sit-ups. Military coordination training is to work together to complete a certain training and strengthen coordination, such as tug-of-war, 100-meter dash, etc. Finally, there's spear, tame shield, archery, and horsemanship training. Later, training with spears, long-handled broadswords, axes, and hammers will be added. Since the hunting team uses tame shields and iron spears for a long time, their training is routinely practiced. Archery and horsemanship are individualized, and Wang Wei will also train those with archery skills. Since these are the only subjects of weapons training at present, the existing hunting groups need to be disrupted and redivided into military types, such as infantry and cavalry. Infantry needs to fight in close quarters and capture cities. The missions are diverse, exploring new lands, suppressing rebellions, and guarding important cities. They can even participate in engineering construction, widening land roads, repairing important roads, and building castles. Light cavalry's greatest strengths were its speed and mobility. Therefore, on the battlefield, they were primarily used for flanking attacks, outflanking, penetration, and reconnaissance. They also served as explorers and information carriers. If you think about it this way, the Xia tribe had horses, so they could form a cavalry, and even the infantry had horses, which would make them more mobile. Wang Wei plans to assign troops to different types of positions based on their individual characteristics during subsequent training, but the basic training, physical training, and teamwork training will also need to be carried out. With a plan and a clear mind, you won't be too panicked. Chao Ming came when Wang Wei was building the military training blueprint for the Xia tribe. He encountered problems with sewer drainage and other aspects of the newly built city. Wang Wei's plan for the new city is to drain sewage, rainwater, and washing water into the moat through the sewers. The water in the moat will flow upstream and downstream of the Yong'an River, making the water there active. The feces in the city had to be collected and taken out of the city to a fixed place every day to be used as compost in preparation for the Xia tribe's agriculture. Chao Ming's idea is that everyone should discharge their waste into the sewer. Wang Wei disagrees. In hot weather, mosquitoes are more likely to appear, the smell is bad, and people may even get sick due to poor hygiene. He also went to the construction site in the city to check. They were currently building houses and canteen warehouses, and the foundation had already been completed. In addition, trenches for the sewers are being dug and bricks are being laid. There are more than a dozen toilets in the city, of varying sizes, all dry. The cesspools are made of cement and bricks and are waterproofed. Because wells will also be dug within the city, safety and sanitation must be ensured. Before the construction of the new city, Wang Wei made some adjustments to the previous plan. For example, the courtyard house he built had major adjustments. It now has a dedicated kitchen, warehouse, toilet, bathroom, hall, dining room, etc. The area and rooms of the courtyard house have been increased. In addition, 7 or 8 courtyard houses were built. Although they were much smaller, they had some basic functions. They were prepared for people with great achievements. Everything that is necessary should be built in the city, such as barracks, small hospitals, government offices, special meeting rooms, schools, workshops, warehouses, animal pens, etc. The barracks planned for the hunting team within the city will be converted into military camps in the future. The barracks will occupy a small area and will primarily be used to store weapons and house soldiers defending the city. The housing will feature large bunk beds, with 10 people sleeping in each room, accommodating approximately 100 people. Currently, this is the total number of regular armed personnel in the Xia tribe. Future expansion will likely involve building a camp outside the city. The small hospital is a comprehensive place for the Xia tribe that integrates research, medical treatment, and hospitalization. The Yamen was where Wang Wei worked for those in public office in the Xia tribe. Like Wang Wei himself, he didn't have a permanent office and moved around a lot all day. With the Xiao tribe undergoing major construction, he could offer guidance wherever he went. When things weren't busy, he and the others needed a permanent place to work. The dedicated meeting room was also located inside the government office, next to the office. It had a large podium at the top, which was where Wang Wei would hold meetings, and rows of seats below. The school is a very important teaching area for the Xiao tribe and will cultivate talents for the Xiao tribe. Since the city is not big, brick and pottery making are all outside the city. When there is time in the future, these places can be enclosed with walls. The workshops in the city still retain the ironworks and carpentry workshops. The ironworks is very important. The Xiao tribe's ability to forge weapons and tools must be kept secret. The woodworking workshop is also quite important. In addition to the production of conventional furniture, Wang Wei's new weapons, such as bows and crossbows, will also need to be produced in secret. The animals that are frequently used here are horse pens and stables. Other animals are usually raised outside the city and are only moved into the city in emergencies. Construction of the inner city has been underway for 2 days and several houses have been built. Wang Wei came to one of the rooms and saw the technical workers of the Xiao tribe leading people to build a kong. This kong was built based on Wang Wei's yellow mud model. The kong, a fire pit, stretched along the wall, was 2 meters wide and took up half the room. It was built with bricks. Since there was no rebar, Wang Wei had to use cement bricks, 80 centimeters long and wide. He laid bricks every 70 centimeters inside the kong, leaving a 20 centimeters gap at the far end. He then laid bricks again, 70 centimeters apart, starting from the gap and leaving another gap on the other side. He placed cement bricks between the 2 bricks until the kong was completely covered. Finally, he smoothed the entire surface with cement. The walls and floors of such houses will eventually be smoothed with cement, and the walls will be whitewashed with lime. Wang Wei watched their operations for a while and found that there was no problem. They were all doing it strictly according to his requirements. The bricklaying tools they used were all crafted by the carpentry and ironwork teams at Wang Wei's request. The trowels they used were made of wood. The bricklaying knives were made of iron. The mortar support boards were also made of wood. There was also a plumb bob, a tool used for vertical control. It was made of iron and had a conical shape. The plumb bob was used to drop down and serve as a reference for verticality. They also made wooden rulers of various lengths and sizes, each engraved with precise measurements. He went to the other side of the room, which was a small room where wood would be stored. This room had a special stove for heating the kong, which was connected to the kong next door. A clay pot was installed on the stove to boil water for washing feet and face. On the other side of the kong, this is the smoke outlet. After a careful examination, he discussed some details with Chao Zhen Chao Ming until dark. Chapter 252, In the Hut, the Serious Tribe. In the evening, the Xiao tribe held a meeting. Chao Zhen Chao Ming reported on the construction of the inner city of the Xiao tribe. Wang Wei also focused on the greed and threats posed by the northern Gi people today. It was precisely because of this that the Xiao tribe needed to establish a professional armed force and train an invincible army. Many people at the meeting heard this term for the first time. Wang Wei explained it to them and explained the benefits of building such an army. Wang Wei also wanted to have the grassroots establish 2 dedicated night watch groups, each with 10 people, to replace the hunting team at night. He wanted to train the hunting team, so he had to ensure they got enough sleep. At the end of the meeting, he said that he would go to the fish tribe to attend a trade conference in the next 2 days, which would take about a day to learn about the situation of the tribes surrounding the fish tribe. No one objected. Shirda, however, said that he had visited the Yu tribe 2 days earlier, and the Yu tribe leader, Yu Pa, had discussed some matters concerning the Yu tribe, which also involved the Xiao tribe. It turned out that the son of the former Yu tribe leader had been colluding with outsiders to interfere in transactions between the Yu and Xiao tribes. As a result, Yu Pa was no longer able to fully control the Yu tribe and was subject to many restrictions. In response to the sabotage caused by the son of the former chief of the fish tribe, the hunting team members said they would get rid of him. Wang Wei said he would deal with it after arriving at the fish tribe. After the meeting, he specifically asked everyone in the hunting team, including the women's logistics team, to hold another meeting together. Discuss his military training program, etc. Since the members of the hunting group were all young, they all expressed their desire to receive training after learning that the Xiao tribe was threatened by the surrounding tribes and the northern Gi people. Wang Wei's plan was to go hunting in the morning and train in the afternoon and evening. Everyone agreed except Foxy, who was still a little dissatisfied. After the meeting, Wang Wei and Foxy walked towards the cabin together. Foxy ignored him, and Wang Wei knew that she was unhappy with his arrangements during the meeting. She felt it was unfair for her to have the hunting team train without her female logistics team. Wang Wei had no choice but to appease her, agreeing that she could come to the training alone, and after she learned, she could teach the other women in the female logistics team. because during the hunting team training, the female logistics team was also responsible for patrolling around the Xia tribe. Fortunately, Foxy finally gave in after being comforted by Wang Wei. Tonight, a truly earth-shattering event was about to take place in the cabin, the production of upper underwear that Wang Wei had mentioned last night. He had extolled the virtues of upper underwear, making the women in the cabin itch, especially Mei and Hu Meizi. Their breasts are relatively full, much fuller than Wang Wei imagined. Perhaps because they are so large, they tend to sag, which is also a big problem. Wang Wei solved their problems, and was naturally welcomed by them. The foxy girl who was angry just now was now smiling. Fortunately, Wang Wei has a deep impression of special things, and his curious and inquisitive spirit gave him the opportunity to create underwear for several women. He took advantage of women a lot when measuring their sizes, making women love and hate him. Although it is roughly made, it provides certain support to special parts, and can also play a tightening role. This time, Wang Wei used linen and smooth and soft leather. He made the shape and asked several women in the house to improve it. Due to their different sizes, they almost all need to be customized. At first, everyone was trying to figure out how to make it, but later they had to rely on themselves and then promote the underwear. Mei suggested setting up a group of women to specialize in making women's products. Wang Wei naturally agreed. Several people worked excitedly until midnight until everything was completed. Have a good night. In the morning, the cold air came in through the cracks. After Wang Wei woke up, he did not move and held Foxy tightly in his arms. I slept too late last night and left Hu Meizi in the cabin for one night, making her feel pampered. Because it was so cold, it was foggy outside. Wang Wei really didn't want to get up, but considering his physical condition, he had to exercise, so he had to grit his teeth and get up. People need a spirit to overcome their own shortcomings and weaknesses. Although we cannot choose where we are born, we can choose the path we take in life. Wang Wei had to make a choice. He felt that he should give himself a motto, and he finally came up with these two sentences. The women in the room didn't know what he was muttering about, and they looked at him curiously, as if waiting for him to explain. Don't look at me so strangely. I'm just trying to find a reason to get up. It's so cold outside and it's hard for me to get up. Mei said. Then you take a day off. Foxy said. That won't work. After a day's rest, you'll want to rest for another day. Su Xiaoxiao said. That requires someone to supervise. Wang Wei said. You supervise me every day when I eat and when I wake up. Aren't you tired? Su Xiaoxiao said. Not tired. Li said. Your Majesty, it would be better for you to build a big house and exercise in it. Su Xiaoxiao said. That means we need to build a very big house. Wang Wei said. Li is right. I think so too. This can solve the problem of exercising in bad weather. You can also exercise indoors in the future. The house doesn't need to be too big, just enough for 5 or 6 people to exercise together, but the existing courtyard house has no plans for a gym. He got up in a hurry and went to find Chao Zhen and Chao Ming first. He wanted to modify the plan for the courtyard. In the distant Sirius tribe. This large tribe occupied a vast area of land and built long walls of earth and stone. Thousands of tents were scattered throughout the walls, intertwining with one another. Numerous bonfires shone in the morning mist, like will-o'-the-wisp flames. They were the warmth of the people from other sub-tribes who had come to the Sirius tribe to participate in the totem ceremony. There is a large square in the middle of the Sirius tribe. Perhaps because of the frequent gatherings, there are not many weeds on the square, and it looks like it is paved with gravel. In the center of the square, there is a stone platform about 3 meters high, with various patterns carved around it. On the stone platform, there is a majestic monster with a human head and a wolf body. It stands in the square with its head held high, and its mouth wide open, bringing great deterrence to the surroundings. This is the totem of the Tianlang tribe, the wolf, the most noble and sacred symbol of the tribe. At the end of the square, there is a larger shed where the shamans of the Tianlang tribe live. At this time, outside the shed, dozens of people were standing anxiously. Inside the shed, the fire in the fire pit was burning brightly. There was a man lying on a wooden couch inside. In the light of the fire, one could make out that it was the wolf's Fang from the wild wolf tribe. Langya's eyes were tightly shut. If it weren't for the rise and fall of his chest, one would have thought he was dead. His haggard face had turned pale and withered. His once strong body had lost so much muscle that his skeleton was almost visible. His right palm was swollen, and black, disgusting pus and blood were constantly oozing out. The other Sun, with his left eye covered, was talking about the Blackrock tribe's experiences. With only one eye left, he shot a cold and sinister look. Inside the shed were Langya and Sun, as well as the wolf lord of the Tianlang tribe, the great shaman of the Tianlang tribe, Kang Mang, the chief of the Tsenglong tribe, Hei Niu, the chief of the Highlang tribe, and Langlan, the chief of the Tanlang tribe. Langlan was a woman. There are also more than a dozen leaders of small tribes who are in a vassal position in the Sirius tribe and are currently the most loyal people supporting the chief. We came to the Sky Wolf tribe overnight, but the Wolf Fang leader's hand kept bleeding black blood, and that Sung Mang leader's shaman couldn't heal it. Later, the Wolf Fang leader suggested cutting open the wound and draining the pus. So we cut open his injured palm and scraped off the rotten flesh. The blood gradually turned red, and we thought it would heal. But 2 nights ago, the Wolf Fang leader's palms started bleeding pus again, becoming even more swollen, and his body kept running hot. At that time, he couldn't walk, so we had to carry him. Langya and Kangmang from the Tsunlung tribe went to the Tianlang tribe together, rarely resting on the way. The journey, which should have taken more than 10 days, took only 10 days to reach the Tianlang tribe. But Langya was already failing in the last 2 days. His palms turned black, and only after bleeding did they feel slightly better. He was a strong man, but he lost too much blood and quickly collapsed, then fell into a coma. It was the Xuanhe Wild Wolf tribe who carried him on their backs to the Heavenly Wolf tribe. The chief witch of the Tianlang tribe used secret medicine, but there was no improvement. He said the disease was caused by evil spirits, and was a punishment from heaven for Langya. He couldn't explain why he was punished. After Sun finished speaking, he had no choice but to put his hope on the chief shaman of the Tianlang tribe. However, after the chief shaman used the secret medicine, Langya still did not get better, and he did not wake up. The chief of the Sirius tribe and the Wolf Lord was originally named Sirius. Because he became the chief of the tribal alliance, many people did not call him by his name, and usually called him the chief, or the Wolf Lord. He was tall and burly, with sharp eyes, exuding a brutal and domineering aura. At this time he also anxiously asked the chief witch, "Is there any other way to save Langya's life?" The chief shaman said, "There is only one way, and that is to cut off his injured hand." Everyone in the room was shocked after hearing this, thinking that it might be impossible to save the person with a severed hand. The chief was also hesitant and asked, "Broken arm? Is it so reliable?" The great shaman replied, "There's a legend among the great shamans of all generations. In the past, the great emperor traveled through the Tsengshui River and saw a dragon fighting a lizard. The dragon was defeated and cut off its tail. The great emperor captured it and believed it was immortal. What happened next? Then the dragon grew another tail. That's a dragon, not a human. So it all depends on heaven's will. If heaven wants him to die, no one can do anything about it." Everyone in the room fell silent. The only one who could make the decision here was the chief. Chapter 253, Decision, Tianlang Unification. Everyone stared at the leader, waiting for his final decision. The chief shaman said, "Perhaps the legendary old immortal doctor from the great emperor's tribe can heal him." The chief said, "Those are just legends. No one has ever seen him." The great witch said, "Great chief, you may not know this, but we shamans all believe in it. Otherwise, why are all these secret medical methods so effective? They were all spread by the old immortal doctor. He searches for medicinal herbs everywhere, never stopping. I recently heard that the old immortal doctor entered the great desolate mountain, but I don't know if it's true or not." The great leader said, "Even so, the old immortal doctor is not in the Tianlang tribe, and he cannot save Langya. So let's do it my way, okay?" The chief took a deep breath and paced back and forth. Finally, he drew a golden sword from his waist and handed it to the chief witch. "Then let's do as the great witch tells us." He looked at the unconscious Langya again and said, "If you don't survive, I will have everyone in the Blackrock tribe buried with you." After saying this, he strode away with his head held high. The other dozen or so people also went out one after another, leaving only the chief witch, Sun, and the chief witch's 2 disciples. At this time, the sky outside was bright, and the sunlight shone on the Tianlang tribe, stretching the shadow of the wolf totem very long, making this ancient tribe look more vicissitudes and sacred. On the distant Tianlang mountain, a group of birds flew across the sky, chirping and leaving colorful feather traces on the blue sky. The dozen or so people who came out stood behind the chief and saw his tall and strong body, and his back was as hard as stone. They all looked up at the chief, or the werewolf totem, their eyes revealing awe and admiration. The north wind blew on them, but they didn't feel cold at all even though they were wearing animal skin clothes. Suddenly, a scream came from inside the house. Everyone's heart became nervous, and their expressions changed. After a while, the chief wizard's disciple came out with a clay basin containing a bloody severed arm. "Captain, the chief priest wants to know how to deal with a severed arm." "Bury it." The man walked away with his waist hunched. The chief turned and said to everyone, "If Langya doesn't survive, after the sacrificial ceremony is over, we will attack the Blackstone tribe and the Xia tribe. If Langa survives and the severe cold is over, we will attack them again. I will have Langa personally chop off the head of Ah Fu, the elder of the Blackstone tribe, and the head of the king of the Xia tribe. As ordered. Promise. The chief smiled and said, Wolf Claw, you learned etiquette from the descendants of the great emperor, right? The era of the great emperor has fallen, so what's the point of learning it? The era when benevolence spoke is over. Now is the era when swords and guns speak. Tsang Mang didn't think so in his heart, but he didn't dare to refute. The chief is right. I will remember that. It's okay for you to imitate them. They call us barbarians anyway. And I think so too, because barbarians don't have to abide by their laws. They look down on us, and we look down on them even more. We have our own piece of the world, how happy we are. Everyone was laughing. A few days ago, the Northern D leader, Lord Bakue, bestowed upon me the title of Lord Tianlang, but I refused. Do you know why? Song Mang said. Don't listen to their orders. The great leader said. Yes, with Heizei providing us with a stable supply of food, wouldn't it be better for us to expand our tribe? We have such a vast wasteland, and we have occupied so many resources. Other small tribes simply cannot compete with us. Our Tianlang tribe is the most powerful here. Can't we become a tribe more powerful than the Beatty people? Some people were excited after hearing this, but Sung Mang was wondering what he wanted to do. The leader of the Tanlang tribe, Lang Lan, said, The great leader is wise. Sung Mang, the leader of the Tsunglang tribe, despised Lang Lan for his shamelessness. He also guessed that the chief had evil ambitions again and wanted to merge all the tribes. Sure enough, I heard the chief say. Although the Tianlang tribe is powerful, it's still too fragmented and easily swallowed up. We should unify and form a strong and powerful tribe. Otherwise, like the Wild Wolf tribe, the entire tribe was almost wiped out, and the fate of the tribal leader is unknown. If you agree to unify, I will incorporate the other vassal tribes into the Tianlang tribe and make them submit to us. Not only will we become stronger, but it will also bring more benefits to the tribe. Are you willing? Black Bull, the leader of the Black Wolf tribe, said. The great leader is right. Divided we become weak, united we become strong. The leader of the Tanlang tribe, Lang Lan, said. I agree. The chief should rule over all tribes in the Great Wasteland. Only Tsung Mang, the leader of the Tsunglang tribe, remained silent. He had long suspected that Lang Lan was having an affair with the Great Wolf Lord. Now that he saw that Lang Lan was only thinking about the great leader, he secretly resented him. Lang Lan said to Tsung Mang, Wolf Claw, why aren't you talking? Tsung Mang cursed Lang Lan in his heart and said, Although what the great chief said is correct, if all the tribes were united, how much food would be needed to meet the needs of everyone in the tribe? Don't forget, when the Tianlang tribe was divided into several small tribes, it was because they couldn't meet the food needs of everyone. The great leader said, Those days were different from now. We now have kuros, a bountiful harvest, and numerous herds of cattle and sheep. As long as we gather all the strength of the tribe, we can provide enough food for everyone in the tribe, ensuring they have enough to eat and maintain strong bodies. Kang Mang lowered his head and said, Now that the chief has said that, I feel relieved. In that case, I will announce on the day of the sacrifice that the Tianlang tribe will unify all the tribes, make all the tribes submit to the Tianlang tribe, and together build the most powerful race in the Great Wasteland. Everyone smiled, their faces filled with excitement. Especially the dozen or so subordinate tribes, each of them showed a flattering smile. They were accustomed to the command of the chief and the domineering attitude of the chief. The chief glanced at everyone, only stopping at Kang Mang for a moment before looking at everyone else. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Kang Mang also had his own thoughts. He knew why Hein Yo, the leader of the Black Wolf tribe, had agreed. He had originally been exiled to the Great Wilderness Mountains, and now being able to escape from there was the best option. As for Lang Ya of the Wild Wolf tribe, it went without saying he would definitely agree. If he were alive, he would undoubtedly thank the great leader. Even if he died, without a leader for the Wild Wolf tribe, Lang Ya's men would undoubtedly join the great leader. And then there was Lang Lan, the leader of the Greedy Wolf tribe. She was merely the great leader's possession, unworthy of any mention. Lang Lan said, Great Chief, I heard that the Northern D people are going to go to war with the Eastern E people, and they have already gathered a lot of people. The great leader said, Yes, so I will gather everyone to prevent the Northern D people from invading. Sung Mang then realized that the chief did not accept the imperial decree from the Northern D people because he was afraid of their attack. Black Bull asked, Great Chief, does the Tianlang tribe still fear the Beatty people? The great leader said, We are not afraid of them, but we are afraid of the weapons in their hands. The Tianlang tribe doesn't have them, so we can only outnumber them. Everyone knew the Northern D possessed bronze weapons, and quite a few of them. The Tianlang tribe used calcined stone tools, but they were still stone tools, and they had many flaws. They also had non-stone weapons, but they were few and far between. Once, the chieftain gifted Langa with a sharp knife, which he used to decapitate the Blackstone tribe leader, but even that sharp knife was damaged. At this time, the great wizard and Sun came out of the house. The great wizard held the great chief's golden sword in his hand and handed it to the great chief carefully. "This knife is a divine weapon. It can cut off an arm with one stroke without leaving a scratch." The chief smiled and said, "I exchanged 100 cattle and sheep for this knife, plus 100 days' worth of food for everyone in the Tianlang tribe. It should be a divine weapon." Everyone was envious. The great wizard said, "Although Langa is unconscious, he should be able to escape danger after the bleeding was stopped after the arm was broken, and with the help of medicine, he should be able to escape danger. I heard that Langa was injured by a small wooden stick from the Xia tribe, and it was surprising that the damage was so serious." Everyone was curious after hearing this. How could a small wooden stick be so powerful? Sun took out a stone arrow and handed it to the chief. When everyone looked at it, they all thought it was a smaller version of a spear, which was really incredible. The great leader said, "I heard the Dongi people had a weapon called a wooden bow, which could shoot sticks like this. But I also heard that the bow was very weak. How could the Xia tribe's wooden bow penetrate a palm?" Everyone was also puzzled. Then, the chief sent people to the Dongi people to exchange some wooden bows. Chapter 254, Chickens Lay Eggs, Shangjiu arrives. Xia tribe. Wang Wei found Chao Zhen and Chao Ming early in the morning, modified the construction plan of the courtyard house, added a gym, and discussed what materials to use. Fortunately, the construction of the courtyard house has not started yet, otherwise it would be very troublesome to rework it. Return to the tribe and visit each group. When he was transferred to the breeding group, Xia Dao pulled him over. He excitedly said that the hens raised by the Xia tribe had laid eggs. Wang Wei was also very happy and hurried to the chicken house. This large chicken house is about 40 to 50 square meters and is relatively insulated. When the weather is cold, charcoal fire is lit to increase the temperature of the chicken house. All the chickens in the chicken house are kept in small grids made of bamboo to minimize their movement and make them grow meat quickly. In addition, the hens are kept in cages individually and fed the best food so that they can lay eggs as quickly as possible. I didn't expect that a hen would lay an egg today. For Wang Wei, this is a very meaningful event for the Xia tribe. He picked up an egg from the basket. It was too small, and he didn't know if this type of chicken only laid eggs this small. But no matter how small it is, there are more hens in the Xia tribe than there are eggs. As long as there are eggs to eat, Wang Wei doesn't mind. Xia Dao called a middle-aged woman over and said that this woman was the person in charge of raising chickens. Since it didn't have a name yet, I asked Wang Wei to give it a name. Wang Wei was not surprised. After all, this was a primitive society. Since she had no name, he randomly picked a name based on her occupation, Jipa, and added a surname. Since there were too many people with the surname Xia, and considering that there were relatively few people with the surname Su in the Xia tribe, he named her Su Jipa. Su Jipa was deeply moved. At this time, Xia Jin came running and said that Shangjiu from the Shang tribe had arrived. Wang Wei has been thinking about how to get to the Shang tribe recently, and he also wants to form a caravan to trade rice with the Shang tribe. The last time Shangjiu came to the Xia tribe, Wang Wei was still in the Blackstone tribe. Unexpectedly, he was in the Xia tribe again after just 10 days. But for Wang Wei, this time is still too long. When Wang Wei arrived, Shi Yun and Shi De were accompanying Shangjiu. Shangjiu stood up when he saw Wang Wei coming. He hunched his fat body unnaturally, but his face was full of smiles. "My lord, it's great to see you back." "Shangjiu, what do you mean by the two women you gave me last time?" When Shangjiu was asked about the two women, he wondered if the king of the Xia tribe was still not satisfied. "This, your majesty, he. Shangjiu hesitated, looking very embarrassed. Wang Wei said with a smile. "Don't be nervous, I'm just asking. Those two women look exactly the same, which is rare to see. As long as the king likes it, that's good. If the king likes women, I will get him a better one," Wang Wei said. "Really? I'm waiting for you to surprise me. But the person I need this time had better be a little special." Shang Jiu hadn't expected Wang Wei to actually agree, and from the sound of his voice, he wanted more women. He'd only been being polite, but he was truly heartbroken. But the words had already been spoken, and he couldn't refuse. What if the Xia tribe refused to trade salt and pottery with him? Shi Yun, who was standing next to him, looked unhappy, thinking to himself, "Doesn't the king have enough women already? Why does he want another one?" She was very worried about Mei's indulgence of the king, because if this continued, Mei's position might be lost. But she also understood that the king liked other women, and Mei could not stop him. My king, let's get down to business, Wang Wei said. What I just said is the serious matter. Then he said to Shang Jiu. Let's talk about it later. First, what did you bring this time? Oh, I brought the rice that the king mentioned. It's called rice in my place. It doesn't matter what it's called, as long as we're talking about the same item. So how much rice did you bring this time? Your Majesty, all I brought this time is rice. I wonder if your Majesty would like it all? Wang Wei didn't know how much rice he was talking about. Since there were no kilogram scales in that era, he had to check and estimate it. Several people arrived at the gate of the Xia tribe, where a caravan from the Shang tribe was staying. When Wang Wei first discovered rice in the Wild Dog tribe, it was a great surprise. Later, the Shang tribe traded rice for salt and pottery from the Xia tribe. As he learned more, he discovered that many other tribes also cultivated rice, though their yields were lower. Only the larger tribes, with their larger rice production, could afford to exchange it. After understanding the situation, Wang Wei was not so surprised. He attributed the appearance of the rice to the previous time traveler. This will benefit him and the Xia tribe, as it will help him avoid many detours and reduce a lot of trouble. Last time, Shang Jiu brought some rice, and it was all accepted by the Xia tribe. The Xia tribe currently had over 1,000 kilograms of rice stored. After selecting the seeds, he figured this would be enough to plant at least 100 mu of land. If 1 mu of rice yielded 200 kilograms, then a single season would yield 20,000 kilograms, which was indeed a small amount for so many people in the Xia tribe. The main reason is that he hasn't started planting yet, so he doesn't know whether the estimated value is accurate. There were 6 mules outside the gate of the Xia tribe, with 2 wicker baskets of rice on their backs, which had already been unloaded. Wang Wei walked to the side of the mule and checked the rice in the wicker basket. Shang Jiu thought Wang Wei was plotting against his mule again and said, My lord, I will not trade the mule this time. Wang Wei laughed heartily. I don't want your mule, even if you give it to me. If you have horses, you can trade them with the Xia tribe. There's a mule tribe where my Shang tribe lives. They have horses, but they're not easy to trade. Their horses are only provided to larger tribes. Wang Wei nodded. He didn't really need Shang Jiu's horses. The Xia tribe currently had a horse-herding village that could provide some for the Xia tribe. Shang Jiu used 6 mules for transport, plus their own rattan baskets. With 30 people carrying the loads, Wang Wei guessed they had brought in no less than 4,000 kilograms of rice. For Wang Wei, this was a windfall. Of course, if they brought in more rice, Wang Wei would be happy to accept it. He grabbed a handful of rice, put it under his nose and smelled it, and asked, Shang Jiu, where did you buy this rice? Shang Jiu immediately realized something and said with a smile, Does the king want to trade on his own? Wang Wei saw his little thoughts and said, The rice you bring in each time is too little, so I thought of sending someone to trade. Shang Jiu didn't expect that the Xia tribe needed more rice. He knew that only the rice tribe could meet the needs of the Xia tribe. There were small tribes near the rice tribe that also grew rice, but their harvests were small. If the Xia tribe wanted to trade, they could only go to the rice tribe. Wouldn't that cut off their source of income? Of course, he didn't want that. Haha, as many as your majesty needs, I'll bring more people next time. My Xia tribe wants as many as you can get. It's up to you. Shang Jiu thought that it would be fine as long as you don't send anyone there. He came to the Xia tribe to trade this time without the permission of the Gen tribe leader. In order to obtain the salt and pottery of the Xia tribe, he exchanged all the gems of the Shang tribe for rice. As long as he resold the pottery and salt, the Shang tribe would get more. Shang Jiu didn't want the Xia tribe to send anyone to the Dao tribe because he was afraid the Xia tribe would discover the Gen tribe. He knew that Daki from the Gen tribe was planning to attack the Xia tribe. If Daki discovered this, the Shang tribe would have no chance of gaining a foothold in that place. Now the Xia tribe needs more rice, so he can ask everyone in the Shang tribe to transport rice to the Xia tribe. Why does the king only want rice? Doesn't he need anything else? As for food, I won't think it's too little, just like the Shang tribe won't think it's too much salt. Your Majesty is right. The Shang tribe certainly doesn't mind having too much salt. Wang Wei's main concern was that rice was easy to store and could be grown in large quantities, eliminating the need for hunting. He wanted to transition the Xia tribe from a fishing, hunting, and gathering era to an agricultural civilization, and to achieve this, food had to be available. What he wanted was for the Xia tribe to gain a foothold in this area, not only to occupy the largest piece of land, but also to build a powerful tribe. Wang Wei said, Shang Jiu, you just said you would give me a woman. I don't want a woman who is too pretty. She needs one who has given birth to a child. I don't want too many women, just a few will do. Shi Yun, who was following him, was thinking. Could it be that the king has lost interest in Mei and the other women? How is this possible? Shang Jiao hadn't expected Wang Wei to bring this up again. He thought the king had a rather unique taste, wanting a woman who had given birth. However, Shang Jiao thought this task was simple. It didn't require a very pretty woman. He could easily find one. Then I'll bring the woman with me next time. Wang Wei smiled and said, I haven't finished yet. The woman you want to bring must be able to grow rice. Shang Jiao and Shi Yun suddenly understood that the king was not attracted by the beauty of women. Wang Wei certainly needed someone skilled in rice cultivation, otherwise, it would take him countless hours to figure it out on his own. He wouldn't necessarily be successful the first time, and a delay of several years would reduce the Xia tribe's rice yield. He couldn't afford to leave talented people unused while he tested the rice himself. He could discuss improving production methods with professionals later. Shi Yun said, My king, why do you insist on having a woman? A man will do too. Wang Wei said, Men are fine, but they have to be obedient and experienced farmers. Shang Jiao, you know what I mean, right? I know. I'll do it when I get back. Chapter 255, This Side of the Mountain, Entering the Bear Tribe. Shang Jiao went back. He left with satisfaction, taking the salt and pottery from the Xia tribe, and would get more by reselling them when he returned. Wang Wei agreed with him on the next trading time, and that only rice could be traded. Shi Yun couldn't understand why Wang Wei exchanged so much salt and pottery for rice. Although she knew that rice was edible, she had never eaten it, and didn't know how to eat the rice in the shell. Wang Wei knew that most of the people in the Xia tribe had never eaten rice, so he came up with the idea of making a meal of rice with braised pork. But there were too many people in the Xia tribe, and they had to constantly exchange rice from Shang Jiao. He planned to hold this meal on a major festival, such as the completion of the new city, or set up a holiday, such as the Chinese New Year. The rice is stored in a special granary, separate from other foods. The granary was built with bricks and cement, with the ground raised to avoid moisture. All the rice was stored here, and sometimes the seeds were taken out to dry in the sun. Not long after noon that day, the leader of the tribe on this side of the mountain also arrived with his men. He was grinning from ear to ear when he arrived. It seemed that he had made a fortune again. Wang Wei had plans in the afternoon to go to the hot spring valley to train the Xia tribe's hunting team. This was the first training session of the Xia tribe with a clear combat purpose. He had to provide on-site guidance and teaching, and also train with the hunting team. Now that people from the tribe on this side of the mountain have come to the Xia tribe, he still has some time, so he takes Shi Yun and Shi De with him to receive them. Seeing the leader's happy face, Mousebeard said that the tribes on this side of the mountain had merged with the tribes on the other side of the mountain, and the leader continued to be the leader of the tribe. However, the leader of the tribe on the other side of the mountain was ill and only served as an elder who did not take care of the affairs. I also heard the bald man say that there were some new people in the tribe on this side of the mountain, and there were some mountain people who were exchanged. The Shanbian tribe now has a population of 120, compared to just over 60 previously. This significant increase in population is a sign of their strength. The leader of the tribe on this side of the mountain brought a gift to Wang Wei, which turned out to be honey in a ceramic jar. Wang Wei was very happy. He had been in primitive society for so long and had never eaten sweet food. This time they came to the Xia tribe to exchange salt and pottery, and also to exchange some of the Xia tribe's candles. The Xia tribe's candle inventory is currently low. To conserve candles, Wang Wei has begun limiting their use, allowing them to be used only under special circumstances. He has also arranged for the wax-making team to add animal fat to the candles to reduce the amount of wax used. There is a severe shortage of raw materials for making candles now, and Wang Wei hopes to collect more insect wax next year. In recognition of the honey sent by the chief, he gave him 20 candles as a thank you for the honey sent by the chief. However, Wang Wei's inspiration from the candles suggested that the Xia tribe should develop new items, not just salt and pottery. For example, he thought of candles, soap, glass, wooden furniture, and even making fur clothes, shoes, hats, gloves, etc. These items are tempting to all primitive people. If the Xia tribe can make them, then using hunger marketing will definitely be a huge profit. But there is a prerequisite here. The Xia tribe must be strong, and strong enough to prevent all tribes from having any bad intentions. This is just the ideal state that Wang Wei hopes for. Among those who had ill intentions towards the Xia tribe was the Pan tribe. A few days ago, according to the woman Hui's plan, Pang rode the deer of the Pan tribe and brought the warriors of the Pan tribe and successfully entered the Xiong tribe. The Bear tribe, a tribe whose totem is the bear, lives in harmony with nature in the mountains near the forest. This tribe has a long history and unique primitive culture. They believe in the bear god and consider the bear to be their patron saint. The residents of the Bear tribe lived by hunting and gathering, and they also planted crops, but not much. However, the smaller tribes that depended on the bear tribe grew more food, and they had developed to the point where these smaller tribes paid tribute to the bear tribe. The people of the bear tribe are good at hunting large animals such as bears, deer, wild boars, etc. From this we can see that the people of the bear tribe are very strong, with strong bodies and keen senses. They can track prey and move flexibly in the forest. They also know how to use some herbs to treat illnesses and injuries to ensure their own health and life safety. The bear tribe values honor and dignity, while also respecting other tribes and maintaining peace and cooperation. Therefore, the bear tribe became the largest tribe in this area. Overall, the bear tribe is a strong, proud, and resilient tribe. The bear tribe showed friendliness to Pound because he brought them salt and pottery, which they desperately needed. However, the salt that Pang brought this time was unacceptable to the bear tribe. The cheap salt and pottery, although not cheap, that Pound got from the Xia tribe were then traded to the bear tribe, and the quantity of the items reported was enough to make the bear tribe ache. The leader and witch of the bear tribe cursed Pound for being so cruel, but they could do nothing about it. Because the leader of the bear tribe is a relatively reasonable person, he is loved by people of all sizes and all tribes. The leader of the bear tribe did not use his power to pressure the lion who made a huge request, but let him leave. Bang came here with a purpose. How could he leave so easily? He recounted the situation of the Xia tribe, describing it as a more sinister tribe. Relying on its strength, it always raised the trading price of salt, making life miserable for the surrounding tribes. He said that the Xia tribe's strength came from salt and pottery, and if other tribes could make salt and pottery, they would also become stronger and richer. The bear tribe wasn't interested in what Pound said, only in the salt he was trading. Bang also said that he had sent people to the Xia tribe to inquire about the situation, saying that he wanted to get the Xia tribe's method of making salt. He was willing to make salt together with the bear tribe and then trade it to other tribes. After he said this, such tempting white salt naturally attracted the attention of the bear tribe leader, but he still remained rational. This only aroused the greed of the witch of the bear tribe. He thought that although the bear tribe was powerful, the people of the bear tribe had never eaten delicious food. The bear tribe should make everyone's life better and everyone should be able to afford salt, instead of the Xia tribe's unscrupulous request for so many items in exchange. After Pound left, he left a thorn in the side of the bear tribe. There was a discussion in the bear tribe. Which, from what Bang said, the Xia tribe is still very powerful, perhaps comparable to our Xiong tribe. Bang is clearly afraid of the Xia tribe. He sent people to steal the salt-making method in an attempt to get us to side with him. If the Xia tribe finds out, Bang will take us with him, so that the Xia tribe will not go after the Pan tribe, but instead go after our Xiong tribe. As the leader of a large tribe, he has a sharp vision and a clear mind. The witch said, Chief, if the Pan tribe steals the salt-making method and gives it to us, what will we lose? On the contrary, if we obtain the salt-making method, it will be more beneficial to our Xiong tribe. The Xiong tribe will dominate this vast wilderness. Those wild people, those baby people, will we still be afraid of them? We won't have to give them food. Speaking of the extortion by the Northern D people, the leader of the bear tribe was full of anger. They had been forced to give food to the Northern D people many times, and they didn't know when they would come to collect the food next time. The bear tribe is the largest in this area, but it still seems small compared to the Northern D people. Because the Northern D are so powerful, we should unite with more small tribes, including the Xia tribe, to resist their oppression. No, we don't know if the Xia tribe will ally with us. Even if they do, what about those smaller tribes? They're afraid of death and don't dare to face the Northern D. Even if the bear and Xia tribes unite, can they defeat the Northern D? No. So, I think we should get the Xia tribe's salt-making method. Once we can make salt, we can use it to replace food and give it to the Northern D. We can also use the salt to exchange for more goods from other tribes, further strengthening the bear tribe. This is a safe approach. Although the leader of the bear tribe thought that what the witch said made sense, he always felt that doing so was not very fair. In addition, he did not want to be led by the nose by Pound of the Pan tribe. He couldn't think of a good solution at the moment, so he could only let Pound test it out first. If he could obtain the salt-making method, it would also benefit the bear tribe. Even if he failed, it wouldn't matter much. The Pan tribe would still bear the wrath of the Xia tribe. The bear tribe was unable to resist the extortion of the Northern D people. They once sent spies to secretly visit the Northern D tribe. There was a wall made of loess. The tall thatched houses inside the wall had more people than the bear tribe. Outside the earth wall, there were countless huts and tents, which made up the large Northern D tribe. Although the leader of the bear tribe had not seen it with his own eyes and was a little unconvinced, at least the houses, shacks and tents showed that there were a lot of Northern D people. Wu, do you think the Northern D people ever threatened the Xia tribe? I don't know. I heard from the Pan tribe that the Xia tribe is 5 days' journey away from us. How about sending someone to investigate? The leader of the bear tribe thought for a while and said, I won't go for now. If the Xia tribe finds out, it will be even harder for the Xiong and Pan tribes to explain. We have to wait until the Pan tribe gets the salt-making method from the Xia tribe. He was very conflicted. He wanted the method of making salt, but he didn't want to offend the Xia tribe. Chapter 256, Foxy, Military Training. Xia tribe. Foxy rode her horse back to the Xia tribe in a hurry. She found Wang Wei and told him that Xia Dazue and Lai Hu were fighting. Wang Wei was talking to the tribal leader on the other side of the mountain when he heard Humeizi's report. He was shocked and quickly said to Shi Yun beside him, I'll go take a look. You'll be in charge of the trade with the tribe on this side of the mountain. After greeting the leader, he hurried out. The hunting team should gather in the hot spring valley this afternoon, waiting for Wang Wei's training. Xia Dazue was the leader of Hunting Group 1, and Wang Wei was considering a promotion. Hu was the leader of Hunting Group 5, and someone Wang Wei valued highly. The two had no personal grudges within the Xia tribe, and none involved women. Wang Wei couldn't understand why they had come to blows. In fact, Xia Dazue owed a debt of gratitude to Hu and the Hu family. It was he who led the hunting team to defeat Daki's men and rescued the Hu family from the cave. Wang Wei was urged by Humeizi so urgently that he had to ride the same horse with Humeizi towards the hot spring valley. He sat behind Humeizi, holding her waist and not daring to let go, and asked, Why are they fighting? Everyone will gather at Hot Spring Valley for training this afternoon. The king never shows up, so they have nothing to do. And then they fought? No, Hu asked Dazue if his back injury had healed, and Dazue said it was fine. Hu told Dazue not to show off, because he didn't know how the king would train everyone. Dazue said he could compete with everyone, but no one dared. Finally, Dazue specifically asked to compete with Hu. After hearing this, Wang Wei realized that he had been deceived by the Foxy woman and thought it was a real fight. He couldn't bear to slap Foxy's butt, so he pretended to be furious. Maisie, you dare to lie to me? See how I deal with you. His dishonest claws moved towards Foxy's chest. Foxy was attacked and hurriedly slowed down her horse, laughing. Who told you to waste time? We agreed to train in the afternoon, but we can't wait for you, so we're just sitting around doing nothing. Don't scare me next time. Wang Wei couldn't do anything with her, so he hugged her tightly from behind and had to take advantage of her. The Foxy girl couldn't avoid it, and let him succeed. Wang Wei asked again, Is Xia Dazue really okay? I asked Ji Hao, and she said everything was fine. She also said that Big Mouth was extremely strong. Wang Wei felt a little strange when he heard it. You and Ji Hao started talking? I don't hate her, why don't you speak? That's right. If it weren't for Ji Hao, I wouldn't be able to hold you like this. Foxy's face was full of smiles, showing a shy and sweet expression, but she immediately reacted and pulled Wang Wei's claws away. Stop making trouble, we're going into the valley soon. Wang Wei sat down properly, but still held her waist. As soon as Wang Wei arrived at the training ground in the hot spring valley, he saw this scene. Xia Dazue was pressing Li Hu to the ground, and Li Hu tried several times but failed to get rid of Xia Dazue. The rest of the hunting group was cheering them on. Wang Wei jumped off his horse and said to Xia Feng, It looks like Xia Dazue is in good health. Didn't the tiger let him go on purpose? I can't tell, my king, but I think Big Mouth is even more powerful than before. That's good. He shouted to Xia Dazue. Xia Dazue, that's it, you win. Xia Dazue let go of Hu and pulled him up. Hu, you're actually not bad either. I almost lost to you. Hu was the oldest of the hunting group, probably under 30. He hadn't expected to lose, having always considered himself incredibly powerful. But seeing Xia Dazue's youth and sturdiness, he felt helpless. Alas, I am indeed not as good as you. Xia Dazue patted him on the shoulder, then asked the hunting team with a smile. Any of you still want to compete with me? Everyone looked at his smug look and thought to themselves that they were afraid. Foxy had just tied up the horse and walked towards the field, about to speak. When Xia Dazue saw Humeizi, he immediately put away his smile and said hurriedly, Quiet, the king is going to start training everyone. Then Xia Dazue ran to Wang Wei and said, Your Majesty, please begin. Foxy came to Wang Wei angrily and said, Brother Big Mouth, I want to compete with you. Xia Dazue shook his head repeatedly, his evasive eyes looking for help from Wang Wei. Sister, I don't compete with women anymore. Wang Wei pulled Humeizi, who was about to speak, and said, You've already competed, and you've already lost. Big Mouth is the Xia tribe's #1 warrior. Foxy was not convinced, and Wang Wei pinched her palm hard, and she stopped talking. Xia Dazue smiled. Haha, this. Thank you, Your Majesty. I said you are because you really are. Everyone here is a warrior of the Xia tribe. As the Xia tribe develops, you will not only be warriors in the future, but also heroes. After hearing this, everyone felt their bodies filled with strength, and their hearts were surging. Wang Wei smiled and said, "If you want to be a hero, you have to train, and start now." Everyone was eagerly waiting. Foxy stepped aside and watched how Wang Wei trained them. Wang Wei said loudly, "Everyone gather first. Each group should stand in a row. Don't stand vertically, but horizontally. Stand in order of height, with each person spaced out in front, behind, left, and right." Following Wang Wei's orders, everyone took action and adjusted their positions. Because of his high requirements, unlike previous tribal gatherings, the team began to stand crookedly and loosely. He would mingle among the crowd, adjusting the distance between people, their postures, etc. Then Wang Wei gave a standard demonstration of standing at attention, and everyone followed suit. The first training session was standing at attention. He corrected everyone's incorrect posture and explained the significance of this training and the key points of standing at attention. Although this new standing training method is simple, it is very effective. Under Wang Wei's guidance, everyone became well-behaved and realized the importance of standing at attention. Wang Wei held a special meeting last night, and everyone knew the purpose of this training, which was to strengthen the Xia tribe's military strength, to have enough strength to protect the Xia tribe, and to have the power to fight against the barbaric tribe. We also told them that the training was very hard, beyond their imagination, and something they had never experienced before. Stand still and listen to me. Everyone knows the Xia tribe's mission and responsibilities. This isn't just slogans or words, it must be done. I don't want anyone to get hurt when we clash with other tribes. I hope everyone will sweat more in peacetime and bleed less in battle," he said to everyone in the hunting group. "In the future there will be more people in the Xia tribe, and more people will need training. I hope everyone who is training this time will remember every key point of the training. You will all be team leaders in the future. If you can't even be a team leader, how can you train others in the future?" His words were tempting and gave everyone the determination to train seriously. In addition, they already feel that the Xia tribe is very powerful at present, and they cannot imagine how powerful the Xia tribe will be in the future. Wang Wei's military training was based on modern military training methods, as this was the most efficient and effective method. Taking into account the characteristics of primitive people, he minimized basic training subjects, increased physical training, and focused on teamwork. Basic training subjects include queuing, standing at attention, marching in step, and running. The operation of these basic subjects is the basis of military training. Through continuous training and reinforcement, combat effectiveness and comprehensive quality can be improved, laying a solid foundation for building a strong army. Wang Wei whistled and directed them. They stood at attention for about half an hour, and Wang Wei also stood with them. When marching in step, they first had to distinguish their left and right feet, and the most important requirement was that they didn't mess around. He wasn't so strict about the hand-waving movements, only requiring that everyone in a row form a straight line and that their hands swing back and forth with force. When running, teach them to warm up before running and stretch after running. Correct the running posture, otherwise it will increase the load on the knees, and long-term use will cause excessive strain on the knee joints. To primitive people, these things seemed very complicated. Even though Wang Wei kept explaining them, some of them might forget what they learned earlier after learning the later part. However, Wang Wei did not think about teaching them well in one go. This requires time and continuous intensive training. The 4 subjects in the afternoon were reviewed one after another, and the ones that impressed them the most were standing at attention and marching in step. Standing still is a good exercise, but it definitely requires patience and perseverance. They may not feel it now, but they will feel muscle soreness tomorrow. The biggest difficulty in marching in step is that they need to coordinate and walk in a straight line. This requires everyone to complete it in tacit understanding. If there is any mistake, the team will be in chaos. Foxy was there the whole afternoon. At first she found it interesting, but later she got bored. As the training time got longer, she felt the difficulty of the training. Chapter 257 Unreliable, Female Fate. The training ended and it was already evening. Everyone returned to the Xia tribe. All groups inside and outside the Xia tribe are still working overtime. Shi Yun found Wang Wei. Wang Wei asked about the trading situation of the tribes on this side of the mountain, and they were all quite satisfied. The tribe on this side of the mountain became more and more famous in the Great Wilderness Mountain, and the salt and pottery brought for trade were always liked by the people in the mountains. They now also use livestock as a means of transportation and are equipped with the Xia tribe's sting shields and bows and arrows, but Wang Wei did not give them iron spears. This is a matter of principle. As the population of the tribes on this side of the mountain increased, more people went out, and they were all men. They went to places where no one from the small tribes dared to mess with them. Under Wang Wei's arrangement, the tribes on this side of the mountain also developed subordinate agent tribes, earning a lot and not being so tired. My lord, the chief said they are also going to the trade fair held by the fish tribe tomorrow. Okay, everyone go and broaden your horizons. They haven't gone back yet, have they? Yes, I have already arranged a house for you to live in. Shi Yun looked around, then whispered to Wang Wei. My king, the chief is asking me something. He wants to know how many women you have. What does he mean? Is he going to find a woman for me? I don't know either. I just said that the king has a lot. Then how many women did you tell him I had? Shi Yun smiled and said, Is the 7 I mentioned too few? Wang Wei took a deep breath. Shi Yun, you're so unreliable. You're trying to trick me. 7 is not enough? Can you tell me which 7 they are? Shi Yun also felt that she had said too much, but she had a hunch that she was right, so she counted on her fingers and said, Mei from the cottage, Su Xiao Xiao, Hua Li, Hu Meizi, and 2 women who look exactly the same. Wang Wei didn't know what to say. He had never seen the 2 twin sisters. If even Shi Yun thought so, what would others think? Shi Yun, don't you know me in the Xia tribe? Am I the kind of person who casually picks women? If you tell outsiders that I have so many women, how will they view me? Shi Yun said, My king, I am telling you more so that those who want to send women will give up the idea. Wang Wei thought this was nonsense. It seemed that his reputation would be ruined because of this, but fortunately only the leader knew about it. What does the leader say? He just said it was a pity. Look, people dislike me for having too many women. My king, he didn't say that. The leader said that my king has too few women. What? Does he have more women? Wang Wei couldn't believe it. Shi Yun shook his head and said. He then left without saying anything. Wang Wei was speechless and didn't know what the leader meant. At this time, Lao Shishu from the tribe on the other side of the mountain came. He was looking for Wang Wei specifically. Wang Wei looked at his distraught appearance and asked, Looking at you, it's obvious that something's on your mind. After taking a look at Shi Yun, Lao Shishu sighed and said, My king, I like a woman, but the chief wants to give her to you. Is that woman from the tribe on this side of the mountain? Yes, that woman is the chief's daughter. Wang Wei knew that Lao Shishu used to belong to the tribe on the other side of the mountain, so he could have children with the women from the tribe on this side of the mountain. Lao Shishu was influenced by the Xia tribe and he also wanted to marry that woman. It's a good thing you came to me to tell me this. If the chief came to me, I wouldn't be able to find any words to refuse. Don't worry, I will persuade the chief to give you his daughter. When Lao Shishu heard what Wang Wei said, he immediately smiled happily. Thank you, your majesty, thank you, your majesty. Okay, don't be too happy yet. I don't know if the leader will listen to me. He will definitely listen to what the king says. Mouse Whiskers left with their heads held high. Wang Wei smiled and said to Shi Yun, The chief really has bad intentions. He actually sent his own daughter to me. My king, he has good intentions. Oh, what do you mean? Perhaps the tribe on this side of the mountain wants to give you a woman so that they can gain more benefits when trading with the Xia tribe. Wang Wei felt that Shi Yun was right, and the leader might have had this little idea. Good Shi Yun, from now on, you should pay more attention to those people with bad intentions for me, otherwise if I suffer you will suffer as well. Shi Yun said, Your Majesty, I cannot make the decision on this matter. Mei should be the one to make the decision. If you encounter these things again, go and discuss it with Mei directly. If I'm in the Xia tribe, you can come to me directly to prevent me from being plotted against by them. You said there are so many people in the Xia tribe, Xia Dazui and Xia Feng are such good people, why don't you go to them? Shi Yun's face flushed immediately, and she asked, My king, do you want Xia Feng to find another woman? How can I put it? If he can't find it, it's all thanks to you. He wouldn't dare to look for it even if you said you wouldn't. If Xia Feng finds a woman and I don't agree, will the king help me or Xia Feng? The question she asked was not easy to answer. Xia Feng and Shi Yun were both his favorite generals. He really couldn't express his opinion carelessly. If he said it wrongly, he would offend someone. Well, we should go to the meeting. We'll talk about it later. Shi Yun couldn't do anything about him. She knew that in the Xia tribe, women always suffered in such matters. Fortunately, Xia Feng had no other women. In the evening, the Xia tribe held its regular meeting. Chao Zhen Chao Ming reported on the construction of the inner city. Now the construction of the inner city of the Xia tribe is changing day by day. There are great changes. The houses built are rising from the ground and becoming more and more beautiful. However, there are currently too few bricks being fired in brick kilns and there is still a shortage of bricks. More people have been arranged to make and fire bricks first, and new brick kilns have been built. Wang Wei arranged for grassroots people to pave the Hot Spring Valley training ground with cement and build several houses for rest. The meeting also mentioned the Fish Tribe's trading conference. Wang Wei definitely had to go and take a look to find more food sources for the Xia tribe. The Xia tribe already had enough food stored, so Wang Wei continued his search for it. He had the trading group trade salt and pottery for food, which Wang Wei had prepared for the Xia tribe to survive the winter. Because he had no memory of winter in this world, he didn't know how long it would last. Although according to his understanding of the previous world, winter usually lasted 3 months, and sometimes it was 5 or 6 months when it was quite cold. In addition, these primitive people could not provide him with time help, so he had to try every possible way to store more food. The meeting is over. Wang Wei specifically called in several hunting team leaders and deputy leaders for a small meeting. This time, the group going to the Fish Tribe would be Xia Hunting Team 1 and Hunting Team 7. He brought Hunting Team 7 with him because it was Wang Wei's medical team, and its members were all interested in studying medicine. Because the training ground in the Hot Spring Valley needed to be paved with cement and was temporarily unavailable, the other hunting team members found their own places to train in the afternoon, supervised by Xia Feng. Foxy said she also wanted to go to the Fish Tribe, and Wang Wei had no choice but to agree. After the meeting, everyone left. But Foxy refused to leave. Seeing that there was no one else around, she blocked Wang Wei and wouldn't let him go. She asked unhappily, "There's a strange woman in the hut. Is the king looking for another woman?" Wang Wei didn't know what was going on and didn't know how to answer her. Foxy concluded that Wang Wei had something to hide, so she refused to let him leave and told him not to go back to sleep. Wang Wei had no choice, he couldn't beat Foxy now, but he immediately thought of the leader. This guy had caused him a lot of harm. He told Hu Meizi what Shi Yun and Lao Shushu had talked about in the evening. Foxy was very angry and said, "I'm going to beat him up." Wang Wei didn't dare let her do anything wrong. He was really afraid that the Foxy girl would hurt the leader, so he had to hug her and say some nice things to her. Then he asked Foxy to go to the cabin with him and resolve the matter of that woman tonight. Foxy thought it made sense, so she and Wang Wei walked towards the cabin together. In the cabin, Mei, Li and Hua are doing handicrafts. Su Xiaoxiao was afraid of the cold, so she held a hand warmer in her hand and looked at a woman boredly. A strange woman was curious about the new things in the cabin. She looked around with her big eyes blinking. Like Hua from the Xia tribe, she also had an unknown flower tied in her hair, but she was much older than Hua, looking about 17 or 18 years old. "Shanhua, why don't you go back first? The king is still in a meeting. We can tell him tomorrow." This is Su Xiaoxiao speaking. "No, I want to wait for the king to come back. I want the king to tell my father in person." "Say what?" "He said the king didn't want me, and asked the king to persuade my father to give me to Brother Rat." Su Xiaoxiao looked at Mei Xiao and teased Shanhua. "What if the king doesn't tell you, or if he tells you and your father doesn't agree, what will you do?" "I'll run away with Brother Rat and let them find me." "Why didn't you rat brother tell me?" "Brother Rat is timid, he doesn't dare." "Does your rat brother like you?" "Like. I don't necessarily like you." "Ah, is that true?" Mei said. "Don't listen to Xiao Zhao's nonsense. The king will speak for you." At this time, Wang Wei and Hu Meizi came in. Wang Wei also looked at the woman carefully. She was very pretty. He didn't expect that the leader could give birth to such a good daughter. Mei said, "Her name is Shanhua, and she's asking the king for help. She wants the king to tell her father that Shanhua must stay with Lao Shushu, otherwise they'll run away." Wang Wei also told them about Lao Shushu looking for him, and told Shanhua not to worry, he would talk to his father. Shanhua was delighted after hearing this. Seeing that it was getting late, Wang Wei asked Shanhua to go back and rest early, otherwise she would be thrown into jail if she was caught during the evening curfew. After Shanhua left, Foxy was there too, and Wang Wei wanted to hold a family meeting. This was a new thing, the women had never heard of a family meeting. The theme of the conference is Wang Wei wanted to make it clear to the women in the room that he couldn't find another woman at the moment. He had too much to deal with every day and didn't want to worry about women, let alone bring strange women into the room to gossip about them. Anyone who offered to give him a woman had bad intentions, so they should be careful of those people. However, Mei felt a little depressed after hearing what Wang Wei said. She had no choice but to let Shanhua into the cabin tonight. People came to seek help, she couldn't possibly let them stand outside and talk the whole time, right? While sleeping, the alert Wang Wei noticed Mei's condition and had to comfort her in the quilt. Chapter 258, Trade Fair, The King's Troubles. The next day. Another busy day began for the Xia tribe. Xia Dezui is leading people to prepare water, food, etc. for the fishing tribe. Wang Wei had already decided on the group that would go this time. Besides him and Foxy, there would be 20 people from hunting groups 1 and 7, and Shi Yun and Shi De from the trading group. In addition, 4 people from the mountain tribe would be going: Leader Bian, Lao Shushu Baldi, and Shanhua. Everyone rode horses, but Shi Yun, Shi De, the leader, Lao Shushu Baldi, and Shanhua didn't know how to ride. So Xia Dezui arranged for them to learn horse riding early in the morning, and they were taught by the hunting team. Xia Feng was the one who taught Shi Yun how to ride a horse. Xia Feng's teaching was simple. He first let Shi Yun sit behind him and ran a few laps in the wilderness. After Shi Yun got used to it, he slowly taught her how to ride. When they had almost learned everything, they were ready to set off, but the leader of the tribe on this side of the mountain suddenly fainted from riding a horse. Wang Wei still ordered everyone to set off, but he didn't want to rush. He wanted to let those who didn't know how to ride horses get more familiar with it first. Xia Dezui asked, "Your Majesty, we are going to the fish tribe's trade fair. Why don't you bring salt with you?" Wang Wei said, "How should I put it? This trade fair is hosted by the fish tribe, and they want to obtain more supplies through this trade. The salt and pottery traded by the fish tribe are higher in value than ours. If we go to trade, their supplies will be reduced." Xia Dezui still didn't quite understand. Wang Wei's visit to the fish tribe this time was mainly for sightseeing and not for trading. As the agent of the Xia tribe, Wang Wei cannot trade salt and pottery at prices lower than the Yu tribes to other tribes, otherwise the purpose of the trade fair held by the Yu tribe will be lost, and they will suffer great losses. On the contrary, if the fish tribe earns more, then the Xia tribe will earn more, because the fish tribe will eventually exchange the materials they earn with the Xia tribe. Although the Xia tribe earns less, both the Xia tribe and the fish tribe will profit. There are many people in the Xia tribe who don't understand the logic behind it like Xia Dezui, but Shi Yun and Shi De should be able to understand it with a little hint from Wang Wei, but they can't think that deeply. "Shi Yun, do you know why the fish tribe didn't invite us to their trade fair?" "They're afraid of big losses," Wang Wei said to everyone. "Yes, there's a lot of wealth in the world, and the Xia tribe can't make it all. I wouldn't be surprised if other tribes also made pottery and traded at this trade fair." Shi Yun asked. "If a tribe makes better pottery than ours, won't the king be angry?" "I'm not angry, that's their thing," Xia Dezui said. "The pottery of the Xia tribe is so fine, with patterns on it, no one else can make it." At Wang Wei's request, the Xia tribe's pottery was innovative. Using pre-engraved molds, they could create patterns on their pottery, creating a variety of designs. Furthermore, the patterns on each piece of pottery remained identical, regardless of size. However, this method of pottery was time-consuming to produce and could not be mass-produced. Wang Wei also planned to glaze the pottery, but he couldn't find a better material at the moment. Perhaps because he had accumulated too little skills and did not have much time, he had no choice but to let the pottery team think and research on their own. Shanhua and Lao Shuksu from the tribe on this side of the mountain came over on horseback. Seeing that there were many people with Wang Wei, they didn't know what to say. Of course Wang Wei knew what they meant. They were here to remind him not to forget to go to the leader to plead for mercy. It is not known whether the chief is easy to talk to. If he doesn't listen, Wang Wei will have to use the salt and pottery of the Xia tribe to threaten him. Only Shi Yun and Hu Meizi knew the inside story. They were all smiling, wanting to see how Wang Wei would talk to the leader. The team encountered a stream and a ravine on the road, which was difficult to walk on, so everyone had to go around it. Along the way, Wang Wei asked the hunting team to remember the surrounding terrain and topography, and he wanted to go back and make a simple terrain sand table. At this time, only Hu Meizi and Shi Yun were with Wang Wei. Foxy said, "My king, when are we going to the Blackstone tribe? Hasn't it just been 10 days since you came back? Why are you thinking of going? I heard from Xia Tongya that a lot of iron ore has been consumed recently." Wang Wei knew this because iron-making technology had advanced. The Xia tribe was able to melt iron billets into molten iron, allowing them to use molds to quickly produce them. For example, the spearheads of iron spears used to be produced by continuous hammering and quenching. Now, with molds, they could simply pour molten iron into the mold and sharpen it. The Xia tribe currently produces a wide variety of tools, with agricultural tools to follow. They also produce several types of weapons, such as spears with grooved tips, similar to the machete used by Guan Yu. Some are used for city construction, such as the hinges for the city gates, which use hundreds of pounds of iron. "Wait until we are free of any major threats." The biggest threat Foxy knew was the Northern D people. Shi Yun said, "My lord, where is the dagger I want?" Wang Wei really forgot that he had promised to give her one. "Didn't I tell Xia Feng to take you there? Go find Xia Feng. Xia Feng still listens to you. No, you have to give it to me as soon as possible, Foxy said. I want a dagger too. Wang Wei had no choice but to agree. The Xia tribe has strict management of ironware, and only Wang Wei can decide how to use it. Hu Meizi said, My lord, this morning, Mei sent a woman to take care of Madame Hu. Was that your idea? Yes, I told Mei. Do you know who is coming? Have no idea. She said her name was Das Wang. Shi Yun interrupted and said, Those two women who look exactly the same, the king's women. Wang Wei was very upset and said to Shi Yun, Don't talk about those two women who look exactly the same anymore. I'm telling you, I've never even seen them. Shi Yun obviously didn't believe it. She looked at Hu Meizi, as if she wanted to see something from her face. Based on Foxy's understanding of Wang Wei, she didn't believe it either. Shi Yun said, My lord, if I haven't seen you, can I not be your woman? What do you mean? I've seen so many women. Can they all be mine? That's not impossible. Some tribal leaders treat women as their own women. You can do the same. Wang Wei interrupted her hurriedly and said, I don't know what you're thinking, but my Xia tribe can't be like this. Don't think about it in the future. Foxy didn't react much after hearing this. Wang Wei felt that Shi Yun's idea was dangerous. Her primitive mind was a little different from other women. He suddenly remembered that he had some contact with Shi Yun in the past. Could she be thinking about something? Didn't she think Xia Feng was very good? My king, it's not me who's thinking these things. It's those two women who are thinking these things. I've seen those two women before, and they think they're your women. So that's how it is. Wang Wei was also helpless. Shi Yun, Foxy, what do you think I should do? Help me think of a solution. Shi Yun said, I can't help it. Why don't you return those two women? Yes, next time someone from the Sham tribe comes, we'll return them. But Foxy said, just match them with the men in the tribe. Wang Wei said, they are still young, it's too early for them to be paired with men. Besides, it's best to let them find someone they like. Shi Yun and Hu Meizi smiled. My king, they like you, so you can't bear to leave them. Shi Yun, you're talking nonsense. They're already young, and I can't harm them just to get rid of them. Do you know why? If they get pregnant, big changes are likely to happen. Unlike you, you're not that old either, so it would be best to wait a few years to have a child. I'm going to add some rules to the Xia tribe in the future. Women must follow the rules when getting married and having children. Shi Yun was a little unconvinced and said, You're the one with so many rules. You said I can't have children now, but what about Mei and Foxy? Can they? Foxy was also very curious. This was the first time she heard that there were rules and regulations governing childbirth. Of course Mei and Foxy can have children, but not now. Why? Because I am still young, they have to wait for me. Foxy knew the reason. Now the women in the cottage were waiting for him to grow up and become taller. Shi Yun couldn't understand, but she suddenly remembered what Aunt Fox often said about face reading. Aunt Fox inadvertently said that the king's women were all virgins. She used to doubt whether the king was capable, but now it seems that the king is not incapable, but is restricted by his own rules. This made Shi Yun even more confused. Chapter 259, Trade Fair, Fish Head Beaten. Fish Tribe. The current leader, Yupa, is good at management. After picking up the mess left by the old leader, she first re-established relationships with other tribes, and then went to the Xia tribe in person. She not only eliminated the hatred between the Yu tribe and the Xia tribe, but also established a trading relationship with the Xia tribe. The fisherwoman took advantage of the Xia tribe's special resources, exchanged them for rare salt and pottery, and traded with the small tribes around the fish tribe, which gradually improved the lives of the people in the fish tribe. She was not satisfied with trading with each tribe individually. She wanted to organize a large trade fair and select some of the participating small tribes to become subordinate agents of the fish tribe and obtain rare salt and pottery from the fish tribe. It is obvious that the fisherman's wife is an ambitious woman, and she has figured out the trading model of the Xia tribe. Later, Wang Wei discovered that the fisherman's wife made this decision after being reminded by Shirda. After many days of preparation, it all started recently. Early in the morning, the fish tribe began to get busy again. The fisherwoman was happy to receive the invitation from the small tribes and their response. A few days ago, a temporary rest area was built outside the fish tribe. Outside each rest area is a long row of bamboo stalls where items can be placed. There is also a row of straw huts for receiving the leaders of various tribes. Because it is winter, these huts have walls woven from grass and wood to block the wind, and you can't see inside from the outside, so people can rest inside. The fish tribe also thoughtfully prepared dandelion tea in a large pot, and the women of the fish tribe poured it for them. Around noon that day, the fish tribe trade fair was crowded with people, mostly from nearby tribes, who came to watch the excitement. Everyone was busy looking at the items, but unfortunately, they could only look, as only their leader could trade. Meanwhile, stall owners from other tribes enthusiastically hawked their wares, attracting the attention of the others. At this time, the fisherman's right-hand man Chan hurried into the hut. The thatched house is also built based on the houses of the Xia tribe, but it is not made of bricks. It is also quite spacious and is the place where the Yu tribe holds meetings. The fisherwoman asked, "What's the matter?" Chan said, "3 people from the Xia tribe just arrived. They said the Xia tribe's king will be bringing more than 20 people to attend the trade fair." "Oh no! The Xia tribe is coming to the trade fair, and the salt and pottery they brought are more advantageous than ours." "Don't worry, chief. The messenger said the Xia tribe is only here to watch and won't be trading anything. I don't think the Yu tribe will suffer any losses, right? It seems that the king of the Xia tribe has thought of everything. Chan, where are the 3 people from the Xia tribe? We should treat them well. I want to go and see them." The fisherman's wife stood up and was about to go outside. "Chief, don't go. I've arranged for them to have tea in the largest shed and given them a few women. I wonder if they are now." "Ha, that's a good arrangement." After saying that, the fisherman's wife sat down again. "Chief, the king of the Xia tribe is coming. How should we receive him? He is not like the leaders of other tribes. How else can you receive me? Let me receive you." Suddenly someone came from outside to report that the leaders of the Yi tribe and several other tribes had arrived. The fisherman's wife smiled, stood up immediately and walked outside. It was obvious that the tribe that came was more important and larger, which made the fisherman's wife smile happily. The most dissolute and idle person in the fish tribe is of course the son of the former leader of the fish tribe, known as Fish Head, nicknamed Fat Fish Head. His life seemed like a bottomless pit, not filled with any meaningful things. He was always idle and seemed to have no interest in any serious things, but his interest in women never faded. At the same time, there was a fire burning in his heart all the time, but it was suppressed temporarily. He tortured the woman in exchange for temporary pleasure, which relieved his troubles. This is the kind of person who doesn't have to do anything and lives a comfortable life in the fish tribe. The ordinary people of the fish tribe both hate and envy them. Some people don't understand why the new leader, the fisherman's wife, wants to keep this waste or devil, letting him ruin the food of the fishing tribe and also ruin the women of the fishing tribe and other tribes. Does the fisherwoman have any solution? Not yet. She hasn't secured her position as the leader of the fish tribe yet, and she's just enduring it. Today, the trade fair of the fish tribe attracted many people. Yuto also went to the trade fair to join in the fun and see if there were any good-looking women. He really had his eyes on a few women from other tribes, but before he could take any action, he heard that Heiyu, the leader of the Wing tribe, had arrived, so he naturally had to go and meet him. Heiyu and Yuto have the same hobbies and get along well, so they have known each other for a long time. So Yuto and several of his men rushed straight to the place where the Yu tribe was specially used to receive outside tribes. When he passed by the largest straw hut, he saw 3 horses outside the hut. There were only 3 people occupying the largest straw hut. It was obvious that their identities were very important. Fish Head had seen people riding horses before, and he was very envious. The fish tribe had no horses, but they had deer, so he rode a deer. At this moment, he really hoped that the other party was not a very large tribe, otherwise he would take the 3 horses for himself. He asked his men, "Do you know which tribe it is?" Everyone said they didn't know. Someone passing by heard about it, and said that those people had been there for a while and were received by the woman Chan, who also sent a few women to them. After hearing this, Yuto became even more interested. What kind of person could let Chan send a woman to serve him? But at the same time, the fish head was very dissatisfied with Chan. Before the fisherwoman became the leader, Chan dared not speak in his presence, and was tortured by him. Now that she was the fisherwoman, Chan ignored him. If the fisherwoman had not helped him, he would have tied her up and tortured her. At this time, 3 women came out of the thatched hut. Fish had stopped them and asked, "Who's in there?" "No. I didn't ask." It was obvious that these 3 women were very afraid of him. "Stupid, what are you doing in there?" "Nothing." "You guys didn't sleep?" "No, we took off their leather jackets and were kicked out." "There is actually such a man?" Yuto began to take an interest in the people in the straw hut. When he asked the 3 women to leave, one of them unexpectedly said, "The men of the Xia tribe are strong." Fish Head was quick-witted and quickly grabbed the woman and asked, "What did you say? The people inside are from the Xia tribe?" "Yes, that's what Cicada said." The fire in Yuto's heart suddenly burned fiercely. He hated the Xia tribe the most for killing his father, and he also hated the Yu tribe's leader, the Yupa. He increasingly felt that the Yupa was deceiving him. Every time she traded with the Xia tribe's caravan, she would send him away, or she would assign women to him so that he couldn't split his time. The most hateful thing was that he was deceived every time. Recently, the fisherman's wife also went directly to the Xia tribe to trade, which made him hate her to the core. Fortunately, He Yu, the leader of the Wing tribe, found him. He knew that He Yu also hated the Xia tribe, so he had been secretly discussing with the Wing tribe how to deal with the Xia tribe. He also discussed how to disrupt the deal between the fisherwoman and the Xia tribe. Yuto strode into the straw hut. He wanted to see what these three people from the Xia tribe looked like. In the straw hut, Xia Yi, deputy leader of the Xia tribe's hunting team, and 2 team members were drinking tea. They didn't expect that several people would break in from outside, all of whom they didn't know. Xia Yi and the other 3 hurriedly stood up, holding iron spears in their hands. "Who are you? There are already people here, go to other sheds." "Hey, I'm looking for you guys." Xia Yi knew that the other party was here to cause trouble, so he was not afraid of him. "If you want to cause trouble for the Xia tribe, then first tell me who you are." "My name is Yuto. You, the Xia tribe, killed my father, and I'm here to seek revenge." Xia Yi knew about this. At that time, he had not yet joined the Xia tribe's hunting group and seemed to be still a slave of the Xia tribe. After joining the Xia tribe's hunting group, he vaguely knew that it was the king who killed the leader of the Yu tribe. It was the king's first murder. "The Xia tribe killed your father. Who is your father? We don't know him." Want to shirk responsibility? This made Yuto furious. He was the most domineering person in the fish tribe, so without saying anything, he opened his arms and pounced on the fish to grab it. Xia Yu was not a coward, so when he saw the fish head rushing towards him with the middle door wide open, he kicked him in the stomach. Yuto was kicked down, but he fell to the ground, holding his stomach and rolling over, wailing and groaning. Seeing that Yuto was at a disadvantage, Yuto's men rushed forward. Seeing that they did not use weapons or iron spears, Xia Yi and the other 2 started fighting with Yuto's men. The hunting group of the Xia tribe usually trains, and the most common training is wrestling, so everyone has come through hard work. In addition, the Xia tribe had good living conditions, especially in terms of food. They never deducted money from the hunting team members. Therefore, everyone in the hunting team grew up to be very strong, except for the bird egg. Now fight with Fishhead's men and easily defeat them. The ferocious Xia Yi even threw one of them out of the straw hut, instantly knocking over one of the straw walls of the hut. The fight in the straw hut immediately attracted a lot of onlookers outside, and many people ran over to watch the fun and point fingers. The most popular question is who dares to hit the fish head of the fishing tribe. He is the most difficult person to mess with. The fish head was too fat and was kicked by Xia Yi. It couldn't stand up for a while and white foam and blood bubbles came out of its mouth. When someone from the fish tribe saw that Yuto was knocked down so badly, they knew that he was causing trouble again, so they ran away in a hurry and reported to the leader of the fish tribe. Chapter 260 Trade Fair, Black Feather Fish Head. The news that the fish head was hit was soon known to the fisherman's wife. At that time, she was receiving the leaders of several other tribes, all of which were relatively large tribes. Among them was the Wing tribe. When the leader of the Wing tribe, He Yu, heard about it, he was more anxious than the fisherman's wife and left in a hurry. The fisherman's wife said goodbye to several other tribal leaders and left. She asked who was hitting the fish head. The person who reported it said that they were the 3 people from the Xia tribe. The fisherman's wife knew that this matter was difficult to handle and the Xia tribe could not afford to offend them. The Xia tribe was not invited to the fish tribe trade fair this time because they were worried that the fish head would cause trouble if he found out. The fisherwoman hadn't expected the Xia tribe to show up uninvited, and she was so busy dealing with tribal matters that she had forgotten about the feud between the fish head and the Xia tribe. Now Yuto has finally caused trouble, and the king of the Xia tribe is about to come to the fish tribe. She doesn't know how to end it for a while. When the fisherman's wife arrived at the hut, she found that Yuto and his men were no longer there. After asking the onlookers, we found out that it was the leader of the Wing tribe who carried the fish head away. The fisherwoman finally breathed a sigh of relief. She came to the sturdy Xia Yi and said, "Warrior of the Xia tribe, I'm so sorry. That guy just now was just a jerk." Xia Yi said, "He falsely accused my Xia tribe of killing his father. This matter must be explained to my king." The fisherwoman cursed the fish head in her heart. The last time she visited the Xia tribe, she had said that they would give up their hatred and ease relations. The Xia tribe was willing to give salt and pottery to the fish tribe for trade. She saw that the fish tribe was getting better and better, but she didn't expect that the fish head would ruin everything. But what could she do? She could only appease the people of the Xia tribe. Seeing that the leader of the fish tribe was not willing to defend his own shortcomings, Xiaoyi suppressed his anger temporarily. But he asked, "Just now, a man with chicken feathers on his head told me to wait. Who is he?" "That's Yu, the leader of the Wing tribe. He has a good relationship with that bastard." The fisherwoman hadn't expected the Wing tribe leader to get involved. She immediately remembered what Chan had told her. Fish Head and the Wing tribe leader had a good relationship and seemed to be planning something. Her priority now was to run the trade fair successfully and avoid any conflict between the Fish and Xia tribes. Xiaoyi didn't say anything else and asked the fisherman's wife to arrange a straw hut for them to rest. The fisherman's wife had no choice but to arrange it herself with a smile. After finishing the work, the fisherman's wife left. She cursed Fish Head in her heart more than 100 times, but she was helpless. She disliked Fish Head more and more, and if she had the chance, she really wanted to kill him. Although this incident was not a big deal, it aroused suspicion among the leaders of many tribes, both large and small, who were attending the trade fair. They wondered what the Xia tribe was like and how it could attract the leader of the Yu tribe to such an extent. For a while, everyone was talking about it. In the Fish tribe, the Fish Head lives a little further away. There is also a thatched house surrounded by a fence. It is where the Fish Head and his men live alone. They separated from the others under the leadership of the Fish tribe and formed a separate group, which was also why the fisherman's wife had no way to get the Fish Head. Yu of the Wing tribe supported Yu too and sat down. But he couldn't sit still, so he hunched over on the fur couch. Xia Yi's kick had been quite severe, sending a sharp pain through Yuto's stomach. The intense pain and discomfort nearly knocked him unconscious. If he hadn't been so fat, he could have been killed. To this day, Yuto still experiences nausea, vomiting, dizziness, and fatigue. It's truly unbearable. "Fish Head brother, are you okay?" "Brother, you must avenge me, regardless of whether they are from the Xia tribe or not." "Hey, how did you get into trouble with them?" "I was very angry when I heard they were from the Xia tribe. They killed my father, so I wanted to kill them to avenge them." Yu could understand his desire for revenge, but he still thought he was too stupid to do it himself. He should do it in secret. However, Fish Head's stupidity and impulsiveness are also what the Wing tribe wants to take advantage of. The Yi tribe had learned from reports from their members 2 days prior that the Xia tribe was the evil tribe responsible for the deaths of their people. He had previously sent people to search for the evil tribe, but had never found them. But when they finally did, they realized the Xia tribe was far more powerful, outnumbering his Yi tribe, which deterred him from taking action. "Why do they come in such small numbers?" "I don't know, maybe there are others behind. I didn't hear the fisherwoman say that people from the Xia tribe would be coming to this trade fair." "No matter how many of them come, brother Fishhead, have you ever thought about how to kill them?" "I've thought about it, but I just can't think of it." Yu hoped that fewer Xia tribe members would come to the Fish tribe to trade this time, so that he could ambush them along the way. It would be best if a Xia tribe leader showed up to trade, as he could skin the Xia tribe leader and the rest of the Xia tribe and make puppets of them to offer to the Wing tribe's bird god. When he was thinking about his proud achievement, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the house. A man from the Wing tribe with 6 fingers on his hands ran in. It turned out to be his subordinate. The 6 fingers said hurriedly, "Chief, the Xia tribe has arrived. There are so many of them." 6 fingers made gestures, and Yu and Yu too understood them clearly. "Not many people came. Who were they?" "I heard it was the leader of the Xia tribe, the same Xia tribe that killed us. The fisherwoman personally received him. When she saw the Xia leader, she called out 'Your Majesty' and knelt before him. If the king hadn't held her back, she would have actually knelt on the ground." Yu walked around the room and said, "What? How could this be? The Xia tribe's king can make the fisherwoman kneel down. What kind of person is he? Could it be that the Xia tribe's leader is the fisherwoman's lover?" Fish Head suddenly sat up and cursed. "No wonder that old woman always defends the Xia tribe. She keeps every transaction with the Xia tribe a secret from me. She's also been impatient with me lately and doesn't treat me like a human being at all. Turns out she has the support of an old man from the Xia tribe." Yu shook his head after hearing this. He thought that the fisherwoman was so old, who could possibly be interested in her? He had just said that out of spite. However, Yu thought about it and realized that the fisherman's wife was trying to curry favor with the Xia tribe because she needed the Xia tribe's salt and pottery. The Wing tribe also traded salt and pottery with the Fish tribe, which showed them that there were more delicious foods. When they ate meat, they added a little bit of salt, and the taste was indescribable. The 6-fingered one said, "The leader of the Xia tribe is not an old man. He looks very young and short." Fish Head glared and laughed. "The fisherwoman is still powerful, but she is the leader of the Fish tribe. Why should she kneel to outsiders? It has always been outsiders who kneel to the people of the fish tribe. Heiyu was wondering how powerful the Xia tribe's leader was. He knew the Xia tribe had sharp weapons and was building a huge structure. He wondered what it was used for. Although he hadn't seen it, it was definitely beyond his imagination. This time, when the leader of the Xia tribe came to the Yu tribe, even the fisherwoman had to kneel before him. You have to know that the Yu tribe is very powerful now. If the Xia tribe is very powerful, can the Yi tribe and other tribes still defeat them? Fish head, are you okay? Let's go see what the Xia tribe leader looks like. Yuto also perked up, stood up immediately, and followed Heiyu out. Let's go and see what he looks like. The group headed towards the trade fair. There are more people at the trade fair now, and many of them are gathered together discussing something. Heiyu and Yuto are wondering if everyone is not trading anymore? They walked around the crowd and saw more than 20 horses and people dressed in the same clothes in the woods on the other side. It was no wonder that they were from the Xia tribe. Heiyu and Yuto looked over there a few more times and were discovered by the people from the Xia tribe. Yuto wanted to curse a few words, but when he saw Xia kicking him half to death, he immediately shrank his neck and hurriedly walked to the other side. But after walking a few steps, he found a woman in the crowd wearing tight leather armor. Her face looked okay and could make people have wild thoughts. The woman was tall, with a well-proportioned and powerful figure and a pair of slender and powerful legs. Fish Head was the best at observing women. He looked from top to bottom and didn't see any naked parts on the woman, which made him feel very sorry. But he found another woman, who was wearing an unknown flower on her head, so she was revealing more. Heiyu also saw it, but said to Yuto, "Don't worry about those women. We can find them later. We need to do our work." So, Yuto followed Heiyu and walked towards the thatched hut where the fisherman's wife specially received the tribal leaders. Chapter 261 Trade Fair, The King Arrives. This is Wang Wei's first time visiting the fish tribe. From the moment he arrived at the fish tribe, he observed that the layout of the fish tribe's trade fair had certain characteristics, which showed that the leader of the fish tribe had put a lot of thought into it. On either side of a broad, flat road, simple straw huts were set up to store items even in the rain. Outside the huts, bamboo rafts were laid out horizontally, on which the tribes could place their supplies. In addition, there were people from the fish tribe maintaining order around, some were guiding unfamiliar people who came to trade, helping them find stalls, etc., and some were carrying kettles to pour water for those in need. On the other side, there was an earthen stove constantly boiling water. Outside the woods next to it, there are many fences, which contain different kinds of animals. Seeing this arrangement was also very shocking to Shiyun and Shirda. They might not have been able to come up with this. They learned a lot just after coming to the fish tribe this time. The tribal leader on this side of the mountain was also shocked. He had participated in trade fairs in the mountains before, but none of them performed as well as this fish tribe. Wang Wei smiled. He had seen stalls like these from small rural vendors before. When the fisherwoman learned that the leader of the Xia tribe had arrived, she rushed out of the hut, dropping one of her animal skin shoes. When she saw Wang Wei, she shouted, "Old woman greets the king," and knelt down. If Foxy hadn't been quick to catch him, he would have fallen to his knees. The fisherwoman led Wang Wei into a large shed specially used for receiving tribal leaders. On a slightly elevated platform, the floor was covered with straw mats, which were padded with thick fur. On top of the mats sat a low, finely polished stone table. The fisherman's wife asked Wang Wei to sit down. Wang Wei saw the fisherman's wife sitting cross-legged, so he followed suit. This was his first time sitting and talking like that, and he was a little uncomfortable. Foxy and Manhwa were bored because there was no place for the other people who had followed them in. They didn't want to stand around and listen to Wang Wei and the fisherwoman, so they wanted to go out and take a look. Wang Wei is not worried because Xia Dezui and Xia Cheng, the leader of Hunting Group 7, are protecting him in the greenhouse. In addition, Shiyun, Shirda, and the people from the Shan tribe were standing aside while the women from the Yu tribe brought them hot water. The woman from the fish tribe, Chan, poured dandelion tea for Wang Wei and the fisherman's wife. The fisherwoman said anxiously, "The last time I came to the Xia tribe, I didn't reveal my true identity and deceive the king. The king even sent a message saying that he didn't blame the old woman. The king is really kind and benevolent." Wang Wei waved his hand and said with a smile, "Even though you concealed your identity, I understand. You explained it to me afterwards, so I don't blame you. This time I came to the fish tribe to see what the trade fair is like." Wang Wei wanted to ask how many tribes would participate in the trade fair, but considering their ability to count, it was difficult to ask. "We are able to hold this trade fair thanks to the king, who has provided the fish tribe with ample salt and various pottery." "Haha, you're welcome. You're also trading goods. I'd like to know what kind of pottery they like. For example, the newly fired pottery with patterns from the Xia tribe, or ordinary pottery that can be used in daily life. Your Majesty, you may not know that the Xia tribe's patterned pottery is now in high demand. Some tribes take it back for collection, while others use it for burial. For those tribes, that kind of patterned pottery is very precious. The Xia tribe's pottery has indeed made great progress in craftsmanship. Several patterns are already present on the pottery, including geometric shapes, animal figures, and plant and leaf figures. There will be more in the future. The pottery team is constantly experimenting with different clays and expanding the variety of pottery colors. Fisherwoman, I think this trade fair is quite good. Many tribes and people have come. But you know, my Xia tribe currently trades food and furs instead of salt and pottery. Because there are so many people in the Xia tribe, no matter what food is edible, we need it in large quantities. I just saw some shops displaying hand-woven rattan and bamboo products, as well as some handmade jewelry. Although they are very good, if I were from the Xia tribe, I would not exchange them. Wang Wei was secretly hinting to the fisherman's wife that the Xia tribe did not want these unnecessary things. The Xia tribe only wanted food. Of course, the fisherwoman knew what the Xia tribe needed. From several transactions, the Xia tribe always prioritized food as a trading condition. Don't worry, my king. I've noticed a lot of animals and seeds sent by some tribes. I've also seen a lot of rice fruit sent by some tribes. I'm going to trade with them in large quantities this time. As long as the fisherman's wife can understand his requirements, Wang Wei will feel relieved. He introduced to the fisherman's wife the fruits of several plants, such as rhizomes, melons, leafy vegetables, mushrooms, and various seasonings. The two chatted harmoniously in a peaceful atmosphere. Laughter could be heard from time to time, and smiles appeared on the faces of everyone in the room. The fisherwoman's impression of Wang Wei had also changed significantly. She had previously assumed that the leaders of large tribes like the Xia tribe were always aloof, cold, and imposing. She hadn't felt that way the last time she visited the Xia tribe and saw Wang Wei, but this time, she could sense Wang Wei's approachable, unassuming side. At this time, there was a commotion outside the greenhouse. Someone wanted to break in, and someone was not letting him in. The smile on the fisherman's face suddenly disappeared because she recognized the sound of the fish head. Fortunately, she specially arranged people to guard outside, otherwise the fish head would rush in and scare the king of the Xia tribe, which would cause huge trouble. The fisherman's wife asked Wang Wei to wait for a moment, while she took the woman Chan out to deal with it. Wang Wei let her go, then picked up the tea and prepared to drink it. The only 4 people left in the room were Wang Wei, Xia Dazui, Shi Yun, and the leader. Shi Yun, who was standing next to him, saw that Wang Wei wanted to drink tea and quickly reminded him not to drink it. Xia Dazui also reacted and snatched the tea from his hand. Wang Wei wondered if he was being too cautious, but it was better to be cautious. Shi Yun took out a pottery kettle from the animal skin bag and handed it to him to drink. She looked flustered and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, you don't know. I just remembered that the son of the former leader of the fish tribe is still in the fish tribe. If he wants to harm us, this water is the best poison." Wang Wei was stunned for a moment. He still remembered that he was the one who killed the old leader of the Yu tribe. It seemed that he really had to be on guard when he came to the Yu tribe. "If you say that, I'll be even less willing to drink their tea." He suddenly thought of something. The transactions between the Yu tribe and the Xia tribe were mostly in the form of food. Shouldn't this be something they should be more cautious about? "Shi Yun, you've had several transactions with the fish tribe. Have you checked all the food sent to the Xia tribe?" "We've checked it. We already have dogs to feed. Let them try it first." Wang Wei nodded. Since there were still hidden dangers in the fish tribe, they couldn't stay here for long. Everyone listened to the noise outside and stopped talking. Until the noise outside became quieter and quieter, the fisherman's wife finally came in with an apology. Wang Wei stood up and asked, "Who was making noise outside just now?" The fisherwoman shook her head and sighed, saying, "Your Majesty, you don't know. That man just now was a scoundrel. He's the son of the former leader. He always says that the Xia tribe killed the former leader, and he keeps shouting for revenge in the Yu tribe." Wang Wei became stern. "Oh, seeking revenge on the Xia tribe? How will he do that?" The fisherwoman was startled and said quickly, "He's just talking nonsense. He only says these words, but he doesn't have the courage to do it." "Really? Some things will come true once they are spoken. Fisherwoman, you are the leader of the fish tribe, so you still have to discipline her properly, otherwise you will get into trouble." The fisherman's wife suddenly felt sweat on her back. "Your Majesty is right. My fish tribe always sides with you. I will discipline him well. That's the best. Actually, there's no point keeping useless people who are always causing trouble in the tribe, don't you think?" There was sweat on the fisherwoman's forehead. She suddenly felt that the king of the Xia tribe had changed again. The king is right, get rid of the trouble. Kick him out of the tribe and let him know that without the tribe's protection, he is nothing. Yes, I know what to do. Wang Wei nodded, his expression softened, and he said with a smile. My visit to the fish tribe today has left a very good impression on me overall. The fisherwoman is also very good at managing the fish tribe. I have things to do and need to return to the Xia tribe. I'll wait for your good news after the trade fair. The fisherman's wife originally wanted to keep Wang Wei to have some food before leaving, but when she saw that Wang Wei didn't drink any of the tea she poured for him, she knew it was useless to keep him. Once the trade fair is complete, I will personally go to the Xia tribe to thank the king. Wang Wei nodded and walked out of the greenhouse. Chapter 262, Trade Fair, Attack in the Forest. There were a lot of people at the trade fair, and there were even voices of hawkers. It was quite lively. Wang Wei slowly walked through the shops at the trade fair, carefully examining the items on display. Bamboo weavings include backpacks, bamboo baskets, sieves, fish cages, bamboo baskets, etc. There are ropes, baskets, and even something that looks like a table made of rattan. There are also many dry goods, such as fungus, mushrooms, red dates, cinnamon, wolfberry, tangerine peel, walnuts and other items that Wang Wei cannot recognize. In one shop, Wang Wei also saw dried shrimp, dried snail meat, dried fish, etc. He didn't see any dried meat. Perhaps even primitive people knew that dried meat without salt would rot easily. He also found rice, and there were rice in several shops. He also checked the color of the rice, whether it was full, etc. Beans and other grains were also found. Wang Wei did not expect to see beans. There were also some medicinal herbs, but Wang Wei didn't care much about them. He looked at those herbs and found that the Xia tribe basically had them all. Then there are a lot of living animals that are used for exchange, and they are kept in pens specifically for that purpose. There are also various types of animal furs, etc. Wang Wei said to the fisherwoman who had been following him. Fisherwoman, you've held more than one trade fair, right? Your Majesty, I'm really only opening it this time. It was previously opened by the previous leader, and other tribes have also opened it. Wang Wei nodded. Thinking back to when his Xia tribe moved from their old cave to the wilderness, he had always assumed that all the primitive people there lived in poverty. That wasn't the case at all. Some lived quite well. Take dried goods, for example. They knew how to preserve food without the need for salt. And the handwoven goods were quite good, some even exquisite. Wang Wei suddenly felt that his knowledge and thoughts were too limited, and he was unable to understand the living conditions of these primitive people. I used to think that primitive people were uncivilized, maybe because they traveled through time to a later era. He also knew that the main reason for this was that he did not go out and kept wandering around the Xia tribe. You should hold more trade fairs to get goods circulated. Yes, that's what I thought. He walked to a shop and saw Foxy and Manhwa picking up some ornaments made of shells in another shop, and asking how to use them. It seems that they have found something they like. Wang Wei is wondering how to trade it if they really like it. Wang Wei discovered the limitations of barter in primitive society. Transactions would be more convenient if there was a currency that was recognized and trusted by everyone. If the Xia tribe invented currency and adopted monetary transactions. This was just his idle thought. The Xia tribe was far from being able to influence more tribes. Time passed quickly, and after finally visiting all the shops at the trade fair, Wang Wei said goodbye to the fisherman's wife. The fisherman's wife stayed with him all the time, because she knew she couldn't keep Wang Wei. Until Wang Wei and his group gradually went away. He slowly turned around, rubbed his waist, and returned to the trade fair. Someone asked the fisherman's wife who those people were, as they looked a little different from the people in the wilderness. The fisherwoman smiled and said they were from the Xia tribe. Someone else asked what the Xia tribe did? The fisherwoman said that the salt you eat and the powder you use were made by the Xia tribe. Everyone was making tut-tut sounds. But there were some negative voices, such as the Xia tribe salt trade being too expensive and being too ruthless. Some from the poorer tribes also sighed, clearly agreeing. Only the fisherwoman knew that the salt the Xia tribe traded to her was still cheap, but she had increased it when trading with other tribes. He heard some people's thoughts and wondered if he should lower the price a little to avoid being cursed behind his back. If the Xia tribe knew that it was the Yu tribe that was being cursed, would the Xia tribe have any opinion of the Yu tribe? The fisherwoman brought the woman Chan to several shops that Wang Wei had just visited. These shops were all selling food, and she traded all the items. This caused a burst of exclamations from the people in those shops and tribes. No one expected the fisherwoman to be so courageous. It is said that coming to the Xia tribe to trade is good luck. The fisherwoman felt amused. If it weren't for your good luck, all this food would have been wanted by the Xia tribe. She also asked the tribes that traded rice to continue sending it, as the fish tribe needed it in large quantities. At this time, a trusted subordinate came running over. She was the one who was placed by the fisherman's wife at the fish head to gather information. Back to the hut. The woman said to the fisherwoman. The leaders of the fish head and wing tribes want to kill the king of the Xia tribe. The fisherwoman was so frightened that she almost fell down if Chan and her men hadn't supported her. The fisherwoman asked the others to go out while she discussed things with the woman Chan. Fish head tried to break in earlier. He must have known that the king of the Xia tribe had come to the fish tribe. Chan, what do you think we should do? Fish head doesn't have many men under his command, so he can't kill the king of the Xia tribe. But how will the Xia tribe deal with the fish tribe in the future? After all, fish head is from the fish tribe. The fisherwoman shook her head and said, No, Black Feather from the wing tribe is helping fish head. He wants to harm the fish tribe. The woman Chan also became panicked, because she knew that the wing tribe had brought many people to the trade fair this time. If they really kill the king of the Xia tribe, we won't be in such trouble. Kill the king of the Xia tribe? The fisherwoman asked, her face pale. Can they do it? Who knows? Those warriors from the Xia tribe look very strong. They're riding horses. Maybe Yuto and the others won't be able to catch up. The fisherman's wife looked better. That makes sense. I hope we won't be caught up. Regardless of whether Fish Head and Black Feather can kill the king of the Xia tribe, we must separate from Fish Head in the future. I'm willing to let him take some people away. The woman Chan thought about the bullying she had suffered from Yuto in the past, and her hatred grew stronger. She said, Chief, this is actually a good opportunity. We can use the Xia tribe to get rid of the Fish Head and even the Wing tribe. What's the meaning? The Wing tribe's Black Feather and Fish Head collude, causing a lot of trouble for the fisherwoman. Before the Fish tribe had chosen a leader, Black Feather secretly supported Fish Head and tried to trip up the fisherwoman. For example, the witch from the Wing tribe gave Yuto an idea, telling him to tell the other members of the Fish tribe that the fisherwoman was an unlucky person. He said that the moon turning red and the ants dying en masse were all caused by the fisherwoman's bad luck, and that her becoming the leader of the Fish tribe would bring disaster. After the rumor spread, some bad things happened within the Fish tribe. A woman who went out alone to collect fish disappeared, and a child who was fishing and catching crabs in the river drowned for no apparent reason. This once caused a lot of panic in the Fish tribe and made many people in the Fish tribe suspicious of the fisherwoman. Later, someone discovered that it was the Fish Head and Wing tribe who were behind the plot, so the fisherwoman has always hated the Wing tribe deeply. Now it is said that they can use the Xia tribe to get rid of the Yuto and E tribes. The fisherwoman is excited, but how to do it? Woman Cicada said, We don't need to do anything to let the Xia tribe defeat the Fish Head. The fisherman's wife shook her head repeatedly. What if the Xia tribe is defeated by the Fish Head? No, we can't take such a risk. We need to send someone to report to the king of the Xia tribe and have them prepare so that they don't blame the Fish tribe later. How can we catch up if they're on horseback? Even if we can't catch up, we have to chase them. The Xia tribe always needs food and rest. Send someone quickly, or it will be too late. The woman Cicada said. Then I'll go myself. I'm familiar with Shiyun and Shirda. The fisherman's wife agreed and told her to go quickly. After the woman Chan took 5 or 6 tribesmen away, the remaining fisherwoman felt uneasy. She hoped that the king of the Xia tribe was fine, otherwise the consequences for the Fish tribe would be unimaginable. The wait was so painful that I felt it would be better to go there in person. So the fisherman's wife gathered a dozen tribesmen and headed in the direction Wang Wei left. Wang Wei rode his horse slowly because some people in the team could not ride fast horses. They came to a small wood by a stream and stopped to rest. It was already noon, and Xia Dezui suggested eating something before returning to the Xia tribe. Wang Wei agreed. The hunting group came out with semi-dried food, which they slowly roasted over the fire. Foxy handed over the ceramic kettle and Wang Wei drank it. Maisie, did you see anything you liked at the trade fair? No, but the ornaments are okay. One of the shells even makes a sound. If I'm guessing correctly, it's called a wind chime, a shell wind chime. It makes noises. What a pity. What a pity. This king is too poor to exchange with them. I'll go back and make it myself. Oh, Foxy can make handmade wind chimes, which is rare. Wang Wei had never heard of or seen her doing handicrafts. Could it be that she was influenced by the women in the hut? That vixen had truly changed. Shanhua ran over and urged Wang Wei. My king, go and tell him quickly. Wang Wei smiled and said, Is your father still dizzy? A little bit, go and tell me. Wang Wei stood up and walked towards the leader who was still dizzy on the other side. The leader actually gets dizzy when riding a horse. What does this mean? It may be related to his physical condition. This shows that they lack exercise and adaptation. Xia Lei from the Xia tribe also suffered from horse dizziness, and has not yet fully adapted to it. The leader was drinking water and patting his chest, but it was Rat Whiskers who was patting his chest, and Rat Whiskers was helping him to calm down. Here, Chief, are you okay? Oh, it's okay. How far is it from here to the Xia tribe? I want to walk back. That won't do. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Sit down and I'll tell you something. Lao Shushu and Baldy hurriedly found some animal skins to pad the ground, and let Wang Wei and the leaders sit down and talk. Wang Wei then spoke of his own troubles, how he had too many women around him, how his health was not good, and how it was not suitable for him to find another woman. He then praised Lao Shushu, saying that he was a rare talent and that he was very optimistic about him. He also said that Lao Shushu was the best candidate to be the next leader of the tribe on this side of the mountain. Before the leader could express his opinion, Xia Cheng, the leader of Hunting Group 7 who was on guard at the periphery, sounded the alarm. My king, there are many people rushing towards us with sticks. Xia Dazui threw the grilled food away and shouted. Enemy attack, prepare. Chapter 263 Trade Fair, don't mess with me. The people who came to attack were naturally Hiyu, the leader of the Yuto and Yi tribes. They knew that there were too few people from the Xia tribe coming to the Fish tribe trade conference. Ever since they were stopped outside the greenhouse and forbidden to enter, and were driven away by the fisherman's wife, Yuto and Hiyu made up their minds to kill the king of the Xia tribe. Yuto has more than 20 men under his command, and Hiyu from the Wing tribe has nearly 100 men under his command. They were originally lying in ambush on a hillock, the only way for the Xia tribe to return. But no matter how long they waited, they couldn't get any of them, so they sent people back to check and found that the Xia tribe members were resting by the woods. The fish head couldn't wait any longer, and shouted that he wanted to rush to the woods. Seeing that his side had more people than the other side, Heiyu felt that he would definitely win this time, so he also agreed to go to the woods to attack the Xia tribe. As the people of the Wing tribe and Yuto's men rushed closer and closer, they shouted loudly, seemingly with excitement. Perhaps they thought it would be easy to defeat the people of the Xia tribe. The hunting team of the Xia tribe lined up in a row, holding bows and arrows in their hands, and Xia Dazui shouted loudly for everyone to stay steady. Then he said to Wang Wei, My king, you stay. Wang Wei calculated the enemy's running speed and found that they did not throw rocks for long-range attacks. He knew that they wanted to take advantage of the numbers and rush forward quickly. He said hurriedly, No, wait a moment. The hunting team will advance forward, and we will defend behind you. Shoot 3 rounds in a row, then pick up the Ting's shield iron spear and pay attention to coordination. Quickly shoot. Foxy also held a bow and arrow. She had already shot 2 arrows in a row. Although she had always been good at archery, she could only shoot based on her feeling. Whoosh! 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 The Xia tribe's 21 arrows had already shot down more than 10 people in the first round, and after 3 rounds, they had shot down more than 30 people in total. Wang Wei knew that the hunting team had just been expanded, and they still had to practice. Following behind the hunting team were Wang Wei, Fox Maisie, Shi Yun, the leader, and Shanhua. Mouse Whiskers and Baldy also picked up Ting's shields and wooden spears to defend on the side. After shooting, the hunting team threw their bows and arrows aside and held the Ting's shields and iron spears on the ground. They stood firmly on the ground, holding the iron spear in one hand and the Ting's shield in the other, holding them in front of them like an indestructible barrier, their eyes revealing determination and firmness. Life and death are at stake in an instant, and a bloody scene is about to unfold here. Shi Yun suddenly said, My lord, they are from the Fish tribe. That man is the son of the former leader of the Fish tribe. His name is Fish Head. There's more than that. There's also the Wing tribe man with bird feathers. After Wang Wei finished speaking, the hunting team had already collided with the people on the opposite side, and the killing began. As soon as they made contact, shouts and screams were heard, and then people began to fall down, blood splattering everywhere, forming a terrible picture. Foxy was responsible for protecting Wang Wei. She had been shooting with a bow and arrow behind the hunting group. Since the other people were too close, she killed one person with almost every arrow. Mouse Whiskers and Baldy were also guarding both sides with Ting's shields and wooden spears. Wang Wei, Shi Yun, the leader, and Shanhua held iron spears in their hands and killed the enemies killed by the hunting team one by one. The hunting team quickly rushed forward more than 10 meters and killed half of the enemy. At this time, the enemy's people had been disrupted. The enemy used wooden and bamboo spears, which were blocked by the Xia tribe's Ting shields and rattan armor. However, the Xia tribe's Ting shields and rattan armor were also damaged, and it seemed that someone was injured as well. However, the Xia tribe's equipment also prevented the enemy from getting too close. Instead, they would be stabbed to death by the Xia tribe's iron spears. After being stabbed, they would basically lose their combat effectiveness and could no longer pose a threat. The people who fell to the ground screamed in pain, and their number increased. Wang Wei saw the battlefield becoming chaotic and shouted, "See the enemy leader? Break through and capture him." After hearing the order, the hunting team ran towards the fish head, and Wang Wei and others followed closely behind. Someone was chasing after them, but Foxy was waving her spear, preventing them from getting close. Yuto and Heiyu, who were standing in the distance, knew that they were doomed when they saw their people in chaos. Heiyu had heard from Six Fingers that the Xia tribe's spears were exceptionally sharp, and today he had finally witnessed it. Furthermore, the flying wooden sticks had also caused considerable damage, and their Ting shields and vine armor provided protection for the Xia tribe. I just regret that the Wing tribe doesn't have these equipments. Yuto and Heiyu felt very upset. They thought they could defeat each other, but now it is completely impossible. Seeing the people from the Xia tribe rushing towards them, Yuto and Heiyu were shocked. Fish had shouted, "No! Run away! We'll all die here if we keep going like this." Heiyu was even more afraid. He was the leader of the Wing tribe and he didn't want to die like this. He ran away first, no longer caring about the fish head. When Yuto saw Heiyu running away, he followed suit, but he was fat and slow. Xiai, the fastest runner, stabbed him in the knee with his spear, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Xiai laughed and stepped on his chest, almost breaking his sternum. "I will recognize Yuto until I die." Today, he kicked me in the stomach and almost vomited bile. The hunting team was divided into 5 people who chased after Heiyu, and the person they were chasing was Xia Dazue. Others began to chase and hunt others. Foxy did not protect Wang Wei and also participated in chasing and killing the escaped people. Wang Wei looked at Shuyun. Her face was still pale. "My lord, is that fisherwoman also involved? Who knows? Should we go to the fish tribe to question them? Let's take care of things here first." Although the fish head was caught, he kept cursing, thinking that the people of the Xia tribe would not dare to do anything to him, and perhaps even thought that someone would come to rescue him. Xiai stuffed a handful of dirt into his mouth, then began to beat him. He rolled over on the ground, unable to scream, until the blood gushed out of his throat, dispersing the dirt in his mouth. He lay on the ground, wailing like a dead dog, tears and snot streaming down his face, and the ground beneath him was also covered with liquid. "Now I know I can't afford to offend you, and I know how excruciating the pain is." Xiai handed him to the bird egg and continued to chase the others. The hunting group started chasing on horseback, not leaving a single person alive, until some people escaped into the woods and could no longer be caught, and then they let them go. When cleaning up the battlefield, the bodies of those who voluntarily surrendered were forced to move to one pile, and the injured were driven to another pile. Wang Wei looked at the blood all over his body and could only smile bitterly. He didn't want to kill anyone, but there were always people who came to provoke him. At this time, Umezi came over with a few people and said, "My lord, they were sent by the fisherwoman." Wang Wei knew the woman. The fisherman's wife called her Chan. The woman Chan was so frightened by the corpses and blood all over the ground that she was shaking all over. When she saw Wang Wei, she knelt down hurriedly, and the people who came with her also knelt down. Wang Wei didn't let them stand up and speak. "The fisherwoman asked you to come?" "Yes, the fisherwoman's trusted subordinates said someone was going to kill the king, so they asked me to come and report it to the king. I didn't expect that I would arrive too late. Fortunately, the king is fine." Wang Wei stopped talking, as if considering whether what she said was true. This made the woman even more worried. She was afraid of saying something wrong and was even more afraid that Wang Wei would punish her, so she didn't dare to speak, but just kept sweating. Shuyun couldn't bear to see this, so she pulled Wang Wei a little. Seeing that he ignored her, she immediately thought of what she had asked him just now, that he was doubting the fisherman's wife. Besides the wailing of the injured, there was also the sound of horse hooves as people began to patrol and keep watch around. Wang Wei asked Nyaden, "Has Xia Dazue not returned yet?" "Yes." "Bring the horses, and we'll go look for them." Wang Wei was really worried that Xia Dazue would get hurt. It is said that Xia Dazue and his men finally caught up with Heiyu, the leader of the Yi tribe, and started fighting with Heiyu's men. Xia Dazue's Tingdun was actually chopped to pieces by Heiyu's shovel, so he had no choice but to throw Tingdun aside. Seeing that the other person was also very strong, even comparable to himself, he also found that he was holding a shovel in his hand. He immediately realized that it was the shovel that Ji Hao had lost. Xia Dazue laughed heartily. "The shovel that the Xia tribe lost was stolen by you." Heiyu was furious. It was clearly someone from his tribe who found it. Without saying anything, he raised his shovel and chopped at Xia Dazue. Xia Dezui knew the power of the Xia tribe's iron weapons. He didn't have a Ting shield, so he quickly retreated, dodged to the side, and stabbed the man with a spear. He Yu also knew the power of the spear in his hand, and he kept moving it back and forth. The two men fought back and forth, each afraid that the other's iron weapon would hurt him. Until Wang Wei, Fox Maisie, and several hunting team members arrived on horseback. Seeing Xia Dezui fighting alone with someone, the other 4 members of the hunting team watched from the side. What he hated most was this kind of one-on-one fight, which was just a show of bravery. Maisie, shoot an arrow to end the battle, Wang Wei ordered. My king, they are competing, it's not convenient for me to intervene. You're confused. We're killing the enemy now, not competing with our own people in the tribe. Foxy thought it made sense, so she pulled an arrow from her quiver, put it on the string, took aim, and let go. The arrow flew whistling, and with a puff, sound it pierced into He Yu's arm holding the shovel. He Yu screamed in pain and fell to the ground, and the shovel fell to the side. Xia Dezui turned around and saw Wang Wei and Hu Maisie. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare. He kicked the shovel away and walked towards the man. He Yu cursed angrily. He pulled out the arrow, bringing out a puff of bright red blood. He still struggled to get up and fight Xia Dezui to the death. Xia Dezui was not polite either. He stabbed his other arm holding the arrow with his iron spear, and then kicked him down. Wang Wei said, "Take it away and go back to clean up the battlefield." The hunting team acted together, taking away both the dead and the living. Chapter 264, Trade Fair, Revenge. Everyone returned to the battlefield. Wang Wei saw the dusty fisherman's wife coming. She was saying something to Shi Yun and Shi De, but it was obvious that Shi Yun and Shi De didn't believe her. The witch knew that any explanation she had now was useless. After all, the people of the fish tribe had participated in the attack. Her pleading voice seemed pale, powerless, and extremely miserable. When she saw Wang Wei coming on horseback, the fisherwoman knew that the man who could truly save the fish tribe from disaster had arrived, and she said, "I'm glad the king is alright, I'm glad he's alright, woo." The fisherman's wife wiped her tears and started crying. Wang Wei said calmly, "Fisherwoman, you see I'm covered in blood, how can I be okay?" The fisherwoman was startled and looked at Wang Wei carefully. She saw that his leather armor was covered in blood. Thinking that Wang Wei was injured, she hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed in Wang Wei's direction. "My king, I never thought Yudo would be so bold as to cause you harm. He colluded with the leader of the Wing tribe." The fisherwoman recounted the story of the collusion between the leaders of the Fish Head and Wing tribes, and accused the two men of plotting against her, emphasizing the despicable, shameless, and insidious nature of the Fish Head and Wing tribe leaders. It also said that she endured the humiliation and lack of help when the Yu tribe was unstable, lived in fear every day, and finally made peace with the Xia tribe, obtaining salt and pottery from them to trade for the improvement of the Yu tribe. But they disrupted the trade between the Xia and Yu tribes. Everyone was moved by her miserable words and felt that the Fish Head was hateful as well. Wang Wei actually didn't care about the collusion between the leaders of the Yuto and Yi tribes, but they were unforgivable for disrupting the deal between the Xia and Yu tribes. As the number of people in the Xia tribe increases, food safety has always been Wang Wei's biggest concern. The Yu tribe provides food for the Xia tribe, so how can they allow people to destroy it? Seeing that the fisherman's wife's words did not sound false, he believed them about halfway. "Fisherwoman, please stand up and speak. I believe you have nothing to do with what happened today." The fisherwoman was delighted to hear these words, which sounded like something from another world. She kowtowed again and said, "The Xia tribe has won a great victory, and the king is safe. This is a blessing for the Yu tribe." Wang Wei smiled and said, "Fisherman's wife, you are an old woman too. Please get up quickly. I believe you have nothing to do with this matter. Shi Yun, help the fisherman's wife up." Shi Yun helped the fisherman's wife up and tidied up her messy gray hair. The fisherman's wife smiled at him gratefully. Wang Wei then said to the other people in the fish tribe, "You all stand up too." Only the people of the fish tribe dared to stand up. Wang Wei came to the fisherwoman and said, "Fisherwoman, although I believe you, he has always wanted to seek revenge on the Xia tribe. You should know about this, right?" Wang Wei was pointing at the fish head. The fisherwoman shuddered all over, nodded, and said, "Yes, I know. You knew this but never told the Xia tribe members. Are you trying to protect him? Or do you have some other purpose?" "He has no purpose. He's allied with the Wing tribe, and I, an old woman, can't do anything about him. Knowing he wants revenge on the Xia tribe, I didn't dare invite the king to this trade fair. I should have told the king of his ambitions sooner." Wang Wei felt that it made some sense and was justifiable. "So what do we do with him now? Please, your majesty, make the decision." The fish head on the ground knew there was no hope and regretted it. Then he saw the Wing tribe leader Heiyu being dragged away and said hurriedly, "It's him. He asked me to come? It's none of my business." Heiyu, the leader of the Wing tribe, was so angry that he couldn't speak. He knew that it was useless to say anything now. He was a proud man, always believing the Wing tribe to be powerful, especially when he had sharp weapons. Sometimes he felt that if he only had those weapons, he could crush all his enemies and leave them at his feet. He had initially thought that colluding with Yudo to attack the Xia tribe would easily lead to victory, but he was unexpectedly defeated. He also realized that the Wing tribe's defeat was entirely due to the Xia tribe's superior weapons and equipment. Xia Yi punched Yudo on the mouth to stop him from interrupting. "Fisherwoman, do you know how the former leader of the fish tribe died?" "Stabbed in the chest." "Have you ever thought about revenge?" "No, I hate him," the fisherman's wife answered very straightforwardly and firmly. "He, the former chief's son, is always against you. Do you still want to keep him?" "Don't keep him. He is plotting to murder the king and he deserves to be killed," the fisherwoman said without hesitation. Wang Wei could see that the fisherman's wife really wanted to kill the fish head, so he didn't say anything else. The woman next to him, Chan, stood up and said, "My king, let me kill him." Seeing her tears, he asked in confusion, "Do you have a grudge against him?" The cicada bit its lips and said nothing. The fisherwoman immediately said, "He once forced her to the point where she couldn't have children." Wang Wei nodded. "Okay, I'll leave it to you. I'll also let you deal with the rest of the people from the fish tribe who tried to murder me." The fisherman's wife and the woman Chan each knelt down to thank Wang Wei. The people of the fish tribe were easy to deal with, but what about the people of the Wing tribe? Especially the leader of the Wing tribe, Heiyu. Wang Wei didn't really want to kill anyone, but he was nearly killed himself. As the saying goes, if no one offends me, I won't offend them. If someone offends me, I will definitely offend them. So far, the Xia tribe has not taken the initiative to provoke or frame anyone, and has been passively defensive. Xia Daze came over with a shovel and said, "My lord, this shovel is the one that Jihao lost. It turns out he stole it." Xia Daze knew that Jihao had been sad for a long time because he lost his shovel. At that time, the Xia tribe needed iron tools to build their city, which slowed down the construction process. If the king hadn't comforted her, Jihao didn't know how long she would have blamed herself. "Big Mouth, the leader of the Wing tribe cannot be kept alive. You will be responsible for handling those captives as well." "Were all the prisoners killed?" The Yi tribe was considered a brutal tribe. Judging by the tragic fate of the Jihao tribe, their treatment of others was brutal. If the Yi tribe's members were allowed to survive, they might become a hidden danger in the future, further harming other weaker tribes. If Xia Dazue slaughtered the captives, the Xia tribe would be completely entrenched in its image as a brutal and bloodthirsty tribe. Oh, it's really hard to choose. After all, Wang Wei has the thinking of a modern person, and he knows that he cannot kill decisively. The Xia tribe is still short of people to make bricks and lime, right? Xia Dazue understood. He asked two members of the hunting team to drag the leader of the Wing tribe aside, make him kneel down, let the group of captives watch, and then drew out his machete. The leader of the Wing tribe knew that his life would end here. He had chopped off people's heads in the same way before, hung them up and beat them, and even skinned them. As Xia Dazue raised his sword and slashed, the head of the Wing tribe leader rolled to the ground. The prisoners were so frightened that they trembled, and some even wet their pants on the floor. The people of the fish tribe had never seen such a punishment as beheading, and they were all terrified. Although many people had died in this place, they had never seen or experienced such slaughter before. Seeing beheading in person was enough to shock them. The woman Chan walked up to Xia Dazue and said, "Warrior of the Xia tribe, can I borrow your sword?" Xia Dazue hesitated for a moment, and then handed the knife to her. The woman Chan walked up to the fish head with a machete and gestured at his neck. The fish head almost fainted. He knew that his life was coming to an end, and everything he saw made him feel very scared. However, the woman Chan did not chop off Yuto's head, but kicked him down with one foot, and then chopped his lower body with a machete. Yuto screamed like a pig being slaughtered and tried to roll over to avoid it. However, he was beaten all over by Xia Yi before, and his body was heavy, so he couldn't avoid it at all. As the woman chopped his lower body into pieces, the fish head also lost its breath. Everyone looked at the bloody corpse. Some people felt numbness on their backs, and some felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. The woman Chan returned the machete to Xia Dazue. Xia Dazue gave the woman a thumbs up, which he learned from Wang Wei. The crowd piled the bodies together and burned them. Wang Wei gave the head of the Yi tribe leader to the fisherwoman and asked her to send people to the Yi tribe and bring back the seriously injured people. He also asked her to tell them that the Xia tribe did not want to kill all the Yi tribe people and asked them not to provoke the Xia tribe. The fisherman's wife readily agreed. The matter ended like this. Wang Wei returned to the Xia tribe and took away nearly 20 uninjured captives. Before leaving, Wang Wei said to the fisherman's wife, "If anyone bullies you in the fish tribe again, come to me in the Xia tribe and I will take care of it for you." Wang Wei said this to support Yupa. Yu tribe will be the trusted agent of Xia tribe in the future, and it will also reduce trouble for Yupa in subsequent management. If anyone wants to take over Yu tribe, they must consider Xia tribe first. The fisherman's wife was shocked, but immediately moved to tears and said yes repeatedly. Chapter 265 Trade Fair, Food Safety. After the Xia tribe left, the Yu tribe was left behind to handle the follow-up matters. The fisherwoman looked coldly at Yuto's men. There were originally more than 20 of them, but now there were only about 10 kneeling on the ground, which meant that either half of them were dead or had escaped. These people almost caused the destruction of the fish tribe. The people of the fish tribe who followed the fisherwoman were extremely disgusted with them and were filled with anger. The fisherwoman was actually feeling very relieved. Without the fish head, no one dared to mess with her. Had they finally behaved themselves after being punished by the Xia tribe? She knew that the Xia tribe king had handed these people over to her for punishment, clearly out of consideration for the fish tribe. Otherwise, these people would have become slaves of the Xia tribe. There are nearly 30 people from the Wing tribe who are seriously injured. It is too troublesome to bring these people back to the Wing tribe. It is better to notify the people from the Wing tribe to take them away. The fisherwoman arranged for 2 men to go to the Yi tribe and ask them to rescue people. He also arranged for other people to continue collecting firewood and add more firewood to burn the bodies that had not yet been burned. Everyone was busy. Only the fisherman's wife and the woman Chan were left standing aside. The fisherwoman looked at the cicada with an extremely angry look in her eyes. She slapped it, and the cicada staggered. "Kneel down." The cicada knelt obediently. "How dare you! I asked you to report the news, but you actually caught up with the Xia tribe and then hid yourself. You almost ruined us. I wanted Fishhead dead, but I couldn't kill him. I had to rely on the Xia tribe to kill him. So when I caught up with the king of the Xia tribe, Fishhead hadn't attacked yet. I hid and waited for him to be killed. Foolish woman, if the king of the Xia tribe is killed, what will happen to the fish tribe? Even if you want revenge, you can't sacrifice the lives of all the people in the fish tribe." The cicada lowered its head and said nothing. The fisherman's wife sighed, pulled her up, and touched her swollen face. "This matter is over. Fortunately, the king of the Xia tribe did not blame us. We will still rely on them for our livelihood in the future. However, you need to change your temper. Just like your deceased father." The cicada cried like rain and whispered, "Mother." The fisherman's wife hurriedly looked around, and seeing that there was no one around, she sighed again. "When we truly control the fish tribe, I will acknowledge my daughter. Then no one will dare to say anything. Okay, you stay and wait for the people from the Wing tribe. Tell them what the Xia tribe king has told you to say. Whether they listen or not is up to them. I'll go back to the tribe first. They're waiting for me to trade." Cicada nodded. "Oh, there are so many things happening today. Let's talk about Wang Wei and his group heading towards the Xia tribe." Because there were prisoners walking, the team's pace was a bit slow. This group of captives were to be used to dig soil and make bricks, and to serve as labor reform for the Xia tribe. The current slaves of the Xia tribe are very obedient. Perhaps due to the good propaganda and the Xia tribe's friendliness towards slaves, those slaves have been working hard to reform themselves through labor in order to get rid of their slave status. The most striking feature of Wang Wei's propaganda was that he treated the slaves as human beings, members of the Xia tribe, giving them a sense of belonging. He also praised and rewarded them for their contributions, especially the construction of the new city wall, which gave them a strong sense of honor. Wang Wei thanked everyone for their hard work, including the slaves, and made them feel that their sweat was recognized and witnessed by the Xia king. The crowd walked in the wilderness. Wang Wei found that almost everyone had blood on their bodies, especially those in the hunting group. There was their own blood and the enemy's blood, but there was more enemy blood. Xia Desiree reported that nearly everyone in the hunting group had been injured. While not seriously injured, they would likely need several days to recover. Furthermore, all the rattan shields were damaged, and much of the rattan armor was also damaged beyond repair. Wang Wei had no choice but to recuperate from his injuries. Fortunately, the Xia tribe had those things shields and vine armors for this battle, otherwise, people would have been sacrificed. He concluded that the cause of the injury was lack of training. After the Xia tribe's hunting group expanded, they were not well trained, their coordination was not good enough, and there were also problems with equipment. Through this encounter with the outside tribe, Although the Xia tribe's weapons were better than others and they had defeated the larger force with fewer people, Wang Wei still did not want the Xia tribe members to be harmed in the battle. Even if it was a 1-for-10 exchange, he would not be willing to do so. However, when everyone returned, they were still very excited. They felt that no one was dead and everyone was alive. Once they recovered from their injuries, they would be good men again. Although they won, this was not what Wang Wei wanted. This was also the reason why he did not attack the Wing tribe when he saw that many people in the hunting group were injured. At this time, he was thinking about how to upgrade the Tang shield and rattan armor. In fact, he also knew that the best armor was still iron armor, and the best shield was still a metal shield. If a wooden board was wrapped with iron sheets, the protective power would be greatly increased. He decided to ask the iron-making team and the carpentry team to build a set for testing when he returned this time. Shi Yun and Hu Meizi, who were following Wang Wei, saw that Wang Wei had been silent. Shi Yun asked first. "My king, what are you thinking about?" Wang Wei reacted and said, "Nothing, I'm thinking of making some new equipment." After hearing this, Xia Dazui rode his horse closer and looked very interested. "What new equipment?" Wang Wei smiled and said, "Big Mouth, our Ting shield and rattan armor are no longer effective. We won't be able to provide adequate protection against a large crowd or sharper weapons." Xia Dazui had a deep feeling that when he was fighting with the leader of the Wing tribe, the other party easily destroyed the Ting shield and rattan armor with an iron shovel. "Has the king figured it out?" "Haha, I've been thinking about it, and I'm almost figuring it out. As long as it's better than the Ting shield and the Ting armor, that's fine," Wang Wei said proudly. "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have thought about it for so long. I'll ask the iron-making team and the carpentry team to build a set when I get back." Xia Dazui was very happy after hearing this. If the Xia tribe was better equipped, everyone would be less likely to get hurt, and would be able to walk sideways when going out. Foxy asked, "Are you going to let the Wing tribe go just like that?" "Maisie, if you don't let them go, what else do you want to do? I thought you were going to attack their tribe." Xia Dazui, Shi Yun, and the rest of the hunting group all wanted to ask him this question. If the captives could understand, they would probably want to know too. Wang Wei said, "First, we are too few and injured. If we want to attack them, we must return to the tribe and gather more people. Second, what good will we gain from attacking them? We can only vent our anger, and what else can we gain? We can only increase the number of slaves." Everyone was silent, thinking about his words. Wang Wei continued, "Everyone, think about it, aren't there enough people in our tribe? I'm not against having too many people, but the Xia tribe doesn't allow too many people right now. This is because the Xia tribe needs to prepare more food for the existing population. We haven't started growing rice yet. If there is more food, I think I will take in more people, no matter how many there are." Shi Yun asked, "My king, are we short of food?" "There's no shortage right now, but who knows what will happen in the future. The colder it gets, the harder it will be to get food. So the king always asks the trading group to trade food with each other." Wang Wei nodded and said, "Shi Yun is very smart. This king not only has to consider other matters of the tribe, but the most important thing right now is to ensure that we don't starve. I heard that some cannibals eat their own kind when they are short of food. I think you should have heard of it too." Everyone said they had heard of it, and some said they had seen it. "So, I don't want the Xia tribe to eat their own kind. The main purpose of setting up a trading group is to trade food. We don't need the other gems and jewelry. Those things are not practical for us. Besides, we can also make some of them. Why should we exchange them?" Hu Meizi's ears burned when she heard this. She had seen a string of shell wind chimes at the trade fair today, and really wanted them. However, she had nothing to exchange, and she didn't dare to offer her spear and bow. If she did, she could imagine the king's punishment for her. Shi Yun asked, "Then the fish tribe's trade this time includes items other than food. Why did the fisherwoman let them participate? Maybe she needs the attention. The more attention, the more lively it will be. But she'll understand what I mean. As the leader, the fisherwoman also has to consider the survival of the tribe. I think her trade this time will mainly focus on food. Just wait, in a few days the fish tribe will send food to the Xia tribe." Everyone thought he was right. "Just now I said that the main concern is food, but there's actually one thing missing, you know?" Everyone said they didn't know. Wang Wei asked, "That's the safety of the Xia tribe. Do you know how many enemies the Xia tribe still has?" Xia Dazui said, "Northern D people." No one else said anything, obviously not knowing. Wang Wei said, "Right now, the Northern D are our biggest threat. Are there any others?" Foxy asked, "Does the Wild Wolf tribe count?" "Of course it counts. We've only defeated them, not wiped them out. Doesn't the Wild Wolf tribe also have the Sky Wolf tribe?" That's also a large tribe and our enemy. Are there any others? Seeing that they were silent, Wang Wei said. Don't forget, everyone, the Root tribe's greatness. It's possible that the entire Root tribe is our enemy. Foxy felt a little ashamed. The greatness of the Root tribe had caused many deaths from the Fox tribe and the Li tribe. She didn't expect that the king still remembered her enemy. Xia Dazui asked. Anything else? Of course there are. There are also some hidden enemies who haven't revealed their heads yet. There are also some that have revealed their heads, such as the fish head of the Fish tribe and the Wing tribe. These tribes all want to harm the Xia tribe. Xia Dazui said. Your Majesty, I know of a hidden enemy who hasn't shown himself yet. Wang Wei believed that Xia Dazui knew. Shiyun suddenly looked at Wang Wei. She wanted to say something but didn't. Well, Shiyun also knew. Chapter 266, Seeking Survival, Protective Gear Concept. It was already evening when Wang Wei and others returned to the Xia tribe. Everyone washed up first, and then had to hold a tribal meeting. Mei cared about Wang Wei very much and took the initiative to give him a bath and wipe his back, actually to check if he had any injuries. We returned to the Xia tribe today. Fortunately it was dark, otherwise the people of the Xia tribe would have thought something terrible had happened when they saw them covered in blood. In fact, a huge thing had happened. If the Xia tribe had not been well equipped, they would have been lucky to be alive. As Wang Wei was taking a shower and thinking quietly, the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He'd experienced life and death several times, and should have taken it lightly. But thinking of Mei, who watched him after him, and everyone in the Xia tribe, he couldn't take too many risks in the future. Isn't there a saying that goes, to survive in troubled times is better than to seek fame and fortune among the nobles? The ancients summed it up well. I heard from Bird Egg that everyone in the hunting group was injured. What are you going to do if you continue like this? The situation was urgent at the time, so I didn't think too much about it. I thought the Xia tribe was well equipped, but I didn't expect them to have 4 times as many people as us. From now on, you should just focus on developing the Xia tribe. Let Xia Dazui and Xia Feng do the fighting and killing. Wang Wei held Mei's hand and said, I really hope that no one has to fight to the death. Some people just don't think that way and want to provoke us. You see, every time we fight with others, they provoke us first, and then we passively fight them. Mei knew he had a point. Although she didn't care about the Xia tribe's affairs, she was aware of the troubles they were facing. She thought that the Xia tribe's biggest problem right now was the wild people on the other side of the river. If they didn't leave, they must have some ideas about the Xia tribe. How about we leave here? Wang Wei smiled and said. Where to go? Where can the Xia tribe go in such a severe cold? Our city walls are already built, and half of the houses in this city are also finished. We will soon move into our new homes. Oh, if only we didn't build a city here. Mei, it doesn't matter where we go. We will all experience the same things as we do now. This era is completely different from what I imagined. You know my soul comes from another world, but let me tell you, there are people who came here from another world as well. And they came to this world earlier than me and have already established a more civilized society. In the eyes of those people, we are just savages. This was the first time Mei had heard of another time traveler, and she was actually quite skeptical about Wang Wei's identity. She had always believed that Wang Wei was possessed by some great immortal, or animal spirit. Is that Northern D person considered a member of a civilized society? Calculate. But he also wears animal skins, not like us. You're only seeing the surface. They might have entered a slave society, or perhaps even a primitive society. If their economic, political, and ideological systems were completely unified, we would be far behind them. Mei obviously didn't understand and didn't know how to answer him. Wang Wei saw Mei's serious face and said to her with a smile, Don't worry, I will never take risks again. I still want to survive. Do you know what it means to survive? Mei shook her head. Even in turbulent times, survival is the top priority. Preserving one's own life is more important than pursuing wealth and fame. This poem reflects on the changing world and one's attitude towards life, expressing that in troubled times, one should uphold one's beliefs and principles, remain true to one's heart, and not be swayed by external interference, always putting one's own safety first. Wang Wei saw that Mei still didn't understand, so he had no choice but to say to her softly, It means that I will have more children with the women in the hut, and not do anything else dangerous. Mei blushed, stole a glance at his tools, and felt a little nervous. Evening meeting of the Xia tribe. Everyone at the meeting already knew about what happened during the trip to the Fish tribe, and Wang Wei just briefly explained what happened. But his focus wasn't on these things. Instead, he discovered that other tribes were trading food at the Fish tribe's trade fair. It was the rice he'd been talking about, the one that could help him escape the food crisis. This was Wang Wei's biggest discovery at the trade fair. In Wang Wei's statistics, he found that several tribes had rice. What does this indicate? This shows that some tribes grew food and had a surplus. During the meeting, Wang Wei arranged for the trading team to increase its manpower and trade heavily with those tribes that grew rice. In addition, they also sent people to inform the Shang tribe, the fish tribe, the rat tribe, the horse-herding village, and the mountain tribe to vigorously search for tribes that grow food, as the Xia tribe wanted to trade with them. The meeting ended with discussions on issues concerning the construction of the inner city of the Xia tribe, but there were no major problems. His request was to speed up the process and build the houses, kitchen, canteen and toilets first so that people could live in them, and then build other functional houses. Later, we also discussed issues such as burning bricks and tiles and keeping warm in cold weather. After the meeting, Wang Wei left behind the leaders of the iron-making group, carpentry group, and weaving group. Wang Wei discussed with them how to make armor and helmets with iron sheets, how to make iron sheet wooden shields with wooden boards and iron sheets, and how to make gloves, wrist guards, knee pads, etc. with animal skins such as cowhide. He asked to try to make a set of iron armor and iron helmet first, and if problems were found, they could be continuously improved. Iron armor is not entirely made of iron sheets. Important parts such as the chest, abdomen, back, arms, and crotch are connected with cowhide. Iron helmets can be cast, which makes production faster. The iron-making group can now cast iron sheets, and as long as the mold is made, it can cast almost any more complex tool. Since this is the first time I'm making armor, it might take some time. In addition, iron sheets are pasted on the wooden shield. The main purpose is to provide better protection while ensuring the weight of the wooden shield. Otherwise, during battle, the wooden shield will be too heavy and affect the combat. Everyone readily agreed. They knew that many people from the Xia tribe had been injured this time, and the king wanted to improve the new equipment to avoid encountering similar battles in the future and causing more losses. Because it was too late, Wang Wei had some other things to say about cavalry equipment, such as protection for war horses, but he had to give up for now and consider it later after the armor was made. He actually has a lot of things to do. If there is no external threat, Wang Wei believes that it will only take 2 or 3 years for the development of the Xia tribe to have a qualitative leap and be able to compete with other large tribes. At present, Wang Wei defines the Xia tribe as a small tribe with a small population and food crisis, so there is still a long way to go. After the meeting, everyone dispersed. Accompanied by Xia Dazui, Wang Wei went to the ward to see 2 team members who were seriously injured. However, they were both fine and their lives were not in danger. The weather is low now, and there will be basically no infection after disinfection of external injuries. With the help of medicine and good sanitary conditions, skin and flesh injuries will heal quickly. Back to the cabin. Wang Wei was a little surprised that Foxy was also there. Today, Foxy killed the most enemies with her bow and arrow. She shot all the enemies with her quiver and also stabbed many people with her iron spear. Fortunately, she did not rush to fight, but only protected Wang Wei and Shi Yun behind the hunting team, so she was not injured. Since Foxy came to the cabin so proactively tonight, Wang Wei looked at her with even more passion. But he immediately came to his senses and slapped himself on the forehead. I've been feeling a little weird lately, like I can't control myself. The women, who were making underwear, looked up at him in surprise. Wang Wei pretended to be calm and asked Mei, "Is Ravwhisker from the tribe on this side of the mountain okay?" In order to protect the leader, Maseksu was stabbed in the back. "It's okay, just a lot of bleeding." "That's good. I think the leader is satisfied now, right?" "Satisfied with what?" "Of course I want Shanhua and Leo Shuksa to be together. I won't oppose them." "I don't know. Will the king ask tomorrow?" Wang Wei nodded and asked to Maisie. "Maisie, are you sleeping here tonight?" Foxy shook her head and said, "Not tonight. I'm busy." "What's wrong with you not accompanying me?" Foxy looked at the other women, and they all looked at her with a smile. "Your Majesty, you have them to accompany you. I really have something to do." "Then tell me, can you still hide it from me?" Maisie finally revealed that it was her 2 roommates, Ma and Shi Yun, who had seen her wearing underwear and thought it was wonderful. The 2 women then pressured Maisie to make some for them, too. Maisie had no choice but to come to the hut, but she had too little linen. Mei said, "My king, when will you go to the Ma tribe again?" "In a few days we will trade with the weaving tribe." Wang Wei still had some ideas about the weaving tribe, but he didn't want to force them to join the Xia tribe now. Instead, he wanted to slowly train them to provide linen for the Xia tribe. He would talk about this later. It seems that Shi Yun needs to be arranged to visit the Ji tribe more often. As a woman, she can communicate better with the female leader of the Ji tribe. Chapter 267 Tribal Affairs, Fisherwoman and Wing. 5 days later. Accompanied by Chao Zhen and Chao Ming, Wang Wei took a tour of the construction site. Today is the 10th day of the construction of the inner city of the Xia tribe. The kitchen, canteen, warehouse and toilet have all been completed. In addition, most of the houses in the inner city have been built, and some are still under construction. Some houses still haven't been tiled yet. The brick-making team is overwhelmed, so they've split off to create a tile-making team specifically for tile production. To meet deadlines, some houses have thatched roofs, which will be replaced later when more bricks and tiles are produced. Before moving in, the floor must be leveled with cement, and the walls must be whitewashed with lime so that it will be comfortable to live in. So during this period, the carpentry team, brick and tile team, lime team, tiler team, cement team, and handymen have been very busy. The house currently lacks windows and doors, and Wang Wei plans to temporarily replace them with wooden boards. Wang Wei and Chao Zhen, Chao Ming and others inspected various parts of the construction site to identify any shortcomings and facilitate improvements. At this time Xia Jing found Wang Wei. He said the fisherwoman from the fish tribe had arrived. The fisherwoman indeed brought more food this time, especially rice, and some living animals. Wang Wei looked at the long line. The fishermen should be using most of the adults in the fishing tribe to transport food, and they also use some animals for transportation. In the Xia tribe. Because Shiyun was also very busy today, she and Shirdo were receiving another tribe of agents. Wang Wei happened to have something to discuss with the fisherman's wife, so he received her. When the fisherman's wife saw Wang Wei, she wanted to kneel down and pay homage to him again, but Wang Wei was on guard against her and did not let her kneel down. But Chan, who followed, knelt down and thanked Wang Wei for helping her to avenge herself and kill her enemy with her own hands. Wang Wei still remembered Chan's method of revenge that day and knew that such a woman was also a fierce woman, a rose with thorns. He asked her to stand while talking, and comforted her that it was the fish head who brought destruction upon himself. His death was the result of sowing seeds and reaping the fruits, and that those who do evil will eventually perish. Then he sat down with the fisherman's wife and talked about things. The fisherman's wife took the initiative to tell what had happened since that day. They handed the head of the E-tribe leader to the E-tribe. Seeing their leader dead, the E-tribe members did not express excessive grief, as they already knew that He Yu had assassinated the Xia tribe king and was killed. They also told the E-tribe members that they had not been attacked because of the Xia tribe king's mercy. Wang Wei didn't care about the E-tribe, as long as they stopped provoking the Xia tribe. "My king, the Wing tribe has chosen a new leader, a very young woman." Wang Wei knew that the very small woman she was talking about must be a young woman. Primitive people had no division of time and no concept of years. "Oh, that's good. Yes, I think a woman as a leader shouldn't be that ambitious." "Really? Fisherwoman, I see you have ambitions." The fisherwoman was startled and stammered. "My lord, I don't have any." Wang Wei smiled and said, "There's nothing wrong with being ambitious, as long as it doesn't harm others. You work hard to ensure a good life for the people of the fish tribe, dealing with people from other tribes and maintaining stability among them. So what if you have ambitions? I support you because I see that you truly care about the fish tribe." The fisherman's wife was so moved that she burst into tears. "Thank you, your majesty, you understand me." Wang Wei asked the fisherman about the situation of the female leader of the Wing tribe. The fisherwoman wiped her tears and said, "Your majesty, the leader of the Wing tribe has come to the Xia tribe. Would you like to see her?" Wang Wei agreed to meet. The fisherwoman asked Chan to bring the new leader of the Wing tribe. "Fisherwoman, I saw several tribes trading rice at the trade fair. Did you know they grow a lot?" "I know they grow a lot of rice, even though they're a small tribe. I heard they don't really like it, and they say it's hard to hull it." Wang Wei understood that peeling rice without tools was indeed a hassle. But he couldn't understand why, given the existence of rice, there weren't advanced tools for subsequent processing. He suspected that rice cultivation wasn't widespread in primitive society. Of course, there might be other reasons, such as the time traveler's failure to solve this problem. Another possibility was that this place was too backward, and more civilized places might be better developed. "Can we go and exchange their rice? It's not easy to trade now. Although they find it difficult to husk the rice, it can still save lives when food is scarce." Wang Wei nodded. "Then how do we get their rice?" "At the trade fair, their rice was exchanged for food, and the salt and pottery they needed accounted for very little." "Well, we can trade animals with them." Wang Wei thought that if the Xia tribe had rice, they could cook more porridge when they were not busy, which would reduce their food consumption. I discussed the transaction further with the fisherman's wife. Chan came in with a young woman who also wore animal hair on her head, had a round face, big eyes, and a few freckles on her face. The fisherwoman stood up and introduced. This is the king of the Xia tribe. King, this is the new leader of the tribe. Wang Wei also stood up and said, Hello, new leader of the Wing tribe. He wanted to reach out and shake her hand, but when he thought that she was a young woman, he gave up. The woman was slightly older than Wang Wei and not very tall. The new leader of the tribe was not surprised to see Wang Wei. It must be because she had asked the fisherman about the situation when she came to the Xia tribe. She walked calmly to a place not far away from Wang Wei and knelt down. Wang Wei was reluctant to help her, so he asked Rong Ma and Chan to help her up. We are both leaders of the tribe. You don't have to kneel before me when we meet. Look, I'm younger than you. He smiled and said, Although I am the leader of the Wing tribe, I know that I am nothing in front of the king of the Xia tribe. Why do you say that? Your Majesty's tribe is vast and powerful, like a tiger in the wilderness, while my tribe is merely sheep grazing on grass. It's just that the former leader was too aggressive and looked down on others, ultimately offending your Majesty and losing his life. Coming to the Xia tribe revealed his ignorance. The Xia tribe has taught me that no one in this vast wilderness can compare to them. Wang Wei had a new understanding of this woman. For example, he had never heard primitive people use metaphors in primitive society, and what they said was so pleasant to hear. This shows that this woman is not an ordinary woman. Maybe she is also ambitious, but her ability hides herself. But he didn't expect that the Xia tribe would become a big tribe in their eyes. But it doesn't matter, Wang Wei is not a person who bullies the weak. He carefully learned about the situation of the woman Wing and the Wing tribe. He became leader because over half of the men in the tribe had been killed or injured in the previous day's conflict, and the women in the tribe were the majority. She also became leader thanks to the support of the tribe's witch and her own abilities. He was a skilled manager, and after the previous leader left, she had taken over the management of the tribe. The tribe lived on a large hill, with a vast expanse of flat land above. Legend has it that the former leader, fleeing a flood, led his tribe there to camp. Unexpectedly, they discovered some wild people living on the hill. The tribe eventually assimilated them and continued to live there. There was a river at the foot of the hill where they lived. They had been planting wild vegetables near the river, but unexpectedly it attracted many herbivores. Later, a smart leader began to domesticate animals. The Wing tribe has always been mysterious because they did not often contact the outside world. Until later, the last two leaders led the tribe out of the wilderness and began to contact the outsiders. So are Yi and He Yu related? Obviously they are related. If he wasn't young, she would almost have become He Yu's woman. This time she went to the Xia tribe mainly to apologize and send them the animals they raised, such as sheep and deer, as well as something the Xia tribe didn't have, ducks. These were good animals, both for laying eggs and for eating, and the Xia tribe needed eggs. After he proposed, the tribe was also willing to become the agent of salt and pottery of the Xia tribe, just like the Yu tribe, and trade with other tribes. Wang Wei also wants this to happen, and his current wish is for everyone to live in peace. Wang Wei immediately estimated the number of animals sent by the tribe this time. He didn't want them for free, so he exchanged them with salt and pottery. But he didn't want salt and pottery. She asked if the captured people of tribe could be released. Wang Wei then realized that she was targeting the 20 prisoners. However, after a little consideration, he agreed. These slaves were originally from the Wing tribe, and releasing them would show the sincerity of the Xia tribe. Finally, Wang Wei once again told Yupa and Yi that they should go to other tribes to trade for food. The Xia tribe could offer some items other than salt and pottery, such as leather jackets and pants, gloves, hats, flints, wooden barrels, tables and chairs, and even women's personal belongings. After the new city is built, Wang Wei will subsequently increase the development of handicrafts and furniture manufacturing, and produce more new items. Chapter 268 Tribal Affairs, Daily Training. Wang Wei sent the fisherman's wife and Yi away. He brought the food needed by the Xia tribe and also took away 20 captives. This meeting with the new leader of the Yi tribe also added another source of food. But Chao Ming was a little worried. The 20 captives digging in the brick-making group might have learned the brick-making technology of the Xia tribe, and they might also make and burn bricks when they go back. Wang Wei didn't think much of it. The Xia tribe no longer had to keep brick-making a secret because there were many more new things in the Xia tribe. After Shi Yun completed the transaction with the rat tribe, he came to Wang Wei to report the situation. Wang Wei had never dealt with the rat tribe and didn't understand them. I just heard from Shi Yun that the rat tribe gradually became rich because of rats. They named their tribe after rat and used rat as their totem. They discovered that rats tend to hoard food for emergencies. Among the rats' caches, they discovered some unique seeds, the most important of which were wild rice and wild beans. The rat tribe then experimented with growing these seeds, enduring many trials and tribulations before achieving success. They eventually cultivated rice and beans on a large scale, becoming a fairly large tribe. It was only because they could not obtain enough salt and pottery that they knew of the existence of the Xia tribe through the salt and pottery traded from the Yu tribe. They had traded stone knives with the stone tribe before, so they had some understanding of the stone tribe. Under Shi Yun's arrangement, the rat tribe naturally became the agent of salt and pottery for the Xia tribe, trading with other tribes hundreds of miles away. Through Shi Yun's introduction, it turned out that the rat tribe was the largest and richest tribe that Wang Wei knew. Wang Wei went to check the rice sent by the rat tribe and found that it was a little different from the rice sent by the fish tribe and the Shang tribe. The rice was rounder, and the grains were larger. Shi Yun said that the fish tribe, the rat tribe, the Shanbian tribe, the Shani tribe, etc. are the ones that are in frequent contact with the Xia tribe, and only the Pan tribe has not responded much. Wang Wei just smiled. Shi Yun was also becoming more and more worried. The animals being traded are put into the pen and the food is stored. Wang Wei heard that the warehouse was basically full of rice and that a new warehouse needed to be built. Wang Wei knew that the rice storage room wasn't very large. Even if it were full, it would only hold a little over 20,000 kilograms of rice. This wasn't much rice. According to the current Xia tribe's 800 or so people, each person would hold less than 30 kilograms. However, he also had to prepare some tools for milling rice, because even if he stored so much, he would not be able to plant all of it next year. He would first select the seeds and peel the remaining rice so that the people of the Xia tribe could also taste the rice. So he and Shi Yun went to the warehouse, which was managed by several members of the Xia tribe who were somewhat disabled or unable to do heavy physical work. Wang Wei arranged for them to pick out the millets with full grains and distinguish the types. As for how to husk rice, he knew that the rice-growing tribes used a pestle to pound it in a container, which was very physically demanding. No wonder some tribes grew rice but did not like to eat it. In fact, Wang Wei was still wondering how they would eat it. It would be better if they had pottery, but if they didn't have pottery, would they have to cook it? Wang Wei would definitely not use the primitive method to husk the rice. He needed to think of other methods, preferably ones that did not require manpower. He discovered that some tribes in this vast wilderness were truly disconnected, as if they were from a different world. Was it because they were so far away? Or was it because they didn't communicate and lived in seclusion, refusing to interact with the outside world? Therefore, some tribes had nothing, while others were developing rapidly. Shi Yun was a little confused about why Wang Wei arranged for people to select rice seeds. She thought that all she had to do was plant the rice and wait for the harvest. Wang Wei explained the benefits of selective breeding, like selecting sheep and rabbits. The strong ones are kept and the weak ones are eliminated. He also gave the example of small tribes. The strong ones survive better, while the weak ones are bullied by other tribes or disappear and become part of the larger tribe. Speaking of this, Wang Wei thought of the Pan tribe. According to the news from Han and Xiaozhong yesterday, the leader of the Pan tribe went to the Bear tribe and looked very happy when he came back, as if he had received benefits from the Bear tribe. In addition, Wei, a woman from the Pan tribe, connected at least 3 small tribes, although the Xia tribe had never heard of these 3 small tribes. It was said that the 3 small tribes received salt and pottery from the Pan tribe for free, and each tribe also sent people to station in the Pan tribe. Shi Yun, have you ever thought about this? The Pan tribe is doing things that are harmful to the Xia tribe. Shi Yun was also worried because she had sent Shida to the Pan tribe to inform the Xia tribe that future trade would be conducted solely with food, but was met with disdain from Bang. Bang, feeling offended by his previous visit to the Xia tribe, took it out on Shida this time, scolding him harshly. Shida was very upset in the Pan tribe and only told Shi Yun when he returned to the Xia tribe. My king, I don't care about Pound. I only care about the people in the Pan tribe who are related to me. Shi Yun also knew that there were many people in the current Pan tribe, some of whom she didn't know, but some of whom were related to her original Shi tribe members. I heard that the Pan tribe called people from other tribes to garrison there. They're trying to guard against the Xia tribe. So I'd better wait and see how long the Pan tribe's stored food can last. Shi Yun didn't expect Wang Wei to be so bad. He wanted to bring down the Pan tribe. Wang Wei continued. Also, don't trade with the Pan tribe anymore. Shi Yun asked. What if they traded for more food? That's fine, I can trade it for food. Have you ever heard of the Bear tribe, my king? Wang Wei didn't expect that Shi Yun also knew about the Bear tribe. Who told you that? Shida. How did Shida know? Hui, a woman from the Pan tribe, wanted to win over Shida and told him. Tell Shida what? Woman Hui said that the Bear tribe arranged for the Pan tribe to send woman Ma to the Xia tribe to gather information. Wang Wei wondered if this was a conspiracy, but he also thought it might be true. Some large tribes were jealous of the Xia tribe's salt and pottery. He couldn't tell the truth right now, so he could only take things one step at a time, but he still had to be on guard. No matter what the Pan tribe said, the incident against the Xia tribe was instigated by them. Do you believe her? I don't believe it. Why? I know the woman, and I know the pound. Or do you understand them? No matter what they are like, we will know in the end. Shi Yun knew why he knew this. The leader of the Ma tribe had joined the Pan tribe, which meant the Xia tribe knew everything the Pan tribe did. She only now realized how powerful the king was. The Pan tribe had sent people to investigate the Xia tribe, but they probably didn't know the king had also sent people to investigate. In the afternoon, Wang Wei and the hunting group appeared in the hot spring valley. Their training these past few days has focused on queuing, standing at attention, marching in step, and running, and they've become quite proficient in these techniques. They've also been combining this with strength training, and because they need to consider the injured, today's training has been divided into two groups. Those who have not recovered from their injuries still mainly line up, stand at attention, and march in step. The other group focused on strength training. They did double fist push-ups, 20-meter frog jumps, 100 squats, 50-meter duck walks, sit-ups, and even ran laps around the training ground while carrying logs. Everyone must complete the required number of exercises before proceeding to the next training item. Since everyone was training for the first time, Wang Wei, acting as the main instructor, demonstrated standard postures. As he continued to demonstrate, he began to integrate into the team's training. He felt it was quite good, and he believed that future group exercises would be more effective than individual ones. Although he is the shortest and the weakest in the team, he can learn and improve with everyone else, and he is happy to participate. This is a change. He no longer needs the protection, or even care of others. He also hopes that one day he can become an excellent warrior. Foxy participated in the afternoon training. She did not consider herself a woman at all. She worked as hard as the male hunting team members. She said that after she finished her training, she would go to train the logistics team. But Wang Wei saw that her breasts were too big, which affected her training, so he had to make some changes to her when she returned. After the day's training, everyone collapsed on the lawn, exhausted, unable to even lift a finger. Although exhausted, no one dared to complain, let alone complain. Wang Wei knew that the Xia tribe's hunting team had been injured when they went to the Yu tribe a few days ago, and everyone was holding a grudge. Chapter 269, Tribal Affairs, Small House Thoughts. Xia Yi rushed back from the herding village and brought back a batch of food, just in time for him to attend the evening meeting. This time he brought back good news from the Muma village. The other small tribes that attacked Wang Wei's team together when they went to the Blackstone tribe last time had formed an alliance with the Muma village, and they had broken away from the control of the previous large tribe. Those tribes sent people to build a new horse-herding village together with the people of the original horse tribe, and they even asked to go hunting together under Xia Yi's leadership. There were also many animals on the grasslands beyond the horse-herding village, some of them large. The Xia tribe's iron tools played a big role in hunting, and they were able to kill many large animals during the hunt. When Xia Yi came back this time, he wanted to bring back a saddle, as well as a batch of bows and arrows and iron spears. His idea was to use a longer iron spear that could be trained for hunting on horseback. This was also Wang Wei's idea. He considered that the existing iron spears were too short, and the spear shafts must be strengthened to facilitate piercing on horseback. Wang Wei suddenly remembered that the cavalry of the Xia tribe had been settled, so he recruited people for training at the horse-herding village. He asked Xia Yi to select strong and healthy people from the herding village, or from the small tribes in the alliance. These people must be reliable, fully obey the orders of the Xia tribe, and be loyal to the Xia tribe. Organize these people into a cavalry and train them in riding and archery. If there is no prey, you can set up targets for practice. This team must be stationed in the Muma village, cannot act alone, and must be completely controlled. Xia Yi immediately agreed and went back to handle it. He also told Wang Wei that with the reliable number of people he could form a team of at least 40 people. This made Wang Wei very happy. After all, Xia Yi had only been established in the Muma village for a short time. Wang Wei asked Xia Yi to win over the small tribes and invite them to join the Xia tribe if they were willing. The Xia tribe's salt, pottery, and even candles would be provided to them free of charge. However, upon joining the Xia tribe, they had to move to the herding village and accept unified management. In addition, let Ma Wen go out and find other small tribes on the grassland, and either trade with them or win them over. In any case, he should become one with those tribes, and it is best not to make enemies with them. Xia Yi agreed to all of them. In the evening, the Xia tribe held a meeting. Wang Wei reported that several tribes came to the Xia tribe to trade today, and reached an agreement on peaceful coexistence with the Yi tribe. He also reported that the Yi tribe was willing to become the salt and pottery agent of the Xia tribe, just like the Yu tribe, and become another channel for the Xia tribe to obtain food. In addition, the iron-making group, carpentry group, and compilation group all reported on their work progress over the past few days. Shields made of wood and iron sheets, gloves, wrist guards, knee pads, and helmets made of animal skins such as cowhide. These have already been produced in the first version, and need Wang Wei to check and finalize them. If there are no problems, they can be mass-produced. In addition, the armor has not been completed yet, and it is very difficult to make, so Wang Wei decided to check it out tomorrow. Grassroots officials reported on the construction of the inner city, as well as the problems that arose and the lack of materials. Wang Wei knew from the progress he observed each day that it would take at least 10 days to completely complete the housing, including paving and painting. The kitchen, dining room, storeroom, and toilet were now nearly complete, and practically ready for some people to move in. But the construction site is really messy now, and the on-site management is not very good, but there is nothing we can do about it. Chao Zhen and Chao Ming are also crossing the river by feeling the stones, and they are also learning while building. After the canteen is built, wooden tables and benches need to be prepared. Wang Wei planned a long wooden table, and since everyone would dine individually in the future, special tableware would need to be made. This is easy to solve. For example, a long table can have a separate pot of barbecue, a pot of fish soup, a pot of stir-fried vegetables, etc. One person at each table is responsible for taking them and also cleaning up after eating. After the meeting, it was already very late. Wang Wei pulled Foxy towards the cabin. Foxy thought he was going to do something bad again and didn't want to go. Wang Wei told her that he wanted to solve the problem of her big breasts being difficult to train. Obviously, this was also Foxy's worry. She didn't know how Wang Wei did it, but she still followed him out of curiosity. Wang Wei's method is very simple. He wraps the linen around the upper torso twice, that is, wraps the chest with linen. Letting Foxy go to the cabin is to ask Mei and the others for help. After he expressed his idea, everyone asked Foxy to take off her leather jacket immediately. Foxy had no choice but to do as she was told. Immediately, there were sounds of admiration in the hut. Some people were envious, some felt that the world was unfair, and some thought it was beautiful beyond words. In the end, the effect of wrapping was still very good. Foxy's front was completely smaller, but she was not used to it at first and had to endure a little pain. There is another problem, which is that this task cannot be completed by one person alone, and cooperation from others is required, and help is also needed to remove it. Wang Wei has a way to solve the problem, which is to let Humeizi live in the small house in the future, but Humeizi is unwilling. Finally, they agreed to come to the cabin to tie it up every morning and untie it before going to bed at night. Wang Wei touched Humeizi's back muscles and said, "Meizi, I've always wanted to ask you, how did you train to get such well-developed muscles?" Foxy said, "I didn't exercise much. I just went out hunting like the men." Wang Wei was amazed after hearing this. "That's unscientific, which means it's unreasonable. Why are you the only one who's so strong, and not other women? My king, if other women also fought those beasts for food every day, they would be able to do it too." Wang Wei nodded. What she said made sense. He noticed that Foxy actually had some scars on her body, so he picked up a candle and checked with several women. Foxy is not shy anymore, since everyone has seen each other's bodies anyway. They counted the scars on her body. There were 7 or 8, from animal scratches to fights. Wang Wei remembered the wound on her thigh, which had been bandaged by him personally. Hua touched the wounds and asked, "Sister, does it still hurt?" Foxy said, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Everyone couldn't imagine what Foxy had gone through at such a young age that she would risk her life like this. They just felt a little sorry for her, but also thought she was very brave. Several women saw her injuries and wiped their tears silently. In fact, except for Hua, they had all encountered difficult things before, but none of them were as many as Humeizi had experienced. Humeizi put on her clothes and comforted everyone, saying, "Don't worry about me. I'm doing fine now, aren't I? I've been living a good life since I came to the Xia tribe. I met the king and you, and my fox tribe doesn't have to suffer as much as before." Wang Wei nodded and said, "We've all suffered. Take Li, for example. He fled all the way from the Blackstone tribe to the Xia tribe, enduring countless hardships and even facing life and death several times. Su Xiaoxiao was the same way. Her tribe was abducted, and no one knows where they are now. There are only 5 of us left, living in a tree house, enduring the cold. And Mei, before I came to this world, before my soul arrived in this world, she was responsible for the food, drink, and toilet of the entire tribe. She also suffered hardships and was driven out of her original home and wandered into the wilderness. If it weren't for me, the Xia tribe wouldn't be what it is today. It's only become so good, don't you think?" The women were originally very sad when they heard what he said, but after hearing the end, they seemed to feel that it was not right, as if he was trying to show off. Wang Wei saw that they were too sad, so what he said later changed. Alas, I didn't expect that the scars on Foxy's body tonight would make everyone sigh. It turns out that everyone has experienced so much suffering. After Foxy left the hut, Mei asked, "Will all the women of the Xia tribe go out to fight in the future?" Wang Wei said, "There's nothing we can do now. Look, our tribe can only support these people, not more. To protect the Xia tribe, women are also a force to be reckoned with. I heard the rice warehouse is full. You bought so much rice, but you don't need to eat it. What's the point of keeping it? It's very full, but that's because our warehouse is small. In a few days, when the humidity in the new city warehouse is gone, we'll move some of it there. We still need to select the seeds, and then we can eat them. I'm still trying to figure out how to quickly remove the husks." "Which rice will you plant in the future?" "Yes, only through large-scale planting can we feed more people. We are too few now and cannot compete with those large tribes." The women also knew the pressure he was carrying, that his small body had to carry the weight of the entire tribe. This made them admire his perseverance and patience even more. When talking about rice, women will ask what it tastes like. But Wang Wei was puzzled. How to describe it? "I can only say that it may be a little sweet, with a soft texture and a refreshing aroma, and it tastes great with dishes." Chapter 270, Tribal Affairs, Daki's Trouble. The next day, Wang Wei woke up and found that his whole body was sore. He knew it was caused by the physical training yesterday afternoon, but it also proved that the training was effective. He tried to get up, using all his strength, but he just couldn't get out of bed no matter how many times he tried. Hua came over to pull her, but couldn't move her. Then they rode on his back and gave him a massage.